Upon awakening, I found myself transported to the 1980s Hong Kong variety show world. I had originally planned to develop quietly with the awakened Shinji Xiaoxiong system, but instead, I analyzed every loophole. I exploited every weakness. The speed at which I claimed rewards far exceeded the system designer's expectations, until one day, the system crashed. While others were desperately completing tasks, I completely broke the system. A frozen system. Rewards doubled. Unlimited resources unlocked. Full map access activated. From a mere nobody in Mong Kok, I built a crew of suited thugs all over Hong Kong. From street gangs to a global mega conglomerate. Does Jiang Tianxing dare to dictate terms to me? Does Crow dare try to overturn the table? Apologies. In Hong Kong, my word is law. System loophole exploitation gang wars, unlimited resources, and the rise of a conglomerate. While others still adhered to the rules, I completely rewrote them. Hong Kong Island. Yau Ma Ti. Temple Street, stretching from Jordan to Yau Ma Ti, is the most renowned night market on the island. It is also one of the most distinctive streets on Hong Kong Island, especially at dusk. Stalls lining both sides of the street, promptly set up. Food vendors, sellers of pirated videotapes, vendors of counterfeit goods. The aroma of cooking oil and the clamor of hawkers merge into one lively chorus. Lin's Boxing Gym. Located on Temple Street, it is called a boxing gym, but resembles an armory housing an array of weapons. At the entrance, 2 rows of wooden racks display knives, spears, sticks, chains, and steel forks. Tucked away in the corners are modified steel pipes and baseball bats. On the central ring, 2 figures wearing goggles are sparring. Although it is called a practice match, the bout is anything but orthodox. Suddenly, one man flung a pinch of flour at his opponent's face, and with his foe's vision clouded, swiftly kicked towards the groin, producing a dull collision sound. Evidently, he was equipped with more than just goggles. The onlookers around the ring watched with keen interest, occasionally jeering, "Keep going," and attacked the lower part. At one side of the gym, Lin Feng observed the scene, casually dispensing his own brand of motivational quips. Take plenty of hits to toughen up. A true hero is not the one who charges heat-in, but the one who survives till the end. After discoursing for a while, Lin Feng paused with a lingering look of satisfaction. 3 years, 3 years. Do you know how I spent those 3 years? Do you know? I was in a haze every day, sometimes lucid, sometimes mad, earning the nickname Lin the Lunatic. Incidentally, this is Lin Feng's second life. In his previous life in 2025, while investigating a hostess's educational background at a club, his vision suddenly darkened, and he collapsed. At that moment, his only thought was, "It's over. I forgot my umbrella, and damn it, did Billy poison me?" 3 years ago in this life, a blow to the head with a stick triggered the resurgence of his previous life's memories. An odd twist of fate. This misfortune broke the mystery of his reincarnation in an unconventional way. Of course, the man who helped him was later savagely struck on the head by Lin Feng. Unfortunately, he wasn't a fellow townsman, failed to awaken his memories, and ultimately met his bitter end in the northwest. Upon awakening his memories, Lin Feng soon discovered that this was a chaotic fusion of a Hong Kong variety show world. Here lived legends such as Fenghua Lun Denghua Shanghua, Wang Liangkuan Lingdian Wang Wangbao Jiansha, Su Ni Dongxing Wu Hu, and even the gambling god. Characters who once existed only on screen now live vividly here, commanding territories, amassing underlings, and engaging in real blood-soaked vendettas. And in this life, I am nothing more than a low-ranking Xiao Sijiu who recently joined the Hongxing Society. Due to insufficient skills, the family boxing gym could not survive and was harassed by neighboring factions. So I cunningly persuaded the inept apprentices training there to join Hongxing, banding together to eke out a living. Like most transmigrants, after awakening his memories, Lin Feng's system emerged, the enhanced insta-kill system. The newbie gift included a portable storage space of 1 cubic unit. Furthermore, the system is divided into 2 parts, the AFK enhancement slot. Once equipped, it cannot be removed, and you may only attach 1 item that belongs to you. For items of the conscious type, you can equip the knowledge or skills stored in your mind, as if having another self devotedly cultivating 24 hours a day to enhance you. For tangible items, you can equip objects like the watermelon knife from home. They continuously strengthen over time, upgrading from ordinary steel to materials rivaling military-grade alloys, while still remaining available in real life. The Instakill interface refreshes every day with an item that can be a skill, an object, a pet, or even a person. For the first 12 hours, all items are available at a discounted Instakill price. After 12 hours, they revert to full price. With enough money, you can Instakill. The problem was, in his previous life, Lin Feng was nothing more than a laboring beast skilled only in tightening screws and rudimentary English and Japanese, though he did know a few training techniques. In this life, he has picked up some flashy moves, but even with enhancements, the best he might achieve is that of a renowned martial arts master, not the ideal outcome. His own boxing gym could also be equipped, but enhancing it to withstand gunfire is an uncertain prospect. Moreover, in the short term, its strength remains confined within the gym, while outside one remains vulnerable. It might be an option, but not the optimal one. Just as Lin Feng was pondering what to equip, inspiration suddenly struck him. Since a tangible item that belongs to you can be equipped, and will persist in reality, why not equip myself? By doing so, wouldn't it be an all-encompassing enhancement? Stamina, endurance, secondary development. After all this is the Hong Kong variety show world teeming with beauties. The very thought excites me. Without hesitation, Lin Feng equipped himself. Perhaps the accumulated detritus from both lives overloaded my mind, causing the system to struggle during loading. Then, as if frozen, the system began flickering wildly before ultimately crashing. From that moment on, my mind became as erratic as one suffering from intermittent insanity, oscillating between bursts of mania and moments of clarity. It wasn't pure madness. Perhaps I had been bullied severely before all my thoughts turned to devising revenge, with my mindset and actions deviating from the norm. When lucid, I seized every moment to study relentlessly the art of blades, spears, sticks, traditional Chinese and Western medicine, pharmacology, acupuncture, pickpocketing, lockpicking, gambling techniques, hypnosis. I learned whatever came to mind with the enhancements. It was as if another version of myself was training 247. And in my maddened state, I converted all that training into instructing my hapless apprentices in tricks like throwing flour, targeting eyes, and aiming for the groin. No matter the tactic, sly or direct, my body perceptions and various skills surged with rapid improvement under the system's enhancement. Any underling who dared to oppose or attempt escape would immediately be struck with 3 stick blows, leaving none disobedient. To prevent his underlings from suffering the same losses using identical techniques, I meticulously crafted a batch of iron groin guards, knee pads, helmets, and goggles during my moments of clarity so they could train with them at the gym. Once I felt adequately prepared, I began targeting the factions that had previously harassed my boxing gym. Amidst the endless barrage of unconventional tactics by me and my underlings, not only were the factions that once troubled my gym tormented, but even other gangs on Temple Street suffered immensely. Learning, training the underlings, assembling crews for skirmishes, recruiting members, training, and then more skirmishes. Thus the cycle continued until I dominated Temple Street and Zhongfang Street, forcing gang leader Jiang Tianxing to wield a red stick on my behalf, becoming Hongxing's representative in Yaomati. The nickname Lin the Lunatic quickly spread among the various gangs of Hong Kong Island, earning me a modicum of notoriety within these circles. Until 2.5 months ago, I finally put an end to my alternating bouts of lucidity and madness. Then the phone rang, and the caller ID revealed it was my underling Fei Quan. "Hello Fei Quan, what's the matter now?" "Boss, those who were distributing goods on Temple Street have all been rounded up. They are all Daoist comrades. The intermediary has vanished, perhaps silenced, and all leads have gone cold." "All right, understood. As per our old rules, if their addiction isn't severe, break their limbs and throw them out. If it is, take them to the training base for Agon to handle." "Okay, boss." Fei Quan, one of the underlings recruited during my less lucid moments, along with the straightforward fellow known as Fei Ji, formed my indispensable right-hand team. Though not very bright, they were exceedingly obedient and daring in battle, exactly to my taste at the time. Then there was Degu the vendor and the unremarkable Jimmy. After being reprimanded by me at his street stall, they bowed in submission and were swiftly promoted to logistics chief. In the early days of our skirmishes, part of the expenses were offset by Jimmy's gang selling counterfeit goods. At the training base, besides Agon, there were Ah Wen and Ah Shui, collectively known as the 3 instructors Gan Wen and Shui. Speaking of Gan Wen and Shui, one cannot ignore the system's insticle interface. On its first refresh, it produced something outrageous: Top Special Forces Suicide Soldiers X50. The discounted insticle price was 8 USD each, with automatic maximum loyalty and absolute obedience. At that time, I couldn't even manage my family boxing gym. Where would I find the money? Thinking that it would eventually refresh and perhaps offer something better later on, I skipped it for the moment. But after the system crashed under my manipulation, it ceased to refresh and became fixed, presenting 2 unchangeable options. Option A, 10 million Hong Kong dollars each with only 1 life. Once dead, they're gone. Option B, 100 million US dollars each, permanently bound, allowing a free resummon upon death with a random face. Once confirmed, the choice was irreversible. Naturally, I opted for the latter. The cost was no issue, as it functioned like a perpetual machine with no risk of defection. Furthermore, with the system's enhancement, money would never be scarce. Loyalty was paramount. Bad news, item prices skyrocketed, and the daily refresh feature was gone. Good news, once purchased, it was equivalent to owning a small, undying personal guard squad. In the first year, I spent most of my time in bouts of madness, barely thinking about making money, either fighting skirmishes or training my underlings for battle. In the second year, as the enhancements continued, the periods of lucidity and madness balanced out evenly, and even hidden memories began to resurface. I decisively activated my backup hidden funds for traversing the Hong Kong variety show world, a nondescript Swiss bank account under Guansaiba. After securing my first pot of gold, Gan Wen and Shui emerged accordingly, and during calmer times they even attempted to earn money through their own skills. After much hustling, I realized that making money legitimately was too arduous. The only recourse was to resort to crooked methods for quick cash. Relying on Gan Wen and Shui, we continuously looted underground black money dens of Hong Kong gangs engaged in crooked schemes, and even resorted to kidnappings to accumulate funds. After finishing one case when a bounty was posted and the timing was right, we immediately seized suspects in exchange for cash, or after all once dead, they could be resummoned. Through such operations, my personal guard squad swelled to 20 men, causing both the underworld and the legitimate circles of Hong Kong Island to tremble. Nearly a full-scale purge ensued. Many outsiders, in fear of the ensuing chaos, left Hong Kong Island to hide from the storm. Unable to profit further on Hong Kong Island, I arranged for all of my personal guard squad, except for Gan One and Shui, to be dispatched to Southeast Asia and Japan, trading lives for money, as the remaining 30 were converted at the risk of international pursuit. "Boss, there's trouble." Fei Ji burst into the boxing gym and said to me. "What is it?" I asked. "Da Song from Lianqing is rallying his forces. It appears his target is our Zhongfang Street." "Damn, has Da Song gotten so far gone on drugs that he's lost his mind? Isn't he supposed to be clashing with Hong Yi and Guolan? Hong Yi is nearly invading his Wusong Street, so instead of fighting Hong Yi, he comes after us." I stood up and frowned. Could it be that those who were distributing goods earlier are connected with him? After barely having a few peaceful months, someone now thinks I'm weak. "Send someone tonight to seize control of Da Song's Wusong Street," I ordered. Yao Ma Ti is one of the bustling areas of Hong Kong Island. During my domination of Temple Street and Zhongfang Street, I swept away many factions, including Da Song's. "Boss, don't worry. Tonight I will personally beat that bastard Da Song to death," Fei Ji declared with unwavering resolve. "Are you out of your mind? Who said we should confront them, Heathen? I've told you countless times. Use your head when trouble arises. Take your men and wait outside Da Song's territory for my signal," I ordered. "Also notify Fei Quan to ramp up his vigilance and monitor the movements of nearby factions. Don't let anyone slip through our fingers," I added. Although Fei Ji was puzzled, he chose to obey. "Money can solve any problem," I remarked as I took out my phone and scrolled through my contacts. "Hey, help me find Wu Zhaon and tell him I have a major business deal to discuss." "Can you bloody buy a mobile phone already? Every time I try to reach you, it's such a hassle," complained Jia Qingo. Facing his arrogant tone, Lin Feng was utterly speechless. Wu Zhaonan, a former street fighter and enforcer from the Number Gang, was known for his fearless brawling and single-minded creed, money injection. In the underworld, he was known as Jia Qin Wu. When the money was in place, anyone would back you up. Without it, not even a word was worth exchanging. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Jia Qin Wu remarked, "Buying a mobile phone is free. Those funds could cover the cost of taking down several men." "So what big business is it?" Lin Feng snapped irritably. "Big business. Dealing with you is such a hassle. At this rate, you'll soon be phased out of the game." Let me think about it," Jia Qin Wu replied, his face contorted in conflicted thought, as if weighing 100 million investment. Lin Feng merely waved him off. "Forget it, I'm not in the mood. Tonight I'm going to take down Da Song." "Go round up some men for me," commanded Lin Feng. "I'll pay 300 for defeating Da Song, 500 for capturing him alive, and 100 for taking down one of his lackeys. Anyone eager to earn show up tonight." "Are you serious? That Da Song's lackey is valued at 500. Jia Qin Wu's eyes flashed with excitement at the figure. "Yes, 500 if he's captured alive, 500 if dead," Lin Feng clarified coolly. Lin Feng replied coolly, "By the way, make sure you wear proper protection. Don't end up getting smashed." Jia Qin Wu muttered curses. "Damn, it isn't this all your fault? These days in Yao Ma Ti, even your cronies aren't reliable. They risk flipping over in the gutter at any moment. But as long as the money flows, I'd take on even immortals without flinching," he boasted. Jia Qin Wu's face twisted with ferocity. Outside the entrance of Zhongfang Street, as night deepened and vendors' stalls and shops had long closed, Jia Qin Wu arrived with a crew whose formation exuded an air of professional menace. They all sported protective goggles on their foreheads, carried flour sacks on their sides, had hammers tucked into the backs of their trousers, and brandished an assortment of clubs and steel pipes. "Everyone listen up, a boss is paying top dollar tonight. If you want to earn big, go all out," Jia Qin Wu bellowed while dousing his gloves and rallying his underlings. A young thug with yellow hair rolled up his sleeves and said, "Don't worry, Wu Go. We've got it. Soon we'll knock those losers down and sell them like salted duck eggs." Just as Jia Qin Wu grew impatient and was about to storm in to capture someone, Da Song arrived with a gang whose gear was comparably formidable. Seeing the opportunity, Jia Qin Wu pulled his goggles down and with a sweeping hand gesture ordered no more talking. "Get them." He charged forward with his henchmen close behind. The moment the two groups met, Jia Qin Wu unleashed a torrent of curses. "Da Song, I've been waiting for you for ages. I thought you were too scared to show up." Da Song, initially puzzled by the absence of Lin Feng and hoping for a brief respite after a long journey, wished for a moment to gather his strength. But without further ado, Jia Qin Wu launched his attack, leaving no chance for defense. Da Song snapped back to reality, realizing that Wu had most likely been paid, as the latter pulled down his goggles and cursed. "Damn it, you're the real coward. Take them down." Jia Qin Wu and Da Song immediately clashed. Despite having once survived Lin Feng's brutal beating, Da Song could only barely deflect the relentless assault from Wu. "Jia Qin Wu, you dare chase any money? Do you know who I am? Not afraid to risk your life for cash," retorted Da Song. In reply, Jie Wu glared unconcerned with any alliance with Lianxing. In his world, seizing money to avert misfortune was only natural. I'm taking you down. Did you really think you were the head of Lianxing? In an instant, 500 to 600 men plunged into battle, and the scene erupted into complete chaos. For ordinary thugs, a sprinkle of flour from you and a hammer blow from me suffice. Clubs and brawlers attacked from 3 sides. Only the elite enforcers engaged in brutal, genuine combat, where blood and flesh flew. Feiji, it's time to act. Seize all of Dasong's territory for me, and bring back every valuable item and the safe from his stronghold. After hanging up the phone, Feiji led the charge toward Dasong's domain on Wusong Street. Hongxing's crew, if you value your life, get out of here immediately. While Feiji swept through the area, Dasong's forces began to crumble. Had it not been for a few loyal underlings helping him, he would have already been felled by Jie Wu. 1,000. Down you go, Dasong. You won't escape tonight. Jie Wu hacked down 2 of Dasong's lackeys as he relentlessly pursued him. Seizing the moment while Jie Wu was busy hacking his lackeys, Dasong delivered a devastating leg strike straight to Wu's groin. And in that instant, his own fate was sealed. Ouch, Jie Wu, damn it. You even wore protection. What a coward, came the mocking retort. Dasong knew that his lackeys were equipped with groin protectors, and he himself had one too, but he hadn't expected that Jie Wu, the man with thick brows and striking eyes, would be equally prepared. At that moment, Jie Wu began sweating profusely. Fortunately, he had listened to Lin Feng's advice, or he'd have been ruined by now. Are you also playing dirty? He snapped. Enraged, Jie Wu lunged forward in a rolling dive, his cleaver delivering 3 swift horizontal swings. Ow, 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 echoed in the chaos. 3 agonized cries rang out as Dasong's 3 lackeys collapsed, clutching their bleeding ankles in pain. Like a coiled spring, Jie Wu bounced up and hurled himself at Dasong. Down for 5,000,000. 5,000,000. After a few more strikes, a slash left Dasong's arm wounded, leaving him defenseless as he staggered backward in a bid to escape. Jie Wu quickly closed the gap, pressing his knife against Dasong's throat. Wuga, don't kill me. Please, I'm still useful, Dasong pleaded desperately. Immediately, Dasong began to beg for mercy. Of course you're useful. There's a 2,000 gap for me, mused Jie Wu as he twisted Dasong's hands behind his back and bound them with nylon ties. Seeing their boss capture, Dasong's underlings scattered like birds and beasts. What's going on, Wu? Do you have some kind of fetish? Someone inquired. Observing Dasong, whose hands were tightly bound and whose neck was encircled by a rope collar as he was led by Jie Wu, Lin Feng remarked in astonishment. Worried he might struggle free, they've added an extra layer of insurance. Okay, Jimmy is outside, dispersing the cash. Go settle up with him yourself, said Jie Wu with a sly chuckle as he turned and left. After everyone departed, Fei Quan questioned Big Brother, why call in outsiders? Our own people could have handled Dasong, remarked Fei Quan. Leaning back casually, Lin Feng replied, Fei Quan, how many times have I told you to think before you act? We could act on our own, but that would leave gaps in our manpower, vulnerabilities that others could exploit, he explained. Even Lu from Yao Tsim would barge in on his own. He's been eyeing the night market at Miaojie for far too long. And this time Dasong's erratic behavior certainly has its reasons, doesn't it? Brother Song. Dasong quickly nodded emphatically. Brother Feng, it was all Ali's idea. He told me you might be in trouble and urged me to reclaim our original territory on Zhongfang Street. After luring all of you away, he plans to seize the Miaojie night market and then encircle you all. If he succeeds, I'll be free to move goods openly there. Only then did Fei Quan realize why Yao Tsim had also mustered manpower tonight. Seeing the tight defense on our side, Dasong's crew had lost their nerve and pulled back. Damn, that lowlife Lu is really playing dirty. Big brother, just give the word, and I'll bring men to take down Yao Tsim as well, someone declared. You're insane. I've told you to stop fixating on endless bloodshed. Besides, we just finished fighting a go out, and wait to be nabbed by the cops, will you? After a pause, Lin Feng softened his tone and continued, one must take life one step at a time, just as a meal is eaten one bite at a time. Now, Brother Song, tell me. Tonight, because of your actions, I've incurred heavy losses. How will you compensate me? Brother Feng, I have money. I'll make amends. As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you everything, pleaded Dasong. Lin Feng chuckled and replied, we shall see if your compensation is sufficient. I'm not a bloodthirsty maniac by nature. Dasong swallowed nervously and said cautiously, I have 16 million plus several of my own enterprises. Lin Feng frowned and said, never mind Wusong Street under your control. Even in Guilin you have your spot. I hear you and Hongyi's men are moving goods there profitably. Is that all the money you've got? It seems you choose money over life, observed Lin Feng disdainfully. Dasong's face turned pale as he shouted, I'm not lying. In recent years, a band of strongmen has ravaged and terrorized the entire island. And I need money to procure supplies. I really only have 16 million. By the way, I also know the location of a warehouse owned by the Dabu Black Gang. Lin Feng stroked his nose in mild surprise, realizing there was indeed personal business at hand. He waved to Fei Quan and said, forget it. Send it to Agon, he knows how to handle it. After a short while of taking Desong away, Fei Quan's underling hurried in and reported, "Boss, a cop wants to see you out there." Not long after the report, a man resembling Master Yi burst in with a man and a woman. "Officer Ma, it's so late. Haven't you finished your shift yet?" "I haven't prepared any midnight snacks here," retorted Officer Ma coldly as he glared at Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, you know why we're here. Don't think that just because you got Wu Zhaon in to act you're off the hook. Isn't that Fei Ji, the one flagging and clearing territory on Wusong Street, one of your men? Have him come with us. And what about Desong? Hand him over." "Hand him over," the officer demanded. Lin Feng lit a cigarette and replied nonchalantly, "I have no idea what you're talking about. If you have evidence, arrest him. If not, watch out. I might sue you for defamation. Don't get too cocky. The reason I was transferred here is to deal with you, so you'd better not end up in my custody," warned the officer. Lin Feng, clearly astonished, exclaimed, "Really? Forcing your way into a taxpayer's private property and resorting to threats? Has Hong Kong under the Queen's rule become a lawless wasteland? Watch out, or I'll have my lawyers sue you," Lin Feng warned. "You." The female officer beside Officer Ma began to speak, only to be hushed by him. "I hope you behave yourself," Officer Ma concluded as he left with his team. After seeing them go, Lin Feng arranged for his men to retrieve the misfortunate underlings taken by the police, and then, surrounded by his personal guards, he returned home. In a villa on Tapingshan, Jiang Tiansheng received a phone call from Chen Yao. "Yao, what urgent matter compels you to call at this hour?" "Mr. Jiang, trouble has erupted in Yaomati. Desong of Lianxing tried to send men to clear Lin Feng's turf, but Lin Feng swept away his hold on Wusong Street. Now Desong's fate remains uncertain." Jiang Tianxing, his expression grave, asked, "Is it only Desong who dared challenge Lin Feng's territory, or are there other movements among Lianxing's factions?" Pausing briefly, he continued, "Normally Desong alone wouldn't dare take on Lin Feng. There's more at play here than we know. Try to probe for the details," was the advice given. "Also inform all district leaders that a general meeting will be held in 2 days," he continued. Chen Yao understood that Jiang Tianxing's delay was to watch Lianxing's next moves closely. It would be ideal to use this opportunity to weaken Lin Feng. After all, he isn't truly on our side, and his erratic methods might just lead to another Liang Kuan situation. "All right, understood, Mr. Jiang." Meanwhile, Deng Fei of Lianxing received a phone call at home. "I'll be honest. Did you orchestrate this affair?" On the other end, Lin Huai-Lu, hearing Deng Fei's inquiry, felt his heart race and hurriedly replied, "How could that be, Uncle Deng? You know me. I would surely inform you beforehand if I were to act." Upon hearing the news, I planned to stir up some commotion at Miaojie to draw Desong's fire. I never expected Lin Feng's defenses to be so tight. It seems he was well prepared, leaving me no chance to strike. "All right, if you insist it wasn't your doing, I believe you. Let's decide at tomorrow's meeting," concluded Lin Huai-Lu, sighing in relief after hanging up. Clearly, he was also implicated in the affair. However, he had never imagined that Lin Feng would call in Jiaqian Wu and that Desong would surrender so swiftly. Before he had even acted, it was all over. He hadn't been entirely honest with Deng Fei, for he still depended on him. Back home, Lin Feng was oblivious to the surging undercurrents beyond his door. He leaned on the sofa, sipping the soup Wan Mei had prepared for him. "Didn't I tell you I'd be home late tonight? From now on, if it's too late, don't keep soup warm waiting for me. Your body has just recovered, you must take good care of it." Wan Mei nodded. "I know. I went to the hospital today. I'm truly healed. Thank you so much. If it weren't for a foam, I might have died in some corner." Wan Mei's long, straight black hair and blunt bangs made her appear especially charming. Lin Feng smiled. "I told you curing you was nothing. You didn't believe me. Now that you've checked, you can rest easy, right?" Wan Mei was the very woman nicknamed Little Yutai in Desherdai. Lin Feng had discovered her in Ji Ms. Awo factory, and after some coaxing and threats, taken her away. Her heart condition had only recently been cured by Lin Feng. Under the system's enhancements, his knowledge and skills had neared mastery, and his body had undergone comprehensive augmentation. After his full recovery, it felt as though he had ascended to another plane. Any single skill he displayed could make him a towering figure in that field. His body seemed to have evolved. Ordinary firearms could no longer inflict serious harm. Beyond extraordinary senses, he had awakened a sixth sense-alike warning instinct. Remarkably, even the rookie gift of 1 cubic unit of storage had been amplified to 60 cubic units. By chance, he discovered that his blood could heal wounds and cure illnesses, and that it produced a powerful synergistic effect when combined with medicines. This secret, like Lin Feng's ability to strengthen himself, had been kept from everyone. He was a crude version of Tang Sanzang. If others learned of it, he would likely be taken to a laboratory as a blood source and a test subject. Wan Mei recovered precisely because she used a special medicine crafted with his blood and various herbs. With such homemade miracle cures, wealthy patrons would surely pay handsomely. The rich feared death above all. But painstakingly making and selling medicine could never match the allure of taking it by force. Why should they spend my money to buy my medicine? In Wan Mei's room. "What are you trying to do?" Lu Sun once said. "When a flower blooms in splendor, failing to admire it betrays a lack of taste." "You are talking nonsense. Where did Lu Sun ever say such a thing?" Wan Mei struggled, protesting. "That was Zhou Shuren who said it. I think tonight is a splendid occasion. Your health has returned. Oh, we ought to celebrate. We can celebrate tomorrow. You should go back now. I'm going to sleep. Ruan Mai's hand gripped the sheet, betraying her nervousness. From beneath the corner of the quilt peeped a pale foot, its delicate toes curled uneasily. Morning came in the blink of an eye. At the He Lianxing tea house, when Deng Fei arrived, the other uncles and regional chiefs had already been waiting for some time. At Deng Fei's appearance, everyone rose to greet him, even the newly elevated Chueji. Uncle Deng. Deng Fei's stomach protruding took the seat beside Chueji and after scanning the room asked, "You all should know what happened in Yumadi last night, right? Speak your views." Depu He was the first to speak. Need I say? We must fight back. Losing Wusong Street means our and He Lianxing's venues in Yumadi are few. Our banner is effectively ruined. If we do nothing, Huan Gang Dao will fear us and He Lianxing. After all, Desang was his partner, and Yumadi is a bustling district. Desang's territory was no small matter. It was densely populated and teeming with people. Besides, Lin Feng had a reputation as a fanatical anti-drug enforcer. Those who sold loose pills on his turf vanished or returned maimed. Losing Desang's turf would cut off a major revenue stream. Fight. How do you propose we fight? Even if we attack, we must have justification. Desang's bastard struck first, trying to plant our flag, and getting cut back would be indefensible morally. You're mad, Chuan Bao. Are you for He Lianxing or Hong Xing? Why defend Lin the mad? Depu He jabbed at Chuan Bao's nose and spat. Fine, if you're so bold, then you go deal with Lin the mad. Chuan Bao removed his glasses and wiped them displeased. I think we can summon Hong Xing's people for talks first. If that fails, we can fight. Chueji, who usually had no presence, straightened his face. After most had spoken, Deng Fei leisurely said, talks are fine, but we must first reclaim Desang's territory before negotiating. Uncle Deng, rest assured. Big D, who looked down on others, immediately thumped his chest in boastful assurance. Tonight, I'll marshal my men to take back Wusong Street. If Lin the Mad lacks, since he'll sweep away his Zhongfang Street as well. Big D, your zeal to serve the society is admirable, but we must guard against Hong Xing's other halls coming to Lin the Mad's aid. If they do, you'll be responsible for intercepting them. Let Depu He and A Lu move this time. Others should block any Hong Xing reinforcements nearby and provide extra men to support A Lu and Depu He. Whoever reclaims the territory may temporarily manage it for the society. Ownership can be decided later. Deng Fei dismissed Big D without a second thought. Big D's power had grown too great. Letting him into Yumadi might leave no one able to control him. Big D flared his nostrils in anger, but could do nothing to Deng Fei and sat down resentfully. In contrast, Lin Huilo wore an expression of delight. He had long perceived Deng Fei's intent to suppress Big D, so he displayed obsequious compliance toward Deng Fei, attentive to his every command. Thus, boundless fortune fell to him. With the society's backing, he could not imagine defeat. He Lianxing was already feverishly preparing to act. Lin Feng, having taken a call, reluctantly rose. Brother Feng, my whole body aches. Lin Feng kissed Ruan Mei on the forehead and said, sleep a little longer. I'll make something to replenish your qi and blood shortly. Eat when you wake. When Lin Feng finished and arrived at the boxing gym, Fei Ji and Fei Quan were already waiting. After sitting, Lin Feng stretched and said, tell me, what is He Lianxing up to now? They disturbed my sleep in broad daylight. Fei Ji and Fei Quan looked at their boss with exasperation. It's noon, and he still speaks of sleep. Big brother, He Lianxing, is already gathering forces preparing to seize back Desang's territory. Word is A Lu and Depu He are leading the teams. Fei Quan, a touch sharper than Fei Ji, and with a few old comrades, had better information. Lin Feng sneered, what Desang's territory? Desang has gone into seclusion. What territory could he have? That land belongs to me. That A Lu wretch dares come. Is he not afraid? I'll clear him out of Zwadun Road. Fei Quan continued, He Lianxing's uncles will back them with manpower. Their numbers may be large. Big brother, shall we strike first? Seeing Fei Quan eager, Lin Feng slapped his head. What is your brain for? Learn to think. Later, go find Jiao Qianwu and tell him to hang around Zwadun Road for the next 2 days. The fee for roughing people up is the same as last time. Plus, he'll give 1,000 for clearing one venue. Beat that A Lu wretch mercilessly. Lin Feng paused, then added. Also tell the lower men that those who perform well in these days may be promoted. Whether they seize the opportunity depends on them. Indeed, it was not easy to rise among Lin Feng's men. Without the luck of a protagonist, one had to rely on skill. At present, Lin Feng's trusted circle consisted of his left and right arms and a logistics chief, 3 men. Lin Feng treated them while not only fixed monthly pay but bonuses for excellence, whole body retreat rewards quarterly, and year-end bonuses, much like running a well-oiled company. Moreover, if a comrade were accidentally maimed, he could work at Ji Mizawo factory and earn an extra wage. Ji Miz factory also favored hiring their relatives. Overall, in terms of money and benefits, they were in a class of their own among Gangdao societies. Besides the grueling training Lin Feng put them through, he provided restorative pills to loosen sinews and strengthen bodies, which earned their fierce loyalty. After Fei Quan left to implement his orders, Lin Feng turned to Fei Ji and asked, how is Wusong Street now? Big brother, aside from daily expenses left on Wusong Street, The rest of the money has been retrieved. Desang's assets are already being transferred by a lawyer. Hong Yi took the opportunity to sweep Desang's stall in the fruit market, but did not meddle with Wu Song Street. Oh, and Jimmy is preparing to lay goods into Wu Song Street. Good. You are responsible for arranging the defense. Dupuhe's men will be replaced by Fei Quan's contingent this time. Big brother, rest assured, I will not let anyone slip in to cause trouble. After special training, Fei Quan and Fei Jis combat skills were no longer meager, but men capable of handling matters alone remained scarce. They hoped a few would emerge this time, especially familiar faces. That very night, Fei Quan deployed the assembled men along Wusong Street. The boss has spoken. Rewards will be distributed as usual during these 2 days operation. Those injured will receive full medical care, those permanently disabled will be supported for life by the boss, and all medicinal expenses, whether for injury or disability, will be fully covered. For those who fall in action, a lump sum settlement of 100 yuan will be provided for their families. The boss will also cover all living expenses for their children until adulthood, or support their parents in retirement. Moreover, outstanding performers in this operation will be promoted. Whether you feast on meat or sip broth depends entirely on your performance. Upon hearing Fei Quan's words, the underlings' eyes burned with feverish intensity. In this line of work, men sought only prestige and wealth, and now such an extraordinary opportunity lay before them, igniting fierce excitement across the ranks. Most of these foot soldiers had little formal education, their families struggled financially, and they lived by violence alone. Advancement under Lin Feng was far more difficult than under other bosses, and yet Lin Feng's welfare provisions were unparalleled. Even their relatives often worked within Lin Feng's enterprises. To underperform beside one's brothers would not only shame oneself before peers, but also bring disgrace upon one's family at their workplace. This time they had no choice but to fight with utter desperation. At that moment, the underlings were already clenching fists and cracking knuckles. Brother Hua, this chance is rare indeed. If we rise through the ranks, we'll become the boss's inner circle, just like Brother Fei Quan, and earn the title of Big Brother ourselves. A man bearing a striking resemblance to a legendary singer flared his nostrils, brimming with fervor as he addressed Ahua, whose likeness evoked another famed figure. Wooing, gather everything you need. Look after yourself. I may not be able to shield you in the heat of battle. Don't worry, Brother Hua. You'll surely rise this time. Better yet, let's all ascend together. Meanwhile, the whole Wensheng faction had also mustered its forces, led by Tank, the top enforcer of Tai Pahei, and marched toward Wusong Street with grim determination. Crush Lin the madman tonight, and the most outstanding performer will be formally initiated and promoted by the Triad. Hing Hing's reinforcements, led by Big D and the elder uncles, will intercept them. Brother Locke will strike Lin the madman from another flank. All things considered, we hold a 2-10 advantage. Yet Tank remained unaware that Lin Feng had never appealed for aid from other Hing Hing leaders, and that Brother Locke, overwhelmed by Jia Qianwu's relentless assault, was utterly incapacitated. Cut down those Hing Hing bastards. Send every whole Wensheng lackey straight to sell salted duck eggs. The two factions collided heat-in, fighting with savage, unrelenting fury. Tank and Fei Quan clashed first. True to his name, Tank relied on sheer toughness and brute strength, making him for the moment a match for Fei Quan. You wide-eyed rat. Do you think big eyes make you Zhang Fei? Daring to charge first. I'll send you straight to sell salted duck eggs. Tank glared with bull-like fury. I'm here to fight you. Who do you think you are, Lin the madman? Watch this blade. Though whole Wensheng outnumbered Fei Quan's men, few among them fought with true resolve. Minor wounds could be patched up, but permanent injury or death meant ruin. A paltry 5,000 yuan settlement wouldn't solve anything, and there was no guarantee it would even be paid. Who truly loved brotherhood over gold? By contrast, Fei Quan's side, though smaller in number, charged forward with fanatical courage as if injected with adrenaline. With no fears for their futures and real prospects of promotion, this was the very moment to give everything. When equipment was equal, victory went to the fiercer fighter, and Ho Wensheng found themselves relentlessly pressed back. After cleaving down two Ho Wensheng underlings with dual blades, Ahua locked eyes on Deng Wanzai, who was likewise hacking wildly. Without hesitation, Ahua lunged forward and brought both blades down in a thunderous overhead strike aimed at Deng Wanzai's skull. Deng Wanzai caught mid-swing, barely twisted his head aside, and raised his blade horizontally. Clang! Caught off guard, he failed to block fully. The twin blades bit deep into his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, Deng Wanzai shoved upward with all his might, then rolled sideways like a mule and fled toward Tank. Ahua instantly gave chase. Loyalty and righteousness must come first. Unity and cooperation are paramount. Those who waver shall suffer 10,000 cuts. When a brother faces peril, aid must be rendered without delay. Violators shall be struck down by heavenly thunder. A portly youth recited the oath while dodging blows, then suddenly clutched his crotch, collapsed to his knees, and convulsed violently. Turns out he's just a fool, muttering nonsense like a madman and not even wearing protective gear. Wu Ying hadn't expected his blow to land so cleanly. As he prepared to follow up with kicks, a Ho Wensheng underling lunged at him. He whirled around instantly to parry. Inside a bar in Yao Ma Ti Hung Yi Triad. Boss, shall we really sit this one out? Shui Nyo Hung Yi's red pole stared at his subordinate, as if gazing upon a simpleton. Sit it out? We should count ourselves lucky Lin the madman hasn't come after us for snatching territory earlier. He merely stays quiet, not dead. Do you truly believe anyone can dare pluck the tiger's whiskers? Just recently Desang vanished without a trace, neither alive nor dead. Haven't you noticed Fei Ji isn't even present? He claims to be on defense, but perhaps he's lying in wait ready to strike down any opportunists who try to muddy the waters. If you wish to die, just say so outright. Watch closely. Ho Wensheng is certain to suffer a crushing defeat tonight. Meanwhile, chaos raged in Jordan too. Ever since Jia Qianwu accepted the contract, he'd mobilized his forces and flooded Jordan Road. Before Brother Locke could even await reinforcements from the Triad, Jia Qianwu arrived, his absence having left several venues critically underdefended. Though Jia Qianwu coveted Locke's 5,000 yuan bounty, he wasn't reckless enough to launch a direct assault. Easier money came first, so he swept 3 venues clean. Only when attacking the 4th did Locke finally arrive with backup. Jia Qianwu adopted a Hitandran strategy, retreating when outnumbered, striking fiercely when odds favored him, splitting his men into multiple squads that roamed Jordan unpredictably, effectively pinning Locke in place. Once Triad reinforcements arrived, Locke immediately dispersed them across his own venues, showing no intention whatsoever of confronting Lin Feng. Even if he seized control, it would be fleeting, and his losses would be severe. His own turf would be ravaged by Wu Zhaonan, and Lin the madman might well seize what remained. Any clear-eyed observer knew the choice: sacrifice your own men to seize territory for the Triad, or deploy the Triad's men to defend your own domain. Brother Sun, we're deeply grateful for your assistance once again. Given the scale of the clash, Chief Ma Jun had even called in the mobile unit for support. Li Yongsun nodded. We're all comrades. Any help we can offer, we will. A young officer beside him asked, puzzled. Chief, since we're already in position, why not move in and arrest them now? Li Yongsun patiently explained, they fought themselves into a blood frenzy. A premature intervention risks unnecessary casualties. It's wiser to wait until they're exhausted, then move indecisively. Besides, our role is strictly supportive. We stand ready to coordinate, nothing more. After 10 grueling exchanges, Tank bore numerous wounds. Had his underlings not rushed forward to shield him repeatedly, Fei Quan would likely have ended him already. Boss, we can't hold out much longer. Fall back now. Tank saw Ding Guanzai sprinting toward him, shouting desperately, presumably intending to join forces against Fei Quan. But upon closer look, Ding Guanzai himself was wounded, blood oozing steadily from his shoulder, staining half his shirt crimson, pursued relentlessly by a single attacker. What the hell are you doing, leading him straight to me? Tank roared in fury while fending off Fei Quan. I thought you'd assumed I'd already taken down Fei Quan. I meant to lure him here, so we could finish him together. Tank realized he'd soon perish if the fight continued. He had to retreat. Brothers, give everything you've got against these Hing scum. Just as Tank finished shouting, preparing to slip away, Ding Guanzai dropped low and a flash of steel sliced through the air. A sharp shriek, Ahua's blade intended for Ding Guanzai instead grazed Tank's neck as Ding Guanzai evaded. A sudden violent spray of blood erupted like a fountain. Tank clutched his throat with one hand, while pointing accusingly at Ding Guanzai with the other, unsure whether pleading for aid or cursing his betrayal. Seeing Ahua rush toward him again, and Fei Quan clearing away Ho Wensheng underlings blocking his path, Ding Guanzai panicked utterly, grabbed 2 nearby men and hurled them at Ahua, then fled at full speed. By the time Ahua cut down the 2 men, Ding Guanzai had vanished into the distance. Tank is dead. Follow me and slaughter these Ho Wensheng lackeys. With that cry, Ahua charged anew into the fray. The cops are here, scatter. A shout rang out. Ho Wensheng underlings, already poised to flee after Tank's death, found escape blocked. The outer ring had broken free, leaving those inside trapped and surrounded. They retreated while fighting, then spotting police surged toward them like drowning men seeing land. Hing fighters were merciless. They hacked to kill. Better to fall into police hands, the Triad would secure their bail. Fei Quan clapped Ahua on the shoulder. Fine work, young man. Come with me. We'll lie low from the cops for now, then I'll take you to meet the boss later. Yes, sir. I'll follow brother Fei Quan's lead. Meanwhile, at Ho Wensheng's tea house, Deng Fei and senior elders gathered once more. Shui Ji wore a grave expression. Uncle Deng, Tank has gone to sell salted duck eggs. Our underlings suffered heavy losses, and some have been arrested by the police. Arrested? They practically handed themselves over. We meant to polish our reputation, but instead exposed our bare backsides. Ho Wensheng has suffered a monumental humiliation tonight. Chuan Bao, what exactly do you mean by that? Were Tank and his men not acting on behalf of the Triad? If you can't speak sense, stay silent. In my view, this failure stemmed from inadequate reinforcement. If elite fighters had been sent instead of mere lantern bearers, Lin the madman's forces would have been shattered long ago. Tai Pahei, incensed by Chuan Bao's veiled sarcasm, exploded in rage. Upon hearing this, the elders' faces darkened, and their glances toward Tai Pahei turned sharply hostile. Yes, we dispatched lantern bearers, but at least we sent someone. Must you publicly shame us so brazenly? Do we have no dignity left? By the way, what about Brother Locke? Wasn't it agreed we'd attack from two fronts? Lao Gui Bung, sensing tension rising swiftly, changed the subject. Two fronts. Brother Locke is nearly pissing blood. He's reassigned even his reinforcements to guard his own venues. Tai Pahei slammed the table hard. Chuan Bao, you jump on everyone who speaks. Have you taken money from Lin the Madman too? Lin the Madman only hired Jia Qian Wu. Why can't we hire someone? Chuan Bao smiled faintly. Fine. Pay the fees and cover all medical costs, and I'll follow your lead. You damn. Enough. We're all one triad. Bickering like this brings shame upon us all. Please, have tea. Seeing the situation spiraling, Deng Fei invoked the sacred ritual of tea service to halt the quarrel. Please, have tea. All replied in unison. Chui Ji sipped his tea and said, Uncle Deng, shall we invite Jiang Tianxing for a talk? Talk? About what? Desang started this mess, and then vanished without a trace, leaving us with nothing but wreckage. Why did we fight Lin Fengzi, and why only Lin Fengzi? Deng Fei pondered for a moment, then said, Chuan Bao, if you have something to say, just say it. Chuan Bao adjusted his glasses. We fought Lin Fengzi to reclaim Desang's territory, but his turf isn't limited to Wusong Street. There's also the Fruit Market District. If we strike Lin Fengzi again, he might call in other regional leaders of Hung Hing, and that could escalate into a full-scale war. We're not guaranteed an advantage. But Hung Yi is different. They struck first, so our retaliation would be justified and grounded in principle. In terms of scale and manpower, Hung Yi is inferior to us. Even if war erupts, we hold the upper hand, and may even seize part of their territory. Upon hearing the words Fruit Market and Chuan Bao's analysis, De Puhe, who had earlier bristled at Chuan Bao's remarks, immediately forgot his grievance. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, Chuan Bao is absolutely right. Striking Hung Yi gives us moral high ground, and what we lost against Lin Fengzi we can reclaim from them. After listening, Deng Fei deemed the plan viable and turned to Chui Ji. You speak with Jiang Tianxing and Lin Fengzi first. Even if we move against Hung Yi, we must settle matters with Hung Hing beforehand, lest we face a two-front war. Normally, Deng Fei would personally negotiate with major triads, but this time their provocation against Lian Sheng had preceded a failed counterstrike. He felt it more appropriate for Chui Ji to take the lead. After all, Chui Ji was Lian Sheng's acting leader. Yes, Uncle Deng, Chui Ji replied, visibly elated. Such opportunities to step into the spotlight were rare. Also, keep this strictly confidential. Don't let word leak out prematurely. Understood, Uncle Deng, the others responded in unison. This situation differed from the last. Previously, when Deng Fei dismissed De Di and appointed Locke, astute observers understood he was paving the way for Locke. De Puhe merely benefited incidentally. De Puhe himself knew this well, which was precisely why he delegated leadership to his top lieutenant while staying conspicuously absent. Only De Di had failed to grasp the implication. Even victory would yield little gain. Yet bound by loyalty to the syndicate's banner, they dispatched Lan Deng Long as a token gesture. This time, however, striking Hung Yi offered opportunity for all. Such path-paving maneuvers could succeed once, but not twice. Repetition would fracture morale. Lin Shi Boxing Academy. Lin Feng's private office. Hello, Fei Quan. Yes, I understand. Arrange for the injured to go to the hospital and have Jimmy contact a lawyer for bail. Fine. Bring them to the academy tomorrow for my inspection. Right, see you then. I'm heading back now. We'll discuss further at noon tomorrow. Though Lin Feng hadn't stepped into the ring for years, he always waited at the academy during group operations, ready to receive reports the moment his men returned victorious. Moreover, he routinely deployed a 3-man personal guard unit to shadow each operation, both to deter ambushes by adversaries and, if necessary, to deliver decisive strikes of their own. Morning light filtered through the narrow gaps in the curtains. Mountains often appear majestic from afar, but scaling them reveals a deeper, more profound beauty. Ding-ling-ling. Just as Lin Feng exerted himself, his phone rang, an ill-timed interruption. He picked it up and saw the caller ID Jiang Tianxing. Hello, Brother Sheng. Apologies, I'm in the middle of morning training. What? Chui Ji of Lian Sheng. What's there to discuss? They struck first. I see. Since Brother Sheng has spoken, I'll grant Chui Ji this courtesy. Noon at Yuguchi. Understood, I'll be there. Lin Feng tossed his phone aside and accelerated toward Yuguchi. First, he briefed Fei Quan, then departed early with Wan and Shui, his rotating bodyguards. He owed Jiang Tianxing face, certainly couldn't make him wait outside Yuguchi. Scarcely had Lin Feng arrived when Jiang Tianxing appeared escorted by his men. Brother Sheng. Lin Feng greeted him with respectful deference, consciously affording him full dignity before Jiang's subordinates. Jiang Tianxing's expression stiffened momentarily, but swiftly softened into a practiced smile. Stepping forward, he clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, Ah Feng, I've heard about your recent clash with Lian Sheng. Excellent work. You've upheld Hung Hing's honor. Rest assured, should you need anything, the syndicate stands behind you unwaveringly. Thank you, Brother Sheng. I'll reach out if needed. Good. Let's meet Lien Sheng's representatives. Once seated in Yuguchi's private room, Lin Feng turned to Chue Ji and asked, "What new game are you Lien Sheng playing now?" Lin Feng. First you seized Desang's Wusong Street, then had Tank taken down. I'd like to know your game. Are you mad? Desang suddenly went berserk, leading men to seize my turf. Was my defense unjust? As for Tank, he's no novice. A few knife wounds. Hardly extraordinary. Extraordinary. Hardly. If a slit throat qualifies as normal, then what's abnormal? Being minced in a sausage. Chue Ji slammed the table. Where's Desang? Let him come out and explain what really happened. Desang isn't in my custody. I can't produce him. You. Enough. Desang walks free. Perhaps he's simply lost faith in Triad life and gone into business. Hearing this, not only Chue Ji, but even Jiang Tianxing stared blankly, thinking inwardly. Desang. The man can barely read his own name. Business. He wouldn't land a role in a low-budget film, more likely peddling salted duck eggs in the underworld. Is Hung Hing declaring war on Lien Sheng? Frustrated by Lin Feng's evasiveness, Chue Ji's temper flared. He glared at Jiang Tianxing. Jiang Tianxing remained serene, smiling gently as he replied. At its core, Hung Hing holds the moral high ground. Should Lien Sheng wish war, we accept. Yet I advise you consult Uncle Deng before making such a decision. Jiang Tianxing refused to cede Hung Hing's authority, accepting the challenge outright, while subtly undermining Chue Ji's legitimacy, implying he lacked final say. Chue Ji, let's abide by syndicate rules. If you seize Wusong Street within 3 days, it's yours. Fail, and it remains mine. Moreover, Desang's affair bears your fingerprints. Having schemed against me, you'd best prepare for my reckoning. Chue Ji frowned. What proof do you have? Lin Feng, observing Chue Ji's lack of guile, chose silence. Go ask Uncle Deng yourself. Thus ended the negotiation with Lien Sheng. Before departing, Jiang Tianxing reaffirmed to Lin Feng even if war erupted, Hung Hing would stand with him, unconditionally. Back at Linsher Boxing Academy, Jimmy and Fei Quan, along with their men, had been waiting for some time. Big brother. Brother boss. Were the brothers arrested by police, successfully bailed out? How are those hospitalized? Lin Feng asked Jimmy and Fei Quan. Jimmy replied, one call from Lawyer Chen settled everything. This isn't our first rodeo. The station knows how tenacious he is, and raised no further obstacles. Fei Quan added the lightly wounded applied Big Brother's ointment, fully recovered. 33 suffered serious injuries, but all are stabilized. No amputations occurred, they're now receiving inpatient care. 6 fell in battle. Fei Quan. Ensure the hospitalized brothers receive meticulous care. As for the fallen, their families must be supported, without exception or delay. Rest easy, Big Brother. The arrangements are complete. Lin Feng asked, by the way, I heard one brother performed exceptionally last night. Is he here? Yes. Ahua stepped forward and pay respects to Big Brother. At Fei Quan's call, Ahua burst forth from the crowd, trembling with excitement, while his peers watched in envy, especially Wu Ying, who longed to take his place. Big Brother. Ahua felled numerous Lien Sheng members, and took down Tank himself. Another called Deng Guanzi would have fallen too, if he hadn't fled. Lin Feng studied him closely, a familiar face. Time to deepen my familiarity with the rank and file. There may yet be hidden titans among them, Jing Jia and others. No wonder Lin Feng hadn't recognized Ahua. His hundreds of underlings plus those working in counterfeit factories made full acquaintance impossible. Brother boss, Ahua bowed deeply. Lin Feng clapped Ahua on the shoulder, then addressed the assembled men. Last night's performance, every brother stood tall. You pressed Lien Sheng relentlessly, not because of luck, but discipline. Your sweat and training bore fruit tonight. I promised advancement for excellence. Though only day 1 has passed, Ahua's valor was unmistakable to all. Therefore I entrust half of Wusong Street to his stewardship. The remaining half will go to whoever proves most outstanding and delivers greatest merit over the next 2 days. At Lin Feng's words, Ahua flushed crimson with exhilaration. Though promised promotion, he'd never imagined being entrusted with half a street. He'd hoped for 1 or 2 venues, yet received a far greater boon. Brother boss, I swear your trust won't be betrayed. I'll uphold your honor without fail. Lin Feng patted Ahua on the shoulder. I trust you. From now on, just call me Big Brother like Fei Quan and the others. He paused, then his tone grew serious. In a little while I will transfer you to 3,000,000 as your personal bonus and 2,000,000 as your startup capital. You may recruit your own subordinates, but remember this, do not allow Daoyu among my men, and do not let members of other groups come into the venue to hawk goods or sell drugs. From now on, 30% of the venue's income will be handed to the gang through the boxing gym. Of the remainder, you take 10%, and 60% goes into the gym's wage pool to be used for salaries, bonuses, and operating expenses, including production costs. Our main income does not come from the pay-per-view venues, but from the counterfeit goods logistics and takeout operations managed by Jimmy. You will receive a share of that as well, and Jimmy will coordinate with you. Strictly speaking, Jimmy is not a member of the gang. He was vending when he ran into Lin Feng during a street fight, intervened, beat someone up, and then began following Lin Feng. The reason Lin Feng set up the gym's wage pool and lavished benefits on his men beyond buying loyalty was, above all, he possessed a mobile cadre of formidable men. The illicit money in his hands was so vast he could not even reckon it. There was simply no end to it. All the benefits to his subordinates were paid in cash. This was also why, as things normalized, he gradually pulled back from direct action. He had special operatives and expendable fighters at his command and pockets full of inexhaustible cash. Why risk life and limb fighting over turf when that time could be spent chasing a few more women? The only problem was that such sums were conspicuous. He would need to set up a casino or produce films to launder the money. Big brother, don't worry, I understand. As Lin Feng explained the rules to Ahua, the men below buzzed with excitement. Ahua, who had been a low-level foot soldier only yesterday, had today shot to the top. Truly a meteoric rise. Was it not just because he had fought often and gotten lucky? I can do it too. One by one they cracked their knuckles, eager for night to fall so they could go at He Liansheng's men. None were more impatient than Wu Ying. His brother Hua had already ascended. If he rose next, the scene, just imagining it, filled him with exquisite delight. Wu Ying's cleaver hungered for blood. After firing his men up with a pep talk, Lin Feng paid no mind to their daydreams and boasts. He was about to go find Wan Mei when his phone rang again. It was Jiang Tiansheng. Hello, brother Sheng, what is it this time? What? Stop. They are attacking me on behalf of He Liansheng. Wouldn't it be fine if they simply stayed away? Wu Zhaonan. All right, I'll arrange it. After hanging up, Lin Feng fell into thought. It seemed He Liansheng had other plans. Moreover, the likelihood of success was high and the gains would be substantial enough at least to offset the loss of Wu Songjia. Otherwise, He Liansheng would not have chosen to stand down on the first day, as that would have sapped his men's faith in the gang. Jiang Tiansheng had probably made some private deal with Deng Fei. He could not have reversed himself so quickly otherwise. After reporting back to Deng Fei likely surmised the truth. That Lu had been involved in the Desang affair rather than merely lending a hand as claimed. It implicated Deng Fei's designated successor, since he was about to move against Hong. Anyway, Deng Fei chose to cut the Gordian knot. Abandon Wu Songjie, give Lin Feng 5 million more, and tell Jia Qianwu to stop causing trouble in Zhudan, so that Lu will not be left empty-handed in the campaign against Hong Yi. Deng Fei did not expect to buy off Jia Qianwu with money. Though Jia Qianwu loved money, his reputation and independence were unique. Even if Jia Qianwu could be handled without a deal with Lin Feng, there was the risk that Lin Feng would stab them in the back during the attack on Hong Yi. Lin Feng's nickname Lin the Mad was not given for nothing. Lin Feng then phoned Jia Qianwu. Wu, when you come to settle accounts at dusk, leave the weapons at home. The operation is called off. Yes, He Liansheng has backed down. In the boxing gym, Lin Feng stood at the front and addressed his men. Brothers, we just received word. He Liansheng has come to terms and admitted defeat. Therefore, this operation ends here. The moment Lin Feng finished, the boastful men below exploded in outrage and curses. Damn, He Liansheng's lot are too weak. They surrendered on the first day. Exactly. We were planning to take a few more swings at them tonight. They pick and choose when to fight. Screw that. Let's take Zhudan ourselves. That might open more seats at the top. They were still scheming to rise in rank, but with He Liansheng yielding, how could they? A few clever ones proposed attacking Zhudan to create more chances for promotion. Lin Feng raised his hand to hush them. Silence. I know you all have opinions, but the gang has already negotiated with He Liansheng. Arguing further is pointless. Although this operation ends now, there will be many other opportunities. Anyone who performs exceptionally can still move up. Furthermore, to reward everyone's fervor, I have decided that every participating brother will receive an extra 100, those lightly injured 200, the severely injured in hospital 500, and for the dead an additional 100 as resettlement money. Big boss, how generous. Lin Feng's words drew cheers. Jimmy and the rest of you 500 each. Also go to the basement and bring up cashew. I have time now and will hand it out personally. All right, thanks, big brother. After distributing the money, Lin Feng sent them off to work and warned them not to grow complacent just because they had made peace with He Liansheng. The phone rang again. Lin Feng assumed it was Jiang Tiansheng, but it was Wan Mei. Had she grown fond of the taste and become addicted? After answering, he realized he had worried for nothing. Wan Mei had gone to her grandmother's, saying she missed her and would stay a few days to keep her company. Damn, could it be that after I left she recovered and ran back on her own? He Liansheng folded too quickly. Oh, I thought we could keep hitting them for a few more days. What a pity. Jia Qianwu hoisted a few wads of cash to his nose and inhaled greedily, wrapped with pleasure. Next time, remember to hire me. When the money is right, even saints get cut down. After stuffing the cash into a box, Jia Qianwu prepared to leave. Wait, it will go back and count how many of your men took part, how many were disabled, and how many were killed. For each person who took part in the attacks, an extra 500 for the disabled, 500, for the dead, 100. Once tallied, check with Jimmy to collect the money. For the disabled and the bereaved whose families can no longer make ends meet, any willing and steady workers can go to my factory to work. Even the old men can be given cleaning jobs and the like. Consider it a token of my concern." Jia Qianwu turned back abruptly serious. "Are you for real?" One could not blame Jia Qianwu. His men were not Hong Xing's. They were hired hands. They were paid for what they did, and any casualties were not Lin Feng's responsibility. Even among the gangs, no boss was quite like Lin Feng. He said calmly, "Do I look as if I'm joking? We've known each other a long time. I consider this me doing you a favor. If someone asks you to go after me in the future, let me know before you agree, or if you hear anything adverse about me, just tell me. Of course your pay will not be reduced. Fine, I will owe you this favor." With that, Jia Qianwu left with the cash. Lin Feng was not suddenly benevolent. He believed that the men Jia Qianwu brought were either elite fighters or seasoned veterans. No one would dare make that living without skill. Spending an extra few $100,000 was nothing to Lin Feng. To say nothing else, the more than 10 million from the arduous Desang drug sales and the 5+ million from He Lianxing had not been exhausted. There was simply too much money. A little spending could burnish Lin Feng's reputation for generosity. Next time he called men, those who answered would fight harder than ever. Unexpected benefits might follow. Another day passed. Just after Lin Feng had finished his pep talk in the gym, Hua hurried and came up to Lin Feng and said, "Big brother, something happened to Hong Yi last night." "Was it He Lianxing?" "You guessed it, big brother. Last night, He Lianxing, under the pretense of vying with Hong Yi for the Desang turf in Kowloon, launched a surprise attack on Hong Yi. Hong Yi not only lost his turf in Kowloon, he also lost several venues on other streets." "What? Is He Lianxing that fierce?" He Lianxing deployed mostly elite units this time, and their secrecy was impeccable. Their men only learned the target was Hong Yi at the last moment. Hong Yi may have heard a rumor and taken some precautions, but not enough. He assumed He Lianxing would not concede so quickly. He was caught off guard by He Lianxing's sudden assault. If some venues had not been surrounded by too many other gangs, thus risking unnecessary complications, He Lianxing might have cleared Hong Yi out of Yuma Di. Lin Feng waved his hand. "Forget them. Guard our own turf. If anyone comes and makes trouble, whoever they are, strike first and ask questions later." Since Lin Feng emerged, Yuma Di had seen gang fights break out from time to time. The recent changes in Yuma Di left the other gangs on Gang Dao bewildered. Only days earlier, He Lianxing had been locked in fierce clashes with Hong Xing and Lin the Mad. Before a victor could be decided, He Lianxing shifted focus and struck Hong Yi, nearly driving him out of Yuma Di. "Deng Fei, what are you and He Lianxing playing at? Can't beat Lin the Mad, so you pick on our Hong Yi. Do you take us for soft targets?" Hong Yi's boss, Zhong Zhen, roared into the phone. "Zhen, don't talk to me like that. Do you think you have no share in the Desang turf? You want to take advantage and yet avoid our blows. There's no such free ride." Furious Zhong Zhen sneered. "Fine, we'll see about that. You and He Lianxing provoked Hong Xing first and now come for Hong Yi. I don't believe you can withstand us." He Lianxing's banner has stood on Gang Dao for so many years, tens of thousands make their living under it. If you want war, well oblige. At Xing Xiang's place, someone asked, "Uncle Jing, now that He Lianxing is fighting both Hong Xing and Hong Yi, should we step in?" Boss Deng Fei is not a fool who fights on two fronts. If he dares to attack Hong, he has likely already made terms with Hong Xing. Even if we intend to intervene, there is no need to act rashly. We can watch and wait a little longer. In the impatient one, as you know. Since a June switched sides, He Lianxing has kept giving Xing trouble. If we don't teach them a hard lesson, I will not be able to swallow this anger. Hong Xing's main hall. Wow, I heard that Lin Feng was quite impressive a few days ago, not only suppressing He Lianxing, but also taking down a street. He really brought honor to our Hong Xing. As soon as Baji finished speaking, Dubby disdainfully replied, "Brother Ji, Lin Feng is backed by the gang, and He Lianxing doesn't dare to fight back. What's so surprising about taking down a street? You're putting in so much effort to brag about him without getting paid for it." Dubby didn't have any personal enmity with Lin Feng, but mainly Lin Feng had been gaining too much attention in the past 2 years, overshadowing him in Hong Xing, which made it difficult for him to push Qin Haonan out of the position of the red stick. Seeing Baji continuously praising Lin Feng, Dubby couldn't help but interject a few remarks. Baji's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Just as he was about to smooth things over, the carefree Fei stepped in first, picking his nose and saying, "Brother B, you're mistaken. This time the gang didn't intervene. Lin Feng took down a street from He Lianxing all by himself. Isn't that impressive enough?" De Fei, brother B didn't mean anything else. Before Lin Feng even entered, he heard the loud noise inside. Upon entering, he discovered that De Fei and Baji were arguing with Dubby and Chun Haonan, while the others were watching them like a show. "What's all this commotion about? What are you all discussing?" The crowd turned their attention to Lin Feng as he arrived, and even those who were bickering stopped. "Ah Feng, you're here. They were talking about your impressive deeds a few days ago." After greeting Lin Feng, Shisanmai explained the situation to him. After Lin Feng found a chair to sit down, he casually said, "Those were just minor matters, not worth mentioning." Shanji looked at Lin Feng with a casual expression, thinking he was just putting on airs, and then replied, "I also think it's a minor matter. If it were our brother, then he would have at least taken down 2 streets. Defei scoffed. At least 2 streets. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? What? Did you clear out all of Causeway Bay? Debee's expression darkened. Defei, when I was speaking earlier, you interrupted. Now that my little brother is talking, you interrupt again. Do you have a problem with us people from Causeway Bay? Defei casually flicked his fingers and said, Brother B, do I not have the right to speak? Am I not allowed to speak while your little brother is talking? Lin Feng glanced over and was immediately disgusted. Damn. Defei was flicking what looked like boogers, and they were half solidified, unable to be flicked off. Lin Feng quietly shifted away, quickly distancing himself from Defei. Exactly, as the older brother, you're not behaving like one. And as the younger brother, you don't even know your place. DB, can't you even teach your little brother? As a hoarse voice sounded, Liang Kuan walked in, scratching his groin and then sniffing his hand afterward. Liang Kuan, what do you mean by that? You. Shanji, seeing Liang Kuan humiliating Debi like this, stepped forward to confront Liang Kuan, pointing at him, ready to seek justice for Debi, but before he could finish speaking. Smack. Liang Kuan slapped Shanji hard and said, What's your identity? What's my identity? How dare you point at me and speak like that? Shanji covered his face and shouted defiantly, Before Guan Er, Yi, there's no distinction of size. Smack. Liang Kuan slapped him again, slowly saying, Before Guan Er, Yi, there's no distinction of size, but respect must be established. Seeing Shanji getting slapped twice by Liang Kuan, the 4 tigers of Causeway Bay quickly stepped forward to stand by Shanji, while the silly Chong beside Liang Kuan also brought people forward, confronting the 5 tigers of Causeway Bay like a bullfight. Debi slammed his hand on the table, standing up angrily and saying, Enough. Akuan, my little brother, has his own way of teaching. Who gave you the right to hit him? Defei, Brother B, he's being disrespectful. It's good to teach him a lesson. It's better for our own people to fight than to get harmed by outsiders, right? Defei, are you trying to go against me today? I'll spit. Debi saw Defei's sarcastic tone again, turned his head to say something, and a mysterious object flew into his mouth. Realizing something had entered his mouth, he instinctively closed it, followed by a spit. Not only did he not spit it out, but it also got stuck to his upper teeth, salty and gooey, when he pushed his tongue against it. Damn, that's Defei's booger. Debi hurriedly used his fingers to pick it out and quickly grabbed the teacup beside him to rinse his mouth. Everyone was stunned by this turn of events, and Defei was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect that after all the previous failures it would end up into BS mouth this time. This must be fate. Defei, how dare you flick boogers into my mouth? Do you want to die? After rinsing his mouth, Debi roared and was ready to charge at Defei. Is everyone here? What's going on that's so lively? Let's sit down and discuss it. At this critical moment, Jiang Tianxing appeared right on time. Hello, Mr. Jiang Shenggu. After Jiang Tianxing sat down in the main seat, he smiled and said, We're all brothers here. Whatever the issue is, let's resolve it. We don't want outsiders to laugh at us. Seeing Jiang Tianxing speak, Debi, who usually prides himself on being the right-hand man, immediately lowered his voice. The gang has been able to develop and prosper continuously over the years, and everyone here has made significant contributions. Where? Thanks to Mr. Jiang's leadership, the gang has become so strong, giving us face outside as well. Baji, ever the opportunist, quickly praised Jiang Tianxing with a sycophantic smile. Jiang Tianxing was quite pleased with Baji's flattery, saying, I'm just doing what I should do. This also cannot be separated from everyone's support. The reason for gathering everyone here is regarding Afeng's matter in Yaomati with He Lianxing. Afeng did very well and did not tarnish the gang's name. Everyone has witnessed Afeng's performance over the years, so I plan to establish a hall in Yaomati with Afeng as the person in charge of the hall. The hall master. Does anyone have any objections? No doubt Lin Feng was just a red stick and not the person in charge of the hall. Moreover, previously Hongxing did not have a hall in Yaomati. There were still quite a few big bottoms like Lin Feng and Hongxing. Defei was one of them and was extremely loyal, capable of recruiting hundreds of little brothers at any time. Though not a person in charge, his status in the underworld was even greater than that of ordinary persons in charge. Mr. Jiang is indeed wise. Afeng's contributions are enough to qualify him for the position of person in charge. With Mr. Jiang here, it would be hard for Hongxing not to prosper. Seeing that Jiang Tianxing had spoken and not wanting to offend Lin Feng for no reason, everyone expressed no objections, and even Debi remained silent. Since that's the case, Afeng, find a chair and sit up here. From now on, you will be the person in charge of the Yaomati Hall. Lin Feng didn't really care about the identity of the person in charge. As long as he was powerful, even if he wasn't the person in charge, no one would dare to provoke him. However, since Jiang Tianxing was giving him face, he didn't want to refuse and sat down next to Baji. Thank you, Dragonhead, for your support, and thank you to all the big brothers. To show my gratitude, I'll treat everyone tonight. Let's not leave until we're drunk at the Roman Hotel, and I hope the Dragonhead and all the big brothers will honor me with your presence. While off phone, you're going to splurge. I wonder if there will be abalone. Baji was always the first to join in, wearing a lecherous smile. If Brother G says so, there will definitely be. I'll arrange for you 2 heads of foreign abalone, both white and black. Seeing Lin Feng chatting and laughing with the other persons in charge, Chen Haonan below looked enviously. He joined the gang even earlier than Lin Feng, and now Lin Feng had already become the person in charge while he was still just a 4'9", who wasn't even a red stick. However, he believed that it was just because he hadn't encountered any opportunities. He Chen Haonan was no worse than Lin Feng. 2 days have passed since Lin Feng became the person in charge of Yao Mati. The conflict between He Lianxing and Hong Yi and Yao Mati has also come to an end. Hong Yi not only failed to regain control of the Guolan territory, but also lost several venues in other streets, indicating that He Lianxing was intent on breaking Hong Yi apart. In the end, Zhong Jun found Jiang Tianxing as a mediator to negotiate with He Lianxing, but the specific process was unknown to anyone. After the negotiations, both sides ceased hostilities, leaving the new record by the sidelines quite disappointed. Lin Feng suspected that Jiang Tianxing had previously reached some agreement with Deng Fei in private, which led to the truce with He Lianxing. It's also possible that he aimed to use He Lianxing's hands to weaken Hong Yi. Jiang Tianxing likely wanted to incorporate and integrate Hong Yi, since Hong Yi was one of the gangs that had split from Hongxing originally. However, the outcome was probably not ideal. Moreover, Deng Fei didn't want Hongxing to continue growing, as it would squeeze his and He Lianxing's living space. Lin Feng didn't care much about the matters between the gangs. What he was concerned about now was how to quickly launder the dirty money. In the Lin family boxing gym in Yao Mati, within Lin Feng's lounge, he gathered his 4 little brothers and inquired how the arrangements from a year ago were progressing. Hua was a side note. After all, he had just taken office for a few days, but there were some matters he could let him know. Big brother, so far we have secretly acquired 12 small and medium-sized newspapers. As for the television station, most of the shares of wireless television are in Sir Xiao's hands, and he has a very strong desire for control. The shares we can acquire are limited and have reached the limit. Continuing to buy would risk exposure. The shares of Asia Television are held by Chiu Jin and Lin Xian with 50 and 20 respectively. Through agreements signed with other minority shareholders, we hold 15 of the shares. As long as Big Brother needs it, we can instantly convert the agreements to make you the 3rd largest shareholder of Asia Television. Lin Feng nodded. Good job, Jimmy. We can hold off on wireless television for now. Continue acquiring Asia Television's shares if possible, especially keep an eye on Chiu Jin's shares. If he shows any intention to transfer, communicate promptly. The newspapers can remain as they are for now. By the way, how is the entertainment company and the acquisition of the office building that you registered some time ago? Jimmy reported, Baijia Entertainment has already been registered, but it's still just a shell. The office building is located near the Temple Street Night Market, called Jia Building. We are currently acquiring individual units. Before Jimmy could finish, Lin Feng interrupted. Wait, did you say it's called Jia Building? Is that for office or residential use? Jimmy was a bit puzzled by Lin Feng's strong reaction. Both office and residential. What's wrong, Big Brother? Didn't you ask for a combination of both? Is there a problem? It turns out there are offices too. It seems to be a case of the same name. I was just worried that suddenly one day the addition of money would transform Wang Wu into a human king. Oh, it's nothing. Continue. We have only acquired less than 3 floors so far. To acquire all 17 floors will take some time. Lin Feng waved his hand. No rush, take your time. You can renovate while acquiring. It doesn't make sense to be spread out in the tenement building. Oh, if anything supernatural happens in Jia Building, make sure to notify me immediately. Got it, Big Brother. Jimmy agreed, though he didn't quite understand. Lin Feng then asked, what about the security company? Have you found one that can be acquired? Preferably one with gun permits. Big Brother, I've been keeping an eye out, but we don't have enough money left. You still need to build the nightclub, and most of the money has been spent with some being unclean. Lin Feng, just keep an eye on it for now. Once the nightclub is built and opens, it will be a money-making machine. The entertainment company can also make movies to launder money. Once it gets on track, everything will be fine. Lin Feng looked at Fei Qian, Fei Quan, and Hua and asked, how are things going on your end? We've followed Big Brother's instructions. The newly recruited little brothers have all registered with the property company and have been equipped with electric batons, and other gear. Don't forget to also supplement the number of visible little brothers. We can't have a shortage of manpower. Got it, Big Brother. After inquiring and arranging a few matters, Lin Feng sent them off to get to work. He initiated recruitment advertisements in newspapers for some management talents, so that if Jimmy suddenly passed away one day, Baijia Entertainment would also need to hire people. Although Lin Feng wasn't lacking in money, now that money was dirty. The urgent task was still to have a channel for money laundering, allowing him to have a legitimate source of income. He had never forgotten the initial goal of coming here. Acquiring television stations and newspapers to control public opinion and opening an entertainment company to produce films for money laundering could not only increase his fame and expand his influence, but most importantly, it would allow him to attract beautiful women. Because Lin Feng had already joined the syndicate before crossing over and had now become Hongxing's authority in Yumadi, that stain could not be wiped clean, and Lin Feng had no intention of rehabilitating his image like Jiang Tianxing. Once your name is on the roster, you are of the syndicate for a day and for life. Being whitewashed will not erase it with a single stroke. Therefore, Lin Feng had no plan to abandon this identity, With the syndicate as part of his status, it might even be advantageous for his ventures. Xinji's Yongxin Company was a fine example. Backed by the syndicate, its development proceeded more smoothly than most enterprises. Lin Feng had asked Jimmy to keep an eye on acquiring a security company intending to tie property management and factories to that firm. The heads of each street would be given the title of manager, while the underlings were listed as ordinary employees. They would be equipped with batons and collapsible sticks, using the venues to finance and sustain the men. They planned to open 2 more clubs that combine night bars and entertainment, one serving the middle and lower classes, the other catering to the upper echelon. This would both kindle ambition among the lower ranks and satisfy the upper class's sense of superiority, forging the region's premier place of revelry. It would profit from both the rich and the poor, while serving as an intelligence-gathering conduit. The foot soldiers could moonlight as staff to maintain order so that some landlords would think twice. They could also run deliveries and food orders. When it was time to rough up enemies, they would return to their true trade. The batons and sticks were not mere decorations. They would serve to deter proprietors, and if a thug was arrested by the police, there would be an explanation ready. After collecting wages and benefits, they could spend the money in the boss-owned nightclubs, forming a profitable cycle. How did you come over? You didn't even tell me, Wan Mei said, looking at Lin Feng's sudden arrival with a touch of guilt. Lin Feng smiled. Haven't I neglected visiting Grandma for a while? Now that things are settled, I came by to see her. Grandmother took Lin Feng's hand. Good Xiao Feng, you are thoughtful. Not only did you help cure me, and Xiao Mei, you often come to see this old woman. Xiao Mei was fortunate to meet you. From now on, just come yourself. There is no need to bring things. I am an old woman and do not eat much. That is only right. If you had not refused Xiao Mei, and I had planned to bring you to live with us. Grandma waved her hand. I am used to living here. The neighbors are old acquaintances, and there are people to talk with. Grandma shifted her tone. But when you and Xiao Mei have children, I can help look after them for you. Grandma, what are you saying? Wan Mei blushed instantly when her grandmother spoke of children, glancing at Lin Feng as if struck by a sudden thought. Grandma opened her mouth to continue, but a clear voice came from the doorway. Xiao Mei, the meal is ready. Oh, Ling asked me to call you over. A small head peered through the slightly ajar door as someone asked, Oh, Xiao Mei, do you have a guest? Wan Mei glanced at Lin Feng and hesitated. Xiao Min, tell Sister Ling we will not go this time. I'll treat you all next time. A few days earlier, Wan Mei had brought gifts for Luo Huiling and the others and shared a meal with them. They had agreed that when Luo Huiling had time, Wan Mei and her grandmother would visit for another meal. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng arrived today. Because of Wan Mei, he knew Luo Huiling and the others, but back then his mental state had been unstable and a misunderstanding had left Luo Huiling somewhat cold toward him. Wan Mei did not want to bring Lin Feng without permission, fearing another misunderstanding if they met. Lin Feng noticed Wan Mei's glance and felt slightly awkward. Even in his unhinged state, he remembered 2 things clearly: brawls and the girls. If he encountered them, he would not let them go, but he had been a little mad then, perhaps reminding Luo Huiling of Ding Xia, causing her to guard against Lin Feng as if against a thief. So Brother Feng is here. If you don't mind, Brother Feng, you can join us. It's only an extra pair of chopsticks, Feng Min said, warmly unaware of the tension. Lin Feng feigned modesty. How could I presume? Yet your kindness is hard to refuse. Very well, I'll shamelessly impose for a little. Why did it take you so long to come? Hurry and sit down and eat. It's you. What are you doing here? Luo Huiling had welcomed Wan Mei and the others to sit, but when she saw Lin Feng trailing behind, her expression hardened. Sister Ling, I invited Brother Feng. He came to visit Xiao Mei's grandmother today. Since he knows us, I thought to bring him along. Lin Feng entered and greeted the 3 at the table. Sister Ling, Xiao Ting, Xiao Feng, long time no see. Luo Huiling was undeniably striking, fair-featured, sculpted features, and a lithe, alluring figure. A simple shirt hugged her curves, and paired with dark denim accentuated her form. Hello, Brother Feng. The Feng sisters returned the greeting politely. Xiao Mei, come sit down, I'm starving. Sensing the awkward mood, Feng Ting hurried everyone to eat. After the meal, Luo Huiling sought a moment alone with Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I hope you will no longer interfere in our family's life. Midway through her sentence, she caught Lin Feng's eyes and snapped angrily. What are you staring at? Is it that appealing? Mind your own eyes. Lin Feng could not help muttering, quite ample. Oh, what did you say earlier? He had stolen a few glances at her figure. Being caught, he took it in stride. Suppressing her fury, Luo Huiling said, I mean it. Do not appear before my family again. Sister Ling, do you have some misunderstanding about me? Lin Feng asked. Don't play innocent, you know your motives. We are not right for each other, and aren't you already with Ame? Sister Ling, rest assured, I do not mind, Lin Feng blurted. Hearing him, Luo Huiling grew angrier. Who gave him the right to decide whether he minded? She was about to erupt when Lin Feng interrupted. Sister Ling, listen to me. Because of Feng Jin's matter, the Feng family has an enmity with the Ding family. You know that already. Do you think the Ding brothers will spare the Feng sisters? And Ding Xia is merely imprisoned. Sooner or later he will return. Given his obsession with you, even you are not safe. What can you do to protect the Feng sisters? Gnashing her teeth, Luo Huiling spat. How are you any different from Ding Xie? You were leering at Xiao Ting earlier. Your thoughts are corrupt. The difference between Ding Xie and me is that I want mutual consent or a fair bargain. Otherwise you would already be confined in postpartum seclusion, Lin Feng replied. As for your charge of corrupt thoughts, I do not know what you mean. Besides, your relationship is only nominal. Not even a formal betrothal, let alone intimacy. You are vulgar. Luo Huiling, unsure whether from anger or shame, flushed deeply and her chest heaved. At least I am not base. Think carefully about it, Lin Feng said, then turned and left. Luo Huiling shouted after his retreating back. What about Ame? What have you made of Ame? Lin Feng did not look back, only waving his hand. You will know in time. That night Luo Huiling lay awake thinking of Lin Feng's words, tossing and turning. She could not guarantee the Feng sisters' safety. Must she truly submit to that scoundrel? If it came to that, she could move. If you cannot pick a fight, you can still avoid it. And what precisely did Lin Feng mean by his parting remark? At Ruan Mai's home in her bedroom, someone said, "A Feng, do not wake grandma. Grandparents sleep early. What are you afraid of?" Ruan Mai asked, "You, Sister Ling, are you thinking of something?" Lin Feng blurted, "Yes, I'm thinking of you." Ruan Mai shook her head. "No, just now when I mentioned Sister Ling." Lin Feng said, "It was an illusion. That was your imagination." Ruan Mai probed, "Then Sister Ling." The next morning Lin Feng woke, sat up, and turned to look at the person beside him. Ruan Mai now resembled a lotus after rain, carrying an ineffable charm. Her ink-black hair was slightly tousled, yet it could not hide her delicate face and striking features. A sudden dryness filled Lin Feng's mouth. He dressed hastily and slipped outside, fearing he would not be able to restrain himself and might turn into a raving Wu song. As Lin Feng stepped out, he met Grandma preparing to go out. "Xiao Feng, there is soup simmering in the kitchen, and it is still warm. Have some later." Grandma left after speaking. Understood, Grandma. No wonder Ruan Mai loved simmered soups so much. They were a family tradition. There were distinctions. Ruan Mai's soup emphasized yam and red dates to nourish the blood, suitable for long-term use. Grandma's broth centered on goji berries with black-boned chicken to fortify the kidneys. As if my enhanced innate vitality needed kidney tonics. I am invincible. Still, one cannot spurn an elder's kindness. In the end, it benefits her granddaughter anyway. All right, I'll drink it. Who killed my good brother Ba Bai? A hoarse, suppressed voice echoed through the morgue of a hospital. Liang Kuan stared at the lifeless body of his fallen comrade, covered by a white sheet, his chest tightening with unbearable grief. A subordinate handed Liang Kuan a tissue. "Brother Kuan, it was Chan Honam and Shan Ji who did it." Liang Kuan dabbed symbolically at the corner of his eye, then a wave of sorrow surged within him. He pointed first toward Ba Bai's corpse, then withdrew his hand, clenched it into a fist, and bit down on his knuckles. Seeing Liang Kuan's anguished expression, his girlfriend offered gentle comfort. "Brother Kuan, the dead cannot be revived. Don't grieve so deeply." Behind him, the dim-witted Xiao Chong, unwilling to let his brother's girlfriend monopolize the moment, stepped forward to console his elder brother and assert his presence. Slap. Liang Kuan struck his girlfriend across the face without warning, freezing Xiao Chong mid-step in sheer terror. "What the hell are you mourning for? Does this bastard's death concern me at all? No, it's the 2 million he still owed me. Now that he's gone to peddle salted duck eggs in the underworld, who do I collect from? Damn it, Ba Bai, my loyal brother. How could you leave us like this, eh?" Liang Kuan crooked a finger at his girlfriend. She immediately approached, her cheek already swelling, moving slowly toward Liang Kuan. He glared fiercely. "I'm burning with rage right now." "Huh. Xiaobi Chan Honam. I've memorized you both. Truly impressive." "Huh. Oh." Liang Kuan exhaled sharply, rolled his eyes upward, and let out a grotesque cry. Then strode out, flanked by his underlings and his girlfriend still wiping her lips. Meanwhile, the Bee and the 5 tigers of Tung Lo Wan, led by Chan Honam, were not celebrating triumphantly as in the films. Instead, they drowned their sorrows in alcohol. "Anam, don't lose heart. Though this mission ended in unexpected complications, Mr. Jiang still holds great faith in you. Rally yourself. You'll have another chance to rise." Dabi watched Chan Honam drink relentlessly, his heart aching with sympathy. "If you ask me, it's all Lin Fengzi's fault. It was because of him that Brother Nam stalled so long before ascending. And again, it was his underhanded schemes that derailed this operation." Shan Ji, too, laid the mission's failure squarely at Lin Feng's feet. In truth, Chan Honam had accepted Jiang Tianxing's order to eliminate Ba Bai, the red pole of the Wahop II, to cement his reputation and secure promotion. After accepting the assignment, Chan Honam led his brothers straight to Ba Bai's territory to scout. When Ba Bai was found alone, they swarmed him, intending to end him swiftly with a few clean strikes, then vanish without a trace. But Ba Bai, ever cautious and fearful of death, wore a chest protector, and even bound steel-reinforced plating around his waist. Their blades failed to fell him instantly. Instead, Ba Bai's cries drew his men rushing in. Amid the ensuing chaos, he was stabbed in the throat, sent off to peddle salted duck eggs in the netherworld, while Chan Honam and his crew slipped away in the confusion. After eliminating Ba Bai, Chan Honam eagerly sought out Jiang Tiansheng with Dabi. only to be met with a blistering reprimand for incompetence accused of turning a covert strike into a public spectacle. Had the deed been executed cleanly and silently, even if Wahop suspected Hung Hing's involvement, they would have lacked grounds to confront them openly. Yet Chan Honam's team had slain Ba Bai in full view of his underlings, and failed to silence them all. Now Wahop knew Hung Hing was behind Ba Bai's death. Chen Tai, enraged, was already storming into negotiations with Jiang Tianxing. In the restroom, Chan Honam, intoxicated and alone, had come to relieve himself. After finishing, he looked up to see Liang Kuan sauntering and flanked by several underlings. Liang Kuan cast a sidelong, contemptuous glance at Chan Honam. Chan Honam, was it you who killed my good brother Ba Bai? Tell me, how do you intend to settle this debt? Liang Kuan, what are you doing? Would you raise your hand against your own brother? On the surface, Chan Honam remained calm, but inwardly he was already calculating escape routes should violence erupt. At the very least, he'd make enough noise to alert Brother B and the others. Liang Kuan stepped close and began slapping Chan Honam's face. Ha, are all of Xiao B's underlings cut from the same cloth? In Hung Hing, hierarchy and respect are sacred. What right does a mere fourth-generation disciple have to address me by name? Even your boss Xiao B calls me Brother Kuan, and bows his head when he does. The slaps were light, but carried an unmistakable stench, inflicting little physical harm, yet delivering maximum humiliation. Chan Honam recalled the football field at Ci Yun Mountain 10 years ago, where Liang Kuan had bullied him only for Brother B to intervene and rescue him. That day marked his entry into Hung Hing. Now once again he faced Liang Kuan's mockery. Before joining Hung Hing under Brother B, he'd suffered Liang Kuan's cruelty. Now, having sworn allegiance to Hung Hing, still Liang Kuan dared humiliate him. Had he joined Hung Hing for nothing? Old wounds and fresh grievances erupted together. With a sudden lunge, he slammed Liang Kuan hard against the wall beside the sink and lunged to strike. Liang Kuan, weakened by prolonged fury, was caught utterly off guard. Fortunately, he hadn't come alone. His underlings rushed forward en masse, grappling with Chan Honam. Though no master fighter, Chan Honam held his ground, fending off 3 or 4 men for a fleeting moment. Chan Honam momentarily lost focus, and one of Liang Kuan's men swept his legs out from under him. Damn it, I've been ambushed. Shan Ji was right. Lin Feng and I truly clash. Back then, fights were settled with fists. Now everyone aimed low. Damn it, you dared ram me. What are you all waiting for? Beat him until smoke rises. At the signal, his men swarmed in, unleashing relentless kicks upon Chan Honam. Stop. What's going on here? Cease at once. The commotion finally reached B's ears. Sensing his most trusted lieutenant might be in peril, he rushed in, accompanied by the 4 tigers. He burst in to find Chan Honam surrounded, battered, and kicked, while Liang Kuan stood nearby shouting furiously. Seeing Chan Honam's battered state, B's face burned with fury as he turned to Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan, what is the meaning of this? Daring to lay hands on your own? Liang Kuan scratched idly at his crotch, then dug a finger into his ear and replied. I've heard that line so often it's worn thin. Chan Honam first showed utter disrespect for rank, and then attacked me outright. Is it wrong to discipline him? B, is it always your word that rules? I know Anam's character. Have you deliberately targeted him? Liang Kuan scoffed, a petty nobody like him, deserving of my deliberate attention. Xiao B, if your mind isn't sharp, don't venture into the underworld. After all, you're not truly B. No one revolves around you. Our reckoning isn't over. Consider this merely the interest accrued. With that, Liang Kuan shoved B aside and strode out, his underlings trailing behind, not looking back. Liang Kuan, you have guts. We'll see who wins this game. Brother B, Liang Kuan has gone too far. He beat Brother Nam senseless, and publicly shamed you. Shall I gather men and take him out? Shan Ji supported Chan Honam, watching Liang Kuan's arrogant departure, then turned to B. B took a deep breath. No need. Take Nam to the hospital first. I'll handle this my way. Chan Honam's broken state, and Liang Kuan's open disdain, ignited a cold, ruthless fire into B's eyes. Liang Kuan, this isn't over. We'll see who stands tallest in the end. Lin Feng had returned from observing specialized martial arts training several days prior. Since then, he'd had his underlings drive him around Hong Kong in an armored car, immersing himself more deeply in the island's rhythms. During his earlier manic phase, he'd either been brawling or holed up studying, while simultaneously directing his death squad to raise funds. Now that he'd regained clarity, wasn't it time to truly explore Hong Kong? As Lin Feng pondered which beauties graced Hong Kong's cinematic universe, surely there were many, he smiled. If fate brought them together, so be it. If not, time remained abundant. Suddenly, his driver slammed on the brakes, shattering Lin Feng's reverie. Boss, the road ahead just spat out a person. Might have been knocked down. TCH, trying to stage a scam. Let's see who dares pull such a stunt on me. Stepping out, Lin Feng saw a figure lying face down before the car, clad in a dark skirt and yellow blouse, clutching a tattered shoulder bag. Her face was smudged with dirt, yet patches of smooth, fair skin gleamed beneath. Reminiscent of Ruan Mei. And her legs, long, elegant. She bore a striking resemblance, 60 to 70%, to Lao Wang. Judging by her attire, she must be Gang Sheng from Righteousness Soars Above Clouds, abandoned by her aunt and now adrift on the streets. At the sight of Lao Wang, Lin Feng instantly recalled his purpose. Here was a wild specimen, unclaimed and untamed. A swift examination revealed no injuries, as she'd simply fainted from hunger and shock. Having smuggled herself in alone with no kin or shelter, she was pitifully vulnerable. Best to take her with him. Lin Feng could never ignore suffering, and so compassion demanded action. Gang Sheng awoke hungry, disoriented in an unfamiliar room. She frantically patted herself down, clothes intact, body unharmed, and finally exhaled in relief. Before she could survey her surroundings, the door swung open, and a man entered holding a steaming bowl. At the sight of Lin Feng, Gang Sheng recoiled like a startled rabbit, scrambling backward into the corner of the bed, clutching the blanket tightly, eyes wide with suspicion. Lin Feng observed her huddled form, trembling, gripping the quilt, and smiled faintly. Awake. Don't worry. I may not be a paragon of virtue, but neither am I a monster. Otherwise, you'd already be blowing bubbles. Drink this kanji first, to settle your stomach. We'll talk about everything else later. It smelled delicious. Though Gang Sheng didn't grasp the paradox in his words, she caught the last sentence clearly, and her stomach rumbled audibly at the fragrant aroma rising from the bowl. Lin Feng sat beside the bed, watching her eat. At first, she nibbled cautiously, but soon devoured it in eager, greedy mouthfuls. Clearly, she was starving. Lin Feng studied her closely, a slender neck, a delicate oval face, smudged with grime, almond-shaped eyes with a subtle allure, and a quiet, defiant strength in her brow. In moments, she finished the entire bowl, licking her lips, still craving more. Then, catching Lin Feng's steady gaze, she shrank back again, like a rabbit sensing danger. Thank you, Gang Sheng asked timidly. Lin Feng replied, get up, wash your face. I'll take you to get new clothes. Then we'll eat again. No thank you. I'm not hungry anymore. She shook her head hastily, then ventured cautiously, brother, sorry to trouble you. May I go now? Unsure of Lin Feng's true nature, Gang Sheng feared he might be one of those polished, venomous snakeheads, outwardly refined, inwardly predatory, and only wished to flee as fast as possible. Of course, not advisable. This is Hong Kong. With no family, no connections, your best outcome might be becoming someone's kept woman or starring in adult films. If luck fails you, you'll be sold after being used. Do you think this is some utopian paradise? Recall your past. Next time, fortune may not grant you another encounter like this. Brother, please spare me. Gang Sheng pleaded, her voice trembling with pathos. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Repayment. Absolutely, it will happen, but not later. From now on, you follow me. Under my protection, you'll live comfortably. That's settled, just obey. Gang Sheng hesitated, then decided to comply, for now ready to bolt at the first sign of danger. After strolling through his own counterfeit apparel shop and hair salon, Gang Sheng emerged utterly transformed. From a rustic village girl, she had blossomed into a sophisticated urban woman, slim fit casual jeans, a knitted sweater layered over a collar shirt, exuding restrained elegance, and crowned with sleek jet black straight hair that lent her an air of vivid grace. Not bad. There's something promising here. Let's go eat. After dinner, Lin Feng took Gang Sheng for a brief walk nearby before heading home. Go ahead and take a shower, and check whether these clothes fit you properly. With that, he handed her a bag and gently ushered her into the bathroom. No sooner had Lin Feng stepped out than Gang Sheng followed, her expression flustered and uncertain. I don't know how to use the things inside. Lin Feng reluctantly re-entered to demonstrate everything once more. Given Gang Sheng's circumstances, he resolved to act decisively. He had neither time nor patience for sentimental courtship. For one can never predict when misfortune will strike. What if, while tenderly cultivating affection, someone else seized the opportunity to steal her away? Regret would arrive too late. Silence lingered, until Gang Sheng finally broke it. What did you mean earlier? I've said many things. Which one do you mean? Lin Feng asked. Gang Sheng hesitated. The part where you said you'd take me home. So, is this your home? This place was a gift from someone else. I rarely stay here. Then what am I to you? What do you think? There's already someone older at home. After allowing Gang Sheng time to collect herself, Lin Feng brought her back to meet Ruan Mei. Seeing Lin Feng return with a woman who walked somewhat awkwardly, Ruan Mei, who knew Lin Feng well, did not erupt in jealous accusations or dramatic confrontations. Upon learning of Gang Sheng's tragic background, Ruan Mei was deeply moved and immediately drew her close, offering warm concern and gentle reassurance, softening Gang Sheng's anxiety ever so slightly. She had feared encountering someone difficult and being cast out without mercy. For now, at least, appearances remained harmonious. Tomorrow's challenges could wait. Kingpin International Film Production Company. Liang Quan reclined in his executive chair, emitting strange, guttural cries. Lately, fortune had turned against him. First, his close friend Ba had been betrayed. $2 million vanished into thin air. Now, customs authorities had intercepted 2 of his smuggling shipments and raided one of his front warehouses. Had he not exercised extreme caution, maintaining both overt and covert storage facilities, He dared not imagine the scale of his losses. These setbacks had left him chronically inflamed. Only his ever-present fire extinguisher kept the flames at bay. Shu Kung, have you identified who's targeting us? Brother Quan, not yet. Not even the police know the informant's identity. Then why aren't you investigating? Are you just standing there waiting to lay eggs? Shu Kung grimaced Brother Quan. Could it be that old gang returning? Nonsense. That crew only wants money. They're still rampaging across Southeast Asia where drug lords rise and fall like tides. Sensing Liang Quan's darkening mood, Shu Kung quickly pivoted. Could it be connected to Chan Honam and his men? Liang Quan's eyes narrowed. The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Not long ago, he'd ordered his men to brutally assault Chan Honam and humiliated Sai B as well. Shu Kung, send trusted underlings to monitor Sai B's recent movements. Sai B, I hope it's not you. Or else, don't blame me. A rooftop in Yao Ma Ti. We agreed on 3 years, but 3 years passed, then another 3, then another. 9 years, boss. 9 years. 9 years. Do you have any idea what those 9 years cost me? Do you? Cut. Fei Ji, you must convey helplessness and bitterness at first, then shift to raw fury. Let's take it again. Lin Feng sat in his director's chair beneath a sunshade, sipping a chilled drink, watching Fei Ji's performance. Far less compelling than the legendary Cha-Cha Hui he recalled. A flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his face. Fei Ji wore a woebegone expression. Boss, we're experts at street fights, but filmmaking, that's beyond us. How about kidnapping a few celebrities instead? You call the shots, we'll make it happen. Hearing Fei Quan's suggestion, Fei Ji glanced eagerly toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng stroked his chin. You raise a fair point. It is asking a great deal of you. Still, since we've begun, let's see it through to the end. You wouldn't want to disappoint me, would you? Outmatched and resigned, they obeyed. Lin Feng's resolve was unyielding. Could you treat me with a little more respect? Right now, I'm the only person in all of Hong Kong who knows your true identity. If I delete your files upon returning, you'll remain a Triad enforcer forever, and I'll finally be spared the trouble. So you're a cop now? Have you truly forgotten who you are? You're slipping deeper into the gutter every day. You pick me idle. It's not like anyone's going to die. Lin Feng held a cold beverage in one hand and a megaphone in the other, his gaze alight with exhilaration. Filmmaking was a first for him across 2 lifetimes. A quiet thrill stirred within him. After all, filmmaking served merely as a convenient vehicle for money laundering, and to grant him a legitimate public identity. He adapted the classic infernal affairs with bold alterations, then began shooting immediately. Actors were drawn directly from his own underlings and apprentices, supplemented by guest appearances from martial arts instructors at his training base. Authenticity was their hallmark. Cinematographers, lighting technicians, prop masters, and other crew members were hired externally. Initially, they'd hoped to identify Lin Feng as a gullible novice and fleece him accordingly. But after nearly being splattered with blood by a guest-starring martial arts stuntman, they instantly recoiled, cowed into perfect obedience. This wasn't some easy mark. He was a ravenous tiger. Fortunately, Lin Feng paid generously and never resorted to abuse. Otherwise, they'd have fled long ago. Time slipped by swiftly. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the assistant director confirmed audio and camera quality for the previous take and nodded to Lin Feng. Lin Feng called out, "Cut. That take is approved. Wrap for the day." The crew relaxed, shedding their ever-present tension. Though the work was nerve-wracking, the fixed 9 to 5 schedule and generous pay made it bearable. Upon reflection, they found their boss rather decent. Thus, Lin Feng settled into a rhythm, filming by day, performing by night, until he received notice summoning him to a general assembly at the Honghing headquarters. As Lin Feng arrived, he heard Bok Ki boasting loudly from afar, "Let me tell you, those 2 girls surrounded me front and back, trying to force my surrender. You all know me. My name Bok Ki isn't just for show." They screamed "Die to poo," until their voices cracked. "Brother Ki, did you just run up another tab at Miss 13's establishment?" Han Bin watched Bok Ki's grandstanding with deadpan exasperation. Bok Ki bristled. "What nonsense. Calling it a tab at family's place. I was conducting a quality review. I even offered constructive feedback." "So Brother Ki's so skilled. Was it your enthusiastic licking that earned you those cries of die to poo?" DeFei snorted, picking his nose. "Licking? Sure, I do it all the time. What of it?" Bok Ki blinked blankly. DeFei offered solemn advice, "Press the back of your hand to your lips, lick it, and smell it after 5 seconds. Bok Ki complied, and recoiled violently as a pungent stench assaulted his senses. "Damn you, DeFei, you rotten bastard. You tricked me, ugh." The group erupted in laughter. "Oh, what's all this merriment? Tell me, let me share the joy." Spotting Lin Feng, they nodded politely. Just discussing how Brother Ki drenched a foreign beauty in saliva, prompting her desperate cries of die to poo. Liang Quan's unmistakable duck-like voice chimed in, characteristically crisp, as he summarized the situation. Bok Ki, flustered, chuckled nervously. "No way. I won her over with pure skill." Lin Feng took the seat beside Bok Ki and smiled. "Impressive, Brother Ki. You've even mastered foreign languages." Flattered, Bok Ki turned eagerly to Lin Feng. "All thanks to your generous treat last time. Turns out foreign beauties pack quite a punch, and I've picked up some useful phrases along the way." Besides Dai Pu, what else do you know? Actually, give me fuck. Bok Ki raised his right palm toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face froze. What on earth did that mean? Was this linguistic fragmentation taken to absurd extremes? Brother Ki, what exactly is this? Bok Ki wore a look of amused condescension, a high five off Feng. Don't tell me you've never heard of it. Or, after the meeting I'll personally tutor you. Guaranteed to be unforgettable. Watching Han Bin and the others struggle to suppress their laughter, Lin Feng declined. I appreciate the offer, Brother Ki, but please, don't utter those phrases near to Huzi. Laughter rang out again. Those who understood roared anew. Bok Ki opened his mouth to ask what De Huzi had done, when Jiang Tianxing entered impeccably dressed in a suit, silencing him mid-sentence. Mr. Jiang. Everyone rose respectfully to greet him. After brief pleasantries, Jiang Tianxing cut straight to the matter. I've gathered you today because operations at our Macau casino lounges have encountered complications. We need to assign someone to resolve them. Please share your thoughts. At Jiang Tianxing's words, Chan Honam and his associates exchanged glances, turning expectantly toward Debi, hoping he'd advocate for them. Debi rose to the occasion. Mr. Jiang, I recommend Chan Honam and his team. They'll execute the task flawlessly for the society. Liang Quan cackled mockingly, still pushing Chan Honam. Last time his botched assault on Ba Bai kept Brother Sheng overwhelmed for weeks. Will he embarrass us again? What do you mean, Akuan? Why must you always target Honam? Seeing Liang Quan intervene once more, Debi slammed his fist on the table. Mr. Jiang, Chan Honam stood abruptly ready to pledge his loyalty, only to be interrupted by Jiang Tianxing himself. Mistakes are inevitable in service to the society, but success in fulfilling its missions defines true merit. We must also offer opportunities to younger members. The society's future belongs to them. The room understood instantly. Jiang Tianxing intended to elevate Chan Honam. No further objections arose. Even Liang Quan merely smiled faintly, though his expression carried quiet, unsettling weight. Lin Feng recognized that smile, and knew the infamous Chan Honam's betrayal of Sister Yi would unfold imminently. Yet Lin Feng remained indifferent. So long as no one provoked him directly, he saw no reason to eliminate anyone. Leaving them alive, in fact, promised far more entertainment. After leaving the main hall, Liang Quan deliberately approached Lam Feng. Feng, I heard you've been filming a movie lately. Anywhere I can lend a hand? Just say the word. I'll back you up without hesitation. Lam Feng surmised Liang Quan was currying favor in anticipation of his own ascent. Amused by the prospect, he accepted the offer gracefully and played along. Then I thank you in advance, Brother Quan. You're well-connected, well-funded, generous, and supremely capable. If not you, then whom should one turn to? Not involving ourselves in your affairs is one thing, but payment remains non-negotiable down to the last cent. Liang Quan clearly grasped the veiled meaning behind Lam Feng's words and assured him he was no miser, adding that they ought to stay in regular contact. Chang Tinseng watched the two men exchanging familiar banter just outside the gate, not with a frown, but with quiet, contemplative stillness. Mr. Chang, Liang Quan has always harbored ill intent, and now he's allied himself with that madman Lam Feng. Seeing Chang Tinseng remain silent, Debi assumed his boss disapproved of Lam Feng and Liang Quan, and hastily interjected, poisoning the well, only to be cut off mid-sentence. Abi, we're all brothers here. No backbiting or baseless suspicion. By the way, Honam, do you and your team feel confident about carrying out this mission? Having silenced Debi, Chang Tinseng turned toward Chan Honam and the others. Rest assured, Mr. Chang, we'll complete the task flawlessly. Should anything go awry, I accept disciplinary action under our clan's code. Good. This rests entirely on you. Upon your return, I'll confer formal rank upon you. And be cautious. Don't fall into a trap. Chang Tinseng's words carried subtle weight, but Honam, already electrified by the promise of promotion, barely registered the latter warning. Chan Honam and his forsworn brothers rushed to Macau, without pause, declining Shua Chang's goodwill due to prior tensions with Liang Quan. After securing a temporary lodging, they immediately began reconnaissance. While Chan Honam worked himself ragged, Shan Ji reveled unrestrainedly, bringing his girlfriend Ko-in along and strolling through shopping malls with her. Their outing resembled a corporate retreat more than a covert operation, occasionally punctuated by dalliances with foreign women, leaving him euphoric. Honam finally snapped, Shan-ji, what exactly are you doing? We're here to settle scores, not sightsee. Can't you grasp the gravity of our situation? Don't worry, Brother Nam. I've got it under control. When the time comes, I'll personally obliterate that cowardly fat dog. Years of brotherhood left Honam powerless to rein Shan-ji in, so he simply urged restraint lest indulgence jeopardize the Triads' mission. Shua Chang, how's the assignment progressing? Brother Quan, rest easy. The tip has reached Fat Dog. Even if he proves useless, our own operatives stand ready. This time Honam and his lot won't walk away unscathed. I've already secured the location. Tread carefully. This may seem minor, yet it serves as the crucial pretext for my ascension to Dragon Head. Do not fail me. It turned out Shua Chang wasn't alone in Macau. Liang Quan had arrived in person. Not only had he leaked intelligence to Fat Dog, but he'd also scripted an elaborate trap for Chan Honam and his brothers. Under a stardust sky near the harbor in a secluded warehouse, Chan Honam and his men lay sprawled across the floor. Damn, it seems Honam and his crew aren't as soft as we thought. Somehow they pulled it off. That spineless fat dog proved utterly worthless. Even knowing he was targeted, he didn't bolster his guard. Thankfully, our people were there to salvage the mess. After rejecting Shua Chang's assistance and conducting days of meticulous surveillance, Honam had indeed eliminated Fat Dog. Aside from casualties among Dabi's assigned men, the 5 Tigers of Tung Lo one emerged unscathed. As they prepared to return and claim credit, Shan Ji proposed celebrating with a hearty meal to reward their collective effort. The others agreed. Why rush? A brief celebration wouldn't hurt. Yet having shadowed them for days, Shua Chang seized the moment, drugging them, bundling them up, and whisking them away. Shua Chang, everything's set. All prepared, Brother Quan. Excellent. Film it meticulously. Close-ups for dramatic moments. Bring the footage back for my amusement. Right, I'm off. Leave the rest to you. Once Liang Quan departed, Shua Chang muttered under his breath, damn, how vicious. A thunderous slap crashed onto Shua Chang's skull from behind. Never speak ill of me behind my back. I have ears like a hawk. Understood, Brother Quan. Back in Mongkok, Hong Kong, Liang Quan drifted into slumber, dreaming of ascending to Dragon Head and claiming the pinnacle of power. Who the hell dares disturb me at this hour? I'll hack you limb from limb. Before he could finish, a voice choked with despair crackled over the line, Brother Quan. Huh, Shua Chang, has something gone wrong? No, don't. My boss will slaughter you all. Then came a jumble of unintelligible syllables. Oh yes, good, leaving Liang Quan utterly baffled. Shua Chang, what the hell is going on? Why are there foreigners speaking in the background? Brother Quan, save me. Save me. That treacherous Paki betrayed me. Betrayed me. No. With a final garbled, baby, the line went dead. Though bewildered, Liang Quan instantly dispatched enforcers to locate and rescue Shua Chang. He mused inwardly, could Paki be behind this? Impossible. He's a fickle opportunist lacking both courage and conviction. When his men arrived at Shua Chang's location, they froze, stunned by the surreal scene before them. Flashback moments after Liang Quan's departure. Following orders, Shua Chang executed the plan. Then, struck by inspiration, conceived a new twist. He resolved to stage a brutal fraternal showdown among Chan Honam's men. Though dubbed Stupid Chang, I'm far from foolish. Brother Quan will surely praise me when he hears of this. Without delay, he maneuvered Honam and his men into position. Just as the warehouse door burst open, flooding the space with 10 burly foreigners, their complexions unmistakably non-local. 10 armed strangers stood opposite them. Bulges at their waists betrayed concealed weapons. Shua Chang's group, unarmed and outnumbered, would be slaughtered without resistance. As he scrambled to stall them and flee, one man stepped forward, raised his palm, and spoke in a tongue Shua Chang couldn't comprehend. Jolting his memory, days earlier, Brother Ji had proudly demonstrated the foreign custom of high-fiving. Feigning composure, Shua Chang strode forward and lifted his hand. Jimmy fake. His clumsy attempt sent the foreigners into delighted laughter. They exchanged a gentle high-five, then uttered, thank you. Still dazed, Shua Chang was ushered inside by his new allies, who courteously shut the door behind them. Back in Mongkok, Liang Quan stared at the battered figures before him, speechless. Shua Chang, you've earned this. I won't shortchange you. You'll receive HK 300, the rest get HK 100 each. Go enjoy yourselves. Actually, skip the celebration. Go get medical checkups, then rest thoroughly. Brother Quan, don't trouble yourself. We're fine. No hospital needed. Just give us orders. To endure such humiliation, then submit to clinical scrutiny. Unthinkable. Are you mad? Who knows what diseases those foreigners carry? A proper examination brings peace of mind. Alarmed, Shua Chang abandoned pride and panicked. Yes, Brother Quan. We'll head straight to the hospital for tests. Meanwhile, at Chang Tinseng's villa, Dabi reported in a flustered rush. What did you say? Honam's team was ambushed. But earlier you confirmed they'd completed the mission and were returning. Yes, Mr. Chang. I received another call from Honam. They'd succeeded, then were attacked while dining. Do you know who's responsible? Could it be? Dabi knew precisely whom Chang Tinseng meant, but truthfully, he couldn't be certain. He offered only a wry, helpless smile. Unclear. Unlikely. Aside from their initial meeting, Honam had no further contact with Shua Chang, and Shua Chang himself fell victim to the same plot. Once Honam returned, summon him to me immediately. I demand every detail. At a bustling Mongkok Dai Pai Dong, a blonde youth leaned in, whispering conspiratorially to his closest friend. I swear on heaven, I'll tell no one else. Nearby patrons paused, their noodle-slurping ears pricked upright. You have no idea what happened that night. Holy hell. Murmurs erupted. Is that true? How could it be false? This came straight from my cousin's nephew's blood brother. Then it must be genuine. Hongxing's games truly are thrilling. His friend sighed, half envious. It's widely known once a secret escapes lips, even sealed with oaths, it spreads like wildfire. Thus, this incendiary revelation swept through Hong Kong's underworld at astonishing speed. When Lam Feng received the news, he was utterly confounded. Wasn't this supposed to be Chan Honam versus Ku In? How had it morphed into a grotesque brotherhood alliance between Honam's crew and Shua Chong? Hadn't Shua Chong ultimately defected, driven by Liang Quan's coercion, accepting bribes to betray him? But how then had this version leaked? Hongxing General Hall. Abi, tell me, is the rumor outside true? They say we Hongxing are the epitome of loving brothers over gold. Brother G, are you out of your mind? You just said it's a rumor. Can you trust a rumor? They even say you're the governor of Hong Kong, are you? Big BS face darkened as if he had swallowed something bitter. Isn't it? I just saw Shan Ji and Bao Pai constantly touching there, but there can't be hemorrhoids, can it? Fatty Li rubbed his fishy feet while gesturing for everyone to look at Shan Ji and the others. Shan Ji and the others felt very uncomfortable under everyone's gaze. Shan Ji forced himself to calm down and stammered, rumors. Rumors shouldn't be trusted. It seems there's no escaping now. If we don't poke at it a bit, we won't be brothers. After saying that, Defei looked at Shirsan Mei and Liang Ma continuing to speak. In the past, I thought that with so many people in the society, Mei Jie and Liang Jie might be in danger, but I never expected that we would be the ones in danger. They are actually safe. Don't think too much about it or respect others' preferences. But don't overdo it, otherwise you might end up unable to hold back, even when you need to go to the bathroom. Although Lin Feng received the news and felt that there was something deeper, it did not stop him from joking along with the crowd. Everyone looked at Lin Feng with strange expressions. Can this even be done too much? After all, it's not like they are real Gao. It shouldn't. Should it? Ah Feng stopped talking. I'm about to puke just hearing it. 13 Mei Ah Feng is right. Doing it too much will indeed lead to losing the ability to control your bowel movements. If you end up in a nursing home old and can't hold it in, those caregivers won't be gentle at all. Hey brother G, how do you know this? Lin Feng asked curiously. Haven't I been taking lessons from Yang Ma recently? Damn, brother G, stop talking. Every time I hear about blood battles, I can't help but think of Brothers Dragon and Tiger Fight. While everyone was discussing, Liang Kuan entered with his men, and they all turned their attention to the silly Chong behind him. Liang Kuan originally wanted to perform a few of Teacher Luo's signature slow-motion moves, but his hands were already bent. Thinking of the silly Chong behind him under everyone's gaze, perhaps not wanting to chill his little brother's heart too much, he bent his hands and casually scratched his groin. What are you all discussing? I could hear your voices from far away. Liang Kun's hoarse voice rang out. We're saying that someone is spreading rumors about us Hongxing lately. If I find out who the bastard is, I will definitely make him pay. Seeing Liang Kuan approach him after scratching Baji, didn't ask him like he did with Big B at the start, but changed his approach. After Liang Kuan casually pulled out a chair and sat down, he said, although they say it's a rumor, if Haonan and Shan Ji want to debut, I can help. You all know I own a film company. If they are willing, I can't say much, but a hit Japanese film is definitely possible. Damn, Liang Kuan, what nonsense are you talking? Are you the one stirring up trouble, silly Chong? Big B slammed the table and cursed loudly, but halfway through he noticed everyone looking at him with meaningful expressions and immediately fell silent. Big B's words instantly killed the atmosphere. Fortunately, Jiang Tianxing finally arrived, and everyone greeted him. Sorry I got stuck in traffic. Have you all been waiting long? No, Ah Kuan just arrived. No, we just got here too. Baji immediately jumped in to continue the conversation. Lin Feng looked at Baji in surprise, thinking what's going on. Has Baji been secretly taking lessons again? Moreover, Liang Kuan seemed off. Shouldn't he be showcasing his resume and preparing to rise to power at this moment? But it didn't make sense since Liang Kuan hadn't even given himself any money yet. After Jiang Tianxing sat down at the main seat, he slowly spoke. The main reason for gathering everyone today is for two matters. The first matter is that Haonan and his group went to Macau to handle business for the society. They did a great job successfully resolving our troubles in Macau and deterring those who wanted to reach out, allowing the society's business in Macau to return to normal. The society emphasizes clear rewards and punishments. Those who contribute deserve rewards, otherwise who will work for the society in the future. So I propose to promote Haonan to a red stick. What do you all think? After Jiang Tianxing finished speaking, he placed his hands together under his chin and smiled at everyone. Lin Feng seemed to see a Lu in a daze, but before he could react, Fatty Li interrupted his thoughts. Mr. Jiang, I wonder if you have heard the rumors about us Hongxing. Will this have any negative impact on us? As soon as Chun Haonan heard that Jiang Tianxing intended to promote him, his face flushed with excitement, and the brothers beside him were equally thrilled, as if they were the ones being promoted. He suddenly felt completely invigorated and thought that this minor internal injury was nothing at all. However, after hearing Fatty Li's words, his expression darkened again. The second matter is the rampant rumors outside. Is there anyone present who doesn't have rumors? You don't. I have them too. People are even saying that I forced my brother out just to monopolize Hongxing. And now which society on the island doesn't have rumors? The ones without rumors are obviously fading societies. They can't do anything about the strong societies, so they can only resort to some underhanded tactics. In any case, being brothers is in the heart. Everyone knows how the brothers in the society are. Don't let some external rumors affect your views on your own brothers. Akun, what do you say? After all, your head horse is also mentioned in the rumors. Jiang Tianxing didn't want to pin anyone down if one day he was proven wrong, he wouldn't be able to save face. So he simply threw the question to Liang Kun. If Liang Kun threw Silly Chong out to hammer him, it would undermine Liang Kun's authority in the eyes of the little brothers. If Liang Kun protected Silly Chong, then if anything changed in the future, Liang Kun couldn't use it as an excuse to attack him. Additionally, he wanted to see if Liang Kun was involved in this matter or to what extent he was involved, or if he was the one who planned it all. Brother Xingyu also said that now which one doesn't have rumors. People are even saying I sell powder. They even say, Brother Sheng, that you are monopolizing your little mom. Is any of that true? Liang Kun is no fool. He immediately elbowed Jiang Tianxing, wanting to let Jiang Tianxing stand up for him against the powder-selling rumor, while also making Jiang Tianxing uncomfortable. Everyone looked at Liang Kun in shock. Come on, do you need to spread rumors about selling powder? Isn't that common knowledge? Moreover, he even brought Jiang Tianxing's monopolizing his little mom to light. Liang Kun is bold. This made everyone not only admire Liang Kun's thick skin, but also further understand his talent for making others uncomfortable. Jiang Tianxing was indeed disgusted, his smile faded. Bang! Big B slammed the table in anger again. Liang Kun, what do you mean? Do you dare to show disrespect to Mr. Jiang? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Little B, others call you Big Brother B to show respect. Listen to that, don't fool yourself. You aren't Big Brother material. Not Big Brother material. Doesn't that just mean you're a brother? Baji started to respond, but then realized, giving a sheepish smile to Big B. Alright, let's stop here. Don't let external rumors ruin our mood. Now, does anyone have any objections to my earlier proposal? Jiang Tianxing promptly stopped the argument. Who knows what shocking statements Liang Kun would make if this continued. Seeing most of the district leaders looking at him, Liang Kun said in a hoarse voice. Why are you all staring at me? Brother Sheng already said those are rumors. Since they're rumors, they can't be trusted. Chun Haonan has also completed the task given by the society, and he has indeed done good for the society. Brother Sheng has spoken. Do you really think I would oppose Brother Sheng? You underestimate my tolerance, Liang Kun. Once again, everyone was speechless at Liang Kun, but even this number one player at making Jiang Tianxing uncomfortable had quieted down. There was no need for everyone to offend Jiang Tianxing's face for no reason. After all, it's not their territory being divided, so it's better to watch the changes. Since everyone has no objections, then it's settled. Abi Haonan is from your Causeway Bay. You can discuss the specifics privately. Haonan, do well. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Yes, Mr. Jiang, thank you for your support. Meeting adjourned. Brother Kun, I admit I may have had some misunderstandings about you before, but after today, I see you in a new light. You are really righteous. Silly Chong is also a man. He actually dared to jump into the fray. Luckily, he met such a good big brother like you. He's fortunate. After the meeting, Lin Feng approached Liang Kun to find out the truth of the matter. Of course. Wait off phone, what nonsense are you talking? I don't quite understand you. All right, Brother Kun, stop pretending. The rumors outside are so detailed, there must be some truth to them, right? Don't you have some videotapes or something? It's a pity you didn't reveal it for Silly Chong. His efforts were in vain. Lin Feng wore an expression of I know everything. How do you know? Did Lin Feng participate in this matter behind the scenes? Or does he have someone around me? Liang Kun looked at Lin Feng with uncertainty. Lin Feng saw the expression on Liang Kun's face and knew he was overthinking. He said helplessly, Brother Kun, stop thinking too much. Who doesn't know you want to deal with Jiang Tianxing? Big B is Jiang Tianxing's diehard supporter, and Chun Haonan is Big B's trusted aide, practically like Big B's son. With your style, how could you let Chun Haonan come up so easily? Doesn't that just increase the obstacles for you? Plus, you two have past grievances. That's true, but you guessed wrong on one point. Silly Chong is not some kind of voluntary participant. He is passive. After Liang Kun explained the situation to Lin Feng was also a bit stunned. Damn, I thought Liang Kun had changed. Who knew there was a gay lurking behind the scenes? Even if something unexpected happened later, there was still the earlier foreknown right. Also, how did the rumors outside include Silly Chong's situation? Damn, just thinking about this makes me angry. There wasn't one person with any loyalty. By the time I knew about it, there were already some rumors outside. As they spread, it distorted into this mess. Moreover, when that group of foreign bastards started to party, Shanji had already woken up, and not long after Chun Haonan and the others also came to their senses. Silly Chong was even pinned under Chun Haonan, and they exchanged glances in agony. If the earlier footage were released, wouldn't it be self-incrimination, showing that I was behind it? Exchanging glances. Wouldn't that mean face-to-face? Imagine the scene, and Lin Feng suddenly felt a chill. Thinking about Liang Kun's words makes sense. Oh, just like last time, when Chun Haonan chopped Ba, you can do things secretly, as long as you don't show them publicly. Even if people know you did it, there's nothing they can do. At most, they'll retaliate in secret. This is also an unspoken rule among the societies in Hong Kong. If you break the rules, it could lead to bloodshed, and the stakes could become life or death, or perhaps even being kicked out of the circle. After all, the big brothers are also afraid, but it's hard to climb to the top. And if you're always at risk of being plotted against, then what's the point of being a big brother? If Liang Kun really did this, the other district leaders of Hongxing would distance themselves from him. Jiang Tiansheng would probably wake up smiling in his dreams, as he could then lead the entire society to take Liang Kun down. Of course, this is only the case when there isn't a complete dominance in strength. If your strength alone can overwhelm the entire society, you wouldn't have to worry about these things within the society. When your fist is the biggest, you call the shots, but when everyone's fists are about the same size, you have to follow some rules. So, Brother Kun, what are your plans next? Of course I have plans, but I hope my little brother will support me when the time comes. Don't worry, Brother Kun, if you need me, I will definitely back you up. By the way, Afeng, aren't you filming a movie recently? Do you need? Forget it, Brother Kun, mine is a serious film meant for the big screen. Not like your kind of son's boyfriend or other lewd films. However, Brother Kun could call the little brothers under him to support me when the time comes. No problem, we will see how you perform, Brother Kun. The Brotherhood of Longhu in the rivers and lakes has not been forgotten with the passage of time. Instead, with Chuan Haonan's promotion of recruitment, it seems to be intensifying. Those in the Dao saw that Chuan Haonan began to recruit little brothers, and they were instantly amazed, believing that he was establishing a sect without regard for worldly views. Many rushed to Causeway Bay, but unfortunately Chuan Haonan did not accept them, nor did he drive them away. Chuan Haonan was also afraid of looking at them. Some were shy, while others had gleaming eyes, and if he drove them away and angered them, he might end up with a sack over his head someday, and there would be nowhere to cry. Those who were rejected by Chuan Haonan did not leave Causeway Bay, but pooled their resources to open a bar in Chuan Haonan's territory, naming it Kuan Bar. The rest of the onlookers saw that Kuan Bar had settled in Causeway Bay and set off to settle there as well. Among them was He Zi, and it vaguely appeared that Chuan Haonan's territory was being revered as the sacred land of Kuan Dao. This made the ruffians in Causeway Bay extremely uncomfortable. Even the visible fighting had drastically decreased. After all, who knows if the knife or baton stabbing you from behind? With the continuous influx of gay men, the fighting in Causeway Bay decreased, and surprisingly the profits in various industries increased, with daily necessities selling the best. On the other hand, Silly Chong, who was also a twin star of Kuan Dao, gradually fell into obscurity. How everyone knew there were only names that could be mistaken, but never nicknames that could be called wrong. Silly Chong is foolish and not much fun. Just look at Chuan Haonan. His nickname is Pretty Boy Nan. He is handsome and versatile in offense and defense. If not for him, who else would be guarding? A New Day? Director Lin's first film is being promoted for its upcoming release in Hong Kong. Not only are their little brothers distributing flyers in densely populated areas, but advertisements have also been published in their own newspaper and other newspapers in Hong Kong. Even the midday slot of ATV has aired promotions. The promotional newspaper not only features black and white stills from the film, but also a striking headline shocking. The police and the gangsters have simultaneously infiltrated each other with undercover agents. This is a bloodbath instigated by a man. The police inspector and the gang leader both lost their lives for him. Meeting point for the undercover agent, the rooftop. Not everyone who jumps from the rooftop is a stock trader. They might also be an undercover agent. ATV's midday teaser, rooftop confrontation, A Hua and the plane. Give me a chance. How can I give you a chance? I had no choice before. Now I want to be a good person. Sure, go tell the judge. Let's see if he lets you be a good person. So that means you want me to die? I'm sorry, I'm a police officer. Who knows? Infernal Affairs created quite a stir in Hong Kong with its explosive promotion. While this movie looks good and the lines are quite impactful, the director is named Lin Feng. I haven't heard of him before. The actors seem a bit strange. What's strange about it? They look a bit familiar, but also a bit unfamiliar. Why do you care so much? As long as the movie is good, that's what matters. That's true. After Fang Menghua arrived at the TVB office, she looked at the newspapers and the TV teasers on her desk, frowning for a long time, unable to figure out where Lin Feng, the new director, came from. After a moment, she picked up the phone and called out, "Hey Jian, do you know what's going on with the widely circulated Infernal Affairs?" On the other end, Xiao Jian replied, "Aunt Lu, Infernal Affairs is directed by a head of a gang in Hong Kong. The actors are all his underlings. We've communicated with Shaw Brothers, and it's already set for release." "What's wrong? Aunt Lu, is there a problem?" Fang Menghua said lightly, "It's nothing with all this overwhelming promotion. I thought it was something ATV was doing. I didn't expect it to be caused by a little mule. A little mule making a gangster film really fits his job." After hanging up, Fang Menghua pondered for a moment and quickly set this matter aside. "Forget it, what's there to think about a little mule? I should focus on how to continue suppressing ATV's living space." Lin's building. Chairman's office. Lin Xin had just finished a call with his son and turned to his assistant and partner Yu Baozhu, saying, "Baozhu, do you know why I had you agree to air the teaser for Infernal Affairs during the midday slot?" Yu Baozhu tentatively asked, "Is it because of the shares Lin Feng secretly acquired?" Lin Xin smiled, "Not entirely. Putting aside the issue of shares, airing the teaser also costs money. It just used a bit of influence to gain priority." "Is secretly acquiring shares clever? How much can a little mule acquire? All he wants is a visible identity to facilitate his cleansing. And we also need someone who can help us handle matters we cannot get involved in when necessary. He is from the Underworld, which fits this perfectly. So the chairman intends to extend goodwill to him and have him work for us. Lin Xian smiled. Whether or not to accept him depends on whether he has the qualification. Let's investigate first and see. Jia Building. Having acquired more than half, Lin Feng has gathered all the offices of his properties in Jia Building. On the top floor is his private lounge. Without his permission, no one is allowed up except for his women. The 16th floor serves as his office, and except for small brothers like Jimmy, no one else can come and go freely. One floor down is a comprehensive office area prepared for Jimmy, and the others complete with sleeping quarters. By Jia Entertainment, Jai Jisong, and Wu Xing Property each occupy a floor. Lin Feng intentionally cleared a floor and laid it out in the style of Lin's boxing gym. One must not forget their roots. Little brothers cannot be idle, they must practice. Lin Feng sat in his boss rocking chair above, which hung a plaque inscribed with the characters Ren Yu Suo Chao. How can we settle in so quickly? Jimmy did a decent job. By the way, remember to tell everyone who works and lives here. Whether legitimate employees or those disguised as flunkies, once inside we are all family and must take good care of this home. Seeing Lin Feng rambling on, Jimmy had to interrupt his big brother's speech. He could almost recite the repetitive phrases. Big brother, your film is about to be released regarding the accounts. Lin Feng was interrupted by Jimmy's remark and, feeling displeased, cut him off. Report high, with props, costumes, and actor salaries, all billed high. Ahua, big brother, it seems we didn't hire any actors. Lin Feng glared. What do you mean, how could there be no actors? Ahua, weren't you in the film? If this becomes a big hit, those like Lu Dehua and Zhang Jiehui might be overshadowed by you. After rebutting Ahua, Lin Feng turned to look at Jimmy. By the way, Jimmy, how's the security company issue going? Is it settled? Jimmy quickly replied, big brother, I was just going to talk to you about this. See, I just acquired $1 million security company, but they only have 25 gun permits. Lin Feng disdainfully pouted. $1 million security. What a lame name. Change it to Golden Shield Security. All the lazy and incompetent people from the original security company have been cleared out, replaced with little brothers who have been trained by Agon and the others. By the way, we can take this opportunity to recruit more strong individuals, even those who have smuggled over from the mainland to seek a living. As long as they are hardworking and dedicated, we will take them in and help them with their identity issues. In short, we cannot let manpower issues affect the expansion of Jai Jisong and Wu Xing Property. Understood. Got it, big brother. Time quickly passed, and the day of Infernal Affairs release arrived. With the explosive promotion in newspapers and on television, it had already piqued the public's curiosity. On the day of release, countless citizens flocked to the cinemas, mostly little gangsters eager to taste the excitement. At a certain cinema, the film begins with "This film is sponsored by Lin's group, produced by Jia Entertainment." Then the text displays, "This story is purely fictional. Any resemblance to real persons is purely coincidental." Next, a hellish scene appears, and the text displays again the 19th volume of the Sutra of Nirvana. The most severe of the 8 great hells is called the Hell of No Interruption, signifying endless suffering, hence the name. The film opens inside a temple. Fei Quan, after paying respects to the Buddha statue, slowly says to a group of little brothers behind him, 5 years ago at the parking lot in front of the Royal Palace restaurant, the grand opening. I and my brothers were full of ambition, who knew that within half a month of opening we would be rated an average of 1-3 times a day, and within a year 6 brothers died. The fortune teller said, I am a general success is built on thousands of corpses, but I don't believe it. I think those who come out to mingle should decide their own life and death. You who have been with me the shortest time and are the cleanest in background can choose your own path. At this moment, someone handed a cup to those little brothers. In the meantime, Fei Quan suddenly grabbed a red-hot iron skewer from the coal stove and thrust it towards the eyes of the plane. The red-hot skewer stopped just a few centimeters from the plane's eyes, yet the plane remained calm and unmoved. Fei Quan, why don't you avoid it? The plane, because I'm not afraid. Fei Quan, why aren't you afraid? The plane, not afraid, is just not afraid. Fei Quan, good, you have guts, serve the tea. One of the flunkies promptly took the boiling kettle from the stove and poured tea for the little brothers while the others were scalded and dropped their cups. Only the plane steadily held the teacup, allowing the boiling tea to pour out until he drank it all. I wish you all the best in the police department. The audiences in the cinema were dumbfounded, especially the little gangsters, as the sudden change was quite surprising. That little brother can't be that foolish, right? Can an undercover agent really be like this? And that boss isn't a good boss either. Complimenting the little brothers without any additional acknowledgement, doesn't he fear that one day the undercover will use his head to boost their performance? The subsequent plot also stunned the audience. Even after the film ended, they were still dazed, completely unable to guess the development of the plot. When you follow the initial plot, things suddenly shift to another channel, and before you could fully comprehend, the plot returns to the beginning. Is the movie good? It seems alright. But why does it feel like it has been pieced together? Do you think it's a well-prepared meal? You dare to mess it up. Is this how the gangsters are nowadays? The big brother seems quite mediocre too. My head is a bit muddled. It seems that the gangsters and the police are quite similar. Do you think the current high-ranking police and the gang leaders are all undercover? That shouldn't be the case. The onlookers felt a chill and quickly ended the topic, returning to their homes. At the top floor of Jia Jia building, Lin Feng reclined on the sofa playing with his words. So how do you find it after coming here? Ruan Mei swatted Lin Feng's hand away and rolled her eyes. It's alright, by the way, I enrolled Gang Sheng in a financial management class that might help you in the future. Lin Feng chuckled. You are the secretariat, you can handle these matters. Secretariat, how many secrets do you want? Aren't you the one who decides? If you can handle it, just you is fine. You're feeling powerful now, but don't wait a few years and then find it difficult. Hey, I have a bad temper, I'll handle you well now. Ruan Mei hurriedly pressed Lin Feng down. What if someone comes up here? Don't worry, Agon is guarding below, no one will come up. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Gang Sheng's voice rang out. Did I come at a bad time? Gang Sheng came up to find Ruan Mei to ask something. No, you came at the perfect time. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he waved to Gang Sheng. What's going on? Is it me you're looking for? You should know I'm very busy. If you interrupt my good thing without a proper reason, be careful, I might blow up. Lin Feng casually slipped on a robe and sat in the boss chair looking at the alluring and seductive woman in front of him. In a black tight-fitting dress, her curvy figure was hard to hide. Her skin, as white as snow, cheeks flushed, her eyes alluring and dripping with charm, her cold yet striking appearance. What a stunning beauty, just one glance makes one feel impulsive. Lin Feng, you're the big boss, right? Ming-na. I came uninvited this time because my boss wants to ask you for help in dealing with someone and extracting some information from him. Looking at Meng Na's red lips moving, Lin Feng felt the urge to give her something. You want to hire me? You should know I'm quite expensive. Meng Na replied straightforwardly. My boss said that once the task is completed, you can receive 3 million. Lin Feng chuckled. 3 million. What are you trying to bribe a beggar? I'm such a big boss, would I care about this little money? After sizing up Meng Na, Lin Feng continued, but since your boss found me, I can't be disrespectful. How about this? If you can add another condition, I'll agree to it. Big boss, please speak freely. Oh, as long as it's reasonable, I believe my boss will agree. No need to get your boss consent. Oh, as long as you're fine with it, I have a big project I want to discuss with Miss Ming Na privately. I wonder how Miss Ming Na feels about that. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Ming Na could no longer guess what Lin Feng wanted to do. That big project must involve lives, right? Since Big Boss Lin has no intention of collaborating, then let's pretend I never came here. This matter doesn't have to be done by you. Ming Na said this and turned to leave. I don't care, since you came to me, whether I do it or not, you still have to pay. Ming Na hurried her pace after hearing this. At a villa in Sim Sha Sui, Lu Yaozu sipped champagne and looked at Ming Na across the table. What did that little mule say? He thinks 1 million is too little. He's asking for more. Give him an inch and he wants a mile. Ming Na's face stiffened as she said, well, he said he wants to raise the price and also said whether he does it or not, he still wants to be paid. Lu Yaozu's expression darkened. Since he doesn't know what's good for him, then find someone else and have someone give that little mule a lesson. Understood, I'll find someone else right away. Hearing Lu Yaozu say this, Ming Na felt a sense of relief. She understood Lu Yaozu very well. If he knew Lin Feng's conditions, he might really send her over. Inside a building in Jianshazui, the diminutive Han Shun rallied his underlings. Brothers, be extremely careful with this deal with the Thai buyer. This is Koen Shu's first assignment to us, and we cannot afford any mistakes. If we pull this off, we will become Koen Shu's confidants. Then there will be money and women for us. When Han Shun first came into the life, he had grand ambitions. He wanted to rise up and become a boss. But because of his short stature, after being turned away by several leaders, he failed to advance. So he started his own crew, taking a few childhood friends and neighbors, and proclaiming himself the boss. In Tunman's Daxing village, he opened a parking stall outside the Huanggong Grand Restaurant and set his men to valet cars. He did not expect to run into Kowloon, the bastard who had made Tunman his monopoly. Kowloon claimed they had never paid respects at the pier and came to collect protection fees. Han Shun exploded with rage. When I was a hawker, I paid protection fees, now I'm out here and still paying. What have I become? After that furious moment, he had no choice. He could not beat Kowloon, so he had to bow low and play small. Kowloon, that bastard, was shameless. He took advantage, and when trouble arose, he never showed up to help. Protection fees continued to be collected. When things went wrong, they had to clean up their own mess. The gangs respected territory, not persons. Han Shun in Tunman was tormented almost beyond endurance. In less than half a month, they were being swept out on average once. 3 times, within half a year, 4 brothers were dead. Han Shun himself was chased and stabbed many times, several near-death encounters. One of them would have ended him if not for the intervention of a true boss. Such suffering is not something empathy conjures with words. Unless you live it, you cannot know how painful it is. When Han Shun sank into despair, he happened to see Lin Feng's film Infernal Affairs and the drug lord's life, and it seemed painfully familiar. So to become a big shot, one must traffic drugs. If the boss in that film succeeded and his past resembled Han Chen's, both from Tunman, then there was no reason Han Shun could not succeed. Who cannot copy homework? Though the film's boss eventually died, Han Shun would imitate only what served him. Yes, change traits. He must change traits. He wasted no time. Han Shun sought out the man who had once saved his life in Ikoen. Ni Kuan, head of the Ni family in Jianshazui, was a major landlord every bit as renowned as Lin Kuan. Unlike Lin Kuan's multi-level distribution, Ni Kuan operated a tiered distribution. The man himself sat at the very top, while his immediate lieutenants formed the next level of dealers. The Ni family in Jianshazui had 4 principal lieutenants, something like vassals at least, while Ni Kuan was still in control. Guohua, Gandhi, Haigi, and Wenzhong were the Ni family's 4 generals, each a figure of local prominence. Ni Kuan already harbored thoughts of clearing his name, but once you enter the drug world, its depths are like an ocean. Many times you cannot simply walk away. Perhaps you leave in the morning, and by the afternoon your subordinates have torn you to pieces. He also did not fully trust his 4 generals, and at that moment Han Chen came to him. He looked at the short man who had once unwittingly saved him. This man with a foolish, simple face. Ni Kuan thought he might support him a little, and see how he fared. If it failed, there was little loss, and if he succeeded, it would help check Guohua and Gandhi. If one day Ni Kuan truly wanted to go straight, the debt of a life saved could ensure that Han Chen would take over his position and safeguard the legitimate enterprises after Ni Kuan's retirement. Only after Ni Kuan personally tutored Han Chen for a while did he formally assign him to take delivery of goods. He wanted to test Han Chen's mettle. That led to the scene at the beginning where Han Chen is rallying his men. Yamati. Outside a gym, 3 thugs with brightly dyed hair flanked a pretty boy wearing an orange floral shirt and a khaki blazer surrounding a young woman handing out flyers. As the girl backed away in panic, the 3 thugs closed ranks and boxed her in. A sleazy, bespectacled man with a center-parted haircut, seeing 4 men bullying a girl, stepped forward to take a look. The well-dressed pretty boy snarled at him, "What are you staring at? Watch it, or he'll smash your glasses." The bespectacled man by Chili started to retort, "Hey, in broad daylight. Who dares touch me, by Chili?" Then before he could finish, the pretty boy signaled, and one of his goons stepped forward and punched by Chili. By Chili crumpled after the blow and begged for mercy, "Please spare me, you'll leave right now." He staggered away, then turned and spat threats, "Just you wait, you're finished. He'll call people to deal with you." Seeing the men who had hit him starting to chase, Bai Chili abandoned his bluster and ran off in a flash. The other passers-by, having seen what happened to Bai Chili, dared not intervene. The girl who had been surrounded seized the gap in the circle and broke free. As she ran, the pretty boy called back. The goon who had pursued Bai Chili turned on the girl and chased her down, swiftly boxing her in once more. Though terrified, the girl still managed to shout, "Ding Ishia, what are you doing? I warn you, don't mess with me." He sneered, "If I misbehave, what can you do? Bite me." Ding Ishia spoke lecherously, "What's the point of handing out gym flyers? You could come play with me instead. That's exercise too, haha." His henchman jeered, "Our young master, he is fierce. He'll make you scream with pleasure." Someone nearby warned Ding Ishia, "This is Yamati. Brother Feng is right here. If you cross the line, Brother Feng won't spare you." Ding scoffed, "Lin the madman. Do you really think I'm afraid of him? If he meddles, our Zhongqing society will sweep him away and take Yamati." He leered at Feng Min. "Feng Min, your second sister has decent breasts. You wouldn't want me to come visit her with my brothers, would you?" The girl under siege was Feng Min, the youngest of the 3 Feng sisters, and the slick pretty boy was Ding Ishia of the Ding family. Ding Ishia had long coveted Feng Ting, and Feng Min always fantasizing about humiliating them. Only his elder brother Ding Xiaoxia restrained him and prevented worse. But today fate placed Feng Min there doing odd jobs, and Ding Yixi's lust overran restraint. He began to harass her. "Help!" Feng Min cried, eyes closed by instinct, as Ding Ishia raised a fist and swung toward her. Yet the fist halted inches from her body. Not feeling the blow land, Feng Min opened her eyes to find Ding Ishia grinning wickedly and mocking her. He taunted, "Scream. Why aren't you screaming? The louder you scream, the more excited I get." Trembling under his filthy words, Feng Min shivered. A few scattered passers-by saw, but having witnessed the Bai Chili incident, dared not step in. Jejia building. "Boss, bad news. Something has happened." A Huawei imitate some impulsive man like Fei Chuan. In great matters, remain calm. Learn to hide your emotions. Now tell me what happened. Ahua nodded and reported, "Boss, someone is trying to sabotage our shops." "What? Which bastard dares smash my shop? Has he eaten Zhao Zilong?" Lin Feng fumed. Ahua hesitated to finish his sentence. Lin Feng shot him an annoyed look. "Don't spout nonsense. Are our men slacking off? Can't even guard a single shop." "Boss, the shops weren't smashed. Yesterday daytime troublemakers were dealt with by our men because they looked like newcomers. This morning someone had thrown feces outside the shop. When reports came up, they found more than one shop had been targeted, so we suspected someone was out to cause trouble. Next time, explain everything in one go." "Did you find out which bastard did it?" "The night feces throwers weren't caught, unclear. But among the day troublemakers, someone recognized men who have been active around Tunman." "Tunman? Isn't that Konglong's territory?" "Yes, boss. Should we ask Konglong to help smooth things over?" "No need. There is no urgency now. We'll go to Tunman ourselves and have a look. Then he'll go and fetch a few men." After Ahua left, Lin Feng took out his phone and dialed a number. "Wen, check this for me." When Lin Feng had established the Lin Group and consolidated all his overt businesses, Gone One and Chui had already been assigned clear functions. Gon led a squad as Lin Feng's muscle and shield when handled intelligence and operations, and Chui stayed at base to train personnel. On the way to Tunmen, Lin Feng happened to see Ding Yixia prowling around and harassing Feng Min. He barked to his driver, "Drive over there and stop." Pointing in that direction, Lin Feng gave the order. A Gon executed immediately, and the two cars behind followed in formation. A Hua beside him asked, puzzled, "Boss, what is it?" Lin Feng said, "I know that girl over there. She seems to be in trouble. Let's go and check." "Yishao, this chick looks fresh." One of Ding Yixi's men said, looking at the trembling Feng Min with envy. "Young master, he is blessed." Haha. The leader replied, "If you serve me, well, you'll have your share." Then a screeching sound cut through the air. A black sedan slammed into one of Ding Yixi's henchmen and only stopped after sending him flying. Ding Yixia and his men were thrown into alarm by the sight of their writhing comrade. Ding raged, "Which bastard is driving recklessly? He'll beat you until your own mother doesn't recognize you." The black sedan's door opened and Lin Feng stepped out. Seeing who it was, Ding cursed, "Damn. Lin Feng, you bastard, what do you think you're doing? Give me an explanation or I won't let this go." Ding spat, threatening vengeance. Lin Feng ignored Ding Yixia and instead ordered the arriving men first teach those guys a severe lesson. While his men set about beating Ding and his crew, Lin Feng moved to Feng Min's side. "Xiaomin, what happened? How did you cross paths with Ding II?" When Ding Yixia had been molesting her, Feng Min had imagined the worst to come. Her heart went cold, and she feared her life would turn to darkness. She prayed for someone to save her. As time dragged on and despair mounted, just when she was ready to give up, Lin Feng appeared like divine reinforcements. "Brother Feng, thank God you're here, otherwise I..." Feng Min sobbed, tearfully recounting the events in fits and starts. Shaken Feng Min needed comfort. Lin Feng soothed her, "It's all right, I'm here. You're safe now." Ding Yixia, furious at seeing Lin Feng, spat obscenities, "Damn you, Lin the madman, you ruined my fun. Just wait." Ding Yixia looked up in fury. "Beat them senseless," Lin Feng said without giving him a second glance, and his men began to mete out a brutal thrashing. Lin Feng's men wielded baseball bats so fast their arms left afterimages. Amid a thudding barrage, Ding Yixia and his crew curled on the ground moaning. When Lin Feng had settled, Feng Min and told his men to stop, Ding Yixi's group lay groaning and bleeding from the forehead. Lin Feng crouched and looked Ding Yixia in the eye. "I warned you before. The entire Feng family is under my protection. Don't play dirty and touch them. Do you have no memory?" Ding recovered enough to glare up, snarling, "Who do you think you are? This is between the Ding and Feng families. How dare you interfere? Our Zhongqing society isn't to be trifled with. You should think carefully," he warned. Although the Zhongqing society's base is in Jianshazui, their territory doesn't border Lin Feng's. Because Lin Feng's ground is more prosperous and Zhongqing wanted to plant a flag in Yamadi, tensions and clashes had already marked their acquaintance. Lin Feng seized Ding Yixia by the collar and hauled him up with one hand while slapping his face with the other. "Is there chicken feather stuffed in your ears? Do you have any memory at all?" Although beaten into a bloody mess, Ding's mouth remained defiant. "Don't get cocky. My big brother will not let this pass. Fine, I'm not wasting words on you. Ahua, take them to the training base. If they resist on the way, knock them around some more." "Yes, boss," Ahua replied and hauled Ding and his men away. Sirens wailed from a distance. "Damn, I suppose the police really are just here to tidy things up." A polished female officer dismounted from a police motorcycle. "Yamadi police." She presented her badge and took in the blood on the ground and the stains on Lin Feng's hands, then glanced at a Gon, all businesslike and wearing sunglasses. Officer Ingzi stepped back, hand resting on her pistol. "We've received reports that a woman was being forcibly taken in public. Can you explain yourselves?" Lin Feng regarded the young officer with a faint smile. "Madam, the person you are looking for has already fled. We acted as citizens doing the right thing. As for the woman you say was being seized, she is right now in my car. You can go and verify if you don't believe me." Feng Min heard Lin Feng's exchange with the officer. Though she did not fully understand why Lin Feng said Ding had fled, she trusted him. She believed he would not harm her. She followed Lin Feng's cue and gave the officer a brief account of what had occurred. Officer Ingzi listened, anger flashing across her face. "I can't believe there are people so wolfish and heartless. Had I arrived sooner, I would have arrested him and put him behind bars." Lin Feng silently shook his head. Ding Yixia was a shameless scumbag who, upon seeing a pretty girl, wanted to force himself on her. His family included an elder brother who ran a society and a third sibling who was a lawyer. If Officer Lao Kai had encountered a frenzied Ding Yixia, she would likely have been cannon fodder, Lin Feng thought. The thought lingered like a warning about how dangerous someone like Ding could be when unrestrained. Lin Feng's men had dispersed and the moment passed, but the undercurrent of threat remained, a reminder that these streets were ruled by more than law. "I have told you everything I know, madam. You now understand the truth of the matter. Please, if you would be so kind, escort the victim home. Surely you cannot remain indifferent knowing how badly she suffered. If that pervert had returned in the middle of it, her fate would have been far worse. You do not wish to see a helpless young girl violated, do you?" Wei Yingzi cast a resentful glance at Lin Feng and with a sigh of helplessness said, "I know what must be done, but you will need to come back with me to record a statement." Lin Feng waved his hand. "Recording a statement is fine, but keep your rewards." I only did what a decent citizen should do. I have pressing matters to attend to, so that will be all. Brother Feng. Fong Min grew flustered as Lin Feng prepared to leave. Rest assured, Xiaomin madam will see you home safely. I have something I must handle. If you ever get into trouble, be alert and call me immediately. Lin Feng winked at Fong Min and handed her a business card. Fong Min understood that Lin Feng was likely going after Ding Yixia and replied with a knowing nod. Understood, Brother Feng. Later, after receiving Fong Min's frantic call, Luo Huiling immediately took leave and hurried home. Xiaomin, are you all right? What on earth happened? When Luo Huiling entered, she saw a female officer and the sisters Fong Fong and Fong Ting surrounding a still-shaken Fong Min, fussing over her with concern. Sister Ling, I'm fine. You must be Fong Min's guardian. Hello, I'm Weiyingzi. Today Fong Min was. Fortunately, someone rescued her along the way, otherwise the consequences would have been unthinkable. All right, she has been safely returned. Be careful in the future. If anything happens again, call the police. We will summon and warn members of the Ding family. They'll be going now. Thank you, Officer Wei. We'll see you out. After Luo Huiling accompanied the policewoman out, she returned and asked, Xiao Min, tell me exactly what happened today. After Fong Min repeated the events, Luo Huiling spoke up. Are you saying Lin Feng may have gone to deal with Ding Yixia in the end? That seems likely. Xiao Min, how many times have I told you? Don't sneak out to do odd jobs. A young girl on her own is not safe out there. Luo Huiling spoke earnestly. I understand, Sister Ling. I won't do it again. Fong Ting, relieved, added. We're lucky Brother Feng was there, otherwise I dare not imagine what that pervert Ding Yixia might have done to Xiao Min. Fortunately, nothing worse happened. From now on, Xiao Min, go straight home after school and stay at home on weekends. Do not wander about. Lin's training base. In the training classroom, Lin Feng sat leisurely sipping tea as a Chui and several so-called instructors ushered in a line of delinquent youths who had submitted themselves to reform under Lin Feng's authority. The moment they entered, they greeted the boss and the director with servile deference. There was no choice. Everyone who entered Lin's training base, aside from Lin Feng's core followers, had willingly signed a variety of contracts pledging corneas, bone marrow, kidneys, and such. They had effectively donated every organ they could afford to. Their bodies housed not only trackers, but also tiny remote-controlled explosive devices. Life and death hung at Lin Feng's discretion. Lin the madman, if you have the guts, wait for revenge from Zhongqingxi, someone shouted. Ding Yixia, ignorant of the severity of his situation, continued to rant. Look, he's still defiant. If he dared to assault a young girl today, and failed tomorrow, he'll dare to assault the leaders of organizations. He has become utterly lawless. Whoever can put him in his place will earn credit, said the director. I know a method, offered one with dark circles beneath his eyes. We can ice him first, and then swap in a red-hot iron rod. An ice and fire torment, I hear. Wouldn't that be letting him off easy? Another muttered. Be direct, scald him with boiling water until he is ruined. Someone who specialized in custom garments raised a hand. Too childish. I can craft a custom iron brief with a handle. If he reacts, the spikes inside will pierce. If he does not, the spikes will miss, and the receptacle will deliver an electric shock to the sensitive area, the man explained coldly. As the room buzzed with suggestions and crude ingenuity, a short, stout man raised his hand. Director, I have a method we might try. Oh, tell us, Lin Feng said with interest. Cut a small opening in the scrotum there and tie the vas deferens. Then. Someone exclaimed in disgust. Damn, Shitu Wei, aren't you a tattooist? That's vicious. Lin Feng was taken aback by Shitu Wei's proposal, which resembled the notorious tactic of the so-called quit-smoking ambassador. Ding's second brother, who had been shouting earlier, suddenly sobered. Lin the madman, please don't. No, Brother Feng, I'm sorry. I was wrong to trouble the Feng family. I was wrong. He'll remember this from now on, truly. I won't dare again. Spare me this once, please. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled. Wrong. Huh. I rather preferred you in your old defiant mood. Do us the favor of bringing that back. Ding Yixia, grasping the gravity of the situation, pleaded. This does you no good. Better to let me go. You wouldn't want Zhongqingxi to declare war on you, would you? Jianshazui Tailai Villa. Had the Ding brothers not received the police summons and warnings, they might not have known that Ding Yixia had been taken. They had gone to the station to handle the matter and emerged after dark. Back home, the three brothers conferred and decided to first try to negotiate to retrieve Ding Yixia before escalating matters. Mr. Zhang, this is Ding Xiaoxia of Zhongqingxi. I hope I'm not disturbing you. My brother was seized by Lin Feng of Hongxing. I would like to invite you to serve as a mediator and arrange a meeting. It was all a misunderstanding born of a trivial matter. As for conditions, we can let him set the terms. And Mr. Zhang, I have prepared a substantial gift for you. He stated his intent plainly over the call and promised a hefty present to Jiang Tianxing, adding that he owed him a favor. Only after receiving a reply of "we will wait for news" did Ding Xiaoxia hang up. Big brother, what did Hongxing say? Ding Lixia, the fourth brother, hurriedly asked after the call was ended. They said to wait for news, came the reply. Wait for news? What are we waiting for? We should assemble our men and storm Yamati. If we don't get the second brother back, we'll sweep Lin the madman's territory clean. Though Ding Wanxia, the third brother, was a lawyer by trade, his words were all thuggish bravado. All you ever think about is fighting. You're a lawyer, Stop acting like a gangster all the time. Even if we fight, we must first bring our second brother back. This matter cannot be left unavenged. No one is allowed to bully the Ding family. Ding Xiaoxi's face was ashen with resolve. At that moment, a sudden commotion rose at the villa gate and then quickly subsided. Sensing something amiss, Ding Xiaoxia signaled to his two brothers and pulled open a drawer behind the liquor cabinet to seize a gun. As he gripped the weapon and moved to investigate, several round smoking objects were hurled inside. Grenades. Third brother, fourth brother, run. Ding Xiaoxia was nearly undone with fear and ordered his brothers to flee. After a short while, a dozen individuals wearing gas masks entered in sequence. Bastards, how dare you ignore my brother's words. Aside from the three who dragged the Ding brothers away, the rest set about ransacking the villa, carrying off cash safes and valuables. Several vans were waiting outside. Every operation followed the same rule. 50% of the seized wealth would be distributed as rewards to those who took part. Lin Feng was admiring his group of students as they demonstrated their lifelong skills on the body of the Ding crab, awarding them scores based on their performance. In the Lin training base, students could only gain the opportunity to become Dragon and Tiger Masters at Baijia Entertainment after accumulating a certain number of credits. Those who managed to survive 10 high-risk stunt performances while serving as Dragon and Tiger Masters could then transition to become teachers. Freedom was no longer possible as the ownership of all their organs was no longer in their hands. Oh, what talk of freedom could there be? Their only pursuit now was to become teachers so they could double the treatment they endured as students onto the newcomers. Ding ding ding. Zhang Tianisheng, why is he calling me late at night? Hello, is this Brother Sheng? Yes, it's me. The Zhongqing Society. This trivial matter doesn't need to trouble Brother Sheng. Ooh, I can talk to him in person later. Alright, let's go with that. What the hell? Ding Xiaoxia actually called Zhang Tianisheng to negotiate. Hello, Feiji. Where are you right now? On the other end, Feiji replied, Big brother, I'm currently at our nightclub construction site. Construction site? What are you doing there? Didn't I tell you to handle the brothers from the Zhongqing Society? They called me here. If you can do the job, do it. If you can't, go back home and let Fei Qian handle it. Did I tell you to chop friends and you want to fight dust? Lin Feng laughed in anger. After hearing this, Feiji seemed stunned. Big brother, are you mistaken? I've already dealt with the few crabs from the Ding family. Huh? Dealt with? Then why aren't you back? What are you doing at the construction site? Feiji replied, I'm setting up the foundation, big brother. Didn't you say that our nightclub would soon be filled with charming men and women, so we need to ensure quality? I heard a secret message by chance that using wicked people to set up the foundation not only ensures quality, but can also ward off evil spirits. Setting up the foundation. Have you already started? Not yet. I just cut open the rebar column and was about to weld them in before pouring concrete. Weld them in? Lin Feng was momentarily confused. How many people have you actually dealt with? Did you end up taking care of the one Fei Qian brought to the base and the one from Lianxing? I thought I hadn't seen that egg scatter today. Feiji replied, Big brother, let's not talk about the past. However, we just started with our own venue tonight. Before this, we were still in the experimental phase. Moreover, big brother, didn't you say that the ruffians in the harbor city are countless? If we deal with one, we can save hundreds or thousands of people. We are doing good work here. I ask you, can you guarantee that you've completely drained them if they haven't come to the base? Real estate, bank cards, hidden stash spots, etc. Those aren't money. If you miss even one, do you know how much loss your little brothers will incur? Feiji fell silent for a moment. I understand, big brother. I'll bring them back to the base to interrogate them right away. That's more like it. You need to drain them completely so that the little brothers can earn more. As the elder brother, you must think more for your little brothers and ensure they can earn money. Only then will they trust and follow you. Otherwise, if your little brothers starve for 3 days while following you, it would be lucky for you if they don't take you down. Also, in the future, just take the drained ruffians directly to fill the sea. At the very least, don't set up the foundation in your own home. That would be too disgraceful. Hello, is this Brother Sheng? You're still awake. Oh, I just wanted to let you know that I've already dealt with those crabs from the Zhongqing Society, and you can send someone to their territory to take a share tonight. Yes, I've notified others too, but you were the first I told, Brother Sheng. Hello, Kuan-gu. You're still putting out fires this late. Didn't you complain that the profits in your Mongkok territory are low? Tonight at Sim Sha Sui. Yes, there are others, but you are the first to know. Hello to Fei. This is Lin Feng. Haven't you been fighting with Fatty Li in North Point all along? Tonight at Sim Sha Sui. Hello, Prince. Tonight at Sim Sha Sui. Hello, Shirsen Mei. Tonight at Sim Sha Sui. Bring Han Bin along. He has connections, and didn't the dinosaur just run out of money? Hello, Lao Huang. Scissor kick. Sorry, wrong number. Due to Lin Feng's series of phone calls, the atmosphere in Sim Sha Sui suddenly became turbulent. A BU and Hao Nan take people to Sim Sha Sui to sweep the Zhongqing Society's territory. How much you can take depends on your abilities. Silly Chong, quickly gather people to Sim Sha Sui to receive the territory my good brother Lin Feng has gifted me. Remember, it's the Zhongqing Society. Don't end up sacrificing yourself again. Boss, there's going to be a big commotion in Sim Sha Sui tonight. Borrow some manpower from second brother, Kowloon City, is nearby. At 3 in the morning, Tsim Shui. Hung Hing suddenly gathered a large number of people and charged towards Tsim Shui, while various societies in Tsim Shui urgently assembled their forces to defend their territory. However, the Hung Hing members all had a target charging directly towards the Zhongqing Society's territory. Since the Ding family brothers had all been dealt with by Lin Feng, the underlings couldn't contact their boss and could only fend for themselves. Moreover, nearly half of the area heads participating from Hung Hing were involved. Under a surprise attack, the Zhongqing Society, barely enough to be considered a medium-sized society, was no match. When the various forces in Tsim Shui regained their senses, the Zhongqing Society had already been nearly wiped out. They hadn't expected the Zhongqing Society to be so weak, practically falling apart at the first touch. Once they realized it, they could only scavenge the leftovers that Hung Hing had left behind. The next morning, news of Hung Hing exterminating the Zhongqing Society spread immediately, and when people learned that the Zhongqing Society couldn't even withstand the first wave of attacks, some regretted it bitterly. Damn, the people from the Zhongqing Society are too soft, right? They usually boast so much, and with just one wave they were wiped out. Exactly, had I known the Zhongqing Society was this weak, I could have taken a whole street myself. Brother, you are selling beef offal. Get lost, I thought you were someone important. It seems like the Gemini even personally got involved last night. What Gemini? Jia Tower. After receiving several calls of gratitude, Lin Feng received an unexpected one. Lin Feng, what on earth were you up to last night? If it weren't for your call last night, I'd never have known you were stirring up trouble, and right in my jurisdiction no less. Next time I'll clamp your head with my scissor legs. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hello. Signal's terrible here. Hello. Don't play that game with me. Next time we meet. Signal's terrible. I'll hang up now. Before Huang Bingyao could finish, Lin Feng ended the call. Brother, why didn't we seize Zhongqing Society's territory ourselves last night? Our property management team is fully staffed. We could have taken it all ourselves. Fei Quan expressed confusion over his elder brother's decision the previous night. Too much territory makes us a target and exposes our true strength, drawing every faction's gaze straight to us. Besides, most of Zhongqing Society's wealth and assets are already in our hands. Letting their territory slip away will divert outsiders' attention. After all, we hardly need the protection fees from that scrap of land. We're not short on money, and certainly don't need so-called bosses. By the way, we've traced who attacked our shops. It was that wretch Sheng Fan from Tunman. Arrange quietly for him to have tea, and find out who's pulling his strings. Leave it to me, brother. I'll handle it flawlessly. Fei Quan, ever drawn to underworld matters, could barely contain his eagerness. Fine, then it's yours. Better than letting Feiji drag someone off to pound steaks again. Damn it. He even targets his own men. Brother, I'll bring Jiang Tianxing's girlfriend to you. Feiji, seeing Fei Quan snatch his chance, eagerly sought to prove himself, to ease his elder brother's burdens. Lin Feng observed Feiji's smug grin, Fei Quan's approving nod, and Ahua's sullen, frustrated expression, as if chiding himself for not thinking of it first. What on earth was happening? Wait, Xingfan did it, so why abduct Jiang Tianxing's girlfriend? Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. Jiang Tianxing fails to command his subordinates. That alone is fault enough. And didn't you say his girlfriend has ample assets suitable for? Beyond a bee's band of fools and one Shun Yao, Jiang Tianxing commands nothing at all. Liang Kuan is practically ready to wage open war with him on the street. Feiji, you're utterly uncouth. But since you meant well by me, I'll let it pass this time. We'll discuss it later. All right, brother. I'll abide by your word. Consider Jiang Tianxing lucky this round. Feiji reluctantly acquiesced, his disappointment palpable. Tsim Shui East. Zhongxin E territory. Lian Haolong sat squarely upon the throne-like chair at the head of the table. Though Hung Hing's raid last night caught us off guard, we still reaped gains. Luo Tianhong's sword in hand single-handedly wrested half a street from Hung Hing's jaws. His feat stands as our greatest triumph. Indeed, he stole the spotlight last night, chasing Hung Hing's men down the street, blade flashing. A cocky man chewed gum as he spoke. To his right sat a punk-styled youth with electric blue hair, tilting his head, not from a stiff neck, but because his right eye remained obscured, unable to glimpse the boss above. Noticing Luo Tianhong tilt his head, revealing his right eye to glance at him, then fall silent, Lian Haolong continued. Yet this incident exposed a flawed, sluggish response. Had reinforcements arrived promptly, we wouldn't have claimed just half a street. We'd have seized the whole. Awu, you oversee the action squad. See to it. Tianhong, you'll administer the half-street secured last night. Yes, brother. 2. Lian Haolong then turned to a woman below, graceful, poised, unmistakably seasoned. Susu, are the goods flowing smoothly through your channels? All clear. Already handed to AFA. AFA, what's the word? Brother, shipment may take time. That new dwarf from the NI family's risen fast lately, flooding the streets with product. No rush. Proceed carefully. Safety comes first. Understood, brother. Within Zhongxin, internal strife had yet to descend into the cutthroat betrayal of the Triad chief. This was still an era of collective ambition of striving together towards shared prosperity. Walin Sheng Tea House. Deng Fei convened another elders' council, frustrated that Walin Sheng had gained nothing from the Zhongqing Society affair. Hung Hing struck Zhongqing Society last night. Every other triad walked away with something. Not us. Not even a single shred. Was there truly no whisper of it among you? Deng Fei's deepest desire was to become Walin Sheng's supreme patriarch, and to witness his own society establish itself in Simsha Sui within his lifetime. Last night offered the perfect opening. Even seizing one venue would have anchored them there. Uncle Deng it unfolded too suddenly. We only grasped what happened after Zhongqing Society had already been carved up. No one foresaw Lin the madman slashing Ding's brothers for his girlfriend, leaving Zhongqing Society leaderless and collapsing within hours. Xue Ji explained the cause to Deng Fei. Xue Ji knew full well he was merely a puppet, so even if Walin Sheng entered Simsha Sui, it would change nothing for him. His face betrayed no regret, only quiet indifference. Strange though, Lin the madman claimed no territory at all, handing it all to Hung Hing. That defies logic. Long Zhen mused. Think he got nothing. Go see Ding's villa. Looks like it's been ransacked by imperial censors. Chuanbao scoffed. Just wait. Now Zhongqing Society's gone soon, that villa, and all its public-facing assets, will bear the Lin name. Still Lin the madman honors brotherhood. He feasts yet shares the meat with Hung Hing. Deng Fei gazed upon these sharp-witted men, and felt a dull throb behind his temples. Causeway Bay. A hospital room. Anan, are you alright? De Bi gazed tenderly at Chan Ho Nam, whose only injury was a bandaged arm, utterly ignoring the two figures beside him swaddled head to-toe, like mummies Tai Tin Air and Chow Pai. Brother B, don't worry. I'm fine. Got careless, caught off guard by Zhong Xini. They even took half a street from us. Next time I see that blue-haired bastard Chicken, ye will carve him limb from limb. Chicken, shut up. If you hadn't dragged Brother Nan away, my brother and Chow Pai wouldn't have gotten hacked to ribbons by that lunatic, Bao Pai burst out. At Bao Pai's reproach, both Chan Ho Nam and Shan Ji flushed with embarrassment. Chan Ho Nam had been disarmed by Luo Tianhong's sudden appearance. A single slash sent his cleaver flying, another sliced his arm. As the fatal blow loomed, Tai Tin Air arrived with reinforcements, saving his life. Shan Ji kicked aside, watched the blue-haired berserker hack through men like melons. Panicked wet himself, then scrambled up and hauled the dazed Chan Ho Nam away. He abandoned Tai Tin Air and Chow Pai to Luo Tianhong's slaughter. Only Bao Pai's timely arrival, and De Fei's backup, prevented them from joining the dead in selling salted duck eggs. Tai Tin Air, Chow Pai, you rest easy. Once healed, your valor will be rewarded. The territory seized last night, you'll manage it first on Nan. Simsha Sui. Inside Lu Yaozu's villa. You're Sheng Fan, right? Please have a seat. No need to be so formal. Lu Yaozu greeted the visibly nervous Sheng Fan with polite courtesy and poured him a glass of champagne. Sheng Fan's face lit up with delight and excitement. Thank you, Mr. Lu. I've come unannounced today to inform you that the matter you entrusted me with previously is already underway. However, the target has grown significantly more vigilant lately, making progress difficult. Though rest assured, Mr. Lu, I will persist without fail. Lu Yaozu assumed Sheng Fan had come to demand additional payment, or even raise his price, and immediately recalled Lin Feng, whom he'd recently rejected. A faint frown creased his brow. Very well, I understand. Anything else? Any ordinary person would have recognized this as a clear dismissal, but Sheng Fan was anything but ordinary. Mr. Lu, didn't you mention there'd be another task once this one was completed? Since I'm idle at the moment, I'd be honored to assist you further with other matters. Only then did Lu Yaozu's frown ease. So, he'd come seeking work, not leverage. Indeed, a dwarfed mule remained just that straightforward, uncomplicated, devoid of guile. Sheng Fan, your initiative in volunteering your service pleases me greatly. Though your performance thus far has been less than ideal, I do appreciate your earnest Hansen attitude. I'd originally intended to assign this to someone else, but since you've stepped forward so willingly, it would be churlish of me to decline your sincere offer. Here's the matter. I wish to teach a lesson to a man currently imprisoned in Stanley Prison, and extract certain information from him. Tell me, can you accomplish this? Sheng Fan beamed with elation. Mr. Lu, this is child's play. Our Hung Hing faction has deep roots in Stanley. We'll handle it flawlessly, without a single blemish. Should you succeed, I'll reward you handsomely, and future assignments will be offered to you first. Yet utmost discretion is required. Let no whisper of this reach beyond these walls. Lu Yaozu issued the warning firmly. Rest easy, Mr. Lu. I'll deliver excellent news soon, Sheng Fan replied, eagerly thumping his chest in solemn pledge. Sheng Fan had little choice. Though the dinosaur reigned supreme in Tunmun, Sheng Fan's own influence was no trifling matter. Ambitious by nature, he long harbored dreams of supplanting the dinosaur, and his chances were far from negligible. Yet just days earlier, the dinosaur had planted his banner in Simsha Sui, a metropolis leagues beyond the backwater obscurity of Tunmun. Should he consolidate power there unchecked, the gulf between them would widen irreversibly, leaving Sheng Fan permanently subjugated. Desperate for a patron who could finance and bolster his ascent, Shang Fan turned instinctively to Lu Yaozu and arrived uninvited at his villa. After an animated exchange, Shang Fan strode out of Lu Yaozu's villa radiant with newfound confidence. Minutes after his departure, Lu Yaozu paused, as if struck by sudden recollection, then retrieved his checkbook and swiftly inscribed a HK500 draft. Mona, take this to Shang Fan, call it T-money. To urge the horse to run, one must first feed it hay. Mona accepted the check. As she absorbed Lu Yaozu's words, a quiet thought flickered through her mind. I was right not to relay Lin Feng's request to Mr. Lu earlier. Otherwise, I might well have ended up feeding hay to that stallion myself. Very well, I'll deliver it at once. Emerging from Lu Yaozu's villa, Shang Fan noticed his two underlings nowhere in sight, not suspecting foul play, but assuming they'd lazily lingered inside the car. Damn it. You see your boss walking out, yet don't even drive the car forward. Enraged, Shang Fan stormed to the vehicle, yanked open the door, and was instantly seized by two arms gripping his shoulders and dragging him inside. Only then did Shang Fan realize something was gravely amiss. Who are you? What do you want? He cried out, but before the words left his lips, a masked figure plunged a needle into his neck. Mission accomplished, let's go. Mona rushed outside just in time to witness Shang Fan being hauled into the car, but dared not cry out or summon help. For as Shang Fan vanished inside, a second van pulled alongside. What if her shout alerted them? What if she too were snatched away? Only after confirming the vehicles had sped far into the distance did she sprint back, screaming, "Boss! Terrible news! Something dreadful has happened! What on earth is wrong with you? Panicking like this? What catastrophe could possibly warrant such hysteria? Boss, the man Shang Fan was abducted right at your gate by armed thugs. 2 vehicles full of them. Should we call the police?" Lu Yaozu fell silent for a long moment. They took only Shang Fan, so this was clearly aimed at him alone. Likely a vendetta, some underworld grudge. We have no business intervening. Consider him never having come here at all. Mona pondered his logic and found it sound. Composing herself, she ventured cautiously, then what about that matter? Lu Yaozu rubbed his temples in frustration. Find someone else, immediately. And this time avoid Triad affiliates entirely, especially anyone from Hunghing. That lot is cursed, frankly. After driving some distance, the abductors transferred Shang Fan and his 2 underlings into a waiting panel van. The masked leader instructed coolly, leave 2 men behind to dispose of the car, thoroughly. Leave no trace. Brother, wasn't the boss explicit about doing this quietly? Is broad daylight really the wisest hour for such boldness? Fool, you mistake audacity for recklessness. This is surprise, precisely what our brother commanded. He told us to think, yet you refuse to listen. Yao Mati, at Lin Feng's residence. Ever since the top floor of Jejia building had been renovated, it had become Ruan Mei and Gongxing's sanctuary. Lin Feng spent most of his time there, claiming it fostered closeness with his subordinates and staff. Only when Ruan Mei and Gangxing hid from him for extended stretches, eluding capture even within Jejia building, would he return home to administer punishment. Today, however, circumstances were exceptional, so he came back. Not only were Ruan Mei and Gangxing present, but Luo Huiling had arrived with the Fong sisters and Fong Zhanhua. Luo Huiling normally avoided Lin Feng at all costs, so why had she suddenly decided to pay him a visit? The answer lay in the abrupt disappearance of the Ding brothers several days prior. The Fong and Ding families had been locked in bitter enmity for decades. Not only had Ding Xie slain Fong Jinxin with a single punch, but Ding Yixia, the lecherous predator, had repeatedly harassed Fong Ting. Only Ding Xiaoxie's firm restraint prevented her from becoming his victim, perhaps even worse than mere violation. Most recently, Ding Yixia had forcibly abducted Fong Min, intending to subject her to unspeakable acts. Had Lin Feng not intervened mid-abduction, the consequences would have been catastrophic, possibly involving multiple assailants. Upon learning the Ding brothers had vanished without a trace, Luo Huiling deduced Lin Feng's hand behind it, and promptly retrieved the wayward Fong Zhanhua, bringing the entire Fong family with gifts to express their profound gratitude. Lin Feng regarded Luo Huiling, whose attire as before emphasized striking visual impact, and smiled inwardly. Luo, Jie truly understands me. Aloud he said warmly, Jie, there was no need for such extravagance. We've known each other for years. We're old friends after all. As for the Ding brothers, I hadn't dealt with them sooner simply because my hands were tied. This time fortune brought them across my path, and I removed them without hesitation. This time Luo Huiling chose not to call him out. She simply couldn't afford it. Raising the Fong sisters alone left no surplus for clothing. She wore the same few checked shirts and jeans, rotating them endlessly, owning scarcely enough outerwear to survive winter. That's not how it works. To you it may be trivial, but for our Fong family, it is monumental. We had to come and thank you no matter what. Lin Feng caught the deliberate emphasis on our Fong family, and understood her meaning instantly. Ah, this sharp-witted Luo Jie is nudging me subtly. But no matter, I won't hold it against her. Yuan Long. The East Star Dragon Head banquet was filled with the sounds of gongs and drums. The camel was facing a crow wearing sunglasses, swaying its head as if it were dancing in the street. We country folk are the most traditional, especially when it comes to entering the underworld, where loyalty is paramount. Everyone must pay attention externally, do not provoke trouble, internally respect your teachers, and uphold the Tao. The crow, slightly annoyed by the camel's speech, scratched behind its ear and said, "Big brother, I listen to you, even in Holland." The camel glanced at the crow and replied meaningfully, "Holland is one thing, but here in Hong Kong it's different." After the camel finished speaking, a man dressed in a yellow suit known as the Grinning Tiger hurried over, saying, "Big brother, the heads and speakers of various societies are arriving soon." "Is that so? Big brother, your status in the underworld is high and you have good connections. On a day like today, members of the Legislative Council and other officials will definitely come to flatter you." The camel turned to the Grinning Tiger and said, "Haha, when it comes to flattery, you're the best at it." The crow chimed in, "Of course he's the Grinning Tiger." As one of the major societies on the island, East Star would attract all the notable figures from the underworld to show their respect and support. Hongxing was no exception, as Jiang Tianxing notified the heads of various districts to come and show support, also intending to flex some muscle in front of their peers on the island. "Afeng, you really are loyal, not forgetting me in good times. When I start filming, I'll definitely cast you, and you'll have the first chance to audition for the female lead." Lin Feng had just arrived at the outskirts of the banquet when Liang Kuan came over and gave him a hug. "Come on, Kuan brother, I can't imagine how many people have already had their turn with your female leads. I might feel nauseous." "Brother Feng, I have nothing much to say. Oh, if you need someone in the future, just look at my performance." "Big brother, aren't you afraid of Fatty Lee coming after you? He's still alive, you know." "Afraid of him? That Fatty Lee needs to have the guts to do something about it." Speaking of which, the situation between Fatty Lee in North Point and Defei is similar to that of the dinosaur in Toon Mun and the indigenous man, only the positions have been switched. Fatty Lee is the one being suppressed. If it weren't for the two brothers, the dinosaur, with his slightly inferior intelligence compared to the indigenous man, would probably have been selling salted duck eggs by now. Why are there only the two of you? Where are the others? They should be on their way. Oh, I ran into Kuan brother on the road. Not long after, everyone from Hongxing, except for Chun Yao and Abi, arrived one by one. "Afeng, thanks to you, my big brother dinosaur wouldn't have had the chance to intervene in Sim Sha Sui. While your family is fully supporting brother dinosaur, it's hard not to succeed, huh? Your sister hasn't even married you yet, and is already starting to help the Han family out." Lin Feng understood that the Hanbin brothers hadn't all intervened in Sim Sha Sui because they were afraid of Jiang Tianxing's suspicion, but that didn't stop him from saying something flattering. "Afeng, what nonsense are you talking? I have no relationship with Hanbin." "Exactly nonsense, there's nothing like that, it's too early for that." Hanbin said this, but his eyes were smiling so much that they were almost invisible. "Afeng, I gain the most benefits this time. If you need anything in the future, just say the word, and my prince will definitely not refuse you." "And me, the same goes for me," the dinosaur promised, patting his chest. The dinosaur was in a period of great success. Not only had he intervened in Sim Sha Sui, but the indigenous man who no longer listened to him had offended some formidable person, and now he had vanished with his power, seamlessly absorbed by the dinosaur. Truly a double blessing. Well said, we're all brothers." Fatty Lee stared unkindly at Defei, making Defei anxious enough to pick his nose and flick it at him. After a round of boasting and bantering, Mr. Jiang and his crew have arrived, the Sharpie Baki said before heading over to greet Jiang Tianxing and his entourage. Baki, being the most perceptive fence-sitter in Hongxing, had good eyesight. Besides Jiang Tianxing and his girlfriend Fang Ting, as well as Chun Yao Bi and Chun Haonan, even Shan Ji and Bao Pai were present. If it weren't for the rumor that the Tian heir and Chao Pai were severely injured by a blue-haired individual, they would likely have been brought along as well. Lin Feng wondered why Jiang Tianxing always managed to make his grand entrance at the last moment, considering he was driving a Mazda. "Everyone is here, let's go in together," Jiang Tianxing said as he led the way into the banquet, giving Lin Feng a pat on the shoulder as he passed. "Afeng, the cake of the Chongqing Society is largely thanks to you allowing the society to take the biggest piece. Therefore, for the next 5 months you won't need to pay any fees, and if you have any other needs, feel free to bring them up to the society." "Thank you, Brother Shang, but that's all thanks to the brothers in the society who risked their lives for it. I merely passed along the information in advance." Very good." After saying this, Jiang Tianxing gave Lin Feng another pat. As Jiang Tianxing brought his people into the venue, the camel also just appeared with the crow and the grinning tiger. "Hello, Mr. Luo," Jiang Tianxing said as he shook hands with the camel. Jiang Tianxing also leaned close to his girlfriend's ear and whispered in a tone that was just audible enough for the camel to hear, "Call Mr. Luo. He is a senior, and we as juniors should respect our seniors." "Mr. Luo." Upon hearing this, the camel was overjoyed as he enjoyed such treatment and responded, "Mr. Jiang, you're too polite. Coming all this way to congratulate us is truly thoughtful." The camel also knew that Jiang Tianxing intended to wash his reputation clean over the years, and knowing how he enjoyed such titles, he quickly obliged, making him feel good. The crow, eating an orange, glanced a few times at Jiang Tianxing's girlfriend Fang Ting and said, Hey, those magazines say Fong Ting's boyfriend is also a big brother in the underworld, it's true. The camel waved his hand at the crows saying, you should say less. Miss Fong, I didn't expect you to be even more beautiful in person than on TV. The grinning tiger chimed in with a compliment. Jiang Tianxing leaned towards the camel and said, I heard you like to drink, so I specially brought 2 bottles of Louis XIII for you. Thank you, mister. Jiang, knowing I like to drink shows your thoughtfulness. Come on, let's go inside and later let's drink a couple of good glasses together. The camel led Jiang Tianxing inside, while the grinning tiger quickly called for the members of Hongxing. Soon after, leaders and speakers from Liansheng Xing, the Number Gang, and various other societies arrived. The camel placed great importance on hierarchy and respecting one's elders, so the seating was divided into 3 tiers. The heads of major societies and the older generation who were more esteemed sat together. The heads of medium and small societies sat together. Others were seated according to their respective societies. There was no worry about insufficient seating as there were additional seats for local residents and the close subordinates of the big shots outside. If it came to that, they could always stand and eat. At the Hongxing table, Jiang Tianxing went to sit at the top table, making Liang Kuan, who only managed to get a 3rd-tier seat, extremely irritable. Unfortunately, he didn't bring a fire extinguisher or he would have definitely cooled things down on the spot. Lin Feng sat at a table with Liang Kuan and others who had participated in the last operation, while Jiang Tianxing's group, along with Fong Ting, sat at another table, and Baki Liang Ma and the fence-sitters and neutrals sat at a 3rd, making a total of 3 tables. Lin Feng also spotted quite a few familiar faces around, including the blue-haired Shamate who wielded a sword, the yellow-haired guy with a dagger, the fishing duo, and the prince who poked flowers with chopsticks. Damn, speaking of nicknames, there were quite a few people in the hall using the same nickname, with all sorts of variations, the death category being the most common. Damn, even in front of Guangong the hierarchy is so distinctly marked. Dinosaur, are you stupid? The society has already sorted out the ranks while talking about respect and hierarchy, otherwise why would everyone be climbing up to be the big brother? Just as everyone was discussing seating arrangements, the noise from the neighboring table caught the attention of those around. The banquet was only half over when Wu Ya and Xiao Mian, who swaggered toward Fong Ting's table. Wu Ya removed his sunglasses, fixed his stare on Fong Ting, and spoke. Tell me, Miss Fong, are those films you make actually real? Fong Ting, hearing Wu Ya's words, sprang to her feet, her chest heaving with rage. The other gang members nearby eagerly hoped for a confrontation between Dongxing and Hongxing, relishing the prospect of a fight. Lin Feng at the adjacent table watched clearly and thought wryly, are all women named Fong this fierce? Liang Kuan leaned into Lin Feng's ear. What you wantin'? Want your brother to arrange something for you? Kuan Ji, don't be ridiculous, Bim here in earnest. Liang Kuan snorted and turned back to the spectacle. Damn, it's real, Wu Ya exclaimed, widening his eyes, staring hard, and even whistling. You? Fong Ting trembled with fury, momentarily at a loss for words. Then a loud bang cut through the air. Wu Ya, what are you mouthing off about? Are you looking for trouble? Do you want to die? Chen Haonan slammed the table and rose before anyone else. Members of Hongxing paused with their chopsticks frozen. After all, they were Hongxing. No one would allow themselves to be shamed before peers from the island. They had to show some face. Wu Ya scratched his ear. Excuse me, who are you? Don't recognize you. Chen Haonan. Wu Ya pretended to recall. Oh right, Tongluan Si Daonan. I heard after that bloody fight you opened a Kuan bar in Tongluan. Is that true? Wu Ya saying that out in public is embarrassing, you know, Xiao Mian, who feigned concern. Xiao Mian, who put on a false air of righteousness. You two stop your back and forth. Hongxing isn't afraid of Dongxing. Shanji stepped forward to stand beside Chen Haonan. Oh, singing in duet. I'm only talking about Chen Haonan and forgot you, huh? Don't forget there's a share for you in the warehouse too. Shanji. What's with the G? Did I hit your sweet spot? Faces all flushed, getting horny. Fuck it, if you've got the guts, take it outside and duel. Chen Haonan felt murderous. Such a venomous tongue. Had last met someone like this in Liang Kuan. Now it seemed Wu Ya and Liang Kuan were cut from the same cloth. A duel? You think I'm afraid of you? Wu Ya suddenly leapt up and began a wild shaman-like performance, stamping his feet, crouching, and howling. Fong Ting was so startled, she nearly lost her footing and stumbled backward. Lin Feng moved in an instant, catching her with one arm and driving a boot toward Wu Ya's face. Wu Ya finished his howl, lifted his head, and saw a huge soul looming ever larger. One straight kick sent him hurtling backward. Everyone around was stunned in argument, then a sudden mad dance, then someone appeared and kicked the madman flying. The roles changed so fast it left people bewildered. Liang Kun's eyes narrowed as he muttered, and he calls himself respectable, hands steadier than anyone's. Hope there are no marks, or Brother Sheng would be so upset. Haha. Only after Lin Feng steadied Fong Ting with a practiced grip did he set her upright. He flexed his fingers slightly. When a snort came from beside him, he turned to look. The angle was just a bit high, someone murmured. With so many eyes in the hall, Lin Feng could not make a scene. Oh, fortunately, most gazes were fixed on the sprawled, motionless Wu Ya. Even if people had seen, they would not think too much. Slips happen in crowded situations, except perhaps for Liang Kuan. Fong Ting, however, had been so startled and struck at a vulnerable spot that her legs went weak. When Lin Feng relaxed his hold, she instinctively sagged forward against him, flailing her arms in panic. What's this? I don't remember a duck egg dish on the menu. Lin Feng had miscalculated the angle and had reacted a little too quickly. Fong Ting, sensible as she was, snapped back to herself, steadied as if shaken, and stepped away from him with her heart pounding. Lin Feng adjusted his waistband to make nothing conspicuous. Though it seemed to last, everything had transpired in the span of a heartbeat. Only then did the flung Wuya clamber up, wiping blood from his right nostril, roaring in fury, "God damn it! Who did that?" All eyes turned toward Lin Feng in unison. Wuya, seeing this, swept his right hand from his left brow into his hair and let out a sly laugh. Lin Feng did not look at Wuya. He turned to Xiao Mian, who Wu Jiwei. "Is this how Dongxing treats its guests? Does your boss know about this?" Over at Luo Tua's table, they had glanced over when Wuya began his act, but seeing it was Wuya, they dismissed it. Wuya going berserk was nothing new. But when Wuya shouted yet again, Luo Tua could no longer ignore it. Offering an apology, he strode over. Jiang Tianxing, seeing Fong Ting might be involved, followed him. "Wuya, Xiao Mian, who what the hell are you two bastards up to now?" Luo Tua stormed over, furious. Xiao Mian, who immediately put on a smile when he saw Luo Tua approach. He knew Luo Tua's temper. Make him look bad here, and head really start swinging. Even Wuya lowered his hands and obediently moved to Luo Tua's side. "It's fine, big brother. We're all acquaintances, just catching up. Maybe we were a bit loud." Fong Ting saw Jiang Tianxing come over and hurried into his arms. "Simon, just now." Fong Ting explained the whole sequence to Jiang Tianxing. He listened, soothed her, and gave Lin Feng a subtle nod. Luo Tua pointed at Wuya and Xiao Mian, who and launched into a blistering scolding. "You two fools, this is my banquet day. Don't you dare cause trouble." "Sorry, big brother, we know we were wrong. Because today is your big day, we drank a bit too much." Xiao Mian, who offered an explanation. "If you can't hold your drink, then drink less. You've barely had any, and you already don't know your own name. Apologize to the lady right now." Sorry, we drank too much," they repeated. "Our apologies for the embarrassment, everyone. Please continue eating and talking." Luo Tua clasped his hands in a respectful gesture to the guests. Liang Kuan then leaned toward Lin Feng with a lecherous grin. "So, was Wuya right? Is it true?" he whispered. "Kuan Ji, you're truly sleazy, but it's probably true," Lin Feng replied in a low voice. Fong Ting, meanwhile, still lingered on the memory of the palm that had touched her. Fong Ting found herself glancing involuntarily toward Lin Feng. When she noticed Lin Feng and Liang Kuan whispering and looking back at her, she quickly averted her eyes and shivered. "Don't worry, leave it to your brother," Liang Kuan sneered. "He'll find a way to let you test her acting." Liang Kuan had never intended to abandon his ambition to seize the leadership. After being relegated to a third-rate seat today, his desire to rise had only intensified, so he schemed to win over Lin Feng. He had noticed that Lin Feng was on good terms with most of the decision-makers. Many people, himself included, owed Lin Feng favors. Moreover, Lin Feng cared little for the guild's internal affairs and had no appetite for the top post. Securing Lin Feng's favor would at least keep half the power brokers neutral. At worst, they'd borrow Haoxing Ji for a few days. After all, brothers are treated like kin and women like garments. What harm in lending her to our good brother Lin Feng for a few days? Outside the banquet, the Hong brothers, regardless of their status as scholars, farmers, merchants, or guests from the rivers and lakes. Dong Guanzi saw Da reciting again, feeling furious. Reciting, can't you just shut your mouth with food? If it weren't for the fact that we've previously cut someone together, I would want to teach you a lesson, even if you are one of us." He looked at the people inside, devouring meat and drinking from large bowls. Yet they could only slurp beef rice noodles outside, and this stark contrast further ignited Dong Guanzi's determination to rise. "Damn it, Dappa, hey, I risked my life for you, and almost got killed. If you don't promote me, fine, but at least give me a decent spot. Once I figure out your supply routes, just wait and see how I deal with you." A figure resembling Azu did not touch the stir-fried beef rice noodles in front of him, but kept staring inside the banquet. "Why should I carefully lurk around, living from hand to mouth, and risk my life delivering information that could cost me my life, while those inside could live lavishly surrounded by admirers, indulging in a life of revelry?" He thought of the gang he had just infiltrated. Although it was only a medium-sized gang, it had connections from splitting off the Hongxing gang with plenty of opportunities for smuggling and drug dealing. Anything that could make money. The boss, Rinxing Tian, was not only short, but also ugly, nicknamed Shorty Tian. Why did his wife have to be so beautiful? Wasn't it just because he was the boss? If he weren't the boss, he wouldn't even have a chance. I could take his place. Adong, those inside are really living the high life. I wonder when we will have a day like that. It will come, Yongzai. Once we complete the task given by Gongzi and take down that lunatic Hui, the gang will arrange for us to rise up. Adong, with a buzz cut, spoke calmly. Exactly, both have 2 shoulders and a head. If they can be the big brother, so can we. If the boss doesn't assign us any roles, we'll just find another boss who will. The mantis also spoke. Abeo is right. There are plenty of bosses in Hong Kong, and if it doesn't work out, we can be our own bosses. Let's keep it down and discuss the future later. A dong interrupted his brother's nonsense. That Peter that scum had 7 or 8 people ganging up on me, and he wants me to apologize. The man wearing a hood said as he knocked on his own head. I can't be bothered with him. His punches are tough. My skull is tougher. This drew cheers from the younger brothers beside him. Boss impressive. The camel was unaware that his meticulously organized banquet was directly fueling the ambitions of the younger brothers from the lower tiers of various gangs, planting inappropriate thoughts in their minds, including the Undercover. Alright, except for the one with the hard skull. Further outside the banquet, a large group of mobile squad police officers were monitoring the situation. A young police officer who had just graduated asked the person beside him, Senior brother, are we just going to watch? What else can we do? They are holding a banquet in their own territory. They allowed us to walk around earlier. That's already giving us face. What reason do you have to go in now? Can we forcefully disperse them if we go in? The young officer still looked puzzled. It feels strange. Aren't they supposed to honor Guangdong and emphasize brotherhood? How come there's a feast inside with fish and meat, and outside, we only have a serving of stir-fried beef rice noodles? Another person complained. At least they have stir-fried beef rice noodles to eat. We even have to bring our own water and stand guard for them. The older veteran chuckled. Young ones will always be young. Don't we also honor Guangdong? And now aren't you standing guard to maintain order? Why don't those in the office get a say? This world is just like this. Another person chimed in. Exactly, don't just look at the 2 circles formed here. There may be several more circles inside. Luigi, the person in charge, saw more and more people gathering and whispering and spoke irritably. Enough, stop complaining. This is the order from above. What can I do? Moreover, with so many gangs gathered together, if we don't keep an eye on them, who will take responsibility if something goes wrong? Everyone stay alert. Yes, sir. A certain building in Tsim Sha Tsui. Inside Lu Yaozu's private club. In a spacious and luxurious room, Lu Yaozu shook the champagne in his glass, looking at the 2 men kneeling beside him, their hands bound and faces bruised. Why are there only these 2? What about the girl pretending to be the dealer? A Bao explained beside him. Because they blocked our way, that girl ran away, but we are still tracking her down. I believe she can't have gone far. Lu Yaozu glanced at Qian Wendy, his expression darkening. You brat, you have guts. Daring to cheat me out of my money. Do I look like an easy mark? Qian Wendy forced himself to remain calm. Boss Lu, why make such a fuss? Even if we cheated according to the old rules, we'll just return 30, and that's it. 30. Sure, if you can come up with over $1 million now, I'll let you go. Boss Lu is joking. Isn't the money all in your hands? Just return us 3 million, and the rest can be seen as treating your subordinates to tea. Lu Yaozu was successfully provoked to laughter. Ha, you really don't understand the situation. The money I took back is already mine. If you want to live, you need to come up with over $1 million to redeem yourselves. Boss Lu, you are being a bit unreasonable. Unreasonable. You need to understand the situation is in my hands now, and you have no right to bargain. If you don't have money, don't blame me for being cruel. I've been in a bad mood lately, and who told you to bump into me at this time? Qian Wendy took a deep breath. What do you want to do to us? Don't worry, looking at your delicate skin, you should be very popular with those who have special tastes. As for your companion, just treat them as comic relief. Together you should fetch a high price. And that fleeing girl with her ample bosom and curvy hips, she looks very durable. Qian Wendy became a bit anxious. Give me a few days, I can double the amount you want. Oh, you plan to go conning again? Conning. Lu Yaozu seemed to have thought of something, his tone turning friendly. Actually, there are other ways, just depends on whether you are willing to do them. Qian Wendy looked at Lu Yaozu, who had just had a dark expression, now becoming friendly at the mention of special tastes, and was shocked. What do you want? I won't let you have your way. Seeing Qian Wendy covering his butt with his hand, Lu Yaozu became furious. What the hell are you thinking? I want you to help me do something. Qian Wendy then relaxed and asked, what do you want me to help you with? It's like this. He stole a batch of bonds worth 300 million from me. Just find someone to hang him, right? Do I need you to teach me? I had someone break 4 of his ribs, and he still wouldn't talk. He's hiding out in Stanley now. This old guy only responds to soft treatment, and I believe you as an old con artist must have a way to trick him. Sit in jail. That won't do. Not acceptable. If not, go sell your butt. Just look for the black guy to serve you. Lu Yaozu plotted to frame his father-in-law Reuben's son in order to acquire a vast fortune. He took over everything from Reuben's son except for the 300 million yuan in bonds, becoming a veritable tycoon. Who would ever complain about having too much money? Lu Yaozu started a gambling operation in his private club where the guests were mostly friends and clients he knew from business or were introduced by acquaintances. This method not only increased his wealth, but also allowed him to meet more friends and expand his network. It was a win-win situation. Inside the club's hall, young men dressed in suits and ties stood around, usually maintaining order and ensuring the guests' safety. If any trouble arose, they would switch to their roles as bouncers to handle the situation. There were also waitresses in low-cut fishnet outfits walking around with trays of drinks. Their appeal was to provide entertainment for the guests. Typically at this time, some flirty men and women would engage with the handsome suited men or the revealing waitresses for some amusement. Yet today they were unusually gathered around a dice table, forming layers of spectators. Occasionally roars of cheers and celebrations erupted along with various excited shouts and curses. Hurry up, open it. I've already placed my bets. Why is it not opening? Damn it, this is free money. I hit every time as the gambling god at my side. Tonight is going to be a good night for the club's girls. Damn it, switch it up. It's my turn now, get those inside to throw out 2 people. Right, throw out that guy in sunglasses standing behind the god of wealth, damn it. Are you crazy? That's just a bodyguard, he's not even betting. Damn it, which idiot is trying to push me? Looking to die are you? Lin Feng learned from a source that Lu Yaozu was scheming behind the scenes. He originally intended to teach him a lesson before slowly plotting his downfall. However, upon receiving a notification from Jiang Tiansheng to attend a banquet for the East Star Camel, he decided to let Lu Yaozu off the hook for now. Having freed up some time, he naturally intended to follow through with his earlier decision. With his enhanced hearing and mental acuity, there was no difference between guessing the dice and picking up money, as he won every time more and more people were drawn into betting. The betting limits at the main gaming table were capped. Each individual could bet up to 1,000 yuan at the dice table, with a total limit of 2 million yuan per round, allowing only 3 types of bets: big, small, and surround dice triples. To play for higher stakes, one would have to go to the VIP room. Lin Feng ignored the shouts beside him, watching the dealer sweat profusely, but hesitate to open the cup, saying, "Is it ready? Can we open it now?" The dealer thought about cheating, but remembered Lin Feng's earlier words, finding himself in a dilemma. The dealers in Lu Yao's club were somewhat skilled and could deal with most people easily. Even if they encountered someone with extraordinary luck, the dice cup had mechanisms to manipulate outcomes. When Lin Feng first played, he had said, "I want to check the cup for mechanisms," and although he followed it up with a joke, the dealer dared not take the risk. In his view, Lin Feng was winning every time, clearly a master. With so many people gathering around him, if any cheating was exposed, the club would be in serious trouble. But if Lin Feng continued to win, the dealer would also face ruin. What he needed to do now was to stall for time, waiting for someone from above to come and resolve the situation. To Lin Feng's left was a middle-aged man, originally in a suit, now stripped of his jacket and rolling up his sleeves, angrily tugging at his tie. "Open it already. I know your boss, be careful, or I'll lose my temper." In Lu Yao's lounge, he was not drinking champagne this time, but sitting in a chair with a furrowed brow, smoking a cigarette. Damn it, where did that old fool hide the bonds? Why not just give them to me? It would be good for everyone, and I could give you a quick end to your suffering. Bang, bang, bang. A series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. "Come in." The club manager entered, sweating profusely. "Boss, it's bad. A master has appeared at the dice table in the hall, and he has already won nearly 30 million. Lu Yaozu sprang up instantly. "How much?" "Winning 30 million at the dice table. Do you know what you're saying?" "I'm not lying, boss. That guy seems to have a knack for it. Every bet is spot on." After hitting 3 times in a row, many people started to place bets. After 5 rounds, the total betting reached the limit of 2 million every round won, and the dealer didn't dare roll triples, fearing to be exposed. Damn it, just got rid of one cheater, and now another lucky year comes in. Who brought him here? Is this a public toilet? He said he was introduced by Miss Mengna. "Mengna? Call Mengna and ask what's going on. I'll go down personally to meet him." Lu Yaozu was extremely angry, having suffered consecutive losses while trying to deal with Ruben's son. Then he encountered a cheater, and fortunately the cheater was brought back shortly after leaving the club. He had sent him to Chizhou, but days had passed with no news. Now another lucky year had come in, sweeping through his gambling operation. Was it retribution for his misdeeds? Should he spare some time to pay respects to Wang Tai-sin? "Open it. You slowpoke. If you take a few seconds longer, you'll rotate another person out. Can you afford that?" "Oh my god, hit again. I'm going to recover my losses today. Hurry up with the next round, or I'll lose my temper too." When Lu Yaozu arrived at the hall, he saw a crowd gathered around the dice table. Everyone was red-faced and shouting loudly. Lu Yaozu signaled for a bow to clear the way, but was shoved back. The person turned without looking back. "Damn it, which idiot is pushing me? Looking for death?" An awkward silence fell over the scene, but the manager, understanding the situation, said, "Everyone please give way. The boss is here with the funds." Upon hearing this, the onlookers immediately cleared a path to the dealer. When Lu Yaozu reached the dealer, they realized that it was the club's owner and his bodyguard, but they were empty-handed. The middle-aged man, having removed his suit and tie, shot an annoyed glance at Lu Yaozu. "I say, old Lu, what are you playing at? Where's the money? Don't tell me you can't afford this. Only the guests are allowed to lose money, not win." Lu Yaozu smiled. "How could that be? The club values honest dealings, and wins and losses depend entirely on everyone's skills." "Then hurry up and bring more money. Can't you see the table is almost out of funds? You're not short on cash. I'm in the middle of a good game here." Lu Yaozu patiently explained, "It's just that the club doesn't have much cash left. It's insufficient to cover everyone's bets." At this moment, Lin Feng also spoke up. "Then just go to the bank and withdraw money. We can use chips for now, but once the cash is back, you can give it directly to us." "Right, the bank has plenty of money. Lu Sheng isn't short on cash. He can go to the bank to withdraw. Can't Lu Sheng just sign a check?" "Signing a check would work too. Yes, we can sign a check and go get it ourselves. Ultimately, Lu Yaozu cited insufficient cash reserves as justification to suspend operations and lock the gaming tables, then invited Lin Feng to the VIP lounge, where in theory betting limits did not apply and the stakes ran higher. Lin Feng asked whether Lu Yaozu himself would join the table, but Lu declined, citing recent poor health. After all, the VIP lounge staff were not Lu Yaozu's men. Without his presence at the table, Lin Feng had no intention of helping him profit. After securing his winnings, Lin Feng tossed the money to Agon, exchanged farewells with the crowd, and proposed reconvening once the club replenished its cash reserves, prompting enthusiastic cheers. As Lin Feng prepared to leave, Ah Bao stepped forward and blocked his path. Sir, our boss wishes to see you. Lin Feng thought wryly, so you're finally going to send assassins first, and only then talk. Lead the way. Lin Feng entered Lu Yaozu's private lounge to find only Lu and his 3 henchmen, no sign of Meng Na. He felt a flicker of confusion. She had been absent from the main hall earlier, now she was missing here too. Was it mere coincidence that she wasn't in the club at all? After all, Lin Feng had come specifically for her. He'd even hoped for a private gambling match with Meng Na in a secluded room. So, you must be Lin Feng, the elder brother of the Honghing Society Yao Ma Ti branch. Clearly, Lu Yaozu had already learned Lin Feng's identity from Meng Na, especially since Lin Feng had appeared under his real name. Still preoccupied with thoughts of Meng Na, Lin Feng barely registered the word elder brother and reflexively replied, "Huh, oh, you can't be my junior brother. You look far too frail. Who the hell wants to be your junior brother? Stop playing dumb. I let your refusal of my goodwill slide last time, but now you dare stir trouble on my own turf. Do you really think I'm made of clay, eh?" Lin Feng asked, amused. "Oh, winning money counts as stirring trouble. Mister Lu, you certainly didn't say that in the main hall. Not long ago, a seasoned cheater colluded with our staff to swindle me out of a fortune. How do I know you haven't bribed the croupier or tampered with the dice cup yourself? If that's your suspicion, why didn't you raise it publicly in the main hall, where every table could have been inspected on the spot?" Lu Yaozu's face stiffened. That shouldn't be right. Wasn't this guy supposed to be as dim-witted as that dwarf? Yet he's clearly sharp-minded. Lu Yaozu had briefly considered exposing the dice cup's hidden compartment himself, then pinning the fraud squarely on Lin Feng and the croupier, claiming they conspired to win every round. But he feared that such an accusation might prompt others to demand inspections of all other tables. And if anything suspicious were uncovered, the club's reputation would be irreparably ruined. Could more staff have been bribed? At that point, the club would become utterly unviable. No one would ever gamble there again. Fortunately, he'd refrained from acting on that impulse. Now he felt a quiet wave of relief. Lu Yaozu abandoned all pretense. "Regardless, your actions cost me over 30 million Hong Kong dollars. That has left me furious. How do you intend to settle this?" Lin Feng pointed casually toward Ah Bao and suggested, half teasing, "Shall we let him cool your temper?" Enraged, Lu Yaozu dropped all facade, waved his hand sharply. "Beat him. Beat him to death. 4 against 2, advantage ours." Upon receiving Lu's order, Ah Bao lunged straight at Agon, aiming to neutralize Lin Feng's bodyguard first, while the other 3 henchmen closed in on Lin Feng. Agon seized Ah Bao's swinging fist, drove a crushing blow into his abdomen, bent him double like a shrimp, gripped his head with both hands, and delivered a brutal knee strike to his face. Ah Bao slipped instantly, peacefully unconscious. As the 3 henchmen closed in on Lin Feng, he struck in rapid succession, thump, 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 and they collapsed rigidly onto the floor. Perhaps 3 more would soon join the Imperial eunuch ranks. He'd underestimated the situation. Confident he held absolute control on his own turf, he never imagined the tide would turn so swiftly, from overwhelming advantage to utter disadvantage. Realizing the peril, Lu Yaozu whirled around and reached for his concealed handgun. Just as he yanked open the drawer's secret compartment, a pistol barrel pressed coldly against his temple. Lu Yaozu couldn't fathom how Lin Feng had smuggled the weapon past security. Were the guards blind? Or had they too been bribed? Lu Yaozu raised his hands high. "Misunderstanding. A complete misunderstanding. We can talk this through calmly. Didn't see that coming. I've got spatial storage." Lin Feng tapped Lu's cheek lightly with the gun barrel. "Misunderstanding. You still want to beat me? How boldly you dare." Lu Yaozu reasoned that after all this was his domain, Lin Feng wouldn't risk mutual annihilation. His loyalists were stationed just outside. Surely they hadn't all been bought off. He quickly regained composure. "Let us sit down and negotiate. Everything is negotiable. Otherwise, neither of you will walk out of here alive." "Still threatening me? Have you any idea who holds the upper hand right now?" The word struck Lu Yaozu as eerily familiar. He'd uttered nearly identical lines in this very room not long before. Only now their positions had reversed. "Then what do you propose?" "Simple. Sign these 10 promissory notes." Lin Feng feigned drawing them from his side holster. "I, Lu Yaozu, hereby acknowledge a debt of HK 30 million Hong Kong dollars owed to Lin Feng. Purpose and circumstances of said debt. The debtor Lu Yaozu pledges full repayment by March 3, 1984. Should repayment remain outstanding beyond this date, the debtor agrees to transfer ownership of all personal assets, valued at market rate, to the creditor. In the event of the debtor's accidental death or incapacity during this period, the guarantor Meng Na shall assume full liability for repayment. Debtor Lu Yaozu fingerprint. Creditor Lin Feng fingerprint Lin Feng. Guarantor Meng Na fingerprint. Date of execution September 9, 1983. Lu Yaozu stared at the 10 identical notes, each demanding 30 million, bearing due dates spaced over 3 months, 5 months, none extending beyond half a year. He hadn't even secured Robinson's 300 million Hong Kong dollars bond yet, and now he'd incurred a staggering 300 million Hong Kong dollars debt. You're insane. Signing such documents is meaningless. Meaningless. Don't forget, I'm a Triad elder. I possess countless methods and means. Lu Yaozu refused outright, until Lin Feng lowered the gun's muzzle. Then with startling alacrity, he signed and stamped each document. With Lu Yaozu secured, only Meng Na remained, bringing Lin Feng one step closer to fulfilling his plan. Excellent. In light of Lu Yaozu's unexpected cooperation, Lin Feng decided to reward him, procuring props to carefully arrange Lu Yaozu and his unconscious henchmen. Before departing, Lin Feng deliberately instructed the manager to gather all available staff and report to Lu Yaozu's lounge in precisely 1 hour, stating that Lu had urgent tasks for them. An hour later, the manager knocked tentatively on the lounge door, receiving no reply. Sensing disaster, he burst inside and froze speechless at the sight within. After the initial shock, the manager and staff rushed to untie Lu Yaozu. Moments later, a furious roar echoed through the corridor. Lin Feng, I will kill you. After returning to Jejia building, Lin Feng summoned Ahua. Gather a dozen or so men at the martial arts studio floor shortly. We have business tonight, and it's time to test whether your training has grown rusty. Brother, are we going after Lu Yaozu? Ahua asked. Indeed. Tell me, how did you deduce that? Given brother's naturally cautious and decisive nature, always favoring swift preemptive action, you've just returned from Lu Yaozu's place, and now you're assembling forces. Clearly you intend to eliminate him once and for all. Ahua, you've got a sharp mind. Precisely. Tonight we strike Lu Yaozu. That wretch reeks of villainy. Will do the world a favor by ridding it of him. Ahua was right. Lin Feng had always believed in striking first. Would it be sheer folly to wait for Lu Yaozu to send thugs to launch a bloody confrontation before acting? Moreover, Lin Feng had just humiliated Lu Yaozu publicly at his club, and after their face-to-face encounter, Lu Yaozu surely seethed with hatred, desperate to erase him from existence. Had it not been for the complications such an act would provoke within the club, Lin Feng would have ended him then and there. The storage space in his possession was more than sufficient. After all, having just disrupted Lu Yaozu's establishment and met him in person, only for Lu Yaozu to vanish without trace. Any rational person would smell deception. Could he slaughter every patron in the club? Most were affluent or influential. Doing so would ignite far greater chaos, yielding no benefit whatsoever. Though authorities might ultimately prove powerless against Lin Feng, he had no desire for such unnecessary entanglement. And since Lu Yaozu, thoroughly disgraced at the club, would certainly retreat home to mobilize assassins against him, tonight's raid would ensnare them all. Lu Yaozu, rescued and shaken, immediately retreated to his lounge to scour names of underworld heavyweights. Walin Sheng. No, they've already been crushed twice by Lin Feng. Hung Yi. Even less viable. If Walin Sheng failed, Hung Yi stands no chance. Wang Bao. That one fits. After midnight I call the shots. A phrase dripping with raw authority. After several rounds of verification, he settled on Wang Bao and dialed the number he'd obtained. Wang Bao, I need you to handle someone for me. 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Alive. As soon as possible. Preferably this very hour. Bring him before me, and payment will be made on the spot. Clearly Lu Yaozu was enraged beyond reason, offering the same staggering sum he'd paid to eliminate Robinson. Such a bounty would incite frenzy among mercenaries across Hong Kong. Even seasoned Triad elders would hesitate only briefly before accepting. Damn it. I'll settle accounts with that whore Meng Na first. Lu Yaozu hadn't forgotten Lin Feng's claim that she'd introduced him, and that she'd previously met Lin Feng. Perhaps they'd already conspired in secret. Otherwise, why was Meng Na listed as guarantor on the promissory note? Wasn't it merely a pretext to seize his assets under the guise of debt recovery? They were plotting to devour everything he owned. Wait, this is exactly how I dealt with Robinson. Damn it. At that realization, Lu Yaozu's fury deepened. Jordan Road. Inside a sprawling nightclub, Wang Bao's flagship enterprise and personal stronghold, its penthouse had been lavishly converted into a private pleasure domain where he spent most of his idle hours. Leaning against the bar, Wang Bao uncorked a bottle and drained half of it in 2 long gulps, 2 thick fingers still clutching a fat cigar. He glanced toward Ah Ji, a cherubic-faced youth in white attire, his hair dyed blonde, and said, Ah Ji, a client wishes us to eliminate someone. What's your take? Who? Lin Feng, the Wahing Yao Ma Ti branch leader. I'll handle it. Wang Bao studied his trusted lieutenant and chief enforcer, deeply satisfied. He admired Aji's ruthless efficiency and laconic demeanor. It aligned perfectly with his own temperament. Good. Remember, he must be taken alive. This client pays handsomely. Under the velvet hush of Kowloon Tong's night, Lu Yaozu's villa, second-floor living room. Slap. Lu Yaozu backhanded Meng Na across the face. You treacherous slut, confess. Did you collude with that dwarf Lin Feng to steal my fortune? I didn't. Boss, I only met him once, and only because you ordered me to. Meng Na cradled her swelling cheek. You won't admit it until the coffin lid slams shut. If you two weren't conspiring, how did he infiltrate my club, and under your name? And why did you sign as guarantor? Lu Yaozu's rage surged. He'd signed away 300 million without gaining a single cent, even if he reclaimed Robinson's debt notes. He'd labored in vain, empty-handed. He raised his hand again to strike, but Meng Na instinctively recoiled backward, tilting her head upward. At that motion, Lu Yaozu's mind involuntarily conjured the image of her performing to Lan Wang Niu. Dare you dodge? Dare you tilt your head? Tonight I'll cripple you first, then drown you both together once Lin Feng is captured. Hello. I believe I just heard someone mention my name. Lin Feng's sudden appearance halted their chase. Lu Yaozu flinched visibly and instinctively reached toward his waist holster. Don't move. The bullet doesn't discriminate. You wouldn't want your plans to go up in smoke, would you? Lu Yaozu froze, offering a stiff, mocking French salute. How did you get here? How did you enter? Send someone to disarm him. Boss, I'll do it. Wu Ying volunteered eagerly. When Ah Hua assembled the team at Lin Feng's behest, he'd included Wu Ying, not only to broaden his horizons, but to ensure he made a strong impression on Lin Feng. Lin Feng gently pulled Meng Na's hand from her face, revealing the livid finger marks, and his expression darkened with fury. Look at this, such a beautiful woman struck like this simply because I invoked her name. Is there any justice left in this world? Any law at all? Lu Yaozu ground his teeth. So they really are entangled. I should have killed that slut the moment I suspected it. As he imagined his men arriving to subject Meng Na to a brutal lineup, his hatred burned white-hot, yet forced a grotesque smile onto his face. Let's talk reasonably. Everything's negotiable. Even Meng Na isn't beyond discussion. Meng Na stared at him incredulous. She knew Lu Yaozu was unscrupulous. Otherwise, he couldn't have swindled Robinson out of both wealth and dignity. Yet he surpassed even her darkest expectations, offering her to Lin Feng like disposable chattel. Wang Niu Lao, you're waiting for your underlings to notice something amiss and rush to your rescue. Don't waste your breath. While you were beating Meng Na, your men downstairs were already subdued with tranquilizer darts and taken away. Lu Yaozu's last hope shattered. And now Lin Feng had branded him with a humiliating nickname, Wang and Ima. But reality brooked no defiance. Lu Yaozu lowered his head in submission. What do you truly want? Just say it plainly. No need for theatrics. If you meant to kill me, you'd have done so already. Your restraint means I still hold value for you. Lin Feng clapped slowly. Not entirely useless then. You do retain some worth, but perhaps a small sacrifice is in order. Lin Feng sat on the sofa and tapped the bond he had just unearthed from beneath the sand in a glass aquarium. He glanced at Lu Yaozu, who lay motionless on the floor, his limbs grotesquely dislocated at every joint. Illiterate. Don't even know the art of war. You're less competent than a street thug. Fortune beyond imagination falls into your lap, yet you can't grasp it. He tossed it carelessly to Ah Hua. Hold on to this for now. Take it back for Jimmy to handle. You two go downstairs and tidy up the rest. Lu Yaozu never imagined the very thing he'd schemed so desperately to find had been hidden in plain sight, right under his own nose. He refused to accept the truth. Impossible. How did you know where the bond was hidden? Lin Feng ignored him and turned instead toward Mona. All right, the item's recovered. Do you recall my original condition? I'll let you continue managing Lu Yaozu's enterprises. Mona might appear merely decorative, but decorum is always relative. She had already managed the conglomerate Lu Yaozu had seized and absorbed. Compared to ordinary people, she was clearly no mere ornament, capable, reliable, and worth testing. Lin Feng intended to put her to use. Yet Mona still hesitated, undecided. She wasn't that kind of woman. Lin Feng added calmly, think carefully. This isn't irreplaceable. You're simply convenient. I dislike unnecessary complications. Hearing this, Mona finally stepped forward. Fine. She could be reckless when she chose to be. Crazy. Sit beside me and use your hands. I'll also check whether that wretch struck you elsewhere. Lu Yaozu watched the two bantering as if he weren't even present, his fury boiling over into bitter laughter. I'm still right here, damn it. Lin Feng flexed his fingers. Can you fully assume control of all his assets? It depends. Some yes, of others no. What if he personally authorizes the transfer? If he authorizes it himself, then there's no issue. But judging by his current state, cooperation seems unlikely. And if he suddenly... Don't worry, he will cooperate. Lu Yaozu watched Lin Feng and Mona conspire over his empire as though he were invisible, rage twisting into hollow, incredulous laughter. Stop wasting your time. Most of my holdings require my personal presence to transfer, but would you dare let me step out in public? And after Robinson's precedent, I've long taken precautions should I die unexpectedly. Every cent and asset under my name will be unconditionally donated to the police, with one sole stipulation: they must spare no effort investigating whoever murdered me. I've also established a vengeance fund, already seeded with 100 million Hong Kong dollars. Once the police confirm the perpetrator, even if you evade legal consequences, the fund will activate, and you two vermin will face relentless, merciless pursuit. Lin Feng erupted. Halftime break. He strode over to Lu Yaozu, hauled him upright, and delivered a stinging barrage of slaps. How dare you use my money to stage some absurd donation? Do you want to die? Damn it, that was old man Tsukamoto's signature move. How did this wretch learn it? Or does Lu Yaozu carry Japanese blood? Then he's even more deserving of death. The flurry of blows, and Lin Feng's audacious tirade, left Lu Yaozu stunned, momentarily speechless. Idiot. Relentless pursuit. Still think you're clever? I'll just hire some street thug to stage a home invasion, kill you outright, and then eliminate the thug myself. Think you're brilliant. Lin Feng had once considered seeking out Tsukamoto, but after discreet inquiries learned the man wasn't even in Hong Kong. He'd narrowly escaped. Lin Feng patted Lu Yaozu's swollen face. You think I'm powerless? Clearly you know nothing of my methods. Lu Yaozu snapped back to awareness. You damn. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. Look into my eyes. When you hear the snap again, and the words very smooth, you'll return to normal. A skill originally refined from Qianmin illusion arts, accidentally evolved into the uncanny technique of forensic psychiatrists. Its first true application on this wretched Lu Yaozu. It couldn't sustain long-term hypnosis, but 2 or 3 hours were feasible. Against stronger will, success depended on chance. With Lu Yaozu's cooperation, Chen Tiany's assistance, and minor facilitation, resolution seemed assured. And for those who refused reason, his underlings knew a thing or two about persuasion through force. Witnessing how effortlessly Lin Feng subdued Lu Yaozu, Mona trembled like a quail. Lin Feng beckoned her over. I'm very angry right now. As Lin Feng strode toward the bedroom, he snapped his fingers again. Let's see if it really is very smooth. Damn it. When Lu Yaozu regained consciousness, only 2 syllables escaped before he realized Lin Feng had vanished, leaving him sprawled on the floor, feet pointing toward the door, catching just a glimpse of Lin Feng and Mona slipping inside and leaving it slightly ajar. His body remained paralyzed, but his mouth still worked. Though Lin Feng claimed he'd neutralized Ah Bao's crew, what if he hadn't? Help! Is anyone there? Silence. Downstairs, Blackfly heard Lu Yaozu's cries and grumbled, Brother Hua, this wretch is screaming for help. Should we go up and teach him a lesson? To prevent any mishap. Ah Hua slapped Blackfly's head. Use your brain. What mishap could possibly happen up there while brother is inside? We're down here to ensure nothing goes wrong. That's our real job. Stop hitting my head. I wasn't dumb before. You're knocking me stupid. Blackfly, I know you're eager to rise. That's why I brought you along, to get noticed by brother. But you need to change your temperament. Learn to think. Brother values intelligence. Wait, that's not right. Brother Feiji and Brother Feichuan barely think at all. Can you compare yourself to them? They've followed brother since his earliest days on the streets. And even now brother expects the same of them. They too must learn to think. By the way, Brother Hua, this wretch's shouting is getting loud. It might draw attention from neighbors. Should we play some music to mask it? Good idea. Turn it off only once he's silent. We'll likely stay here overnight. This place isn't great. Why doesn't boss head back? Jejia Tower's training floor is far better, crowded, lively, full of pleasant talk. You understand nothing. This is called ambience. Do you think Jejia Tower admits just anyone? Doesn't it? Plenty of brothers walk in freely. Enough. I can't explain it to you. Lu Yaozu shouted for a while, no response from outside. Instead, sounds began rising from within the room. Before he could make sense of them, music swelled from below, provoking somehow an even louder crescendo from inside. Whoa, music too. Isn't this old Wong's script? The next morning, it's time to get up and work. Meng Na groggily opened her eyes and saw Lin Feng placing some contracts beside her. I'm so sleepy, huh? What's this? Meng Na's voice was a bit hoarse. Lin Feng replied, everything else is ready, we just need you to get moving. When Meng Na looked at the debt contract in her hand, she was bewildered. When did this happen? Why is my name on it? It turned out that the guarantor Lu Yaozu mentioned last night was related to this matter. Coupled with the fact that Lin Feng had entered the club using her name, and knowing how Lu Yaozu tricked Ruben's son, it was no wonder that Lu Yaozu was overthinking. However, now that things had come to this, Meng Na was already on board and could not think too much. She understood this was a kind of alternative pledge, and she did not wish to retreat. After a night of reflection, she felt like she had wasted her past life. Don't worry, this is just a trivial measure. As long as you follow me well and listen, it won't be a loss for you. Darling, rest assured I will take care of everything for you. You should know something about my methods. Oh, just don't let me down. I'm looking forward to your performance. When the door opened again, only Lin Feng came out. Nin, the rain has cleared, it's time to go. Seeing Lu Yaozu's state shocked Lin Feng. Last night Lu Yaozu was unable to move, but could still speak normally. Now he could speak, but seemed to have a stutter, drooling with a contorted face. Damn it, you scared me. I was wondering why I didn't hear your yelling. Have you had a stroke? Lin Feng's sarcastic comment made Lu Yaozu drool even more. Neen. Alright, stop straining yourself, you can't even say 2 words after so long. I'm going down to grab something to eat, and I'll bring some up for Meng Na. Do you want? Forget it, just looking at you tells me you're too angry to eat, so I won't bring you any. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you, just thinking about spending your money makes me want to laugh. You truly are my lucky star, thank you so much. I really like this job I do. Neen. Lu Yaozu rolled his eyes and fainted again. Damn it, he can't be dead, can he? He needs to wait until I sort out his business first. After a check, it turned out he just fainted from anger, nothing serious. When Lin Feng reached the first floor, Ahua was already eating with the 5 remaining subordinates, and Wu Ying with 2 packed meals obviously left for Lin Feng. Big brother boss. Sit, everyone sit down. Lin Feng sat down and opened a meal to eat. Who came up with the idea of playing music last night? It was good. Ahua replied, big brother, it was Wu Ying. He heard that fool yelling for help and thought it would attract attention, so he decided to play music to confuse things. Lin Feng turned to Wu Ying. Very good, using your brain shows you're not just any thug anymore. I have high hopes for you, keep it up. Wu Ying excitedly said, boss, don't worry, I will continue to work hard. Lin Feng quietly listened to Wu Ying's pledge of loyalty and praised him a bit. It's important to keep the subordinates' morale high. Lin Feng then looked around and curiously asked, hey, where's Agon? Big brother instructor Agon went out after eating. Should we call him back? Since they all received training from Gon 1 and Chui, Lin Feng's subordinates, including Ahua and Fei Ji, would habitually refer to Agon and the others as instructors. No need, I was just asking. How's it going? In the past, when our brothers went on missions, it either ended with raids or interrogations leading to big gains. This time, did you feel disappointed? There's nothing to be disappointed about. Big brother, you've treated us well enough. The usual benefits are already great. You won't find a better boss than you anywhere on the island. That's right, boss, there are so many people who envy us now. Exactly, having the chance to follow the boss is worth any amount of money. Yes. After Lin Feng quickly finished eating, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, though it's nice to say, we can't let the brothers go empty-handed. So when we get back, each brother involved in the action gets 100, and Ahua gets 500. Upon hearing that each would receive 100, the subordinates cheered. No one would complain about too much money. What they said was one thing, but what they thought in their hearts was another. While Lin Feng trusted the subordinates he had trained, he wouldn't skimp on benefits either. After sending a few subordinates aside, Lin Feng spoke to Ahua. Ahua arranged for a caregiver for Lu Yaozu and have 2 subordinates keep watch over him 247 to ensure he doesn't cause any trouble. The caregiver can be found among the family members of the subordinates in the workshop who are willing to come. Then release the news that he is unwell and that the business will be managed by Meng Na. Also send over some trustworthy subordinates to assist Meng Na with the follow-up matters. By the way, call Old Chun as well. Legal matters should be handled by professionals. Got it, big brother. He'll arrange that right away. Go ahead. After finishing his instructions, Lin Feng took another breakfast and headed upstairs. Glancing at Lu Yaozu, who was still breathing, he walked straight past him into the room. After waking Meng Na, she thought Lin Feng was about to do something and immediately begged for mercy. Upon learning that Lin Feng had important matters to discuss, she forced herself to gather her energy, tidied up a bit, and quietly listened to Lin Feng's arrangements. When Lu Yaozu needs to make an appearance, remember to notify me in advance. I will come to hypnotize him, and once he is no longer functional, just inform those around him, someone will handle it. A professional lawyer will also come to help you. You can negotiate how to handle things conveniently. But first get rid of that idiot's unconditional donation and fund the rest can be dealt with gradually. From now on, this place is in your hands. If you need anything, call me. I will come to see you when I have time. Don't let me down. Meng Na replied, I know almost everything about Lu Yaozu. With my cooperation, there won't be any issues. Then it's up to your performance. While Lin Feng briefed Meng Na, Liang Quan was already in motion. In Causeway Bay, Bigby had just stepped out of a bar heading home. Silly Chong drove up slowly and stopped directly in front of him, blocking his path. Brother Quan needs to speak with you. Bigby sneered dismissively, just because he wants to see me must I go? I have nothing to say to him. Let him come to me if he has business. Whether or not I see him depends entirely on my mood. Is that so? And how about now? Do you feel like seeing Brother Quan? As Silly Chong spoke, he passed a pink school bag out from the car window. Bigby's face paled instantly. Silly Chong, don't push too far. Clearly he had recognized the bag as his daughter's. Silly Chong pointed toward the rear seat. Get in, Brother B. Keeping Brother Quan waiting too long might make him lose his temper, and you wouldn't want anything to happen to your wife. Bigby signaled to his underlings at the bar entrance before opening the car door and climbing inside. Before long, he was brought to an abandoned lot. Liang Quan was already waiting there. After stepping out, Bigby took a deep breath, feigning composure as he walked toward Liang Quan. Brother Quan, what's this all about? A little B. I rushed you over so urgently. Haven't eaten yet, have you? Care for a hamburger? With that, Leung Kwan shoved the burger straight into Big B's face. Big B slapped his hand away. Ah, Kwan, cut the nonsense. Where are my wife and children? Just now you called me Brother Kwan. But the moment your wife comes up, it's suddenly Ah, Kwan. Harm shall not extend to family. Are you truly willing to break that code? Code? What about betraying your own brothers? Is that not breaking the code? If you little B don't care, why should I? Leung Kwan, you've gone too far. Too far. Then let me show you just how far I'll go. Leung Kwan snapped his fingers. Several underlings shoved Big B's wife and child out of a van. Husband, Daddy. Seeing his family in Leung Kwan's clutches, Big B panicked and began pleading desperately, Brother Kwan, take it out on me. Spare my wife and child. Without hesitation, Leung Kwan delivered a brutal kick to Big B's abdomen, sending him sprawling onto the ground. His underlings swarmed forward and kicked him repeatedly. You're calling me Brother Kwan again. Little B, family is everything, and tonight's gathering wouldn't be complete without everyone present. Surely you don't imagine I dragged you here at midnight for a romantic rendezvous with your wife. After signaling his men to stop, Leung Kwan crouched beside the fallen Big B and patted his pockmarked cheek. Do you have any idea how much I've lost lately? Last month, police raided my warehouse in Mongkok. 2 shipments were seized by customs. Just days ago, another consignment in Simsha Sui was confiscated. All of this was it you? And do you remember my loyal brother Babai? He was killed by your godson, Chan Ho Nam. Did you even know he owed me 20 million? Because of you, I've suffered direct and indirect losses totaling nearly 60 million. Leung Kwan's voice was glacial. Big B had no defense, because it was all true. After the Babai incident, Chan Ho Nam had been brutally beaten by Leung Kwan at the Hung Hing Summit. Leung Kwan had repeatedly targeted him. So Big B had leaked every detail he knew, warehouses, distribution routes, supply chains, to the police. Leung Kwan, we were brothers once. Release my family, or I'll haunt you beyond death. Leung Kwan drew a gun and pressed it hard against Big B's temple. Brothers, are they meant only to be betrayed? Then abruptly he holstered the weapon. And why so suddenly talk of becoming a ghost? What kind of man do you think I am? Big B was utterly bewildered. Leung Kwan, what exactly do you want? An eye for an eye, a debt for a debt. That's only justice. Don't you agree? Big B understood his life was for sale. How much do you want? How much do I want? It's about loss. The total value of goods seized, confiscated, or destroyed by police. 40 million isn't excessive, is it? Add Bob buys 20 million, no interest required. 60 million in total. I don't have that kind of money. Then borrow it. Or send Chan Ho Nam and the others to sell themselves. There's a gay bar nearby after all. Failing that, mortgage your Causeway Bay holdings. After Big B signed the agreement, Leung Kwan sent him off alone to raise the funds. His wife and child remained temporarily in Leung Kwan's custody. Brother Kwan, weren't we supposed to send Big B and his family down to peddle salted duck eggs? Why draft a loan contract instead? Silly Chong frowned in confusion. Leung Kwan scratched himself idly. That was my original plan, until a sudden flash of insight struck me. If I send Little B down, my money truly vanishes forever. More importantly, Little B is utterly loyal to Chang Tin Sang. If Little B falls, Chan Ho Nam, his most trusted lieutenant, will inevitably rise under Chang's patronage to oppose me. Little B is merely a blade in Chang Tin Sang's hand, a blade that can be replaced anytime. Though Little B betrayed his brothers first, the root lies with Chang Tin Sang. Little B is but an incidental pawn. Only by eliminating the source can peace be secured. Spread word across the underworld. Little B violated the Hung Mun oaths, betrayed his brothers, discarded loyalty, tarnish his reputation. Later, when I remove him, it will be as a righteous purge for the Hung Mun. Silly Chong didn't grasp the metaphors of source or blade, but he certainly heard, remove him later. He hurriedly offered praise. Brother Kwan, brilliant. You're unmatched. He gave Leung Kwan a thumbs up. Naturally, otherwise how could I be the boss? With intellect like mine, who could possibly outwit me? Could Chang Tin Sang? No, he couldn't either. After basking in self-admiration, Leung Kwan ordered his men to clean up and headed home. Upon learning that Big B had been taken, reportedly by Silly Chong, Chan Ho Nam immediately mobilized his men to search for him. After reporting to Chang Tin Sang, he prepared to assemble forces and storm Leung Kwan's territory, only for another underling to rush in and report Big B had returned, frantically raising funds. Chan Ho Nam sped off with Shan Ji and Bao Pai to Big B's bar, and found him making call after call. Brother G, that debt you owe me, what? Signal's bad. Hello. Dinosaur of the new syndicate. Your top enforcer Little Tyrant owes me 3 million from my venue. Will you settle it? What? Not your concern. Shameless dinosaur. You've forgotten all loyalty. Next time I see that scoundrel Little Tyrant, I'll cut him down where he stands, and you'll regret it bitterly. Hello. You repay the debt. Hello, Leung Kwan. Last time. No, not yet. I just wanted to reassure you. It's almost ready. Didn't want you worrying. After a barrage of calls, Big B realized he truly had no friends. Those who'd toasted him as brother sung karaoke with him and and laughed over drinks vanished when crisis struck. Not only could he borrow nothing, he couldn't even collect debts owed to him. In fact, he ended up paying some out. Dejected, Big B lowered the phone. Was mortgaging his Causeway Bay assets to Leung Kwan truly his only option? Before sorrow could settle, he noticed Chan Ho Nam and the others standing awkwardly at the doorway watching him. Recalling how his humiliation had just unfolded before their eyes, and remembering how often he'd boasted to them of his loyalty, wealth, and endless brotherhood, he flushed with shame and fidgeted, scratching at his feet. Brother B, did Leung Kwan just demand an exorbitant sum, or even threaten you? Chun Haonan, unwilling to let his revered senior brother lose face, swiftly offered him a graceful exit. Brother B's expression softened slightly. Nan, this matter is rather complicated, but rest assured Leung Kwan did not attempt to kill me. Brother B, shall I gather men and eliminate Leung Kwan? I've despised that man for ages. Shan Ji remained unchanged. His first words were always a call to take down Leung Kwan. Shan Ji, don't act rashly. Right and wrong have long blurred in this affair, and worse, my wife and children remain in Leung Kwan's custody. Any hasty move could trigger unforeseen consequences. What a... Sister B and the children are held by Leung Kwan. Repeated 3 times in shock. Then what are we waiting for? Let's assemble our forces and storm Leung Kwan's territory to rescue Sister B. I'll lead the operation myself. I swear they'll return home unharmed. Chun Haonan volunteered immediately, his face hardened with grim resolve. Exactly, Brother B. Leung Kwan has no conscience. Why negotiate with such a man? We should strike straight at his stronghold. The longer Sister B stays with him, the greater the risk. 3 go and 4 come back. Shan Ji's logic as ever followed its own peculiar orbit. Indeed, Brother B. Shan Ji's suggestion. No, ignore what Shan Ji just said. If our rescue is swift enough, Sister B will be safe. Bao Pai nearly veered off course under Shan Ji's influence, but quickly corrected himself. Watching their fierce loyalty, Brother B felt a quiet warmth. His care had not been in vain. He truly commanded their hearts. Let me speak first. He then recounted in broad strokes the origins of his bitter feud with Leung Kwan. He dared not gamble. If violence erupted, what would become of his family? This matter could not be escalated to the Triad leadership, not when Leung Kwan held damning evidence against him. For now, Leung Kwan demanded only financial restitution, no further harm done. Everyone across Hong Kong knew Leung Kwan trafficked narcotics, yet exposing it publicly would yield little advantage. Far more perilous was Brother B's betrayal of his own brethren to the police. If he sold out Leung Kwan today, who among them could trust, he wouldn't sell them tomorrow. Triad codes still held weight, so Brother B had no choice but to raise the money. What do we do? 60 million. With loan sharks terms, 9 out 13 back. The compound interest is terrifying. Bao Pai paled instantly. Then Brother B, how much do you still lack? Chun Haonan's expression flickered with awkwardness. He hadn't anticipated their involvement. After all, it was he who'd led the raid that crippled Babai. I personally hold only a few million. Even adding what's in the turf account, we barely reach 20-some million. And tapping into that fund means failing to pay our brothers' monthly wages and this month's tribute fees. Should any emergency arise, we won't even afford medicinal remedies for our brothers. Don't mistake Causeway Bay's glitter for wealth. Though Brother B collected over 10 million monthly, 30% went to the Triad, 50% to the branch, leaving him only 20%, roughly 3 million. After mortgages, vehicles, property, investments, and lavish entertainment expenses, retaining several million was already commendable. Brother B, I still have several 100,000 to pawning my car, might bring it close to 1 million. Chun Haonan had only recently risen. His funds had gone entirely toward recruiting followers and maintaining his image. He still rented his apartment. His car was a hard-won purchase. A leader couldn't possibly ride the bus or hail cabs. I deeply appreciate your goodwill, Nan. I've already calculated it. 13, May still owes me a favor. She may lend a portion. Add to that the mortgage on my residence and personal assets, and without touching the tribute fees, I'll raise the sum within 2 months. My brothers below will suffer temporarily. I beg their understanding. I swear every debt I owe them shall be repaid twofold and more in time. Brother B, that won't work. 2 months. Sister B's cycle comes every Hearing the timeline, Shan Ji voiced his alarm, then froze mid-sentence under the glares of all 3 men. Not impossible. If Leung Kwan dares play dirty again, Brother B, just strike at his son. See how he... Convinced he'd grasped Brother B's deeper strategy, Shan Ji pivoted smoothly to flatter his senior's brilliance. Shan Ji, if you can't speak sense, shut your mouth. Chun Haonan snapped, furious. Hadn't he seen Brother B's face darken like thunder? It had turned nearly as black as ink. Dinglingly, the ringing phone shattered the tension. Yes, understood. I'll come immediately. Jiang Tianxing has summoned me now. Brother B will accompany you. Inside Jiang Tianxing's villa, Brother B and his men sat around the formal reception table reserved for Jiang Tianxing's guests. Mr. Jiang, my sincerest apologies for disturbing you so late. Please, no need for apologies. We're family. Seeing you unharmed brings me great relief. Jiang Tianxing gestured for Fong Ting to serve coffee to Brother B and his companions. By the way, I hear you were taken by Liang Quan's men. What exactly transpired between you two tonight? Brother B repeated his earlier account, his grievances, his calculations, his proposed resolution, to Jiang Tianxing. Fortunately, Shanji had been scolded earlier by Chun Haonan and refrained from voicing his shocking theories before Jiang Tianxing. Abi, you're prepared to mortgage your very home, yet still place the Triads' interests first. That moves me deeply. It is precisely men like you who ensure our Triads' prosperity. And since you uphold the Triads' honor so steadfastly, I, as its leader, cannot stand idle. Here's my decision: spare your residence from mortgage. Your branch's operations continue uninterrupted, your brother's wages remain paid. As for the tribute fee, you need not remit it for now. I'll cover it myself. Moreover, I'll speak directly with Liang Quan. Negotiate 0 interest on your debt. I'll even act as guarantor to secure your family's immediate release. How does that sound? Jiang Tianxing had little choice. Though the Honghing publicly forbade narcotics trade, Liang Quan's power had grown too entrenched. Several senior members were his sworn brothers. Worse, Brother B's exposure to the police had handed Liang Quan irrefutable leverage, a grave taboo in Hong Kong, Triads condemned openly by all branches. Ultimately, Brother B's conflict with Liang Quan stemmed from Jiang Tianxing himself. The order to cripple Ba had come from his lips, and Brother B remained Jiang's most loyal supporter. If Brother B ended up selling off assets, defaulting on wages, even mortgaging his home, Jiang Tianxing's prestige would crumble. Both duty and sentiment demanded he preserve appearances lest his inner circle drift away in disillusionment. Damn Liang Quan. Why didn't he just kill Brother B outright? Then this whole mess would vanish. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Thank you for standing by me. From now on, I pledge my unwavering service to you and to the Triad. Relieved by Jiang Tianxing's assurance, Brother B seized the moment to express fervent loyalty. So Liang Quan wouldn't dare. Wait, no. Damn, Shanji's nonsense had derailed his thoughts again. With Jiang Tianxing's intervention, his wife could return tomorrow. Surely one night posed no danger. Right. When was her fertile window again? Better avoid an unexpected pregnancy. Brother B had nearly asked Jiang Tianxing to call Liang Quan immediately, until he noticed the absence of his usual genial smile and swallowed his words. Liang Quan, you'd better behave. Or else, though truth be told, he possessed no real leverage over the man. Jejia Building. Among Hong Kong's Triad circles, everyone well-informed knew Lin Feng's turf was centered at Jejia Building. After receiving Wang Bao's orders, Aji arrived to conduct surveillance, preparing to capture Lin Feng alive. At that moment, Wang Bao remained unaware his employer Lu Yaozu had already been paralyzed. Aji, meanwhile, was still single-mindedly preparing for his mission. Had heard Lin Feng, like his elder brother, had renovated the building's penthouse and spent most of his time holed up there. What rank does he think he is, to imitate my elder brother? Aji observed Jejia Building from nearby for an entire morning. He noted its comings and goings included not only Lin Feng's underlings, but also corporate employees in suits and ordinary residents carrying grocery baskets, seemingly a motley mix. His plan was simple: if he spotted Lin Feng emerging during daylight, he'd confront him hidden; if not, he'd infiltrate at night, disguised as a resident. According to intelligence supplied by his elder brother Wang Bao, Lin Feng was an exceptionally dangerous adversary. Rumor even claimed he suffered from mental illness. Early in his career, he relied on underhanded, despicable tactics. Just as everyone dismissed him as mere flash without substance, word spread that he'd single-handedly felled over 30 men with nothing but a steel rod, emerging unscathed. It was as if he could anticipate every opponent's move before it unfolded, each strike landing with brutal precision, a single blow to the head. No one endured 3 strikes without collapsing. Only then did people realize this so-called madman was terrifyingly skilled in combat. Rumors claimed he could instinctively detect hostility. Anyone he sensed as threatening would inevitably face a merciless, humiliating beating. Yet soon after, Lin Feng rarely fought personally. During inter-gang clashes, he delegated to trusted lieutenants instead. It was said he maintained a special operations unit, training his men in secret, deploying them only for extraordinary circumstances. Each member of that unit possessed exceptional martial prowess. Rumor held they could hold their own even against the fearsome enforcers who had once terrorized Hong Kong and now dominated Southeast Asia. At the thought, Aji's pulse quickened with excitement. He fervently hoped Lin Feng would have several such elite fighters beside him this time. He prayed he wouldn't be disappointed. Aji himself seemed psychologically unbalanced when a single knife stroke would suffice. He insisted on prolonged sadistic taunting before delivering a cruel, drawn-out death. Wang Bao's men both revered and feared him, dreading he might whimsically choose them as practice targets. Yet Wang Bao himself held Aji in unusually high regard. Aji ran a finger over the dagger sheathed at his waist. "Don't worry, I'll feed you soon enough." What's this? He suddenly noticed something sharp pricking his lower back. He yanked it free, 2 syringes. His limbs turned leaden, a dizziness swirled in his skull. Damn it, I let my guard down. Then came vertigo, spinning darkness. On his return from Lu Yaozu's villa, Lin Feng spotted a conspicuously dressed figure, a white-clad youth with dyed yellow hair, lurking near Jejia building long before he reached it. That's Assassin Jing. What's he doing here? Lin Feng shrugged. No matter. Without another word, he instructed Gan to pull over. Retrieving the tranquilizer pistol used the previous night against Lu Yaozu's men, he rolled down the window and fired 2 precise shots into Assassin Jing's waist. Have 2 men bring that yellow-haired fellow upstairs. Lin Feng signaled Gan to resume driving, then turned to Hua with the order. Yes, elder brother. When Aji regained consciousness, he found himself bound to a chair with iron chains. Not far away stood a training ring where several figures exchanged vigorous grunting sparring strikes. Before Aji could take in his surroundings, 2 enormous nostrils loomed before his eyes, expanding rapidly. Boss, he's awake. The nostrils receded, revealing the full face, unsettling, almost perpetually twisted in an expression that silently asked, did you just eat shit? Wu Ying slapped Aji's cheek with his dagger. Speak up. Why were you skulking around Jejia building? And why carry this blade? Planning to assassinate my elder brother. Aji ignored Wu Ying, fixing his gaze instead on Lin Feng seated nearby. You located me with uncanny precision, so the rumors are true. You truly can sense malice directed at you. Lin Feng blinked, baffled. Is that difficult? You're wearing white, your hair's dyed yellow. You're unmistakable. And you even resemble someone I know. As for sensing malice, what on earth is that? So I'm the one you came for. Tell me, what did Wang Bao send you to do? I don't recall ever crossing paths with you. Aji stared, stunned. So you didn't sense my hostility at all? Then did you just pick random people to beat up and claim they harbored ill will toward you? Still, the rumor wasn't entirely false. Lin Feng might indeed be mentally unstable. Who else, utterly ignorant of the situation, would resort straight to tranquilizer darts and iron chains? If I told you I was merely passing by, would you believe me? You might as well say you admire me and wish to defect and swear loyalty. Aji, never verbose, fell silent, utterly speechless. He spoke coolly. I concede defeat. Name your terms, I'll meet them. But don't expect answers to anything else. Lin Feng laughed. Gutsy. A real man. Then consider yourself appointed manager of Kun Bar, specializing in sitting and lying down. By now no one in Hong Kong's underworld remained ignorant of what Kun Bar truly was. At the name Kun Bar, Aji paled, his composure shattered. A gentleman may be killed, but never humiliated. Won't the underworld scorn you for this? Nonsense. I'm no longer a triad man. I'm a legitimate businessman, a respectable entrepreneur. Besides, who dares mock me? I'll simply send him to keep you company. Seeing Lin Feng meant business, Aji dropped all pretense. I don't know specifics. All I know is some boss paid my elder brother handsomely to capture you alive. Alive? Was this meant as a warning or torture? Lately I've offended no one worth mentioning. Anyone who crossed me has already been dealt with. Lu Yaozu was the sole exception, but he was paralyzed, already on the verge of collapse. Could it be Lin Xin of ATV? Meanwhile, on Jordan Road, the top floor of a nightclub, Wang Bao was bowling while listening to a subordinate's financial report. Ding dong. The phone on the bar rang. The subordinate dutifully retrieved it and handed it to Wang Bao, who answered, hello. Who's this? It's me, Aji. Aji, did you already capture Lin Feng? You never disappoint. No, elder brother. I've been captured. Lin Feng says he's sending me to Kun Bar. Wang Bao fell silent. After a pause, he said, all right, I understand. Hand the phone to him. I'll speak with him directly. Moments later, Lin Feng's voice echoed from the receiver. Wang Bao, I'm Lin Feng. I hear you have something to say to me. Name your terms. It's simple. First, I want to know who the mastermind is. Second, 5 million. Bring me 5 million and I'll release Aji. I can agree to the second, but not the first. You're part of the underworld. The code forbids revealing anything about the boss, otherwise who would dare hire me in the future? That's none of my concern. If talks break down, prepare diapers for Aji to catch his own filth. Wait. Then again, strictly speaking, we operate in organized crime. Those Jianghu rules don't bind us. Yesterday, the man who came to see me was called Lu Yaozu. He offered 10 million to have you delivered to him alive. Lu Yaozu. Has that damned fellow become so efficient? Lin Feng had supposed Lin Xin had learned of his plans to meddle with Asia TV and wanted to teach him a lesson. He never expected it to be Lu Yaozu that nearly bankrupted Wang Youlao. Retribution served on the spot. Lu Yaozu truly was no good. It seemed his action last night had been righteous. As expected, I anticipated Lu Yaozu's sinister intent and dealt with him swiftly. Brother Bao is straightforward, I'm not stingy either. He'll treat Aji well. When your men arrive, you can take him back. A good scrap makes acquaintances. When we all have time, I'll host a few tables and invite Bao Gu to drink. I hope you'll honor me by accepting. Damn, not stingy, he says. Wants his men to come over. That still costs money, doesn't it? And have a drink. When I get the chance, he'll kill that bastard. All right, I'll have my men send the money immediately. Hey, it's not about money between us, but since Bao Gu intends it, I can't refuse to show face, can I? Just this once, understood. Next time, no more. The call ended. Who is this? They didn't even say bye-bye. How rude. Watching Lin Feng's shameless attitude, Aji was resigned. Seeing Lin Feng's men all acting as if they were owed everything, he realized like attracts like, these people were not normal. He turned and saw Lin Feng rubbing his chin and staring at him, a sign that nothing good was coming. Aji immediately said, my big brother will send people soon and don't do anything reckless. Originally, you came to make trouble for me, and by my nature, I would have killed all of you. But your big brother is straightforward, and you possess some likeness of an old acquaintance, so he'll spare you this time. I'm not a born killer after all. Since I've promised your big brother he'll treat you well, I must keep my word. I'll have someone bring Shi Duwei here at once, and remember to bring whatever tools he'll need. Aji watched the short, chubby man who hurried over with a backpack. He rummaged out dies and an electric drill. Director, please command me. Shi Duwei saluted Lin Feng respectfully. Awaken, you tattoo a wolf head on that brother's chest. Make it majestic and domineering. Lin Feng pointed to Aji. Consider it done, director. Watch my skill. Good. If it's well done, I'll give you extra credit. Don't disappoint me. Hearing their conversation, Aji felt something was terribly wrong, but his mouth had already been gagged. He couldn't even protest. Silence is consent. A few men hauled Aji from the chair, pinned him down despite his struggles, and forced him to lie back. Shi Duwei unbuttoned Aji's shirt, sat on his lower abdomen, picked up the power drill smeared with dye, and drove it toward Aji's chest. Watching Shi Duwei loll his tongue and smack his lips, even a deviant like Aji thought the man was twisted. He struggled desperately, but 4 or 5 men held him down, while Shi Duwei remained astride him. When it was over, Aji's legs were shackled with iron chains, his shirt open, tears tracking from the corners of his eyes as he stared blankly at the ceiling. An uninformed onlooker might have thought had been violated. Lin Feng looked at the bold and menacing wolf head on Aji's chest and felt something was off. Away, is that a wolf head you tattooed? Lin Feng asked uncertainly. Shi Duwei answered with absolute certainty, of course it is. Really? Why does it look so adorably dumb? The eyes are. Isn't this a damn husky? I wanted a majestic wolf head for the killer to live up to his name, but Shi Duwei produced a husky instead. What a mess. But a goofy husky on a baby-faced man isn't entirely without charm. Lin Feng kicked Aji. Get up. It's only a tattoo, isn't it? Making such a fuss. Don't you have any backbone? Listen, I read people well. You carry a cruel, bloodthirsty aura. This tattoo will neutralize that murderous chi and might even prolong your life. Aji still did not move. Don't be ungrateful. Try to act up again, and I'll let Shi Duwei teach you a lesson. Hearing Shi Duwei's name and recalling the man's perverse expression, Aji hurried to sit up, unfastened the chains on his legs, and silently stood aside to fasten his clothes. It even looks kind of good. God, this thing doesn't suit me at all. Even a coiled snake tattoo would look better. Away, not bad. You didn't lose face. They'll have someone take you to Feng Lu to unwind, then send you back. Don't worry, you'll get your credit. Although Shi Duwei had erred in the tattoo, Lin Feng magnanimously did not scold him and rewarded him. Thank you, director. If you need anything else in the future, please command me. Shi Duwei almost wept at the prospect of going to Feng Lu to relax. Ever since being sent to the training base, he had been worked to death and had nearly forgotten what a woman's body looked like. That can be arranged. Plenty of opportunities ahead. Your talent won't be wasted. Just after they sent Shi Duwei away, Wang Bao's men arrived with money to ransom Aji. With the money Wang Bao sent, Lin Feng took the opportunity to fulfill the promises had made at Lu Yao's villa, handing each present underling 10,000, including those involved in last night's operation. Aji, are you alright? Did that bastard Lin Feng not keep his promise? Wang Bao, seeing Aji's listless state, feared he had been abused at Lin Feng's hands. Big brother, I'm fine, but not only did the job fail, it cost you money and disappointed you. Aji forced himself to reply and refused to mention what had happened at Lin Feng's. The tattoo alone was shame enough. He wouldn't let his brother know he had his pride. Wang Bao thought Aji was blaming himself for the mission and the money and comforted him. Money's a small matter. It's good that you're okay. 5 million is nothing compared to you. Also, with your skills, even if outmatched, you should be able to escape. How were you captured so easily? It turns out Lin Feng really is, as rumored, mentally unstable. When he saw me loitering at Jejidasha, he greeted me with a sedative needle. I didn't check, and he took advantage of me. No wonder they call him Lin the Mad. It's an apt nickname. Let's put Lin Feng aside for now. Wait until his guard lowers to decide whether to act or mention it when Boss Lu asks. Have him make up for today's loss then. Okay, he'll follow your lead, big brother. Kowloon City. Amidst a cluster of low, dilapidated, crumbling buildings, Xiao Sa sat, with several underlings grilling skewers and drinking beer, carefree and jubilant. Ding-ling-a-ling. An ill-timed phone ring shattered Xiao Sa's leisurely mood. Who the hell is calling me now? Brother, it's me, Dao Ba. Today, while recruiting new members at Southeast Secondary School, we got beaten up again by Fong Min's people. Xiao Sa slammed his beer bottle hard onto the table. Damn it, her again. You didn't even remind me. I'd nearly forgotten last time her people blocked us from selling powder. I hadn't even settled that score yet, and now they're blocking recruitment too. Does she think she's the governor of Hong Kong? By the way, did you ever dig up anything on her background? Xiao Sa paused, then decided it was wiser to clarify matters first, otherwise if he provoked someone untouchable he'd be finished. Brother, we checked. No one in her family is connected to the underworld. Her household is modest, and at school, she has virtually no friends, just a nobody invisible to most. But lately, everyone's saying she's under the protection of a senior brother from the Honghing Society. Her elder brother once slaughtered every single member of an entire triad in one night to defend her. Xiao Sa laughed bitterly, outrage boiling over. Listen to yourself. Tens of thousands killing an entire triad in a single night. Is Hong Kong Island his backyard? Or is he some kind of superhero? Wait here. I'm coming right now. Even if her lover were Iron Man himself from the comics, he'd still have to leave 2 pounds of iron behind before walking away from me, Xiao Sa. After hanging up, Xiao Sa turned to his underlings. Gather everyone. Head to Southeast Secondary School. Let's meet this so-called Honghing Madame Faceta face. In Xiao Sa's eyes, this Honghing senior brother was nothing more than a hollow boast, or perhaps just a petty thug masquerading under the society's banner. Nothing to fear. Though something about it felt vaguely familiar, it didn't matter. In the Kowloon squatter district, Xiao Sa was a figure of influence, bold, unafraid of trouble. Southeast Secondary School. Fong Min and Guo Xiaojun strolled side by side across the sports field, Guo Xiaojun wearing a crossbody bag slung diagonally across her chest. Wherever they passed, whether students chasing balls or couples locked in affectionate embraces, all bowed their heads respectfully and called out, "Big sister." Sister Zhun. Though no longer her first time, Fong Min still felt uneasy. Watching Guo Xiaojun already utterly immersed in the role, she asked Xiaojun, "Do we really need to do this?" "Of course. You must appear before them regularly, so they know exactly who their big sister is." Fong Min remained unsettled. "But isn't this inappropriate?" "Inappropriate. I've done my research. Big brother Fong already has 2 women. By the time you graduate, their influence will be deeply entrenched. You'll have no choice but to carve your own path, build a loyal base right here at school. Only then will you earn a rightful place beside Big Brother Fong. That's what all the classics say." Guo Xiaojun stood there like a sly, scheming strategist, eloquent and assured. "No, I've told you countless times I have nothing going on with Brother Fong. If nothing's going on, why did he save you? And then annihilate the entire triad that bullied you?" Before Fong Min could protest further, Xiao Sa arrived with over a dozen underlings guided by Dao Ba marching straight toward them. Fong Min noticed they were heading directly for them and panicked. "Xiaojun, what do we do? So many people are coming." Guo Xiaojun steadied her. "Don't be afraid, big sister. Just keep your face blank and calm. Leave the rest to me. Come on, we'll meet them, Hedon." With a subtle gesture, Guo Xiaojun summoned reinforcements. Students streamed onto the field. By the time Xiao Sa's group reached them, Fong Min stood flanked by over a dozen loyal followers. Xiao Sa barely glanced at the students, his gaze fixed instead on Fong Min. "Brat, so you're the one blocking my men lately." Fong Min trembled inwardly at Xiao Sa's ferocious glare, but forced herself to stand firm, staring back, wordlessly expressionless and unblinking. When her silent intensity began unnerving even Xiao Sa, Guo Xiaojun stepped forward, jabbing a finger at his nose and unleashing a torrent of scathing rebuke. "You gutter rat. Watch your mouth. How dare you speak to our big sister like that? And that Dao Ba fellow beside you, he's yours, isn't he? Next time he shows his face here, it won't just be a beating he gets." Xiao Sa shot Guo Xiaojun a dismissive glance. "And who the hell are you? Now that the big shot, stay silent, you little runt. Step up to take the heat. You, a nobody like you, don't even deserve to speak to our big sister." "Me, a nobody? Who in Kowloon City hasn't heard of Xiao Sa? You think waving around a few kids makes you boss? Today I'll show you exactly how many eyes the god of war truly has." Xiao Sa raised his hand to signal his men to move in, when Guo Xiaojun cut in sharply. "You dare raise a hand before our big sister? You truly don't know the meaning of death." She then snatched the whistle dangling from her chest and blew it hard. Beep, beep. Even before Fong Min and Guo Xiaojun advanced to confront Xiao Sa, students lingering around the field had already begun rummaging through their backpacks, pulling out wooden clubs and steel pipes. At the sharp blast of the whistle, they surged forward, weapons raised, encircling Xiao Sa's group from all sides. Xiao Sa scanned the swelling crowd, the students converging from all directions, those sprinting in from afar, plus the dozen already behind Fong Min. At least 40 or 50 strong, and nearly every newcomer brandished a weapon. "Damn Dao Ba, that bastard. He said she was a nobody. Then who the hell are these swarming hordes?" These high schoolers were at that reckless, death-defying age, and armed. A real brawl would be brutal, merciless. Someone might actually die. Xiao Sa swallowed hard, his earlier swagger gone. "So, you plan to bully us with sheer numbers? Scare us off? Scared now, are you? Weren't you just roaring with arrogance? Didn't you know this is where our big sister built her power? Not only have you sent thugs here repeatedly, you just insulted her outright. You won't walk out of here alive." As Guo Xiaojun spoke, she pointed emphatically at the ground beneath her feet, and the encircling students pressed inward as one, tightening the ring. "You only strut your stuff here, but have you considered the consequences beyond these walls? You don't even live in this district." Xiao Sa tried to retaliate with threats, until Guo Xiaojun reached into her bag and pulled out 2 round cylindrical objects, each fitted with a pull ring. Xiao Sa froze. uncertain whether they were real. Only when Guo Xiaozhen's fingers moved toward the rings did terror seize him. She's pulling the pin. Right now, Her utter confidence gave him pause. What if they were real? No need. No need at all. Just joking earlier. No need to go this far. The abrupt shift in tone nearly made Xiao Sa soil himself. His underlings had already buried their heads like ostriches. It had begun as a simple plan to discipline a mere girl. Then it escalated into a standoff. Then suddenly a full encirclement. Just after he'd thrown down a threat, she'd drawn grenades without hesitation. Are these even high schoolers anymore? Weren't they supposed to be meek and obedient? How did they grow fiercer than the underworld itself? Fong Min herself was stunned, but knew better than to interrupt now. The other students stood poised, eager and ready, waiting only for Fong Min's command. Guo Xiaozhen discreetly nudged Fong Min with her elbow, jolting her back to awareness. Go. Slap each of them 10 times. Teach them a lesson they'll never forget. Her underlings surged forward at Fong Min's command, striking left and right. Under the intimidating presence of batons and crude hand grenades, Xiao Yao and his group stood frozen, eyes wide, posture rigid, submitting silently to the blows. After the slaps, Guo Xiaozhen, the self-proclaimed strategist, stepped forward again. Only our big sister's mercy spared you today, otherwise you'd be blown to pieces, you wretched scum. Remember this well, this is her territory. From now on, hear her name, and turn away. Spare yourselves the pain of crossing her. And mark this too, if anything befalls any of our people, the blame falls squarely on you. Our big sister's husband dismantled an entire triad single-handedly, so rest assured she can do the same to you without breaking a sweat. All right, get out of here. Guo Xiaozhen waved imperiously, clearing a path. With swollen, bruised faces, Xiao Yao and his men staggered away in utter humiliation. Excellent work, everyone. Report any issues promptly. Dismissed for now. Following Guo Xiaozhen's instructions, Fong Min formally declared the gathering adjourned. Once the underlings had dispersed, Fong Min turned to Guo Xiaozhen, voice hushed with concern. Xiaozhen, where on earth did you get those? They're incredibly dangerous. You mean these 2 hand grenades? I commissioned them from Wang Fuguei, the bookish recluse. He spends all day buried in texts, or tinkering with bizarre contraptions. Ah, they're fake. No wonder they fell for it. We'd have been doomed otherwise. Not entirely fake. There's a fuse inside. He says it'll detonate with a sharp bang, just like firecrackers. As she spoke, Guo Xiaozhen yanked the pin, pulling the fuse free with it. Besides, we outnumber them. Even if it came to blows, we wouldn't lose. Upon hearing that the device could actually explode, Fong Min recoiled, imagining Guo Xiaozhen carrying it in her bag day after day while standing beside her. A cold sweat broke across her brow. Xiaozhen isn't carrying it around constantly, far too risky. Guo Xiaozhen reinserted the pin with practiced ease and tossed the grenade back into her bag. Relax, big sister. It's perfectly safe. Xiaozhen, there you are. I've been searching everywhere for you. A sweet-faced girl waved energetically as she sprinted toward them from afar. Let's go, big sister. It's Wan Fong. Guo Xiaozhen had grown up untethered by parental discipline. After befriending older students who boasted of underworld exploits, she became captivated by their tales of power and loyalty. One day she overheard a story about a senior brother of the Hongxing Triad who, enraged by a woman's betrayal, raised an entire rival gang. A real-life embodiment of the ancient phrase, rage born of love for a beauty. Desperate to uncover the identity of such a legendary woman, the heroine of romance novels, she even ventured to Tsim Sha Sui to dig for clues. After relentless inquiry, she learned the fated woman was not only a high school student, but also her own classmate Fong Min, an unremarkable girl like herself. Strangers still, Fong Min's mother had reportedly appeared at the scene. Cross-referencing novel tropes with her findings, Guo Xiaozhen concluded Fong Min must be the destined heroine, and her mother a clandestine mistress whose existence remained veiled from public view. According to literary convention, heroines always begin impoverished and persecuted, surrounded by peers suffering similar injustices, mirroring Guo Xiaozhen's own reality to uncanny perfection. Moreover, great male protagonists never rely on a single woman alone. The heroine ascends, supported by loyal friends and guided by a discreet mistress, until she claims her rightful place as the principal wife. In that moment, Guo Xiaozhen recognized her sacred calling to shepherd Fong Min toward becoming the principal wife. Through deliberate yet natural overtures and shared classroom space, the two swiftly forged a deep bond. Guo Xiaozhen formally swore fealty, naming Fong Min her big sister. Thus, step 1 was complete. Step 2 began recruitment. Every heroine requires loyal enforcers, guarding her safety and handling matters too delicate for her own hands. Guo Xiaozhen fixed her gaze on certain classmates rumored to have ties with the streets, those few who moved between school corridors and shadowy alleys. Posing as Fong Min's chief aide, Guo Xiaozhen ensured word of the great sister spread quickly. Skeptical at first, the targets verified her claims through informal channels and convinced pledged allegiance. With dark path, allies secured, light path, allies were next. Guo Xiaozhen now targeted diligent but bullied students, those forced to pay protection money just to walk home unharmed. Those who joined contributed intellect or skill when needed, those who refused paid half the usual protection fee, and earned guaranteed safety in return. Given Guo Xiaojin's growing influence, progress was swift. She not only recruited sharp minds, but also solved the pressing problem of funding for weapons and gear. When other school loiterers queried the first recruits, the answers returned were layered, blending Guo Xiaojin's original narratives with personal interpretations, then passed on anew. Within half a month, and entirely unbeknownst to Fang Min, she had become Big Sister. By the time she realized what had transpired, the structure was already entrenched. After failed attempts to dissuade Guo Xiaojin, Fang Min reluctantly assumed ceremonial duties, making occasional appearances and issuing directives at pivotal moments. Guo Xiaojin even supplied her with reading material. When in doubt, consult the classics. Step 2 concluded. Now came Step 3, alignment with big brother-in-law, Lin Feng, to ensure seamless integration later. Their methods, their values, their very ethos must converge. Lin Feng's reputation for anti-drug enforcement was common knowledge, so the Big Sister's domain too would be strictly drug-free. Hence Xiao Yao's underlings were beaten, and hence Xiao Yao himself arrived furious to challenge them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Xiao Yao stormed into Southeast Middle School full of fury, only to receive 10 stinging slaps. Then tail tucked, he fled back to the crumbling tenement building. Beat him senseless. That bastard humiliated me. Today was the most shameful day of my life. Xiao Yao bellowed, directing his men to pummel Dao Ba. Boss, those grenades that girl held, they were probably fake. We got tricked. We should have attacked outright. The underling, applying ice to Xiao Yao's face, voiced his opinion. Shut your mouth. Why didn't you attack then? Now that we're back in our den, you grow bold with words. Xiao Yao slapped the speaker to the floor. Is Dan Chong back yet? How long does it take to gather intel? Boss, he's just returned. Right now. Xiao Yao spotted Dan Chong cowering in the crowd and erupted. You dare return and hide from me? It makes my blood boil. He seized Dan Chong and delivered 2 sharp slaps. Let me jog your memory. Damn it, now I'm angry again. Exhausted, he finally stopped and sank onto a chair. Now talk. Who is that girl? Dazed and trembling, Dan Chong mumbled. Fang Min's elder brother is Lin Feng of the Hongxing Triad. He shattered the second-in-command of the Zhongqing Society with one punch, then let police clean up the mess. That same night, he stormed their base and slaughtered every last soul before dawn. Xiaosao was dumbfounded. Was he seeing things? How could it have grown even more absurd? Last time he had at least brought tens of thousands with him. This time he had apparently gone on a one-man rampage all night. A flicker of recognition rose in Xiaosa's mind. Lin Feng. Zhongqing Shi. Xiaosao asked in alarm. The Lin Feng and Zhongqing Shi you mentioned. Do you mean the incident that happened in Jianshazui not long ago? Yes, boss. So you all knew that woman Fang Min's elder brother is called Lin Feng? Of course we knew. Isn't that common knowledge? Damn it. Then why didn't any of you tell me that Hongxing's big brother is Lin Feng when I asked? Everyone knew about it. So I was the only one who didn't know. Xiaosao snatched up Dan Chong and hurled him toward Dao Ba, staring at the two of them as he spoke. You bastards, are you trying to get me killed? Beat them. Give them a thrashing for half an hour before we discuss anything. Dan Chong protested. Boss, it's not my fault, I told you earlier. Beat Dan Chong within an inch of his life. From now on, nobody is to cause trouble at Dong and Zhongshuhe, and don't even come near it. If you're caught, die out there on your own. Do not bring trouble back here. Understood, boss. The Jianshazui affair had spread like wildfire. Xiaosao had even heard about it over in Jilong. That night, Hongxing had mobilized half its force under the boss banner and shattered the rapidly rising Zhongqing Shi in a single stroke. The ringleader was Lin Feng. Although rumors mentioned high schoolers, a mother and daughter, and even a female officer, Xiaosa's focus lay on the fact that the Zhongqing Shi leadership had been decapitated overnight, the Shi had been smashed, and which gangs had moved in to claim a share. He cared little for salacious gossip. Besides, there were countless people on Gangdao who shared the same names and nicknames. How was he to know which was which? It was his underlings' fault for not stepping forward to warn their boss. With that thought, Xiaosa's gaze toward his men grew even colder. Night had fallen, and Jianshazui was particularly lively. Inside a private room of a restaurant, Dongxing's crow and the smile-faced tiger Wu Zhuwei were entertaining a handsome young man, the youngest son of Thai drug lord Sha Kuan Cha-Chai. The smile-faced tiger smiled at Cha-Chai. Young Master Cha-Chai, this is your first time on Gangdao, isn't it? As host, we will be sure to treat you well, so your visit will be worthwhile. Wu Ya grinned and added, quite so. Later, well, arrange some girls and make sure young Master Cha-Chai has the time of his life. Although Cha-Chai was Thai, he spoke Chinese, and 3 bodyguards sent by Sha Kuan accompanied him. This was Cha-Chai's first trip to Gangdao. He had insisted on representing his father Sha Kuan to inspect potential business partners. He had not previously handled the Sha Kuan group's affairs and had no criminal record, so Sha Kuan agreed, partly to let his son see the world. Because Wu Ya and the smile-faced tiger had dealings with Sha Kuan, they immediately invited Cha-Chai upon learning of his arrival, afraid that local rivals might move first. They toasted Cha-Chai, repeatedly draining each glass, while Cha-Chai only took a light sip each time and never seemed pleased. After the meal, Wu Ya summoned his men and ordered, "Prepare for the second half." Cha-Chai declined Wu Ya's offer, saying he wanted to wander the night markets of Gangdao and would handle the rest upon his return. Wu Ya did not press him and instead assigned the summoned underling to guide Cha-Chai. Damn it. If it weren't for Sha Kun's face, I would have clocked that pretty boy. He acted like we owed him money and gave no smile at all, damn it. Wu Ya complained. What's wrong with him? He didn't even give us face at the start, and I even bothered to learn Sawat Ka to greet him. The smile-faced tiger snapped. How dare you say that? Sawat Ka is for women. Using it on Cha-Chai, do you think he'd be pleased? Someone who doesn't know might think you were making a pass at him. Besides, he's got the goods. We're the ones begging. So long as he supplies, what does his sour face matter? We shouldn't quarrel with money. Wu Ya, a little embarrassed, quickly changed the subject. He'll arrange a few more men to follow him in case anything happens. Good. When Cha-Chai returns, and we've made him comfortable, well, properly discuss shares. Our supply is becoming scarcer. Oh, right'll go kick out the girl we assigned him. When he returns, he'll have to pay up. Cha-Chai had not walked far after leaving the restaurant before he decided to find a place to properly unwind. He had refused Wu Ya earlier because he found him crude and suspected the arrangements would be low grade. He did not want to settle for a shabby second-rate companion. He was unfamiliar with Gangdao, where brothels lined the streets, and he kept spotting streetwalkers every few steps. Unwilling to pick an ordinary place, he wanted an upscale establishment with special services and turned to his guide for help. The guide's underling was puzzled. Hadn't the Thai just refused the boss arrangements? Why ask again as soon as we stepped outside? Then a spark of realization lit up in the guide's eyes. He understood. The way he looked at Cha-Chai changed. No wonder he had declined the boss offer. So that's his taste. All set. Tonight we must arrange it perfectly. The guide's thought process made sense. The Thai had spurned Wu Ya, but now requested special services. He simply wanted a very particular arrangement. As luck would have it, half a block controlled by Hongxing and Chunhaonan was nearby. Truly providence favored the Thai. Before long, the guide led Cha-Chai to the Jianshazui Kuan bar branch, the Zio bar. The moment Cha-Chai stepped into the bar, he felt as if he had entered a sumptuous palace. He knew he might have chosen correctly. Crystal chandeliers scattered star-like light across the room. On the walls hung Viennese canvases suffused with the breath of spring, reflecting against gilded decorations and exuding an air of aristocratic refinement. A marble bar displayed an array of bottles. Although the venue teemed with patrons, there was no clamor. Couples whispered, companions thumped their chests in quiet camaraderie or sat in serene appreciation of one another. Soft melodies drifted through the air, masking the murmurs. The bar's soundproofing was superb, shutting out the outside din and making it a tranquil, indulgent haven. Judging by appearances, the place was of respectable quality. Before Cha-Chai could ponder further, the slickly groomed floor manager saw him and lit up, hurrying forward to offer hospitality. Is this gentleman visiting for the first time? As Cha-Chai prepared to reply, the guide's underling stepped forward to speak. This is Brother Ya's distinguished guest. He must be received with the highest standard and made to feel at home. Otherwise, Brother Wu Ya will have your bar turned over. At that, the manager's eyes gleamed. This was a major opportunity. Such a client required informing Guangu and having him receive the guest personally, otherwise Guangu would be displeased. Rest assured, if he's here, he's one of our own. Though our branch is smaller than headquarters, our people are no less capable. Hearing this, Cha-Chai felt reassured. A chain, then the staff must be specially trained. He could sample the offerings and leave if they failed to meet his standards. After sending the guide away with 2 hefty bills, he followed the floor manager into a private room. Tonight the evening would take flight. Unlike the rigidly hierarchical Kuan bar, the free bar prided itself on inclusivity. It championed gender equality, welcoming not only gay men but also lesbians, a policy vigorously promoted by its legendary bar guardian. Inside the free bar's private lounge, the bar guardian arrived in haste. Upon close inspection, his facial features and build, he bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Tianxing, the revered patriarch of the Hongxing Triad. Renowned for his piercing, incisive gaze and uncanny ability to read others' true natures, he was known across the underworld as the Judge. The Judge did not preside over the bar daily. He often roamed elsewhere in pursuit of fleeting pleasures, and only appeared when the floor manager alerted him to an exceptional guest. Few outsiders knew he was in fact the undisputed king of all conquests. My apologies, I arrived late. I trust no courtesy was overlooked. The Judge entered, and upon seeing Cha-Chai, his eyes lit up with genuine interest. The manager, quick to seize the moment, immediately introduced Cha-Chai to him. Cha-Chai, honored by the bar master's personal reception, pressed his palms together, fingertips resting beneath his chin, and offered a respectful "Sawadee-ka." The Judge, though unfamiliar with Thai, had traveled widely and recognized this as a traditional greeting. Yet something about it felt subtly off, perhaps a regional variation. No matter. He mirrored the gesture precisely, palms joined, fingertips beneath his chin. "Sawadee-ka." That was more like it. Earlier, Cha-Chai had been caught unprepared by East Star's men, but this time he'd spoken first. Surely he couldn't fail to reciprocate such a simple salutation. After brief conversation, the Judge deduced Cha-Chai was an ordinary man, likely misled into entering the bar. Yet he chose not to expose the misunderstanding. Instead, he would let the illusion stand once inside you belonged, whether you wished to or not. He signaled the manager with a subtle wave. Bring several bottles of the finest, strongest liquor, immediately. Then with a quiet, knowing gesture, he added a silent instruction. The manager understood instantly. Tonight the judge was in high spirits and preparing for a private, intense encounter complete with enhancers. Moments later he reappeared flanked by several broad-shouldered, round-faced men with thick beards, each bearing trays laden with bottles. The judge poured Chache's drink himself, and Chache, showing deference, drank it down in one smooth motion. His bodyguards were not neglected. Each was paired with a bearded attendant, and, upon Chache's silent nod, they too raised their glasses and drank deeply. After 3 rounds of toasts, Chache asked, "When do the services begin? Surely we're not meant to sit here drinking among ourselves. Look, we're already sweating." The judge leaned in, slipping an arm around Chache's shoulder. "Patience, the show is about to begin." Chache flushed, loosened his tie, and muttered, "Why is it growing so hot?" "Wait, there's far greater heat yet to come," the judge murmured, lifting Chache's chin with deliberate tenderness. At that moment Chache sensed something profoundly wrong. "What are you doing? What does this mean? Do you even know who I am? Oh, you look even more captivating when angry." Chache reached for his phone to call for help, only to find it gone. The judge, during their earlier closeness, had deftly relieved him of it. His gaze darted to his bodyguards, only to realize they too were trapped and powerless. A searing fire seemed to blaze within Chache's veins. Through clenched teeth he hissed, "Touch me, and I will kill you." A sharp crack echoed through the room. The judge snapped his belt against his palm. "Is that so? I don't believe you. My father is Sakin. Sakin. Even if your father were Sakin himself, it changes nothing now." The judge knew Sakin's name well, the infamous Thai drug lord. But this was Hong Kong, not Bangkok. If things escalated, he could vanish, lie low until the storm passed. Chache roared in Thai Diao, "By Guy. As you wish, rest assured." A crow's underling stationed near Chache watched in stunned silence as he was led into the free bar, a notorious den of vice. As street-level enforcers, they possessed the most agile intelligence network, albeit prone to embellishment. "Brother Baoqiang, why did they enter the free bar? Could something go wrong?" "You're asking me. Who should I ask?" Baoqiang paused, then ordered, "Fein Yo, call the boss and report everything. Shou Ho, you go to the free bar and fetch Huasher. Ask what the hell is happening." Fein Yo returned shortly, "Brother Baoqiang, the boss isn't answering." Then we wait for Shou Ho. Moments later Shou Ho arrived, with Huasher in tow. "Huasher, what game are you playing? Why did you take him to the free bar?" "Brother Baoqiang, it wasn't me. That Thai man insisted." "Are you certain?" "That Thai man was invited by the boss himself. If anything happens, your life won't be worth a single coin." "Well, I suppose I can't say for sure, but I'm nearly positive I heard him correctly." "You damn." Fein Yo, keep calling the boss. Shou Ho, go with him. If he still doesn't answer, run straight back and tell the boss in person. By then Crow's car had already pulled into the corridor, where the ringing phone went unheard. A ferry terminal in Tsim Sha Tsui bound for Macau. These small passenger ferries shuttling between Hong Kong and Macau quietly supplemented their income, smuggling people home to visit family or friends, discreetly collecting gratitude fees along the way. "How much to Macau?" 3,000. "Why not just rob me outright? Aren't we already? You're free to walk away." "Damn it. If I weren't pressed for time, I'd buy a proper ticket." "Here, ticket. Not a shred of brotherhood left in you." Huasher handed over the money and headed toward the hidden boarding point reserved for those who traveled this way. Inside he froze. Baoqiang was already there. Their eyes met. An awkward silence fell. "Brother Baoqiang, what a coincidence. Didn't you say you had urgent family business back home?" My family lives in Macau. By the way, weren't you supposed to watch the free bar entrance? What brings you here?" "Oh, I have a brother getting married in Macau. Invited me for a few drinks." "Is that so? Quite the coincidence. How much to Macau?" "How much to Macau?" As Shou Ho and Fein Yo arrived one after another, the 4 men exchanged glances, then stared at each other in mutual disbelief. "Damn it. Not a single one of you had the decency to invite me, eh?" Realizing they'd catastrophically bungled Crow's assignment, their first instinct was flight. Crow didn't merely beat people, he broke them. None dared risk death. Disappearing was the only prudent course. Each chose to flee alone, reasoning that if exposed, a few loyal comrades might absorb Crow's wrath, buying time for the rest to slip back into Hong Kong days later. They hadn't expected all 4 to converge on the same escape route. Fine, then they'd need to vanish farther deeper. Huasher's method, buying tickets outside official channels, wasn't illegal smuggling but skirted the edge but remained technically permissible. When the smiling tiger finally tracked down Crow, Crow was still playing the wheelbarrow game. "Crow, you wretched fool. You're still playing? Don't you know something catastrophic has happened?" "What now? What could possibly be so urgent? Come on, step into the room first. Cha Chai hasn't returned yet. Later we'll test that divide and conquer tactic used by Chun Haonan and his crew on this young woman." "Divide and conquer my ass. Cha-Chai's been drugged at a gay bar by your underlings and is already aboard a ship bound for Thailand. Crow jolted upright in shock. He wrenched his feet free from the woman's grasp, planted them against her smooth, bare abdomen, and thrust upward with his palms pressed to the floor, springing upright in one fluid motion before dashing into the room to dress. He paid no heed to the naked woman he'd just sent flying, her shriek fading behind him. Wasn't he supposed to be strolling the night market? How did he end up at a gay bar instead? After hastily dressing, Crow emerged and turned to the smiling tiger. What happened? How did this even occur? How should I know? Track down your men, immediately, and demand answers. Scrape them out. Drag those spineless runts before me. I'll carve them alive before Lord Guan himself. Not a single one of them honors brotherhood. I entrusted them with a matter of utmost importance. I placed absolute faith in them. And how did they repay me? By delivering my guest to be violated by perverts. Upon learning that Cha-Chai and his bodyguards had been drugged and assaulted at the bar, the underlings assigned to escort him vanished without a trace, likely having fled. Crow raged like a man possessed, leaping, shouting, invoking spirits, terrifying his subordinates into frozen silence, each afraid even to draw breath lest he draw Crow's wrath. The smiling tiger frowned, baffled. I simply cannot fathom it. There wasn't the slightest warning. How did this connection to the gay bar emerge so suddenly? Crow had circled the wheelbarrow game many times earlier, and now after his frenzied ritual dance, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. He collapsed onto a chair, spent. So what do we do now? Those spineless runts have surely fled. Cha-Chai refuses to clarify anything. How are we to discern the truth? The smiling tiger studied Crow slumped in the chair, limp as a dead dog, and said, though the perpetrator who administered the drug was the gay bar owner, it was your men who brought Cha-Chai there in the first place. Cha-Chai has issued an ultimatum. We must provide a full explanation, or all future cooperation is terminated. Just then one of Crow's underlings burst in. Boss, the fire shit gang's whereabouts have been confirmed. Crow shot upright from the chair, Reborn energized. Speak. Where are those spineless runts? Have men been dispatched to seize them? Boss, Fireshit and his crew boarded a passenger ferry from Tsim Sha Tsui to Macau. You mean they didn't hide or sneak across via smugglers, but left openly, brazenly on a scheduled ferry? That appears to be the case. They departed together. Damn them. Such audacity, to flee so shamelessly. Then seize their families and send word to Macau. Let them know their kin are held hostage, forcing them to return. But boss, Fireshit and his lot have no families. That's precisely why they pledged loyalty to you. Dispatch scouts to Macau. Track where those spineless runts ultimately hole up. Once we have confirmation, we'll settle accounts. First, mobilize men to locate that gay bar owner. We must deliver an explanation to Cha-Chai immediately. A panicked underling rushed in. Brother Chicken, disaster. Crow of East Star and the Smiling Tiger are advancing on us, with armed men. A junior member stormed in, face pale, with terror, bearing urgent news for Brother Chicken. Ever since Big B ceded half of Tsim Sha Tsui to Chun Haonan the latter, citing injuries sustained by Tai Tin Yi and Xiao Pai, temporarily delegated control of the district's establishments to Brother Chicken. Brother Chicken had been riding high, days spent lounging in bars and elite clubs, reveling in newfound authority and unbridled pleasure. At that very moment, he had just finished a massage at a private club and was preparing to escort the masseuse for a more intimate exchange, when word arrived of East Star's assault. His fury erupted instantly. Damn them. How dare East Star invade my territory? Do they not know this land falls under the protection of Brother Chicken himself? Mobilize everyone. Cut down those East Star bastards. Oh, and dispatch someone to call Brother Nan and inform him. By then, Crow had already surrounded the Liberty Bar with his men, but dared not enter. Fear gripped him too. What if he were drugged inside? If the entire squad fell victim, the battle might rage until dawn. He ordered only a handful of underlings inside while he and the Smiling Tiger remained outside, commanding the perimeter, vowing to storm in at the first sign of trouble, refusing to let their men fall prey to the bar's perverse schemes. Hearing Crow's orders, the underlings silently cursed his ancestors, but cowed by his tyranny, they entered the bar trembling. They re-emerged moments later. Boss, the gay bar owner isn't here. He's gone. But the manager claims he acted strictly on your instructions, providing the highest tier hospitality. He insists on confronting you directly to verify this claim. Those words struck the crowd like thunder, faces paled. This was their boss. The Smiling Tiger recoiled inwardly. He'd spent countless hours beside Crow. Crow, you actually liaise with that kind of person? Liaise with what? Do you take me for that sort of man? The others regained composure. True, their boss was eccentric, but his tastes aligned squarely with theirs. After all, Cha-Chai had been vigorously pursuing women even as he succumbed to the drug. Yet the Smiling Tiger, who'd witnessed Crow's wheelbarrow antics, hesitated. Something about Crow was off. Who in heaven's name plays the wheelbarrow with men as the cart? Was that normal? Without drawing attention, the Smiling Tiger subtly edged away, resolving to remain silent, avoiding Crow's gaze, determined to observe him more closely before drawing conclusions. Crow ignored the smiling tiger, turning sharply to his underling and jabbing a finger at himself. You mean that worthless manager claims he followed my orders? He demands a face-to-face confrontation. Yes, boss. Confrontation. Huh. Everyone's vanished, home or fled. Damn their insolence. Smash the place to rubble. Boss, hold on. The manager warned us this is a licensed establishment. Police have already been alerted. We're ordered to vacate immediately. And he added, should anyone damage the premises, their headquarters will open a new branch, right on the offender's own turf. Crow roared, threaten me. I laugh at such bluster. Smash it now. Who dares? Crow and his men whirled toward the voice. Brother Chicken, flanked by a furious entourage, strode forward with palpable menace. Crow, what is the meaning of this? You dare provoke the Hung Hing on my turf? Crow brushed aside Brother Chicken's raised cleaver with his right hand, then scanned him coolly. No wonder that spineless manager had such gall. So you're the mountain chicken shielding him. Brother Chicken had no idea what Crow meant. He'd rushed over solely upon hearing East Star had invaded his domain, knowing nothing of the underlying incident. Crow, stop spouting nonsense. Are you declaring war? Crow seized a cleaver from an underling. War it is, then? Who's afraid? Attack, cut them down. He lunged, cleaver aimed straight at Brother Chicken's head. Though prepared, Brother Chicken staggered backward several steps under the force of the blow. Damn you, ambush tactics. Attack, slaughter these East Star dogs. The two factions collided in brutal chaos. Woo-wah, woo-wah, sirens pierced the air, police cars screeched to a halt. For once they arrived before the carnage concluded. This time you've dodged fate, but this isn't over. Crow slashed open Brother Chicken's guard and signaled his men to retreat. He had no intention of sipping tea at the station. Afraid, next time we meet, I'll carve you into pieces, you bastard. Brother Chicken, already winded, still spat defiance between ragged breaths. As Crow and Brother Chicken fled in opposite directions, and officers spilled from patrol cars to apprehend stragglers, several vans roared into view. Before doors even opened, voices boomed forth. Chun Haonan of Causeway Bay stands here. Who dares defy order? The Jia building. Fei Quan was animatedly explaining the news he had heard to Lin Feng. The Crow and the Mountain Chicken fought fiercely over the ownership of the gay bar, and in the end Chun Haonan even threatened to clash with the police for the gay bar. What the hell is this about? Lin Feng was confused, suspecting that Fei Quan had embellished the story. Really, big brother, it's all over the outside, and they say that the one called the judge, who is the owner of the free bar, actually avoided the Crow with the Mountain Chicken's backing and then got drugged by the Crow. After hearing the news, the Mountain Chicken immediately gathered people to settle the score with the Crow and also informed Chun Haonan to provide support. The Crow was caught by the Mountain Chicken right after leaving the free bar, and the judge ran away embarrassed to see the Mountain Chicken. The Mountain Chicken was furious and began to clash with the Crow. It was said that the scene was chaotic, and not long after the police arrived, forcing the Crow and the Mountain Chicken to agree to settle it another time. Then it seemed that the police caught people from the free bar, and when Chun Haonan arrived, he saw that he was about to confront the police, but decided not to shed blood outside the free bar and went along with the police. Fei Quan's words amused Lin Feng. Is it really that surreal? As for the judge, Lin Feng had a vague impression. He seemed indeed to have an unusual sexual orientation, and if he was the judge he remembered, it could still be somewhat believable that he was the owner of the free bar. However, to say that the Crow and the Mountain Chicken fought fiercely over him was a bit far-fetched, as Lin Feng knew the truth about the bloody battle in the warehouse, only to say that the news from the Hong Kong Island gangs was outrageous. Is the Mountain Chicken really that powerful? How could he withstand the police's arrival without being taken down by the Crow? It was said that the Crow was going for the judge and just casually called some little brothers, but unexpectedly got caught by the Mountain Chicken. Moreover, the reason the police arrived so quickly was that the judge, fearing the Mountain Chicken would be at a disadvantage, called the police before fleeing. Lin Feng curiously asked, I'm a bit curious, Fei Quan. You keep saying it is said, and seems like. Where did this news come from? Or is it just your own interpretation? That can't be. It spread like wildfire last night, and I went to inquire early this morning near the free bar. This is roughly how things are. They all say so. Let's just treat such news as a joke in the future and not take it too seriously. Copperpot Bay. Bigby was looking at Chun Haonan, whom he had just pulled out. On, what happened this time? You actually started talking back to the police. Chun Haonan recalled how he felt ashamed when he stepped out of the car last night, surrounded by the eyes of the Hung Hing, East Star, and police. Be brother, don't listen to those rumors outside. I heard that the East Star's Crow stepped into our territory in Sim Sha Sui, and fearing the Mountain Chicken couldn't handle it, I went to support him, but unexpectedly ran into the police. I was careless. I should have assessed the situation before acting. The Mountain Chicken also explained, yes, Be brother, the Crow suddenly attacked last night. When I took people to intercept, I informed Brother Nan. Just as I was preparing to deal with the Crow, the police arrived before Brother Nan, and I couldn't notify him in time. Big side, as long as you're okay, just be careful in the future, and don't be so reckless. Try to keep a low profile these days. The rumors outside are quite fierce, especially about you, Mountain Chicken. Gotta be brother. Chun Haonan said seriously. He still cared about his reputation. The Mountain Chicken, however, seemed indifferent, the so-called rumors had little impact on him, and he continued to drink, sing, and chase girls. Yuan Long, the Camel Villa. Early in the morning, the camel notified the crow and the smiling tiger to come over. Do you two know why I called you here? Looking up from his tea, the camel glanced at the crow and the smiling tiger. The smiling tiger asked cautiously, is it about last night's incident in Tsim Sha Sui? Yes. You both took my words lightly. I have said many times, do not stir up trouble, do not stir up trouble. How long has it been? Have you completely forgotten? Big brother, you can't blame us. We had a business partner who got into trouble in Tsim Sha Sui, and we had to do something right. Otherwise, how could we face others in business later? And that bastard mountain chicken came looking for trouble. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the police, he would have been down selling salted eggs by now. The crow was a bit unconvinced, feeling that the camel was getting timid with age, always fearing this and that. He might as well retire and enjoy life. The camel angrily laughed. Business partner, do you know how the streets are talking about you now? Fighting fiercely over the judge and the mountain chicken from Hung Hing. Moreover, a mere 4-9, who isn't even a red stick, managed to block 2 from our East Star's 5 tigers. Our East Star's reputation is nearly ruined by you. Damn. If I find out who's spreading this, I'll make sure to take out his whole family. The smiling tiger also protested. Big brother, it wasn't me. My little brother wasn't there, and the crow only brought about 50 little brothers, and they were not far from Tsim Sha Sui. Otherwise, how could Hung Hing's people withstand it? Yes, big brother, we weren't going there to seize Hung Hing's territory. If we had, even the mountain chicken's men wouldn't be enough for me to deal with. If you don't believe me, I'll lead troops from Yuan Long tonight. Not only will I deal with the mountain chicken in Tsim Sha Sui, but I'll also sweep away Chun Haonan and Big B in Copperpot Bay. It's not that the crow is boasting. Although the skirmish was brief last night, the performance of the Hung Hing crowd did not impress. Moreover, a loyal red stick was able to snatch half a street from the so-called 5 tigers of Copperpot Bay, seriously injuring 2 and nearly taking down Chun Haonan. If the loyal and faithful can do it, so can the crow. Fight, fight, fight. I've said that we shouldn't always think about killing and fighting. Besides, what reason do you have to fight them? Because of the judge. That would confirm the rumors, wouldn't it? Aren't you embarrassed enough? The camel advised earnestly. The crow retorted, if war breaks out, are we East Star afraid of Hung Hing? We have more people and more money. We can definitely defeat Hung Hing. The camel glanced at the smiling tiger. Do you think so too? The smiling tiger smiled. Of course I listened to Big Brother. However, I think the crow has a point. If we can seize the territory of Hung Hing's Big B faction, our business can expand, and a war with Hung Hing wouldn't be impossible. Since you all think so, and you have the money and manpower, then if you can withstand Hung Hing's retaliation alone or cover the expenses for the war, I won't stop you. After all, waging war against Hung Hing without a reason will surely draw objections from others in the gang unless you can gain their unconditional support. So what will you choose? What do you think? The crow and the smiling tiger initially thought that the camel agreed with them and were about to get excited, but then they heard the camel's words about standing alone against retaliation, covering expenses, and unconditional support, and immediately calmed down. I've said it before, I listen to Big Brother. Big Brother abides by the rules, so I must abide by the rules too. Yes, Big Brother, who doesn't know that I'm the most obedient to you? They'll do whatever you say. It's absurd. If they could withstand Hung Hing alone, they would have already unified East Star. And covering expenses wouldn't work. The cost would likely exceed the actual amount by more than double, and once the fighting starts, the goods can't be delivered. Getting unconditional support from others is even more impossible, as they are not from the same faction. It would be considered unity if they didn't fight each other. That's good. Let's put this matter to rest. Just avoid causing more trouble. Jiang Tianxing has invited me for afternoon tea, probably regarding this matter. After leaving Luo Tuo's residence, Xiao Mian, who turned to Wu Ya, elder brother, has declared this matter concluded. What is your view? My view? Elder brother also claimed he was growing old. Yet where is his retirement? Xiao Mian, who sneered coldly. Wu Ya, such thoughts are perilous. Don't pretend you lack such intentions. This life is cutthroat. If age dulls one's courage, it is only honorable to step aside with dignity and earn the respect of juniors. To cling stubbornly to power invites a violent end. Then what do you intend to do? Upon hearing Wu Ya's words, Xiao Mian, who assumed he planned to move against Luo Tuo, and decided to probe his next steps, hoping to eliminate Wu Ya after he struck, seizing full control and claiming all rewards for himself. What else can we do? Seize the opportunity and act. We could frame them. First track down the wretched judge, then strike at Chun Haonan and his men. I must erase the shame branded upon me. Frame them? Frame what? Before Xiao Mian, who could finish speaking, Wu Ya rapidly laid out his plan, leaving Xiao Mian, who momentarily speechless. Well, we could frame Chun Haonan and his crew. Didn't elder brother demand a justifiable pretext for war, a cause that appears righteous and legitimate? Suppose Chun Haonan commits an unforgivable atrocity against our Dongxing. Would that not suffice as justification? Wouldn't our retaliation then be righteous and lawful? Still unwilling to relent, Xiao Mian, who swiftly pivoted, attempting once more to steer the conversation back toward Luo Tuo, hoping to incite Wu Ya to assassinate him and falsely implicate Chun Haonan. If successful, it would indeed be a campaign waged with moral authority and legal sanction. Huh. Xiao Mianhu, you truly are a genius. We'll find an opportunity to eliminate Sidu Haonan, then pin it on Chun Haonan, and finally eradicate Chun Haonan himself, seizing their territory. Thus we eliminate both Sidu Haonan and Chun Haonan, seize their domains, and gain renown as avengers, restoring my honor in full. One arrow, striking several birds at once. I never knew I was a genius too. No wonder we're brothers. Xiao Mian, who was utterly stunned. Can't you stop obsessing over Chun Haonan? You need to focus on eliminating elder brother Luo Ta. Let's go to my turf. I'll host a thorough analysis and strategic planning session. A great battle looms, just thinking about it sets my blood ablaze. Wu Yi seized Xiao Mianhu's arm and pulled him toward his car. Great battle, blood ablaze. Recalling Wu Yi's unsettling instability, Xiao Mianhu's earlier schemes evaporated in sheer alarm. Wu Yi, this cannot be rushed. Perfection takes time. We must plot meticulously, ensuring absolute certainty. Right, I have urgent matters to attend to back home. I won't join you today, let's speak again soon. Xiao Mianhu broke free and strode toward his own vehicle. He dared not risk it. If Wu Yi were truly unhinged, entering his territory would be walking into the tiger's den. Only within his own domain could Xiao Mianhu feel safe. Fine, then let's go to your turf. It makes no difference. Wu Yi moved to follow. Damn, did last night's exposure finally unleash his fangs? Has he revealed his true nature at last? After much persuasion, Xiao Mian, who managed to send Wu Yi back to his own turf, he resolved to lie low for now and discreetly investigate whether Wu Yi had secretly contacted Kuan Ba, given Wu Yi's prior normalcy, before Kuan Ba's emergence. Mongkok, Qinkuan Film Company, Liang Kuan's office, which doubled as an audition room and fire suppression chamber. Upon seeing Sha Chong enter, Liang Kuan asked Sha Chong, "You've arrived. Report on how things stand." "Brother Kuan, do you wish to hear the underworld rumors?" "Well, Chun Haonan." "Nonsense. Why waste time on trivialities?" I asked. "Wait. Chun Haonan. Tell me, in detail." At the name Chun Haonan, Liang Kuan's focus snapped instantly, shelving everything else he'd meant to ask. "Brother Kuan, here's how it unfolded. First this occurred, then that followed, and finally, this is the essence of it. So that's how it stands. Damn, it seems Chun Haonan and Shanji are playing for keeps now. Sha Chong, could you have changed too?" Liang Kuan had just marveled at Chun Haonan's audacity, then suddenly recalled Sha Chong's own involvement in the conflict. Had he transformed as well? Relying on his own charm. If Sha Chong had changed, Liang Kuan would be in grave danger. Should he dispatch him immediately? He dreaded waking one day to find Sha Chong beneath him. Not that he questioned why Sha Chong would be underneath, for Liang Kuan had never yielded dominance in his life. "I'm innocent, Brother Kuan. You know me. You even took me for white-cut chicken last time." Indeed. I trust you implicitly. You're my top lieutenant after all. Who else could I possibly trust?" "Thank you, Brother Kuan. I will never disappoint you." Damn, nearly forgot. I summoned you for serious business. How proceeds the matter with Jiang Tiansheng's girlfriend, Fong Ting?" Liang Kuan reached down to scratch his groin, jolting his thoughts back onto their original course. "Progress is excellent." After a firm greeting, the film company's owner readily agreed, and negotiations with Fong Ting are already underway. The generous salary offered has deeply tempted her. Signing is imminent. Liang Kuan withdrew his hand and sniffed it. Good. Spare no expense on the salary. It is her hard-earned money after all. Priority is swift signing and production commencement. Sha Chong had long grown accustomed to such behavior, so he simply looked away. "Brother Kuan, why go to such lengths? Why not just abduct Fong Ting and take photos outright?" Sha Chong genuinely couldn't grasp why Liang Kuan insisted on such complexity, when a far simpler, faster method existed. Liang Kuan beckoned Sha Chong closer. As he bent forward, Liang Kuan delivered a sharp slap to his head. Sha Chong, long habituated, even tilted his head upward to meet the blow. Fong Ting is a Category 3 star. Filming a Category 3 movie is perfectly natural, and in such films accidental authenticity is entirely forgivable. It yields profit, humiliates the image-conscious Jiang Tiansheng, and draws in my esteemed brother Lin Feng. One arrow, three targets. Brilliant. Brother Kuan, though, couldn't we still film it after abduction? Sell it as a Category 3 film just the same. Precisely why I am the leader. Leadership demands intellect. Besides, abduction is illegal. If Jiang Tiansheng uncovers anything, slapping me with a charge of seducing his fiancée would turn triumph into catastrophe. A signed contract is legitimate business, beyond reproach. Even if Jiang Tiansheng learns of it, he can do nothing. After all, he chose a Category 3 star as his girlfriend and forbade her from suspending work. Brother Kuan, you truly outdid yourself this time. But aren't we a film company ourselves? Sha Chong, your nickname wasn't earned in vain. Would Fong Ting sign with our company? Brother Kuan, shut your mouth. Must I spell it out? With a mind like mine, leadership is preordained. By the way, set the penalty for breach of contract extremely high, 30 million. That way, even if she wishes to withdraw, she'll lack the funds to pay. Taipingshan, located in the central and western district of Hong Kong Island, is the island's highest peak at 554 meters above sea level. Its three main summits, Victoria Peak, Mount Gough, and Kellett Hill, formed Hong Kong Island's earliest elite residential enclave over a century ago. During the British colonial era, the summit area was designated as a summer retreat exclusively for Europeans. Restrictions were gradually relaxed later, drawing affluent Chinese families to settle there. A new day dawns. At the foot of Taipingshan, Lin Feng arrives with Fei Quan and Ah Gan at Jiang Tiansheng's villa. Lin Feng had received Jiang Tiansheng's call the previous day, requesting a meeting at his villa that morning, to chat nothing more. Among his three senior underlings, Lin Feng chose not to bring the taciturn Fei Ji, who answered only when spoken to, and even then often replied with bewildering irrelevance. Yet leaving him behind entirely would have appeared awkward, so Lin Feng brought only the loquacious Fei Quan, whose remarks occasionally veered into sheer absurdity, yet possessed an undeniable, untamed vitality. With Ah Gan serving as both driver and human shield, the trio sufficed for the rendezvous. Though Jiang Tiansheng's villa is said to sit halfway up Taipingshan, such phrasing is generous. It lies barely above the foothills, ascending scarcely at all. Rumor has it he secured the property through connections and at great expense, yet still considers himself the beneficiary. After all, Taipingshan is home to Hong Kong's most eminent tycoons. For Jiang Tiansheng, obsessed with reputation and fervently pursuing social rehabilitation, this allure proved irresistible. The summit remained beyond reach, but the midslopes, that at least was within the realm of aspiration. As the saying goes, those near the water gain the moonlight first. Who knows? Perhaps one day they might require discreet assistance with certain delicate matters, opening a door to connection. Jiang Tiansheng dared not intrude uninvited upon the summit dwellers, nor could he likely gain audience even if he tried. So he resorted instead to aimless strolls along the foothills, hoping merely to imprint his presence upon those above. Alas, his efforts were utterly futile. Not a single resident acknowledged him. Yet Jiang Tiansheng persisted undeterred and strangely delighted. Upon entering the villa, Lin Feng and his companions were ushered by a Filipino maid to meet Jiang Tiansheng. This marked Lin Feng's first visit to the villa, and his impression was underwhelming. It paled beside the tasteful renovation he'd overseen in his own Jejia building apartment. They soon found Jiang Tiansheng in the villa's gymnasium. After exchanging greetings, Jiang Tiansheng instructed the maid to escort Lin Feng and his men to the garden to wait while he joined them shortly. To Lin Feng's surprise, the garden stood utterly deserted. Not only was Chun Yao, Jiang Tiansheng's ever-present shadow, absent, but even Fong Ting, the villa's perennial poolside fixture, was nowhere to be seen. What game was Jiang Tiansheng playing? Fei Quan, tell me. Before Lin Feng could finish, Fong Ting appeared, wearing a revealing swimsuit draped lightly in a sheer robe, her shoulders bare, her silhouette radiant as she strode toward the pool. Damn, so the pool's permanent resident hadn't vanished after all. Lin Feng watched Fong Ting approach the water, thinking inwardly, truly fair-skinned, truly ample, and unmistakably provocative. Fong Ting, spotting Lin Feng beside the pool, paused, startled, evidently unprepared to encounter him here. Then memory flashed of the duck egg she'd held in her hands last time, and a sudden warmth surged through her body. She swiftly pivoted her hips and hurried toward the pool. Fei Quan, what does Jiang Tiansheng mean by this? We're the only ones here, and yet he sends her out dressed like this. What does he take me for? Does he not know I hold no interest in women? Only after Fong Ting slipped into the water did Lin Feng withdraw his gaze and turn to Fei Quan. Brother, it seems the rumors are true. Jiang Tiansheng is almost certainly compromised. He's probably watching us from some hidden corner right now. Fei Quan scanned the garden's concealed recesses, searching for Jiang Tiansheng's hiding place. Nonsense. My enhanced senses would detect him instantly if he lurked nearby. Still intrigued by Fei Quan's latest intelligence, however wild, Lin Feng leaned in. Fei Quan, elaborate. What exactly have you pieced together? Brother, how dare you slander my integrity? These are whispers circulating across the underworld. All right, I believe you. So, what do these underworld sources claim? Think about it. Jiang Tiansheng leads the Hung Hing Society, a figure of stature and influence hardly strapped for funds. If he seeks female companionship, options abound. Even reputable actresses would welcome his attention. Why then choose a celebrity famed for her sensuality? And why does a man so obsessed with appearances keep her constantly by his side? Because only such proximity ignites his thrill-seeking nature. Rumor even claims he rewards himself while watching her films late at night. Fei Quan suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I see why Jiang Tiansheng summoned you here, and why he sent Fong Ting out. First, to draw you closer. Second, to indulge his own proclivities. A rather cunning calculation, wouldn't you say? Brother, shall I and the instructor clear the space for you? We won't let Jiang Tiansheng's hospitality go to waste." True to form, Fei Quan's tongue ran ceaselessly a torrent of irreverent speculation. Meanwhile, Fong Ting, swimming laps, stole glances at Lin Feng. Noticing he spoke animatedly with his companions and never once looked her way, she felt a quiet pang of disappointment. Unable to resist her inner restlessness, she swam to the pool's edge, lifted her head above water, shook her hair back, then swept her fingers upward from her forehead, smoothing her damp strands. The motion lifted her arms, and with them her chest, causing her alabaster curves to swell with arresting prominence. A flawless sequence, and Lin Feng's gaze inevitably snapped toward her. So much for innocence. Good lord, no Yuan Hua here, but a bona fide, big sister-in-law indeed. Did that blindfold snap? Lin Feng estimated each one weighed nearly half a kilogram. Ah Feng, apologies, I kept you waiting. Just then Jiang Tiansheng arrived, most inconveniently. No trouble at all. The scenery here is quite splendid. Fang Ting emerged from the pool as Jiang Tiansheng approached, unapologetically showcasing her voluptuous figure as she sauntered toward him, hips swaying. Didn't notice earlier. Used feet, did she? Remarkably clean. Simon, I'm ready. I'll just rinse off first. Don't let me interrupt your conversation. Jiang Tiansheng smiled and nodded. This is Ah Feng. He once came to your aid. I'll call you Ah Feng too then. Thank you for that time. It was nothing. Family looks after family. Perhaps the setting felt ill-suited for intimacy. Fang Ting exchanged only a few polite words with Lin Feng before turning away, her waist swaying as she departed. That left Lin Feng faintly irritated. Brother Sheng, what brings you to summon me today? Jiang Tiansheng's expression flickered, slightly unsettled. He preferred being addressed as Mr. Jiang or Sheng, never Brother Sheng. For a man relentlessly pursuing legitimacy, the title Brother Sheng was a jarring reminder of his origins, a label branding him, however, elevated as a street-level enforcer. Nothing urgent, just wished to speak with Ah Feng casually. Also wanted to learn whether our brothers have any particular needs or concerns. Jiang Tiansheng is a person of complex personality and leadership style. He improved the operational efficiency of the organization through corporate management reforms, innovatively establishing the initial District 12 management model, allowing the Hongxing Society to rapidly grow to its current scale of 14 leaders. However, he lacks the awareness to preemptively guard against the leaders below him, resulting in Liang Kun gradually growing stronger to the point where he can no longer suppress him. He wishes to maintain the stability of the organization but lacks the determination to control the overall situation. While he is keen to cleanse his image, he often hesitates in his actions. As a result, 3 factions emerged among the leaders within Hongxing: the anti-Jiang faction, led by Liang Kun, the pro-Jiang faction, led by De Bi, and the neutral faction, led by Han Bin. The fence-sitter Ba Ji and the remaining indecisive members do not count. The neutral faction, led by Han Bin. The 3 brothers of the Han family, Kowloon, Shi and Han Bin, along with the 13th sister, are close to claiming 1/3 of the power, which is not to be underestimated. Han Bin is involved in the arms business, possessing considerable firepower. However, he is very measured in his conduct and dealings, never interfering in the matters between Jiang Tiansheng and Liang Kun. As long as he does not provoke them, there is no need for concern. The anti-Jiang faction, led by Liang Kun De Yu, and Ma Wangjian. With Liang Kun's power continuously growing, his ambition also escalates. He becomes increasingly dissatisfied seeing Jiang Tiansheng living lavishly every day surrounded by young women, while preaching hard work and diligence, now openly aiming to seize leadership. Then there are the scattered individuals. Ba Ji is a 3-faced needle and can be overlooked. Fat Lao Li is being suppressed by De Fei to the point of gasping for air, struggling to secure his own position. Although Liang Ma had some past connection with Jiang Tiansheng, they later fell out. He did not assist Jiang Tiansheng, but also did not seek to harm him, maintaining an ambiguous stance. The Crown Prince's territory is in Sim Sha Sui, and his influence is not weak. He usually supports Jiang Tiansheng, but often goes to Thailand to practice boxing, which raises suspicions. Finally, there is the pro-Jiang faction, led by De Bi. There is just 1.5 De Bi counts as 1, and Chen Yao counts as half. Besides slamming the table at Liang Kun, De Bi seems to be under Liang Kun's control. He is still indebted to Liang Kun's usurious loans. Chen Yao is known as the White Paper Fan, essentially the think tank of Hongxing. He only serves as Hongxing's think tank and does not concern himself with who is the leader. Regardless of who rises, he will always be the think tank. However, as long as Jiang Tiansheng is not at a complete disadvantage before he and Liang Kun determine the victor, Chen Yao will still stand by Jiang Tiansheng's side. Previously, Lin Feng was quite erratic and Jiang Tiansheng did not pay much attention to him. However, as Lin Feng gradually normalized and became a leader along with the incident involving the Tsim Sha Sui Loyal Youth Society, several leaders have owed him favors, including those from the neutral faction associated with Han Bin, making Lin Feng a key figure. This is why Jiang Tiansheng suddenly wants to meet Lin Feng. He wants to gauge Lin Feng's stance and see if Lin Feng has colluded with Liang Kun or has thoughts similar to Liang Kun. Now Liang Kun has become a formidable force. Coupled with his growing popularity, he has become a stumbling block on Jiang Tiansheng's path to redemption. Whoever influences his path to redemption will be his mortal enemy. Heaven shows no mercy. Thus, he has already planned how to deal with Liang Kun. As for ceding his position to Liang Kun and voluntarily stepping down to ensure a smooth path to redemption, it goes without saying that it is impossible. Not to mention that Liang Kuan is not his person and would not feel grateful just because he stepped aside. Moreover, Jiang Tianxing knows that everything he currently possesses stems from being the leader of the Hongxing society, and as long as he dares to step down now and focus on redemption, it would be tantamount to exiting the society. Those with past grievances will soon catch wind of it, and within a few days he might meet an untimely end. It is not that you can wash your hands of the past and expect all grievances to be erased. The retaliation may come back even more fiercely. Therefore, Jiang Tianxing cannot let go of the society now. Even if he were to let go, he would at least have to wait until he stabilizes his redemption before doing so, and the successor must be someone he can trust. Only by establishing himself in the righteous path with his own people in the underworld can he ensure a relatively long-term future. As long as he resolves Liang Kuan, those around him will no longer be a threat. He has plenty of ways to handle them. Seriously, Brother Sheng, you wouldn't believe it. I now wake up at 6 a.m. every day and sleep at 10 p.m., avoiding social gatherings as much as possible. My life is so normal. Brother Sheng, your business is already on track. You don't need to worry anymore. Your lifestyle should be similar, right? After fighting for over 10 years, it's time to take a breather and enjoy life. Next time, I'll invite you to Fanling for golf. You must grace us with your presence. Hearing this, Jiang Tianxing was left bewildered. These words sounded somewhat familiar. And you've only just debuted for a few years. What do you mean by 10 or 20 years? Are you hinting that I should step down soon? And you keep calling me Brother Sheng. Ever since Lin Feng became more normal, he has been calling Jiang Tianxing Brother Sheng, and Jiang Tianxing thought Lin Feng was doing it on purpose. If it weren't for Lin Feng showing him some respect and never opposing him in meetings, just sitting quietly on the side, he would have thought Lin Feng was another Liang Kuan. The one who calls him Brother Sheng is also that bastard Liang Kuan. Before Liang Kuan rose, he always called him Mr. Jiang, and even to be called him Bigu. Unexpectedly, once Liang Kuan rose, he stopped calling him Mr. Jiang and directly addressed him as Brother Sheng, while the B transitioned from Bigu to Shibi. Due to Liang Kun's transformation, Jiang Tianxing also began to feel uneasy about Lin Feng, especially since Lin Feng might influence Han Bin and the others prompting this test. Sure, I will definitely go if I have the chance. By the way, Ah Feng, what do you think about the current situation of the society? Do you have any suggestions? I can speak freely here. I just want to know what the brothers think. I will also inquire about the thoughts of the other brothers one by one when I have the chance. Let me see if there is anything my leadership has not executed well that needs improvement. Wow, Brother Sheng, you say this. You've already done very well. Under your leadership, our Hongxing has started to grow continuously in Hong Kong Island. Not to mention the small halls, there are already 14 large halls, and wherever we go, new recruits are eager to join. It truly is a vibrant scene. Jiang Tianxing could hardly contain himself, thinking, are you messing with me? Even if this is to be said, this praise should come from me, someone with the surname Jiang. Ah Feng, actually, among everyone, I have the most faith in you. You are young, daring, and tenacious. When people in other gangs hear your name, who doesn't say that you can fight? Well, Lin Feng is known for stirring up trouble in Yao Ma Ti. Even though he has been more restrained recently, his reputation still stands as Lin the Madman, and it seems there are no good words about him. Brother Sheng, rest assured, I'm the most loyal man you know. From day one, I've stood firmly with the Dragon Head. At the entrance of Jiang Tianxing's villa, Lin Feng pounded his chest in solemn pledge. Indeed, he stood only with the Dragon Head. But as for who was the Dragon Head, that he left deliberately ambiguous. All right, Brother Feng, I understand. Your word carries weight with me. I'll see you off here. Take care on your way home. Let's leave it at that. Though Jiang Tianxing sensed something oddly off about Lin Feng's words, he had no energy left to dwell on it. His head throbbed with exhaustion after their encounter. He rubbed his temples, feeling a genuine weariness settle in. Brother Sheng, don't forget, we must play golf soon. I'll teach you how to sink the ball in one stroke. Guaranteed mastery. Lin Feng waved over his shoulder as he walked away. Jiang Tianxing didn't even bother replying, just lazily flicked a hand backward. His nickname hadn't been misplaced. Lin Feng was clearly no ordinary man. After hours of rambling nonsense, even the title Brother Sheng now rolled off Jiang Tianxing's tongue without irony. At last, he'd gotten that nuisance out the door. Not only had Lin Feng lingered long enough to eat dinner, but he'd insisted on family unity, dragging Fong Ting to the table, and nearly summoning the Filipino maid to join them. Then he declared their conversation exhilarating, and announced plans to spend the night. What? It wasn't even dusk yet, and he wanted to stay over. Damn it. He bitterly regretted inviting him in the first place. Upstairs in his villa, Jiang Tianxing sat alone on a single sofa in the living room, alternately pondering whether Lin Feng's behavior had been sincere or carefully staged, and plotting how best to eliminate Liang Kuan. He also weighed his distant path toward legitimacy, and assessed the allies he could openly rely upon. Upon reflection, he realized he had no clear answers. Neither Lin Feng nor Liang Kuan offered clarity, nor did he possess any dependable assets among his visible network. Of the 14 senior enforcers, only Da Bi seemed wholly obedient. Yet Da Bi himself lacked influence, and his so-called 5 Tigers of Causeway Bay were utterly unreliable. Especially Chan Ho Nam, once deemed promising enough to be promoted with great effort, he now appeared little more than another to be. This line of thought deepened Jiang Tianxing's agitation. Meanwhile, Fong Ting, noticing his troubled expression from her room, slipped out wearing a newly changed, elegant summer dress. She approached from behind and draped her arms around his neck. Simon, what's troubling you? Is it because of that man who just left, Lin Feng? Jiang Tianxing nodded slowly, then shook his head. It's connected to him, but not entirely. By the way, what do you think of Lin Feng? How would you describe him? Fong Ting paused thoughtfully. I think he's quite impressive, and judging by how he addressed you, Simon, he clearly holds you in high regard. After another moment's reflection, she added, Simon, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. I'd value your opinion. Jiang Tianxing raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is it? A film studio recently approached me to star in Dr. Octopus vs. Spider-Man. The salary is exceptionally generous. But there may be some physical contact involved. Simon, do you think I should accept? Jiang Tianxing replied calmly. Why this sudden interest in acting? Is money tight? If you need funds, just ask me. Not exactly. It's simply that the offer far exceeds anything before. And since you have so many expenses, Simon, I wanted to help. If you decline, I'll turn it down immediately. Since you're offering with such sincerity, then follow your own judgment. And if any issue arises, mention my name. In Hong Kong's underworld, I still command a measure of respect. Most studios would grant me that courtesy. Simon, you're the best. With his left hand, Jiang Tianxing swept back behind him and smiled. Look at you, already like this just minutes after I saw Lin Feng out and returned. Or was it like this already during dinner? Not at all. It's specially prepared for you, Simon. A little surprise. Alright, I was teasing. But right now there's something I haven't fully resolved. I need a moment to think alone. Fine. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Fei Quan had just climbed into their car when Fei Quan blurted out, Big brother, what did Jiang Tianxing mean by that last remark? Was he cursing you? Or plotting against you? Jiang Tianxing is preparing to strike against Liang Quan. Lin Feng ignored Fei Quan entirely, muttering the words to himself as Fei Quan spoke. Though Lin Feng paid him no attention, Fei Quan watched him closely. And having spoken loudly while Lin Feng murmured softly, Fei Quan caught only fragments. Jiang Tianxing strike. Fuck Jiang Tianxing's mother. He actually plans to move against you, big brother. Unbelievable audacity. Shall I mobilize men and storm his place? What now you're storming places again. What fantasy did you just concoct in that head of yours? Startled by Fei Quan's outburst, Lin Feng delivered a sharp flick to his forehead. Fei Quan clutched his brow. But big brother, you just said Jiang Tianxing would move against you. Lin Feng sighed. When did I say it was against me, eh? I said against Liang Quan. Next time, listen properly before speaking. No more hysterics, or I'll have Agon train you. Understood, big brother. How then would Jiang Tianxing act against Liang Quan? Lately, Liang Quan seemed like a different man entirely, not only sparing Debi's family from death, but reportedly binding Debi to a usurious loan contract. Had Jiang Tianxing not intervened, Liang Quan would still be maintaining Debi's wife under his roof. Fei Quan, any recent movements from Liang Quan? Liang Quan, nothing much lately, though previously enough. Spare me the sensational rumors. I might start doubting everything I hear. Brother Cohen, something's wrong. Sha Chong burst into Liang Kun's office, startling everyone inside. Sha Chong, you better have something urgent to report, or you'll be in trouble. Liang Kun felt a bit deflated, his expression dark as he glared at Sha Chong. Brother Kun Jiang Tian was called to Lin Feng's villa the day before yesterday. I don't know what they talked about, but Lin Feng only came out in the afternoon. Could it be that Jiang Tian has already wooed him? What did you say? Get out first. After sending the fire extinguisher away, Liang Kun continued, it shouldn't be the case. Lin Feng is not like that idiot. Jiang Tian doesn't have any leverage to win him over. But brother Kun Jiang Tian has Fong Ting. Isn't that what we are doing as well? It does seem that way. But wait, I almost got sidetracked by Sha Chong. My approach is mainly because of the favor I hold over Lin Feng, and I have a stake in this too, so I arranged this as a precaution. Jiang Tian had no reason to do this. Even if he was interested in that, given his character, he should only be in the phase of making empty promises to woo Lin Feng. Yet caution is still necessary. Don't worry about that, just listen to me. Have the film company expedite the arrangements with Fong Ting, and then find out where there are attractive women with some status to see if we can add some flair. Alright, but brother Cohen, are you sure this will work on Lin Feng? It seems everyone is saying he's not normal. We'll see if it works after we try. How would we know if we don't give it a shot? However, he really isn't normal. He's been holed up in Yao Ma Ti without any expansion, and his actions are all over the place, even more erratic than when he was crazed before. He even refused the territory in Tsimsha Sui last time, and I have no idea what he's thinking. I only found out about his lewdness at Dongxing Lotus banquet by chance. Then why not find him a few attractive women? That should do the trick. It's not that simple. You know, Lin Feng used to be quite erratic. Although he seems normal now, his mind is probably still twisted. A person like him wouldn't settle for average attractive women, he seeks excitement. Only someone like Fong Ting, who has the status of being Jiang Tian's woman, can greatly stimulate him and provide him with a sense of achievement and satisfaction. I've seen many people like this. It's a classic case of a revenge mentality. Oh, is that so? That sounds a bit perverse. With my wisdom, now could I possibly be wrong? Just do as I say, and you won't go wrong. Alright, I'll get on it right away. Wait, when scouting for women, be cautious. Avoid those with backgrounds or gangs that can't be provoked. I can't afford to lose my position before I even settle in. Understood. Lin Feng was unaware that he had become the perverse figure in Liang Kun's mind, appearing proper on the surface, but twisted inside. At that moment, he was in a remote tea restaurant enjoying a pineapple bun with a fat man having entered alone, leaving Agon waiting outside in the car. Damn, Lao Huang, are you kidding me? This is the grand feast you promised me. Just eating pineapple buns and sneaking around like we are meeting a spy. Huang Bingyao took a bite of his pineapple bun and said, "Don't be ungrateful. You have no idea how many people want to eat the pineapple buns I offer, but don't have this fortune. Don't you want it? Don't give it to me." Huang Bingyao reached out to snatch it, but after Lin Feng dodged, he said, "Besides, I'm a chief inspector and you're a gangster. If we don't keep our distance, do you think we can be so brazen? Crazy. I'm a boss now paying taxes. If I didn't know you were different from other gangsters, I would have taken you down long ago. Back in the day, I could take down 20 of your kind. I get it, the scissor kick, right? You said that was back then. Now if you can still jump, I'd say you're impressive. Damn, do you think I'm just eating vegetarian food? Back then you definitely ate meat back then. Otherwise you wouldn't have nearly been swept away by your own men when I first met you. So what's the matter? You need to see me in person. Don't tell me you want me to treat you to boiled chicken again." Lin Feng interrupted Huang Bingyao's reminiscing without hesitation. The first time Lin Feng met Huang Bingyao was taking Chao Dahua out for boiled chicken, and they happened to encounter a raid by the vice squad. Both of them were hiding in their underwear behind an advertisement outside the second-floor balcony, preparing to jump down, when Lin Feng, who was still relatively normal back then, gave them a hand. Huang Bingyao, having experienced the detective period, had a very flexible bottom line. After learning of Lin Feng's identity, he even investigated Lin Feng, though the rumors weren't particularly flattering. However, Lin Feng did not engage in any fanfare or oppress the innocent. Besides the occasional underhanded tactics, he was generally alright. Over time, Lin Feng grew familiar with Huang Bingyao, occasionally providing him with some information or leads. Sometimes Huang Bingyao not only turned a blind eye to what Lin Feng was doing, but also tipped him off when necessary. "You almost made me forget the main issue with this distraction. Is the matter with Lu Yaozu related to you? Last time when you dealt with the Zhongqing Society, it was fine. After all, they were a nuisance, and you did a good deed. But why did you suddenly target Lu Yaozu? Are you guys so powerful now that you figured out my involvement so quickly?" Lin Feng, considering Huang Bingyao a part of his own, had no intention of denying it. "Damn, I guessed it was you, that loser. Sometimes you even spent the night at Lu Yaozu's villa. Do you think the police are blind? I've had someone look into Lu Yaozu and know who he is. After he took over his father-in-law's assets, he established an agreement. Now he suddenly changed his mind and handed everything over to Meng Na for management. Someone like Lu Yaozu could not possibly make such a decision. This clearly indicates something is off. If it weren't for Meng Na and that unscrupulous lawyer collaborating well, granting benefits to the foreign devils along with Lu Yaozu authorizing the move, we would have no idea what kind of chaos might ensue. Although the police suspect that Meng Na and her lover used improper means, there's no evidence to prove you guys did it. Moreover, Lu Yaozu was only paralyzed and no one reported it. With me negotiating in between, after more than half a month of wrangling, this matter is pretty much settled." Huang Bingyao finished speaking and lifted his head, snorting at Lin Feng. "It's still you. Only someone like you who has connections in every police department could have such capability. That's why I have my current stability. You have nothing to say, I'll come on, let's go." Lin Feng didn't expect that Huang Bingyao reason for inviting him out was this. He probably wanted to reassure him, though he didn't mind at all. However, he didn't mind flattering Huang Bingyao, clinking his pineapple bun with the one in Huang Bingyao's hand. "Of course, which police station in Hong Kong doesn't have my people at? You recognizing me is worth your lifetime. But you still need to keep a low profile going forward. Don't be too ostentatious. Don't worry, I've always been low-key. At the old place tonight, I'll arrange some boiled chicken for you to stretch your legs." Lin Feng winked at Huang Bingyao. "What do you take me for? One boiled chicken isn't enough. Let's add a yellow braised chicken too." Huang Bingyao felt Lin Feng underestimated him. "Alright, I'll go with your suggestion. I also need to bring someone else." "Chao Dahua. No problem, arrange for him as well. You're quite perceptive. It's fortunate for Chao Dahua to work under you. Not only do you not treat him as a mere tool, but you also consider bringing him along for good things." Lin Feng sighed, noting that unlike others who only saw their subordinates as tools and constantly made grand promises, Huang Bingyao could be considered a conscience in the industry. Chao Dahua was still a laid-back character living a free-range life. Huang Bingyao took good care of him, never asking him to undertake dangerous tasks and often sharing meals with him. When Lin Feng learned about this, he made a point to inquire about Edinburgh Middle School, not for any other reason, but to meet the legendary teacher Demin. However, there was indeed an Edinburgh middle school, but teacher Demin was not there. He hadn't heard anything about a big guy selling arms. Perhaps he hadn't made a name for himself yet, or maybe he had already met his end. Do I even need to say it? Who in Hong Kong doesn't know my reputation? I can't even count how many people want to work with me. Hey, you get out of breath when I mention your weight. I won't waste more time with you. I'm going to call Chow Dahua. Huang Bingyao got up to summon him, leaving Lin Feng alone in contemplation. Speaking of which, Robinson, who was framed by Lu Yaozu, was still in prison, a pitiful old man who not only lost all his possessions, but also had his daughter die and ended up incarcerated. Considering the things that had come to him directly or indirectly, he might visit him one day when he had the time, hoping to see if he could bail him out as a form of personal redemption. Ding ling ling. The phone rang, interrupting Lin Feng's thoughts. After glancing at the caller ID, he answered, "Ah, Fei, what's up?" "Boss, it's bad. There's trouble at the film set. Someone is causing a scene. If someone is causing trouble, call the Triads. Oh, I've spoken to them. They can handle it." "No, boss, the troublemakers claim they are the Triads. The leader knows all sorts of martial arts like the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Cloth Shirt, and they are currently fighting with the Dragon and Tiger martial artists. It looks like they are about to lose." "Damn, are the Triads this unruly? They take the benefits and then turn their backs, huh? Just wait, I'm on my way." "Iron Cloth Shirt. I wonder if you can withstand bullets. From now on, the crew should assign 2 armed henchmen with permits. Oh, anyone who dares to act out will be met with a full magazine." Lin Feng first made a call to the club, then instructed Huang Bingyao to just go directly later, and then asked Agon to drive him straight to the Kowloon walled city film set. The films produced by Baijia Entertainment, as long as they were written by Lin Feng, once completed, would not require any concern about the box office results. All participating personnel would receive an additional 3 months' salary, and bonuses would be calculated based on attitude. After hearing this, many in the industry rushed over, not for any other reason but their love for the film industry. Among them was Wang Jing, who considered himself talented, yet unappreciated, bursting with creativity, without a place to express it. Wang Jing's father, Wang Lin, was a producer at TVB, which carried some weight, so Wang Jing should have had resources. However, Xiao Lalu was notoriously stingy, constantly squeezing his employees, and Wang Jing felt it was difficult to make a name for himself at TVB, planning to go independent, and thus fell in a conflict with Wang Lin, leaving home. He initially wanted to achieve something and then return home to slap his father's face, but due to financial constraints and his pride preventing him from returning home to seek help after seeking investments in vain, it became a problem whether he could even fill his belly. Upon hearing about Baijia Entertainment's enticing compensation, he decided to first resolve his basic needs before making further plans. After boldly volunteering to meet Lin Feng, he was immediately awestruck by Lin Feng's domineering aura, kneeling on the spot to sign a 30-year blank contract with a penalty of up to 100 million Hong Kong dollars, with Baijia Entertainment deciding whether to add clauses based on the situation. After leaving, Wang Jing rushed home for help, and upon learning about his son's situation, Wang Lin was furious. Wasn't this a case of oppressive terms? How brazen. Does he think he's part of the mafia? Upon investigation, it turned out he really was part of the mafia, and the leader was quite abnormal. Wang Lin didn't dare confront them directly, fearing he too would be intimidated by that domineering aura. So he reluctantly sought out Xiao Laolu to mediate, but Lin Feng opened by demanding shares from TVB, infuriating Xiao Laoyo, who stormed off. The father and son returned home and pondered, concluding that it wasn't entirely a bad thing. At least the compensation was unique in the industry, and they had a backer now. Soon Wang Jing was entrusted with great responsibilities, serving as the assistant director specifically to film the scripts written by Lin Feng, and when deemed capable enough, he would be funded to shoot the films he wished to make. On this day, while filming in Kowloon walled city, a man wearing sunglasses with long hair and flamboyant clothing approached with several henchmen to block their path. His rough voice carried a domineering tone. "Who allowed you to shoot here? This territory is mine. Did you pay homage to the peer? How dare you start working? Are you tired of living?" Seeing this, Wang Jing rushed forward to offer a cigarette. "Brother, we spoke to the Triads before coming, and the Triads are..." "What the hell? I am the Triad. In this walled city, I, Wang Jiu, have the final say. Leave your things behind, bow 3 times, and then get lost." Wang Jiu slapped away the cigarette Wang Jing offered. The Dragon and Tiger martial artists, who rarely had the chance to be in a film, couldn't stand by and let Wang Jiu act so arrogantly. This was cutting off their path to becoming teachers. Although they didn't have their usual weapons on them, they picked up nearby wooden stools and prop knives and surrounded him. "Who do you think you are? Do you dare to smash our director's place?" "Exactly, we are right here. If we were at the base, what'd make you call us daddy?" Wang Jiu didn't understand what these miscellaneous fish were prattling on about, but it didn't stop him from preparing to strike hard. The Dragon and Tiger martial artists were sharp. Seeing Wang Jiu's intention to attack, they took the initiative to strike first, launching punches and kicks along with their weapons at Wang Jiu. Wang Jiu chuckled coldly, his arms shaking as his ironclad skills activated, his muscles tensed like iron and stone, waiting for the Dragon and Tiger martial artists to come at him, ready to scare them into submission. However, the dragon and tiger martial artists did not play by the rules, attacking directly to the eyes and targeting vulnerable spots with their knives and sticks. Seeing this, Wang Jiu decided not to stand there pretending to be tough anymore and quickly dodged, shouting, "Fight." They actually played dirty. He had to engage in close combat. Though the dragon and tiger martial artists were brave and willing to fight, Wang Jiu's hard skills were truly something else. Aside from dodging their underhanded tricks, he could only take the hits, resulting in dull thuds that nearly left the dragon and tiger martial artists struggling to hold their weapons. "Is this all you've got?" After knocking down 2 dragon and tiger martial artists, Wang Jiu couldn't help but taunt. Wang Jing quickly dialed Lin Feng's number, and after receiving the response of "I'll be there right away," he felt somewhat reassured, hoping the dragon and tiger martial artists could hold out until the boss arrived. In a corner of the film set, the fly's eyes lit up with only one thought in mind. "This time I, the fly, am destined to achieve great merit." Wu Ying's greatest aspiration was to rise in rank and become a senior brother. Better to be a hero for one day than a fly for a lifetime. This was his creed. Ahua understood Wu Ying's ambition, so whenever possible he included him in assignments, hoping Wu Ying would earn merit and catch the attention of their boss. Wu Ying knew the nature of Hong Kong Triad enforcers: rough, reckless, and quick to provoke. He knew that sooner or later some fool would inevitably show up to harass the film crew during production. Thus, whenever filming commenced, he accompanied the crew whenever free, ready to suppress troublemakers and claim credit. Even if he couldn't apprehend major figures, neutralizing numerous minor ones would accumulate merit. In time, the boss would surely notice all Wu Ying had done. Upon learning this, Ahua voiced his support and advised Wu Ying not to act rashly against formidable opponents. He would step in personally to assist. Ahua had even prepared 2 underlings for Wu Ying, but Wu Ying declined. Heaven rewards perseverance. The opportunity Wu Ying had long awaited had finally arrived. He chose not to inform Ahua. He intended to resolve it alone, thereby proving his true capability. The violent gang had broken their word and now sought to detain the crew by force. Their leader appeared to be a high-ranking figure. Defeating him would bring extraordinary merit. Wu Ying, long denied a chance to shine, watched Wang Jiu's arrogance with sharp focus. He recalled how the boss always rewarded talent generously and most admired those who wielded intellect, not brute strength. This scoundrel Wang Jiu seemed formidable in combat, who a direct confrontation might end in defeat. Even if Wu Ying somehow won through sheer luck, the boss would only deem him a reckless thug. It was time to deploy strategy. Wang Jiu's evasive maneuvers revealed a vulnerability, one the lion-tiger martial artists likely recognized too, though their strikes had all been dodged. If only he could divert Wang Jiu's attention. At that moment, an idea sparked in Wu Ying's mind, and he hastily rummaged through his bag. Fortunately, he had brought them. His right hand seized the company-issued electric baton, while his left retrieved a prop sword from the equipment case. Though authentic in construction, thanks to the lion-tiger martial artists, the blade was deliberately blunted. As Wang Jiu kicked one martial artist aside and toyed with the others, Wu Ying lunged forward from Wang Jiu's left rear flank, swinging the blunted sword with full force toward his back. Wu Ying's angle ensured Wang Jiu clearly saw the blade aimed at his spine. Wang Jiu stood motionless, thinking at last, a sensible man had arrived. Perhaps he'd go easy on him later. A dull thud echoed. Wang Jiu remained rooted in place, unmoved, while Wu Ying recoiled, his wrist bones screaming in pain. "Did you skip breakfast? Is this your idea of strength? You can't even strike with force, yet you dare run with the underworld." Wang Jiu sneered arrogantly. He turned slowly, preparing another display of mockery, his face twisted with disdain. "Is this all you've got? I can even, irk." Before he could finish, Wang Jiu's expression contorted violently. A guttural cry tore from his throat as his body locked, rigid eyes bulging, wide spine arching sharply backward. Wu Ying had feinted with the sword, luring Wang Jiu into turning, then driven the electric baton deep into his groin. A torrent of electricity surged through Wang Jiu's entire body. He collapsed, convulsing violently, foaming at the mouth, his earlier arrogance utterly extinguished. The electric baton Lin Feng had arranged was no mere prop. It could smoke if applied too long. Witnessing Wang Jiu's instantaneous, humiliating takedown, felled not by fists but by a targeted shock, everyone instinctively stepped back. Wang Jing reflexively covered his crotch with both hands. Wang Jiu's underlings assumed, as before, that their leader would handle everything alone. They held back, fearing his wrath should they intervene and draw his blows upon themselves. Indeed, at first it unfolded just as before. Wang Jiu effortlessly overwhelmed the martial artists, moving with practiced ease. But his dominance lasted only moments, until a man with a strikingly unforgettable face burst forth, delivering one sword feint and one precise electric strike to subdue Wang Jiu. Seeing their leader's grotesque collapse, each underling instinctively clutched his own groin. Wu Ying stood astride Wang Jiu's chest, towering over him, spat contemptuously, then slapped his cheek with the blunted sword. "Scoundrel, what makes you think you're so tough? So skilled in combat? What good is fighting prowess? To thrive in this world, one must learn to think." Fearing Wang Jiu might revive and retaliate, Wu Ying jabbed the electric baton into him several more times. until Wang Jiao lay fully unconscious. Only then did he wave dismissively. Seeing Wang Jiao subdued, the resilient lion-tiger martial artists instantly redirected their fury toward his underlings. Within moments, amid flying fists, kicks, and swinging batons, the gang members crumpled helpless and disoriented. Hands flew to cover eyes and groins alike, testament to the martial artists' terrifying ferocity. Once the threat was eliminated, they immediately surrounded Wu Ying, slapping his shoulders and cheering loudly, lavishing praise upon him. Impressive. You've earned real merit this time. The director will certainly reward you. Absolutely. You've truly made a name for yourself. Damn, I forgot my gear. That glory should have been mine. Though staff at the training base couldn't possibly recognize every one of Lin Feng's underlings, Ahua's influence and Wu Ying's unmistakably audacious visage made him one of the few they remembered distinctly. Wu Ying even chatted easily with several of them. As praise rained down, he stood tall and proud, repeatedly declaring, "I'm a thinker," gesturing toward the convulsing Wang Jiao at his feet. This is wisdom. Learn from it. Our boss says true mastery lies in the mind. Behold, I merely lifted a finger and this scoundrel fell. As he spoke, he occasionally nudged Wang Jiao with his foot or prodded him with the electric baton. Brother Wu Ying, thanks to your timely intervention, we avoided serious loss. Having often accompanied the crew, Wu Ying was known to Wang Jing, who now pushed through the crowd, offering a cigarette and lighting it for him. Wu Ying waved casually, "Nothing at all. We're all brothers." Wang Jing sighed, "If you'd acted sooner, I wouldn't have needed to call the boss. Now he'll make a needless trip." "What? You called our boss, and he's already en route." Wu Ying's excitement soared. Reports from others paled beside witnessing merit firsthand. Truly heaven was aiding him. Wu Ying began vividly imagining the boss's arrival, praise, promotion, acclaim. The scene would be nothing short of magnificent. Wu Ying struck dramatic poses one after another awaiting his boss's arrival, leaving onlookers utterly bewildered. As time passed, the crowd dispersed, returning to their tasks. Wu Ying, exhausted from posing, nearly sat atop Wang Jiao to rest, then thought better of it and delivered several more shocks just to be safe. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed. The boss Lin Feng arrived, accompanied by Agon. His gaze swept the scene. Wu Ying stood triumphantly atop Wang Jiao, one hand on his hip, the other gripping the electric baton, jabbing it repeatedly into Wang Jiao's body. A low, insistent buzz filled the air, punctuated by Wang Jiao's occasional twitches. As Lin Feng arrived, he immediately spotted Wu Ying confronting Wang Jiao. "So the matter has already been resolved, eh?" Lin Feng glanced toward a group of men lying on the ground nearby, mouths gagged, limbs tightly bound, still writhing feebly, clearly severely injured. Even the motionless Wang Jiao had been restrained. "Yes, boss. We owe it all to the company-issued gear. That good-for-nothing Wang Jiao was subdued in just 2 or 3 moves. What era is this anyway? His so-called iron shirt technique is utterly obsolete. Director, you have no idea how arrogant that scoundrel was. He not only tried to seize our belongings, but even demanded we kowtow before him. Wasn't he deliberately undermining your authority and slapping your face? If we'd stood idle under such humiliation, we'd be laughed out of the crew. So we charged in without hesitation." "Exactly. Though that bastard's skin and bones were thick as leather, were no pushovers either. Do you think our training was for show? When it comes to sheer resilience, no one rivals us. We're legendary for our unbreakable fortitude." Wu Ying and the Longhu martial artist spoke in turn. Wu Ying wore an expression of smug triumph, while the Longhu martial artist, though freshly made up, still bore visible bruises and swelling on his face. After hearing the full account, Lin Feng dismissed everyone except Wu Ying, Wang Jing, and the Longhu martial artist, instructing the rest to resume their duties. Lin Feng approached Wang Jiao, who lay unconscious and drenched in his own urine from the electric shock, and remarked, "Not bad. At last this move bears a trace of my true legacy." Wu Ying's eyes instantly lit up with unrestrained excitement. He stepped forward eagerly and blurted, "Boss, I've been pondering every technique you taught us, day and night, but I simply lacked the opportunity. Today Wang Jiao delivered himself right to my door. I seized it as my chance to practice." "Excellent. Fei Quan and the others have strayed far from the path. They still fail to grasp the essence of my art. It seems I must entrust the continuation of my skills to you alone." Lin Feng nodded, his gaze upon Wu Ying, now carrying a quiet, newfound respect. "So Wu Ying wasn't merely peddling curry fish balls after all. I'll follow you into fire and water, boss." Lin Feng clapped Wu Ying on the shoulder. "I always reward merit and punish failure accordingly. You and the Longhu martial artist will receive due recognition shortly." "Ah Fei, since the matter's settled, why didn't you inform me? You forced me to rush here in haste." "Boss, my name is Wang Jing, not Ah Fei. I did try calling you, but the line wouldn't connect. Then I got caught up managing the scene and completely forgot." Wang Jing's words suddenly reminded Lin Feng, en route, he'd specifically ordered a private jet to fly reinforcements. Only later learning Wang Jing had called, assuming it was urgent, urging to reach the set, prompting him to urge Gon to accelerate. "Where the hell is that jet already?" At that moment the jet was still en route. "Understood, Ah Fei. This time I'll let it slide, but next time mind your protocol. By the way, tally the losses. Will demand full compensation from that fatso leading the violent gang. How dare he call himself Big Boss when he can't even control his own men? More like Big Fool. Boss the martial artist intervened immediately, and Wu Ying brother personally subdued Wang Jiao. There appears to be no material loss. Lin Feng sighed in exasperation. Nonsense. A halted production isn't a loss. The psychological trauma inflicted upon our stars warrants compensation for emotional distress. And what about the Longhu martial artist's injuries? Don't they merit reimbursement for medical treatment? I understand. I'll compile the damage report immediately. Wang Jing turned to leave, but Lin Feng called him back. Wait, questions remain. How's filming progressing? Was the schedule disrupted by this fool? No disruption at all. We may even wrap 2 days ahead of schedule. Boss, your screenplays are extraordinary, especially the dialogue, which is nothing short of iconic. Not a single line is superfluous. Audiences will undoubtedly embrace them. Wang Jing praised Lin Feng effusively, his face radiant with admiration, yet inwardly he shuddered. Lin Feng had penned numerous scripts centered on triads and police procedurals, tossing them all into a single cabinet for Wang Jing to select from. Some contained only outlines or scattered dialogues requiring further refinement by the writing team, yet each possessed undeniable potential. Once while sifting through the scripts, Wang Jing stumbled upon several unfamiliar titles. Thinking new works had arrived, he snatched one up eagerly and read it only to be utterly stunned. How to put it? It hardly seemed human-written, at least not by any normal person. Take for instance, the overbearing tycoon falls for a common girl. While eating beef offal, the tycoon locks eyes with a fruit vendor beside him and launches an obsessive courtship. To win her favor, he drags her to a counterfeit goods emporium and bellows at the clerk, "Pull down the entire top shelf. I'm buying it all." Another was even more absurd. After divorce, he claims half her ova, a handsome wealthy CO, seduces the stunning wife of an ordinary man, who then files for divorce. The husband consents, but only on condition he receives half her ova, assuming she can bear children for another 20 years, 1 per year. That's 10. I'll auction them off, and she'll carry the children for the winning bidders. Wang Jing stood frozen, reeling from the script's sheer audacity, reading it again and again, unable to believe Lin Feng had authored it. Given Lin Feng's sharp, realistic crime dramas, how could he conceive such illogical, outrageous plots? He'd nearly broached the subject several times, yet each time the words died in his throat. After all, Lin Feng was both boss and master. How dared he label the script nonsensical? Unaware of Wang Jing's internal tirade, Lin Feng proudly declared, "Who else could write such scripts? And even if audiences resist them, they'll still sell phenomenally. By the way, how are the actors holding up? Any resistance?" Lin Feng suddenly recalled the stars invited by Gon and his team, and asked casually. After completing Infernal Affairs, Lin Feng had planned to launch his next ambitious project, only to face fierce resistance from several lead actors. Just as he pondered how to compel their compliance, each returned with an actor invited in tow. Lin Feng, unwilling to press further, welcomed Wang Jing's voluntary arrival, and promptly delegated full production oversight to him, reserving his own involvement for moments of creative whim. None whatsoever. With the martial artist assistants, relations are exceptionally harmonious. The actors are fully immersed, treating the set as their second home. Good. Rest assured, I'll implement further arrangements to prevent recurrences of today's incident. At that moment, Gon finally arrived, with reinforcements in tow. "Elder brother, you finally remembered. It's time to settle scores. Your junior brothers are all ready. We're already waiting at the shop, just awaiting your command. It feels like ages since we last fought side by side, ever since that last time. Now to stand shoulder to shoulder with you once more." Fei Quan will surely be green with envy when he hears. Fei Ji arrived in haste, eyes blazing with excitement, and immediately declared his readiness for battle. He believed Elder Brother had at last reclaimed his true calling. Ever since Elder Brother ceased taking personal action over a year ago, every matter had been delegated to him and Fei Quan, tasking them to lead the charge. After Ahua's ascension, even they were left without opportunity to act, spending their days either sparring on the boxing ring or sitting idle in the office, growing rustier by the hour. Elder Brother no longer spoke of expanding territory in Yao Ma Ti, not even bothering with Sim Sha Sui. He bore no resemblance to the man who once lived perpetually on the edge of violence, always either fighting or racing toward the next fight. Were it not for Elder Brother's occasional bouts of erratic behavior, unpredictable, almost surreal acts, he might have suspected an impostor had taken his place. He could scarcely believe his luck upon receiving Elder Brother's summons. Without delay, he rushed over with a handful of underlings and frantically dialed others en route, ordering them to stand by. A true leader strikes at noon, he mused. This is exactly the flavor, the raw, unvarnished essence of the Elder Brother I first swore loyalty to. Was this Elder Brother's formal declaration of return to the Hong Kong Triad world? The thought sent chills of exhilaration down Fei Ji's spine. Surely a glorious, thunderous clash lay ahead. Is the boss planning to eradicate the violent gang? Truly worthy of the title, revenge exacted instantly, without delay. Boss, let me serve as vanguard. I'll clear your path. Wu Ying flared forward, nostrils flaring, eager to claim the honor. Who said you would be vanguard? Hasn't it always been me and Fei Quan who lead the charge for elder brother? Now that Fei Quan is absent, the mantle falls naturally to me. Only if Ahua stood here might another claim arise. So for now, step aside and wait your turn. Fei Ji shoved Wu Ying aside, guarding the vanguard position fiercely. No. Brother Fei Ji, you take the boss's vanguard role, and I'll serve you as your vanguard. How's that? Wu Ying pressed forward, negotiating terms. Lin Feng watched the sudden shift unfold. Fei Ji lost in yet another feverish flight of imagination, then gently touched his forehead. No fever. Could it be excessive stimulant use? Delirium striking broad daylight. Lin Feng's gesture abruptly halted the squabble. Fei Ji realized, too late, that he'd misread elder brother's intent. So this was still the later era elder brother, calm, deliberate, restrained. Yet he persisted. But boss, you said someone was causing trouble and ordered me to bring men. Given your temperament, retaliation seemed inevitable. I only asked you to bring men as precaution. See those writhing on the floor, and the one foaming at the mouth. They're the troublemakers, already subdued. Lin Feng gestured subtly toward Wang Jiao and his men, signaling the matter was concluded. Who are these nameless nobodies? With such feeble skill they dared provoke us. Only then did Fei Ji notice the figures sprawled on the ground, previously assuming they were performing for elder brother's benefit, even admiring their realism. To discover they were genuine infuriated him. He'd expected a major operation, yet it was merely a handful of petty thugs already neutralized. Furious, Fei Ji kicked Wang Jiao hard. Wang Jiao, already hardened and having regained some composure, jolted awake from the blow. Wang Jiao groaned weakly. This is my turf, you. Zizzy. Forgot to shock you again, did I? Still blustering. Without hesitation, Wu Ying delivered 2 sharp jolts, sending Wang Jiao spiraling back into unconsciousness. His underlings froze mid-writhe, terrified of suffering the same fate. Zizzy. Ugh. No, please. Nearly forgot about you lot. Think playing dead makes you safe. Lin Feng ignored Wu Ying's methodical shocking and Fei Ji's simmering outrage, turning instead to the Longhu martial instructors. Your performance today was commendable. You've upheld the honor of the training base. When trouble arose, and no supervisor was present, you chose to stand and fight despite knowing the odds were against you. You did not flee. That earns my deepest respect. Not that fleeing never crossed our minds. But what if someone lurked nearby with a remote? What if we were struck down mid-retreat? And then there's the matter of unstable energies coursing through our bodies. Fleeing wasn't exactly risk-free. As for standing firm, well, one must make an impression after all. What if indifference invited post-incident reckoning? Regardless of inner calculation, outward conduct must remain impeccable. This was our solemn duty, else all the director's painstaking efforts to cultivate us would be rendered meaningless. Precisely. Had circumstances permitted, this scoundrel wouldn't have walked away unscathed. Mistakes demand consequence, merit demands reward. In light of your exemplary conduct, I hereby accelerate your official appointment. Effective immediately, you are promoted to instructor. New identification documents will be issued upon your return. Truly, Director, you're too kind. Director, you've surprised us yet again. Director, you have our word, every recruit at the base will receive rigorous, unwavering instruction. The Longhu martial instructors erupted in jubilation, unprepared for such swift promotion. Now instructors, they would soon train others. Wait, first take this scoundrel and his lackeys back with you. Ensure they don't escape en route. Lin Feng detained the departing instructors, instructing them to maintain strict custody over Wang Jiao and his men. Rest assured, Director, their containment is guaranteed. By the way, Director, now that we're officially appointed, our teaching capacity has expanded significantly. I propose an immediate large-scale recruitment drive. Absolutely. Current intake is painfully slow, sometimes only 1 or 2 per cycle. We're ready to contribute meaningfully to the base's growth. Back when we were trainees, anyone could issue orders, including peers. But now, our rank supersedes theirs. We may command trainees, but they hold no authority over us. With this new status, vigorous recruitment isn't optional, it's imperative. Agreed. I'll initiate a major recruitment campaign at the earliest opportunity. Receiving Lin Feng's affirmation, the instructors swiftly hoisted Wang Jiao and his men onto their shoulders, borrowed stun batons from Wu Ying, and sped toward the base, without pause. Once the Longhu instructors departed, Lin Feng turned to Wu Ying. Wang Jiao may be a scoundrel, but he possesses real skill. That you subdued him proves your mettle. I've observed your conduct closely, and with that face of yours, I knew you were destined for greatness. Indeed, boss. I've long held that very conviction myself. Lin Feng stared momentarily speechless at Wu Ying's shameless audacity. Yet he continued, you lacked only one thing, an opportunity. Today you not only waited for it, you seized it decisively. Your lifelong aspiration, to rise as a leader, is fulfilled this very day. From this moment your status and privileges match Fei Ji's. Report to Jimmy for startup funds, then recruit loyal underlings through the property management company. Work diligently and wisely. I'll face fire and flood for you, boss. You'll also be assigned oversight of several shops, a legitimate business operation professionally managed by dedicated staff. Your sole responsibility is to ensure their security. I treat those premises as your own domain. Brother, what should I do now? Fei Ji watched as the designated scapegoat was escorted away by the Longhu martial artists. No, they were now officially instructors. Suddenly adrift, he felt hollow inside and instinctively turned to his elder brother for direction. Do nothing at all. Get back where you came from. Or do you plan to plant crops here? Wait, brother, don't send me away. I've already come all this way, as surely there's something I can contribute. Lin Feng paused thoughtfully. Those newly promoted instructors have strongly requested new recruits. Rumor has it there's a scoundrel named Xiao Sa operating in Kowloon City. Find out whether he exists, and if so, bring him and his underlings to the training base bound and ready. At once invigorated by the assignment, Fei Ji's earlier resentment vanished entirely. He snapped to attention. Understood. I'll handle it immediately. Just watch me, brother. Remember to extract every cent, no matter how small. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. Divide it among your men as hardship pay. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the few underlings who had accompanied Fei Ji gazed at him with newfound conviction. This was a true leader, not only sparing them from bloody street clashes, but also ensuring they shared in the spoils. We'll never repay this debt of loyalty in our lifetimes. Fei Ji nodded confidently. Leave it to me, written plainly across his face, then turned and strode off with his men. Wu Ying, come with me. We're heading back. I'll speak with you en route. Boss, just give the order. Call me brother. From now on, just like Fei Ji and the others. After exchanging brief pleasantries with Wang Jing, Lin Feng departed with Wu Ying. When Ahua ascended, he was granted territory and publicly announced before all the underlings. Yet neither occurred for you. Do you feel slighted? Inside the armored vehicle on their way back, Lin Feng asked Wu Ying, who sat beside him, this question. Not at all, boss, or brother. I know my own limitations well. Capturing Wang Jiao involved considerable luck, and perhaps, brother, you promoted me partly out of respect for brother Hua. Forgive me, brother. I lack the humility to decline your promotion. Because I desperately want to become a brother myself. I dream of it, truly. But rest assured, brother, I will carry out every task you entrust me with flawlessly, so no one may ever say you misjudged me. Damn it. What kind of TikTok influencer are you pulling theatrics like this? Lin Feng nearly lost composure. Too sudden. Fine, scrapping the emotional speech. Straight to the point. After steadying himself, he said, Wu Ying, the shops assigned to you fall under your security purview. Anyone causing trouble is to be apprehended and delivered to the training base. Does this apply to everyone? Lin Feng considered briefly. It depends. If it's a novice just entering the trade, administer a half-hour beating as warning and demand compensation. But if it's a seasoned gangster, deliver him to the base and first investigate which faction backs him. Once identified for minor factions, if their crimes are limited, issue a stern warning and demand restitution. If they're deeply corrupt, dismantle them entirely. Interrogate, confiscate assets, and transfer them to the base. For major factions, first demand restitution. Should they refuse, strike directly at the ringleader, but only after receiving my explicit approval. Above all, avoid confrontation unless absolutely necessary. Once an irreconcilable grudge forms, eliminate the threat utterly. Show no mercy, no hesitation. Should open conflict arise, never deploy your own men as the vanguard. Hire external martial artists. Pay them generously to take the lead. You stay behind, to seize opportunities, exploit weaknesses, or even raid enemy strongholds. Wu Ying scratched his head, puzzled. Brother, why hire outsiders when we have capable men of our own? Even our own men require medical expenses, and casualties are inevitable. If expenditure is unavoidable, why not spend it on outsiders instead, eh? Then others won't know our strength, and it won't sound impressive. Impressive. Is prestige more valuable than your men's lives? True Hong Kong teams with street thugs, raw recruits, are never scarce. But our current underlings have been rigorously vetted, or their families work in our factories. They're loyal, reliable, and irreplaceable. Preserve them at all costs. Wu Ying, today I impart another truth. When navigating this world, safeguarding your own life comes first, but protecting your men follows closely behind. The same applies to profit. When you feast, ensure your men at least sip from the broth. Only thus does power endure. If you replace your men more often than your shirts, and if they grow poorer under your leadership than before, they will turn on you. A leader who fails his men is doomed to fall. That said, I'm not forbidding your men from fighting altogether. They must prove themselves, rise through ranks. I merely advise against placing them at the front line unnecessarily. And should any man prove disloyal, untrainable, untrustworthy, he must be eliminated without delay. Brother, rest easy. I, Wu Ying, will be the first to strike down any traitor. Now, return swiftly, recruit your men, and assume control of your assigned shops. Consult Ahua freely whenever uncertain. Seek his counsel often. Xiao Sa's hideout. After learning that Fong Min's patron was Lin Feng of Hunghing, Xiao Sa spent several days in genuine anxiety. When Lin Feng failed to confront him, however, Xiao Sa gradually resumed his usual arrogance, though he dared not harass Fong Min again, mindful of the slim but fatal chance of retribution. With income from Southeast Middle School severed, Xiao Sa sought alternative ventures, but lacked the intellect to devise them himself. That, after all, was precisely why he'd chosen the Underworld. That day he summoned several lieutenants to deliberate. After all, 3 cobblers could outwit even Zhuge Liang. Inside the smoke-choked, dilapidated building, Xiao Sa lounged with legs crossed atop a wooden table, tapping ash from his cigarette onto the surface and spraying spittle across the face of the nearest underling. Let me be clear, I could have crushed that little girl Fong Min any time. Only Lin Feng's standing stayed my hand. His underlings instantly chimed in. Exactly. Brother, you showed immense restraint, granting Lin Feng full dignity. Absolutely. Your magnanimity is unmatched. That's true vision. Smiling broadly at the flattery, Xiao Sa opened his mouth to boast further, when suddenly, crash, the rotten wooden door exploded inward, sending his men leaping in terror. Before he could shout, a bald man entered. The bald man was Fei Ji. Dragged behind him, bruised and swollen, was Dao Ba. Ever since Xiao Sa had lost face due to Dao Ba's failure, he'd demoted him from corps lieutenant to common thug, akin to stripping a regional manager down to a field promoter. Fei Ji, having tracked Dao Ba down, beat him savagely before he could utter a word. Only after leaving him battered and bloody did he extract the location of Xiao Sa's hideout. Fei Ji swept his gaze across the room. Who is Xiao Sa? Fei Ji, finding no answer, raised his hand in a gesture, and his men seized their clubs and surged forward. The blows rang out in rapid succession. From the sound alone, one could tell they were solid, decisive strikes. Xiao Sa had just reached for a steel pipe beneath the table when a boot slammed into his face. He toppled backward as blood instantly gushed from his nose. Those of Fei Ji's men had come to lead the assault. Their prowess was naturally superior, far beyond that of Xiao Sa and his handful of thugs. Before long, everyone in the room lay incapacitated, sprawled, and unable to rise. Fei Ji stepped onto an overturned chair, looked down at them from above, and spoke again. Who is Xiao Sa? Xiao Sa cowered on the floor, every muscle pierced by pain. The swagger of his earlier boasting had evaporated, replaced by sheer terror. He kept his head bowed and clenched his teeth, unwilling to answer. Have I offended anyone recently? Could one of my men have provoked someone they shouldn't, and now they've come to collect? Damn, if I find which bastard caused this trouble and drag me into it, it'll make him pay with his life. Xiao Sa's men dared not point him out, fearing he would settle accounts later. They planned to wait for others to speak, or to see how matters unfolded first. Fei Ji, growing impatient, said, no one will speak. Fine, take them all and drag them off for Desheng Zhuang. The words Desheng Zhuang exploded in their ears like thunder. Despair carved across Xiao Sa's face. He knew they had met a ruthless hand, and that he was finished. Xiao Sa's men were cowed, their courage broken. They hastily pointed at him and cried in disarray, it's him. He's Xiao Sa. Boss, we don't even know him. I have an 80-year-old bedridden mother, a child who needs feeding, and my wife ran off. We're innocent. It's him. He forced underage students, the boys, to peddle drugs, the girls into prostitution. We were coerced by him. Xiao Sa trembled with fury, staring incredulously at his men. One of them, having abandoned caution, blurted out, what are you staring at? You bastard, always up to no good. I've hated you for a long time. If not for these big brothers stepping in first, I would have finished you myself today. Xiao Sa was in utter chaos. As he debated whether to rise and fight desperately, he looked up. A club came whistling toward his mouth. Opt! Xiao Sa screamed, his mouth filled with blood, and blood-streaked teeth fell from his mouth. Damn it, my brother speaks, and you don't answer. What use is your mouth? One of Fei Ji's men slammed a club into Xiao Sa's face, then set upon him with a barrage of punches and kicks until he whimpered. Fei Ji signaled them to stop, then stepped forward and asked, you are Xiao Sa? Xiao Sa swallowed the blood in his mouth. With missing teeth, his words came out slurred. I am. Good. You're involved. Come with us. And you several come too. The next day, Jia building training floor. You came here empty-handed. Are you playing me? Where's my money? Lin Feng frowned at the boss before him, who held a cigar between his lips. Yesterday, upon returning to Jia building, Lin Feng had informed the boss 3 million in compensation for losses as a lesson for the gang's treachery, plus another 5 million as ransom for Wang Jiao, to be delivered early this morning. The boss exhaled a smoke ring as the haze curled. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Lin Feng, don't be hasty. I heard about yesterday, and indeed we were at fault. But you suffered little loss. Demanding 3 million seems rather exorbitant, does it not? Little loss. Not to mention my men's medical bills for their injuries, the troops' psychological damages from the shock, and the expenses caused by halting the production. Just my own time wasted for half a day. Do you know how much I make in that span? I can earn hundreds of thousands in a single minute. Asking only 3 million in total is already generous. Lin Feng wore an expression that said, you're profiting, don't be ungrateful. Pang Zi, my elder brother, is merely cultivating himself right now, not out of action. If it were the old days, we would have swept your stall yesterday and then talked. Fei Ji had received the assignment the day before and returned bragging to Fei Quan, making Fei Quan green with envy. Seeing the boss still bargaining with the elder and showing no respect, he began to openly berate the boss. One of the two henchmen the boss brought, seeing Fei Quan so brazen, stepped forward to confront him. Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to my boss like that? I'm Fei Quan, the vanguard for my big brother. You got a problem. You're arrogant, kid. It looked as if they were about to shove one another. The boss' face darkened. Lin Feng, I'm here in person and have already given you face. Your men talking to me like that? Isn't it going too far? Cut the useless talk. This is how we operate. Face has been extended, whether you accept it is your choice. The boss inhaled deeply. Very well. Since we were at fault, I will accept the 3 million claim. But as for Wang Jiu, I must see him in person. How do I know whether he's alive or dead? We need to verify his condition before we discuss ransom. Once everything is settled, one call from me, and the money will be sent over. The remarks sounded reasonable, but Lin Feng was not deceived. The boss had long been displeased with Wang Jiu. Over the years, Wang Jiu's power had grown, and he had grown increasingly insolent, no longer treating the boss with deference. If Wang Jiu lacked real capability to command respect in many situations, the boss might have acted differently long ago. Now that Wang Jiu lay in their hands, the boss' personal visit did not necessarily mean a sincere desire to ransom him. Perhaps he merely wanted to probe the situation before deciding whether the 5 million was worth spending. Lin Feng did not expose him, he smiled. You should have said so earlier. They'll have someone bring him right away. Lin Feng watched Ahua return with an awkward expression and knew something might have gone wrong. Could it be that that bastard Wang Jiu had been done in at the base? He couldn't have just run away, could he? It was likely the former, perhaps not dead, but certainly in a dire state. If he had fled, Lin Feng would have received the news already. What's wrong? Did something happen? The boss, noticing the oddity on Ahua's face, pricked up his ears when Lin Feng asked. There was an incident. After Wang Jiu was brought back yesterday, someone dealt with him. Lin Feng dismissed it casually. So what? When someone comes to make trouble, you don't roll out a welcome. Let it be a lesson. Ahua hesitated. Wait until they bring him, boss. You'll see. When Wang Jiu was brought in, everyone was stunned by his harrowing condition, Ahua included, despite already having an inkling of what had occurred. Wang Jiu was almost entirely wrapped in bandages from head to toe, with blood seeping through in places. His hands, feet, and neck were bound with iron chains, and his face bore a tattoo. He even walked with a stagger. Was this still the arrogant troublemaker from yesterday? In less than a day, he had been turned into a kind of living mummy. Moreover, he looked as if he had been disassembled and then reassembled, a grotesque reconstruction. Wang Jiu, swaying while standing, caused the bloodstains on his bandages to spread outward with every movement. However, the most eye-catching part was the tattoo pattern on his face. On both sides of his mouth were ink spots that appeared round and plump at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one could notice the creases on them. The most ridiculous was the bull's head pattern stretching from his lips up to the center of his brow, with 2 notches where his eyes were resembling a bull's head with 2 eyes, exuding an indescribable strangeness. This is quite unique. Lin Feng pondered for a long time and could only describe it as unique. He certainly couldn't say it was lifelike. After the initial shock, the fly next to him couldn't help but chuckle, only to be shot a glare by Lin Feng. Ahua quickly leaned close to Lin Feng's ear and shared what he had heard over the phone about the situation. Yesterday, those martial artists from the Longhu faction returned after changing their teacher IDs and began showing off everywhere. When other trainees inquired, they learned that Wang Jiu had caused a ruckus at the film crew, prompting them to step in and stop him, which led to their early confirmation by the director. Immediately, there was an uproar, with many beating their chests and stomping their feet. The previous group cursed Wang Jiu for not causing trouble last time, which delayed their confirmation. The next group scolded Wang Jiu for being eager to stand out, blocking their paths. The more they spoke, the angrier they became, all directed at Wang Jiu. Before arriving at the base, Wang Jiu had already endured 2 rounds of electric shocks from the fly and the Longhu martial artists, and in a semi-conscious state, he was not given the chastity pants. Having heard that Wang Jiu could withstand hard chi, they took pleasure in tormenting him, directly using an iron hook to pierce his scapula, and his limbs and back were drilled full of bloody holes. The head of the snake Wei even used an electric eel to violate Wang Jiu's backside. In the end, he said he wanted to leave a memory for this iron cloth shirt by tattooing 2 monk fruits and a bull's head directly on Wang Jiu's face. He even remarked, with monk fruits and a bull's head, there will always be fun in life. When Ahua made a phone call, they were still in the process, and only when they realized that the director wanted to promote someone did they hurriedly wrap themselves in bandages. Big brother, save me. Help. They are not human. Lin Feng, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go. You're magnanimous. If worse comes to worse, just give me a quick and don't send me back. Seeing the big boss, Wang Jiu's originally dazed eyes sparkled with hope, as if he had seen a savior. Suddenly he cried out, "Wah," while begging Lin Feng. As he cried, he noticed that everyone around was staring at his face. Some were curious, some were holding back laughter, and a few wore expressions of pity, making him feel even more ashamed, and he closed his eyes in sorrow. At that moment, the entire place fell silent for 2.5 seconds. Then Lin Feng's underlings could no longer hold back, erupting into laughter. Lin Feng was also stunned. Damn, I was wondering how there could be a bull's head with eyes on both sides. It turns out that closing the eyes reveals the complete picture. When Wang Jiao closed his eyes, his eyelids perfectly covered the eyes on either side of the tattoo, and the originally fragmented lines of the tattoo instantly connected into a complete design. From the monk fruits at the corners of his mouth to the bull's head pattern that went up along the sides of his nose to the center of his brow, the lines flowed smoothly, creating a lifelike appearance that was simply unmatched. This is quite the creation. Lin Feng stared at Wang Jiao's face, unable to articulate his next words. The snakehead way is quite the craftsman. If this skill were used for good, perhaps he could gain a reputation. There are so many hooligans on Hong Kong Island who paint dragons and tigers. At the very least, they could live a moderately comfortable life. Wang Jiao cried for a while, realizing that the laughter around him was growing louder, making him feel increasingly humiliated. Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his laughter, and said, "All right, stop crying. Don't you have any manly spirit left? You should consider your own actions. Did you follow the rules? Did you bully others?" Lin Feng looked at the still laughing underlings. "And you guys, aren't you supposed to be training? The boxing ring is empty and looks good, huh?" The big boss looked at Wang Jiao in this state, his mouth twitching. "Lin Feng, what do you mean by this? Isn't this a bit too humiliating?" "We can't say that. Leaving aside this tattoo, didn't he do anything wrong? If it weren't for him causing trouble yesterday, my men wouldn't have been beaten by him. If my men weren't beaten, they wouldn't have retaliated. Without the retaliation, there wouldn't be today's events. So ultimately, all of this is his fault." The big boss fell silent, not because he thought Lin Feng was right, but because he was contemplating whether or not to redeem Wang Jiao. He had long coveted the ownership of Kowloon Walled City, yet the Dragon City gang was always obstructing him. The big boss had been tolerating Wang Jiao, hoping to use him to fight against the Dragon City gang and seize the ownership of the Walled City. However, looking at Wang Jiao now, he seemed to have been completely ruined, and his appearance was certainly not commendable. Wang Jiao panicked. "Big brother." The big boss finally spoke again. "Since the problem lies with him, then his current fate cannot be blamed on others." Wang Jiao, big brother. The big boss ignored Wang Jiao's cries and looked at Lin Feng. "You previously mentioned 3 million as compensation, but since the incident originated from us, I will add another million for you, and we will end this matter here. Our two families can reconcile as before. How does that sound?" It's clear that the big boss is ready to give up on Wang Jiao. Lin Feng understood the big boss's meaning and fell silent for a moment. "Of course, that's fine. All right, the money will be sent shortly. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave," the big boss said as he stood up to leave, not wanting to stay here any longer, as it felt too damn strange. Wang Jiao, who was once so defiant, had not been able to subdue him. Unexpectedly, in less than a day, Wang Jiao had already been reduced to a mere pawn. Seeing the big boss say nothing about his situation, Wang Jiao felt that things were turning dire and grew increasingly anxious. "Big brother, don't go. If you leave, how will I survive?" The big boss quickened his pace upon hearing this. Just as Wang Jiao tried to stop the big boss, Lin Feng signaled to his underlings to hold Wang Jiao back. After the big boss left, Lin Feng said to Wang Jiao, "You saw and heard it. The big boss wants to give up on you, and there's nothing I can do." "Lin Feng, I have money. I can buy my own life." "Fool, if you fall into Snakehead Weiss' hands, that money is mine too." Upon hearing the name Snakehead Wei, Wang Jiao instinctively shouted, "No." It seems Snakehead Wei is indeed a nemesis for tough guys. "All right, Fly, since you caught Wang Jiao, the follow-up is up to you. This is quite a lucrative job." The Fly, who understood the ins and outs, was overjoyed upon hearing this, and said, "Thank you, big brother." As Wang Jiao was dragged away, he was still shouting for a quick end. Fei Quan approached and said, "Big brother, that fat guy is pretty ruthless. He actually wants to take out Wang Jiao." If it were a Hua, that would be expected. You could actually see through it. "Big brother, you underestimate me too much. I've been reading lately." "What have you been reading?" "The Art of War." "No, Pan Jinlian cleverly disposes of Wu Dalong. That fat guy is just like Pan Jinlian. He has long been dissatisfied with Wang Jiao and wants to use your hand to eliminate him. The extra million is the cost to deal with Wang Jiao." Seeing Ahua snickering and Fei Quan with an expression of pride seeking praise, Lin Feng was furious. "Enough. Don't read those yellow books anymore and stop with the ridiculous metaphors. Read The Art of War. That has been verified. I think it's great. It's not about what you think, but it's about what I think. Isn't that the same? What's the rush? Why did you summon us up here so urgently?" Ruan Mei and Gang Sheng arrived at the penthouse floor, and upon entering found Lin Feng draped in a bathrobe, wearing that familiar mischievous grin, as if he'd just devised yet another scheme. Lin Feng announced solemnly, "I'm currently brimming with fiery energy." Ruan Mei shot him a disdainful glance. "How utterly typical. Let's discuss this inside." "Wait, first change into these. Today I intend to test my own Achilles heel." Ruan Mei took the small parcel from Lin Feng's hand and opened it, only to fall speechless. Inside lay 2 sets of delicate garments. Ruan Mei lifted one set and unfolded it. Examining it closely, they resembled ancient-style undergarments, inner robes and trousers, but were reimagined with unmistakably modern flair. Embroidered upon them were 3 plum blossoms. The scalloped edges surrounding each bloom mimicked slender branches cradling the flowers, an elegant, artful composition. Though Ruan Mei and Gang Sheng had long grown accustomed to Lin Feng's whimsical antics, this was truly unprecedented. Lin Feng declared with unflinching seriousness, "These are bespoke fusion pieces. Classical essence meets contemporary design. Shortly you'll dance in slow circles around me." A gleam of childlike curiosity sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes. "I wish to discover precisely where my limits lie." Gang Sheng stared at him as if peeling back layers of pretense. "Do you even have limits? You're not about to pounce on us outright, are you? Defamation. She's slandering me." Lin Feng pointed accusingly at Gang Sheng, appealing to Ruan Mei for justice. Ruan Mei ignored him entirely, seized the garments Lin Feng had provided, and dragged Gang Sheng firmly into the room. "An unnamed film set. No, I can't. I'm outside." Spider-Man's face flickered with hesitation and refusal, yet his body betrayed a reluctant, almost magnetic surrender. "Cut." A nameless director barked sharply, then strode briskly toward Spider-Man. "Miss Fong Ting, I knew from the moment I saw you that you were born for this craft. You're truly heaven-sent, the kind of talent fate itself anoints. Your performance is nothing short of masterful, eclipsing even seasoned stars. A true veteran's command of nuance and depth." A torrent of flattery cascaded upon Fong Ting, not out of mere courtesy, but necessity. Should she withdraw, the consequences would likely land not on her, but squarely on his backside. Courtesy of Brother Chong. "Oh, it wasn't all that great. I feel like I didn't even reach my full potential." Fong Ting murmured, dazed by the torrent of praise. So thoroughly disoriented, she could barely tell north from south. "That makes it even more extraordinary. We eagerly await your next performance, Miss Fong Ting." "Director, I feel fully inspired now. Shall we shoot a few more takes?" "No need. We'll proceed next to the bathroom scene. Please rest while conserve your strength and focus, and ensure you're fully prepared to complete the shoot seamlessly." "Rest assured, Director. I'm completely ready." This was the production crew assembled by Leung Quan for Dr. Octopus vs. Spider-Man, a title invoking iconic characters, yet bearing no narrative relation to either. Or perhaps some relation, strictly sartorial. The moment Fong Ting signed the contract, filming commenced without pause, driven by one urgent goal: to finish swiftly, and thus finally escape Brother Chong's looming shadow. When the director first received word from his assistant that someone wished to commission him to helm a feature film, he assumed his reputation had soared so high that patrons were now knocking at his door with money in hand. Before he could even savor the thought, his assistant clarified it was an adult film. He refused instantly, without hesitation. "Preposterous. I am a serious filmmaker. Do you truly expect me to direct that? Who do you think you're insulting?" Yet the moment the dim-witted Brother Chong arrived in person, with entourage in tow, the director promptly acquiesced. He'd initially intended to investigate Brother Chong's background, hoping to negotiate or enlist intermediaries for resolution. But the moment he dug deeper, he recoiled in shock. Brother Chong wasn't merely affiliated with a major triad. He also favored men. That revelation left the director deeply unnerved. Being marked by such a figure cast a pall over his sleep and appetite. An adult film it was then. Still, at least it offered a certain visual indulgence. Throughout production, the director worked diligently and efficiently, driven solely by one desire: to wrap filming as soon as possible, and never again stand before Brother Chong. A new day. In a filming location, a scene room. "Cut. You performed wonderfully. Truly worthy of Miss Fong Ting." After the director called for a halt, a smile appeared on his face. Today is a key scene. Once today's filming is done, he can finally relax. Moreover, he suddenly feels that this scene has great potential. With Fong Ting's alluring figure, she is bound to be favored by the film industry. Next is the highlight of this film. The male lead can exit for now, as it will involve some physical action requiring the lifting of Miss Fong Ting. "We have arranged for a professional stunt double to come in." "Stunt double? Director, why didn't you inform me about this arrangement?" Fong Ting felt a bit caught off guard, as the upcoming scene involves physical contact. The current male lead looks somewhat handsome, she wouldn't mind giving him a little benefit. But suddenly switching to a stunt double raises concerns about who that person is and what they look like. What if they bring in someone greasy or sleazy? "Yes, Director, my stamina is still good. I believe I can manage this. Besides, I've been working with Miss Fong Ting for quite a while now. I surely have better chemistry with her than anyone else." The male lead didn't want to leave. He'd finally reached this crucial moment, and now they wanted to swap him out for a stunt double. Even if he agreed, Tony Leung wouldn't. "Hurry up, you can leave now. Can you afford to delay today's shoot?" After sending the male lead away, the director turned to Fong Ting and said, "Don't worry, Miss Fong Ting, the stunt double we hired is definitely a professional. If you're not satisfied later, you can signal to stop at any time." "Well, okay." Seeing the director insist, Fong Ting could only agree for now and decide to see the person later. "Then Miss Fong Ting, please go change into your battle outfit." Lin Feng held the slippery octopus costume in his hands, its tentacle-like decorations hanging at his sides, feeling hard and metallic. Are you sure about this outfit? Lin Feng touched a certain area of the costume, noticing a sticky patch that could easily be torn off with some force. Jiang Kuan patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. You've probably read the script. Soon Spider-Man will fight you, the Dr. Octopus. Then Spider-Man's costume is similar to yours. How to operate specifically depends on you. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Was it going to be this extravagant? Although it was a bit of a hassle, he liked it. After all, he was the director. Though I am a director, I've never acted before today. I'll give it a try. Go change your outfit. Miss Fong Ting should be nearly ready too. We came in quietly, so you'd best remain silent. Earlier that morning, Lin Feng received a call from Jiang Kuan, who gave him an address to go to, mentioning he had prepared a surprise for Lin Feng. Though Lin Feng found it a bit bewildering, he decided to investigate, curious if there was something interesting happening. Upon arrival, he learned that he was to make a cameo in a film with Fong Ting. Lin Feng naturally accepted without hesitation. He wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. This led to the conversation between Lin Feng and Jiang Kuan. When Lin Feng walked into the room after changing, Fong Ting and the director were already waiting. Fong Ting felt relieved when she saw the person in the octopus costume enter. Thankfully, he was not a greasy man, and his physique was even better than the previous male lead. He was quite the dashing figure. Though he was wearing an octopus headpiece, she couldn't tell what he looked like. However, given his physique, it seemed acceptable. When Lin Feng saw Spider-Man, he also felt a surge of excitement. The costume looked grand and impressive. The Spider-Man suit seemed constricting while the director and cameraman continuously scanned the scene. When Lin Feng approached, the director immediately greeted him warmly, and Lin Feng merely nodded in acknowledgement. There were no other personnel around aside from Lin Feng and Fong Ting. Only the director and cameraman were present. The director instructed the cameraman, make sure to pay attention while filming, try to find the best angles. We want to capture it beautifully. The cameraman nodded, acknowledging the direction. The director said to Lin Feng and Fong Ting, let's do some preparatory moves to see how it goes. Cameraman, spin the lens first to see if any adjustments are needed, focusing mainly on the direct rear and angled rear shots, and shoot a few from the side as well. The director continued to adjust and guide. Once he felt it was almost ready, he said, prepare action. No, I. Fong Ting managed to say a line or two at the beginning, but soon became disoriented. A moment later, she suddenly widened her eyes. Seeing this, the director gave Fong Ting a thumbs up from a distance, indicating that her expression was spot on and her acting was acceptable. Although Fong Ting had intended to call out, she closed her mouth upon seeing the director's gesture. Cut. Very good, we have completed it successfully. That will be all for today. The director knew Lin Feng had connections, so he gave Lin Feng a look before leaving. Not long after the director and cameraman left, filming resumed in the room. When Jiang Kuan quietly rushed in, he was astonished by what he saw. Jiang Kuan was left speechless. Jiang Tiansheng's villa. When Fong Ting returned, it was already evening. After a long day of shooting, she was so exhausted that she stumbled as she walked. After regaining her composure at the filming site, she realized that it was completely dark, and only then did she remember to go home. What's wrong? Did you have a tiring day of shooting? Jiang Tiansheng's voice suddenly came from the balcony, startling Fong Ting, who was about to head to the bathroom. Simon, it's you. You scared me. How did you get to the balcony? Fong Ting, realizing it was Jiang Tiansheng, patted her chest in relief the pain, reminding her of the scenes from filming. Calmly placing her palm on her chest to regulate her breathing, she was glad that she wore a high-necked battle robe today, otherwise she might have exposed herself. At that moment, Jiang Tiansheng walked back from the balcony. You came back later than usual. Were you busy with filming? Fong Ting showed no signs of distress on her face. Yes, today was a major scene, and we had to do some reshoots. However, once this scene was completed, the shoot would be nearly wrapped up, and I would have more time to accompany you, Simon. Jiang Tiansheng looked at Fong Ting, who seemed very tired and worn out, yet he felt a comfortable and leisurely sense of joy, though something felt off in his heart. But he thought this might be due to the exhaustion from filming and the expectation of her returning to his side. Moreover, Fong Ting had taken the role to save money for herself, and she had consulted him about it, to which he had agreed. Having some status and reputation himself, he wouldn't be treated like a nobody by a typical film company, which eased his other thoughts. Jiang Tiansheng smiled and said, you really are hard-working. Meeting you is my fortune. Although Fong Ting had already done a simple cleanup before returning, she felt a bit immersed in her character, finding it hard to detach. After chatting casually with Jiang Tiansheng for a while, she gradually felt more out of character, as if she was about to reach her limit. Simon, I just finished filming and am all sweaty. I need to take a shower first, and then I'll come out to keep you company. That sounds good. As Jiang Tiansheng spoke, Fong Ting was already stumbling toward the bathroom. He mistakenly thought that she wanted to shower to be in the best condition to accompany him. She really is thoughtful, always considering him. She's wonderful. In the bathroom, Fong Ting was still pondering about the damage to the Spider-Man outfit. Moreover, Fong Ting did not lie to Jiang Tiansheng, as she indeed had to do a reshoot. The scene involved them swinging on a swing together, playing the role of a superhero. Then, as if sensing something, she glanced over. It turned out that the stand-in was not only deeply immersed in the role, but also had quite a bit of screen time. What a dramatic actor. What was infuriating was that after finishing, the stand-in simply patted her bottom and left, completely unconcerned about whether she was okay or not. Moreover, she had even handed her 2 candy pills clearly prepared. Kowloon, you're quite generous. If anything comes up in the future, just let me know, and I will definitely help. After his cameo, Lin Feng felt refreshed, feeling that this trip was truly worthwhile. If it's not my own car, I would just floor the gas pedal and wildly turn the steering wheel. Teacher's suit doesn't deceive me, but unfortunately the other party's state doesn't allow it, otherwise I would definitely test out the invincible whirlwind. What a thrilling cameo. Based on my performance, winning a small trophy would be no problem. What's there to say? The previous incident in Simsha Sui was still thanks to you. There's nothing much I can repay you with. I know you have feelings for Fong Ting, so how could I not help you? Liang Kowloon had already come back to his senses from being the flying man. He looked at Lin Feng with a complex expression, not expecting him to be such a playful person. Indeed, something must be twisted in his mind, who enjoys playing in midair like that. Moreover, he added a little flip into the mix. Liang Kowloon quickly pulled back his wandering thoughts. I originally wanted to invite Xiao Tian's wife to cameo as Black Widow, but she has been kept close by Xiao Tian lately, so I couldn't contact her, thus only Fong Ting was left. Don't worry, once I become the big boss, I will directly package Fong Ting and send her to you, and I will find a few more people of similar status for you to enjoy. Just support me in becoming the big boss, and in the future, I will help you snatch the wives of other gang leaders. Liang Kowloon subtly hinted again. That shouldn't be necessary. I just want to taste the waters. Bringing them home would be enough. I still have some aspirations. However, since Kowloon, you are so generous, if there's a chance in the future, I wouldn't mind trying a few more. You can rest assured, Kowloon, I still say the same thing. If anything comes up in the future, just let me know, and I will definitely help. Lin Feng specially set up a risque situation to repay Liang Kowloon. He hinted that Jiang Tianxing might make a move on him soon. However, Liang Kowloon waved his hand, saying that with his current wisdom, playing Jiang Tianxing was like playing a dog. There was no need to worry about it. Lin Feng didn't know whether Liang Kowloon was just being whimsical or if he had truly changed his mind, but since Liang Kowloon himself didn't care, he had nothing to say. After chatting nonsense with Liang Kowloon for a while, they each returned to their own homes. In the world of Hong Kong comedy, the Japanese yen is not timed. Lin Feng had gone past a few days after his cameo. Only then did he finally remember to fish for Robinson. At Chai Wan Prison, established in 1937, originally named Hong Kong Island Prison, directly managed by the Hong Kong Island Correctional Services, it is one of the highly secured prisons on Hong Kong Island. It has numerous independent cells, mainly housing male felons sentenced to life imprisonment or long terms. Chien, Wendy, and the graying Robinson were squatting and using weed cutters to trim the grass. Damn it, I got pricked in the balls again, and they didn't even give me a pair of underwear. How inhumane. Chien, Wendy accidentally squatted a bit too low and was pricked by the trimmed grass tips, complaining. Robinson chuckled and said to him, not wearing underwear is just like this, you'll get used to it. How can one get used to such a thing? Do I need to get calluses on my balls? Even those who practice hard qigong wouldn't dare to say they could toughen their balls. Not wearing underwear is like being a wild man devoid of dignity and respect from others. No wonder prisoners often fight and riot. Robinson joked, whether fights occur in prison has little to do with wearing underwear. Fighting may not necessarily be for respect from others, it could also be due to not getting any from anyone. Chien, Wendy also picked up on the implications of Robinson's words. His frustration from being pricked in the balls faded considerably, and he laughed. Damn, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Just joking, isn't your mood a bit better? Sitting in prison, how could the mood be good? By the way, let me tell you about the things outside. What could possibly be happening outside? Chien, Wendy cautiously moved closer to Robinson. Didn't my girlfriend visit me a couple of days ago? She told me that Lu Yaozu suddenly fell ill recently and handed over all his properties to Meng Na for full management. Moreover, Lu Yaozu hasn't shown his face for several days, and there have been no news related to him. Do you think something unexpected has happened? Or is Lu Yaozu plotting something again? Without a moment's hesitation, Robinson said, impossible, a person like Lu Yaozu only trusts himself and would never trust anyone else. It's unthinkable for him to hand over his properties to someone else, even to that woman Meng Na. But this is the truth. My girlfriend personally investigated it. There can't be any mistakes, and she wouldn't lie to me. Robinson pondered for a moment and said, tell me in detail. Before Robinson could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a guard rushing over from a distance. Robinson, who is Robinson? We'll talk later, Robinson said to Chien, Wendy before raising his hand. Sir, it's me. The guard approached Robinson and said, you are Robinson. Someone has come to visit you. Please follow me. Seeing this, Chien, Wendy felt there might be a problem inside and wanted to investigate, but Robinson grabbed his hand and patted it, signaling him to stay calm. Watching Robinson leave with the guard, there was a flicker of worry in Chien Wendy's eyes. Shortly after being brought in, he had learned the truth from Robinson and decided to help him deal with Lu Yaozu. He knew Robinson had no relatives, and now that someone suddenly came to visit, he instinctively thought it was someone looking to cause trouble for Robinson. However, there was nothing he could do now. He could only pray in his heart that Robinson would be fine. Robinson realized that the guard did not take him to the visiting room, but rather to a special level 1 meeting room, and he sensed that things might not be simple, his expression slightly changing. After all, he had been in the business world for decades, Robinson quickly regained his composure, planning to act according to the situation. I have already dealt with Lu Yaozu. If you want to get out, I can find a way to help you escape. Lin Feng directly stated his intention upon meeting Robinson. Robinson did not know Lin Feng. Although he had learned about Lu Yaozu's situation from Qian Wendy earlier, he had no way to judge the authenticity of the news. Could this be Lu Yaozu's trick and Lin Feng was actually sent by him? Just as Robinson was about to speak, Lin Feng interrupted. You don't need to think too much. Lu Yaozu can't control me. Besides, I have nothing to gain from you. There's nothing of value on you right now. Robinson was still a bit unclear about Lin Feng's intentions, and after a moment of silence, he cautiously asked, Do you know why I was brought in? Isn't it because Lu Yaozu coveted your assets, killed your daughter, and framed you for it? Don't worry, Lu Yaozu has followed in your footsteps, but he was luckier. He went first. Robinson then probed. So do you know why he didn't choose to kill me? You mean the 300 million bonds hidden in your fish tank? Oh, by the way, after you entered prison, Lu Yaozu replaced your fish with his lizard. Now the bonds have reached the right hands, so you really have nothing of value on you. Robinson took a while to digest the information Lin Feng provided and had basically confirmed that what Lin Feng said was true. After all, since the other party even mentioned the hiding place of the bonds, there was no room for doubt. Now Robinson had another question in his mind. Why would this person help him? To be nice to someone for no reason. Either that person must have value to him, or he is just a fool. Looking at the man before him, it was obvious he wasn't the latter, which means he had ulterior motives. Why do you want to help me? Do you want me to go out and do something for you? Lin Feng scoffed. You think too much. You just want to have your cake and eat it too. Just consider me as someone who can't bear to see the suffering in the world and has a good heart. Also, you're quite old now. You probably don't have many years left to live and aren't qualified to be my junior. What? Do you want to join my company to scam pensions? Robinson was choked by Lin Feng's words. What? Do you look down on the old guy? Don't you know that people in their 70s or 80s are just at the right age to venture out and strive? I still consider myself a young person. Robinson took a deep breath. Can I think about it and get back to you? Lin Feng casually replied. Do as you wish, as someone will come to see you in 2 days. Just tell him the result then. If I choose to go out, can I bring someone with me, eh? Are you crazy? Do you really think I'm doing charity? You want to take advantage of me? I can at most give you a sum that will ensure your basic needs after you get out. Everything else is off the table. After finishing the conversation with Robinson, Lin Feng thought, since he was already there, he might as well deal with some goods. So he went to find the assassin Xiong, whom he had previously met. He even paid to visit the machine room and didn't gain anything. Xiong, sir, long time no see. I hope you are well. Zhong Chuxiong had some similarities with Di, but he lacked the latter's arrogance and had a bit more lewdness. Oh, it's you. Oh, I remember you. You spent 20,000 Hong Kong dollars just to visit the prison machine room. What? Are you looking to visit somewhere again? Not really. We don't have the funds to upgrade. Still the same old stuff. Then forget it. I'm not interested in the old stuff. Lin Feng continued. Zhong, sir, actually I came to find you today to discuss a long-term business deal. Zhong Chuxiong lost interest immediately, realizing it was not what he had imagined. He picked up a cup of water and casually said, What long-term business? You're not trying to make me your mole to secretly release a specified prisoner, are you? It's related to prisoners, but not in a way of letting them go. I want to buy them from you. Zhong Chuxiong spat out a mouthful of water. What? You want to buy prisoners? Have you all become so brazen now? Have you started trafficking in people? Lin Feng dodged the flying water. It's a misunderstanding. I opened a training school, and isn't there a lot of talent here in Stanley? I want to bring a batch back for teaching assistants. Really? How could it be false? And I want serious offenders who are sentenced to life imprisonment or decades in prison. They are all scum. Wasting food in Stanley is better to sell them to me. You can also earn some extra cash. That's true, but I'll offer this amount for each of them. Before Zhong Chuxiong could finish speaking, he saw Lin Feng making a 10 gesture with his fingers. Connecting the words Lin Feng had said, he couldn't help but exclaim, what? 100,000 each. Lin Feng wore an expression as if he had just seen a ghost. What do you mean, 10,000? Have you gone mad for money? Are those scum really worth 10,000? Are they plated in gold? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Zhong Chuxiong snapped out of his daze and realized he must have lost his senses just now. After all, Lin Feng had once paid 20,000 just to tour the server room. In Zhong Chuxiong's mind, Lin Feng was nothing but a gullible, deep-pocketed fool. So when he saw the hand gesture, he instinctively assumed it meant 10,000. Could it be $10? I'd get more selling them as pork than that. Lin Feng shook his head. $10 per person would be absurd. I said $10 per gene, half kilogram. Zhong Chuxiong stared blankly, convinced his ears had betrayed him. You just said $10 per gene. You're weighing them like livestock. Exactly, and quite fair, isn't it? After confirming it, Zhong Chuxiong grew even more flustered than before, pointing at Lin Feng, trembling too hard to utter a single word. No need to get so worked up. It's hardly a fortune. Look how thrilled you've become. Zhong Chuxiong took several deep breaths, then exploded. Bloody hell. You're a heartless human trafficker. How can you even utter $10 per gene? Do you truly regard them as swine? Aren't they? They're fed and housed in prison, no labor required. What's the difference? $10 per gene is absolutely out of the question. I'd rather sell them as blood bags. He spat, then corrected himself hastily. No, wait. I never intended to sell people. Drop that idea entirely. If standard inmates seem too cheap for you, consider the prison's senior figures, the big brothers. For them, I'll pay $100 per gene. Just file an accidental death report afterward. Lin Feng's true target was precisely those influential inmates. Anyone who rose to dominance inside prison inevitably held some wealth, and extracting it post-transfer promised substantial returns. It was a win-win revenue generation and recruitment in one stroke. His immediate challenge was persuading Zhong Chuxiong. Sir Zhong, think carefully. Is Stanley Prison your personal fiefdom? Why concern yourself with their fate? The money you pocket is yours alone, and I'm not asking you to kill them. Zhong Chuxiong wavered. If prisoners vanish without cause, riots will erupt. And if they discover the truth, I won't even know how I died. Lin Feng pressed his advantage, then craft a better pretext. Privately tell them you possess a way to secure their release, provided they sign several documents and cooperate fully. Once freed, everything becomes their responsibility, not yours. You'll deny any involvement outright. Desperate for freedom, they'll handle every detail themselves, ensuring you bear no risk. If needed, I'll even arrange letters from them sent back to you. And you may collect a modest handling fee, hardly a loss for you. Still impossible. I'm merely a department head. There are rivals at my rank within Stanley Prison. Then you must act. Imagine this method would earn you loyalty and obedience from the inmates. Once your superiors recognize your capability, you could share part of that fee with them. Remember, the foreign bosses care only for profit, not people. Once they taste its sweetness, they'll surely promote and entrust you, proven to generate wealth and wield authority. They might even urge you to expand such transactions. So long as you deliver steady revenue, they'll shield you, no matter what arises. Worst case, come work for me. I'll set you up flawlessly, leaving you utterly euphoric. With your superiors appeased and inmates obedient, promotion would be inevitable. Then consolidate power, recruit compliant heads, and dispose of the defiant ones. Soon you'll reign over Stanley Prison, not as an official, but as its uncrowned sovereign, the king of Stanley. Zhong Chuxiong reeled under the weight of Lin Feng's grand vision, heart pounding, blood surging. It genuinely seemed feasible. Right there in his office, he began haggling with Lin Feng, finalizing terms: $49 per gene for ordinary inmates, $360 per gene for senior figures. The handling fee remained Zhong Chuxiong's discretion, though it must remain reasonable to preserve future dealings. Southeast Secondary School. Guo Xiaozhen once again drew Fang Min into plotting the rise of the principal wife. This time Zhu Wanfang joined them. Sister, trust me completely. Elder brother Lin has already responded. It's time to accelerate our plan. Once we fully consolidate control here, we'll expand to other schools, establishing branches. Before your graduation, let's bring more institutions under our influence. Ideally, every graduate from Hong Kong schools, whether gangsters or professionals, will carry our imprint. Fang Min, subjected to Guo Xiaozhen's near-constant indoctrination, had begun tentatively accepting her astonishingly inventive interpretations. Xiaozhen, can you truly confirm that that scoundrel Xiao Sa was deliberately removed by elder brother Feng for my sake, and that he's been watching me secretly? Guo Xiaozhen affirmed firmly. Absolutely. I verified it. He was on location filming a crew in Kowloon City the very day Xiao Sa vanished. Elder brother Feng clearly deemed our pace too sluggish, our actions overly cautious, so he intervened to eliminate Xiao Sa, spurring us forward. She feigned contemplation, stroking her chin. It seems the two women surrounding elder brother Feng have grown dangerously powerful. He's concerned for your future, thus this subtle warning. We've grown complacent. Is that so? It sounded eminently plausible. Fang Min turned to Zhu Wanfang, seeking her perspective. Her reasoning holds water. Xiao Zhen reads widely. She's unlikely mistaken. Yet if you say otherwise, then it is otherwise. Zhu Wanfang used to call Fang Min Xiao Min, but after Guo Xiaozhen chided her for informality, warning it undermined Fang Min's authority, she reluctantly adopted Sister Min. Hearing this, Guo Xiaozhen beamed, promptly ignoring the latter half. Precisely. My current reading volume terrifies even me. My mind overflows with stratagems. Very well, Xiaozhen, you take the lead. Fang Min abandoned further deliberation, opting instead to grant Guo Xiaozhen full autonomy. By the way, sister, let me know when Sister Ling is free. I need to consult her on certain matters. Guo Xiaozhen felt Luo Huiling, the mistress, had failed to grasp her role, neglecting to establish Lin Feng's presence beforehand. She needed a stern reminder. Sister Ling's on rest days now. I'll let you know. Fang Min gave no further thought. assuming Guo Xiaojin sought Luo Huiling solely to advance her relationship with Lin Feng. After all, Luo Huiling harbored long-standing resentment toward Lin Feng. In Guo Xiaojin's logic, Feng Min already knew Luo Huiling was Lin Feng's mistress, so no clarification was necessary. To Feng Min, however, Guo Xiaojin's outreach was purely for her sake, and constrained by propriety, she couldn't voice it outright. In the world of Hong Kong crime dramas, the island teemed with hundreds of triad societies, let alone the countless low-level gangsters who swarmed its streets. One day it was you slashing me, the next I'd be cleaving you. Every single day unfolded like a brutal, unrelenting street war. That night, Sim Sha Sui crackled with unusual intensity. First, Chicken and his crew launched a surprise assault on the Loyalty Faith Society while they were off guard, seizing half a street previously wrested from Lok Tin Hong. But Lok swiftly counterattacked with reinforcements, sending Chicken's men fleeing in utter disarray. Had the police not arrived just in time, not only would that half street have been lost, but their lives as well. This time there was no awkward near-simultaneous arrival of Chan Honam and the police. Chan Honam had been completely unaware of Chicken's operation. By the time he received word and rushed to the scene with his men, all he witnessed was Tai Tyner and several underlings, drenched in blood, being carried back on makeshift stretchers. Chicken, you damn traitor. Because of you my big brother is dead. You killed him. Pao Pai stood there drenched in blood, shouting furiously, his wounds still oozing crimson. Clearly he was gravely injured. I didn't want this either. Do you think I'm happy my brothers died? I'm heartbroken too. But can I shoulder all the blame? We all agreed to this plan. You were there too. Why didn't you object? Chicken bore bloodstains as well, but his energetic, unharmed demeanor betrayed only minor scrapes. I don't care. My big brother is dead. Only then did Chan Honam notice Chow Pai lying lifeless among the wounded. And Tai Tyner, just discharged from hospital, had fallen unconscious once more, though still breathing faintly. Pao Pai's arm and back were slashed open, bleeding steadily, but his injuries remained comparatively lighter than Tai Tyner's. At least he could still speak. Compared to the two chickens, wounds amounted to little more than superficial grazes. With urgency mounting, Chan Honam cut short his thoughts. If you've got enough energy left to bicker, then get treated, before more of you die. As Chan Honam directed his men to rush the wounded to medical care, Pao Pai continued struggling and cursing Chicken, refusing all cooperation. Chan Honam strode forward, seized Pao Pai by the collar, and demanded, what the hell is wrong with you? Refuse treatment and you'll die? We live our lives balanced precariously, 1 foot in prison, 1 foot in the coffin. Do you remember when we were beaten by Liang Quan? We never flinched. When we followed Brother B, we never regretted a single step. Did we feel glorious hacking down Ba Bai and Fat Dog? Did we ever pause to consider how their families grieved, as ours does now? Do you truly wish for more brothers to fall before you're satisfied? Or do you imagine your big brother would rejoice if you joined him in death? Only then did Pao Pai cease resisting, allowing himself to be carried away for emergency treatment. Once the wounded were stabilized, Chan Honam finally turned to Chicken to hear the full account of what had transpired. After Tai Tyner and Chow Pai were discharged from hospital, Chan Honam found himself torn over how to reassign them. Logically, they deserved stewardship over that half-street. They'd held off Lok Tin Hung of the Loyalty Faith Society after all. Yet during their hospitalization, Chan Honam had already entrusted the territory to Chicken. He hesitated to ask Chicken to relinquish control, and he refused to cede any portion of the turf Brother B had granted him in Causeway Bay. He still dreamed of inheriting the entire domain upon Brother B's retirement. So loyal brothers would simply have to carve their own path elsewhere. Believing true brotherhood meant standing side by side, he assigned both Tai Tyner and Chow Pai to Chicken's command, 3 men sharing governance over half a street. Even Pao Pai was included, almost as an afterthought. Chan Honam felt content with this arrangement, but Chicken was far less enthusiastic. After all, he'd enjoyed sole dominion over that half-street, living freely without constraint. Now 2 additional brothers had arrived, threatening to slash his standard of living by 2/3. Still bound by loyalty, Chicken never entertained harming them. After careful deliberation, inspiration struck. Why not reclaim the other half-street, the one seized earlier by that blue-haired thug? That way 3 men could manage 1 full street, just barely. Without delay, Chicken summoned his newly appointed correlers, and even the bonus brother, to discuss feasibility. Tai Tyner and Chow Pai, still bearing fresh scars from Lok Tin Hung's blade, immediately agreed. They gave no thought to whether they could withstand Lok's onslaught. Having settled on action, they launched their assault that very night. No strategy, no subtlety, only raw, overwhelming surprise. They never consulted Chan Honam, intending instead to present him with a triumphant surprise once the territory was secured. The Loyalty Faith Society was caught utterly off guard. Events unfolded too rapidly for reaction. Lok Tin Hung happened to be absent, so Chicken's crew seized the half-street in record time. Confident victory was assured, Chicken phoned Chan Honam to deliver the news. Upon hearing it, Chan Honam swelled with quiet pride, his judgment vindicated. Indeed, loyal brothers thrived beyond the core domain. His careful orchestration had borne fruit. Anticipating possible retaliation from the Loyalty Faith Society, he warned Chicken to remain vigilant, then gathered his men and sped toward the scene, first to reinforce against counterattack, second, because a leader must stand where new frontiers are forged. None foresaw how swift and ferocious the Loyalty Faith Society's reprisal would be. Outpacing even the police, who alerted to armed clashes arrived far later than Locke's enforcers. Chicken's ambush had been sudden, their enemy's retaliation even more so. Chicken had barely hung up from his celebratory call when Locke's men descended upon them. Locke Tinhung himself led the charge, facing Tai Tyner and Chow Pai like old enemies reunited in mutual fury. Blades clashed instantly. Locke's eight-faced Han sword cut through flesh and bone alike, each strike inflicting grievous injury, each grazed leaving a wound. Even united Chicken and his men gained no advantage. Worse, Locke had brought reinforcements. Within moments, Tai Tyner fell again, savagely wounded. Chow Pai, having mocked Locke before the fight, drew his full wrath. Pow Pai, witnessing his big brother's imminent demise, lunged forward, taking 2 lethal blows, yet failing to save him. Chicken once again emerged unscathed. Just as Locke prepared to finish them off and absorb their territory, the police finally arrived. Reluctantly, both sides withdrew. Had they not, Tai Tyner and Pow Pai might well have perished there and then. Brother Nom, I'm sorry. I never imagined brothers would die. Chicken, tell me precisely why you suddenly clashed with the Loyalty Faith Society. After learning the full sequence of events, Chun Haonan fell silent, speechless. Indeed, he bore some responsibility. Had he not placed all three together, they would never have conceived the idea of seizing that half-street from Zhongxini. Moreover, de Tonner and the others had willingly agreed to Shanji's proposal, thus any mishap could hardly be laid at Shanji's feet. As he had told Bao Pai, in this world of ours, one foot stands on life, the other on death. Blades flash and swords clash. Danger has no eyes to steer clear of you. To fall in such chaos is merely a matter of ill fortune. Seeing Shanji's anguished self-reproach, Chun Haonan offered gentle reassurance. Shanji, now is no time for guilt. Chow Pai lies below watching you, even now. Do you not wish to avenge him? Shanji gathered himself, resolve rekindled. True enough, I must avenge Chow Pai. What does it matter if that blue-haired brood is formidable? If one man cannot best him, then 10 shall. If 10 fail, then 100, until sheer attrition wears him down. I refuse to believe he is forged of iron. Chun Haonan, alarmed that Shanji had even invoked firearms, hastily interjected, there's no need for guns. We must still abide by the rules. Otherwise, once that door opens, our bodies will bear more bullet wounds than theirs. Shanji flushed with mild embarrassment, scratching his head. Brother Nan, that's not what I meant. I just let the words slip out in the heat of the moment. Still, Brother Nan, he is exceptionally skilled in combat. We'll need to request reinforcements from Brother B. Rest easy, Chun Haonan replied. I'll speak with Brother B tomorrow. Should it prove necessary, I'll invite Prince Tai Zi himself to lend his presence. In Hong Kong's Triad circles, firearms remain taboo. No matter how fiercely rival factions clash or slash at one another, such acts are deemed minor disputes. But draw a gun, and it becomes grave business. First, the police will cease turning a blind eye and launch a rigorous investigation. Second, the senior leaders of every major society will take notice. They too fear death. After all, arms dealers abound across Hong Kong. Firearms flood the underworld. So why do rival gangs still wield cleavers in every open confrontation? Though triads frequently battle for territory, fatalities among rank-and-file members remain relatively rare. Unless, of course, misfortune strikes, a fatal slash to the carotid artery is stabbed to a vital organ, or one confronts an opponent whose prowess dwarfs theirs utterly, like Chow Pai in his final defiant stand. Otherwise, at worst, one suffers serious injury, not death. That is no simple feat. Exceptions exist, of course, northern enforcers and roving bandits who seek neither territory nor roots in Hong Kong, and thus heed no code. They engage police in open gunfights as routinely as others sip tea, and when provoked they deploy both long and short arms without hesitation. Even sheltering within a police station offers no sanctuary. They may well storm it to seize you. The day after the incident dawned deceptively calm on the surface. Beneath it, both sides mobilized their forces, preparing for war. That evening they converged simultaneously upon the street's center. No speeches, no warnings. Only steel meeting steel. A sharp crack echoed. The Hung Hing cannon fodder instantly hopped on one leg, clutching his foot. Damn you. You wore armor to ambush me, retorted Zhong Xini's cannon fodder B, as if you lot didn't wear yours. Had you not resorted to that treacherous trick last night, you'd never have gained the upper hand. You scoundrel of Hung Hing. Was it you who struck my cousin's groin last night? Now I've got you, cried cannon fodder C. Brother E, no more talk. Let's charge together and crush him. So much for chivalry. Think you're the only one with brothers, countered cannon fodder A. Brother Ding, you and your sibling, quick. Join your uncle and help us take down these two wretches. Amid the ensuing chaos, Hung Hing's numerical advantage began to overwhelm Zhong Xini, until Luo Tianhong, seeing the tide turn, finally strode forward, eight-faced Han sword in hand. With Luo Tianhong leading the vanguard, momentum swung back toward Zhong Xini. Yet just then prepared officers blew their whistles and entered the fray, halting hostilities, for now. The next day, Prince Taizi's reinforcement tipped the balance decisively in Hung Hing's favor, until police intervention once again suspended the conflict. On the third day, Zhong Sini brought in fresh reinforcements. Yet as Luo Tianhong engaged Prince Taizi in mortal combat, the contest settled into stalemate, before officers again intervened, imposing a temporary truce. Realizing further clashes risked full-scale war and certain defeat for Zhong Sini, Lien Haolong urgently summoned a venerable elder from the number gang to mediate negotiations with Jiang Tianxing. Jiang Tianxing, likewise sensing peril in the escalating spiral, accepted the proposal. He arrived at the parley accompanied by Debi Chun Haonan and Shanji to meet Lien Haolong and Luo Tianhong. Jiang Tianxing knew Hung Hing held the weaker moral ground, but who else could he rely upon if not Debi's faction? To withhold support now would leave him powerless. Yet he remained silent throughout, lending only his presence, leaving Shanji to speak as the principal party. Shanji asserted that Zhong Sini had initiated hostilities by seizing territory first and compounded the offense by maiming and killing Hung Hing members in subsequent days. Therefore, Luo Tianhong must be surrendered and restitution rendered. Zhong Sini countered unequivocally that Half Street had been wrested from Zhongqing society, not Hung Hing, and thus bore no relevance to them. Otherwise, why had Hung Hing raised no objection at the time? Even granting hypothetically that the territory had originally belonged to Hung Hing, customary Triad law dictated that the claim had long since lapsed, making rightful possession now Zhong Sini's. Hung Hing's sudden incursion was thus itself a violation. As for injuries inflicted upon its members, absurd. The provocation had come entirely from Hung Hing. In this line of work, inferior skill speaks for itself. The two sides remained deadlocked, failing to reach consensus, and parted in mutual frustration. Zhong Sini maintained ties with the number gang, and trafficking primarily in narcotics possessed no shortage of firearms. Jiang Tianxing feared pushing them too far might drive them to seek aid from the number gang. Should that ignite a broader war between Hung Hing and the number gang, he dreaded Liang Kuan seizing the opportunity to strike. Or worse, that Zhong Sini, cornered and desperate, might attempt a decapitation strike against him directly. Though Zhong Sini lagged behind Hung Hing in strength, it held guns, while Hung Hing in turn commanded access to an international arms dealer. Lien Haolong too feared provoking Hung Hing into marshalling overwhelming force to eradicate them outright. Thus, under the quiet mutual restraint of Jiang Tianxing and Lien Haolong, neither side dared escalate recklessly. They resolved instead to fight within the pre-negotiation scale, testing which side would break first. That very night, both factions assembled their forces anew for renewed combat. Prince Taizi and Luo Tianhong, both martial obsessives, met as worthy adversaries and found themselves stirred by profound mutual respect. There, apart from the fray, they engaged in earnest exchange, testing techniques, refining understanding, while leaving Chun Haonan and Luo Tianhong's underlings to clash freely, neither gaining decisive advantage. Some of the more perceptive junior members, observing their most formidable champions openly shirking duty, saw no reason to hold back. Follow suit. After the police saw the leaders of the two factions meet, they thought a fight was about to break out, anticipating a full-blown conflict. It turned out to be a false alarm. The scene resembled a casual movie shoot or a friendly chat. In the evening, both sides gathered to fight, while the police observed from the periphery. When the time seemed right, they blew the whistle to catch a few slow runners. Those who got injured went to seek treatment, while the uninjured returned home. During the day, both sides sent people with money to the police station to bail their comrades out, and in the evening they continued their fights. Unlike other gangs whose fights often escalated into real conflicts, Chun Haonan and Luo Tianhong's subordinates were different. They got to know each other during their skirmishes. Today, they'd spar with one, tomorrow with another. Even nearby vendors set up stalls selling goods before and after the fights. With the police nearby, they felt less apprehensive. They even exchanged a few words with the rival subordinates, analyzing their strengths and weaknesses during the fights. It was just like having a martial arts instructor. As night fell, Temple Street became increasingly lively, with various stalls appearing offering clothing, handicraft, snacks such as beef balls, egg tarts, claypot rice, etc. Oh, and performances like lion dances and fortune-telling. Some stalls operated until the early hours, creating a unique atmosphere akin to a commoner's nightclub. Look, this is your big brother, the one who built this empire. Without me, who knows how many would claim kingship over Temple Street. It's because of me that it has become the vibrant scene it is today. Yeah, big brother is amazing. 5. Come on, can you not be so perfunctory? One day, Lin Feng had a sudden idea to patrol his territory and notified his 4 main subordinates and logistics manager at noon, stating that they would gather in the evening for a task. To prevent their big brother from changing plans and missing out on the mission due to their absence, the 4 subordinates guarded the stairway of their office for the entire afternoon. The logistics manager hurried back from his inspection site, thinking that their big brother must be planning something significant. When evening arrived, after having dinner with them, Lin Feng said, "Let's go for a walk to digest and patrol our territory," leaving them quite speechless. Fei Quan had little interest in strolling around, and weakly said, "Big brother is walking to digest what you meant. I thought we were going to do something significant." "What do you mean by doing something significant? Can't you see it's all minor skirmishes? Didn't you notice that the major players are just putting on a show? Only some foolish youngsters, and Chun Haon and Shanji and their crew are fighting hard. It's been over 10 days, and there's still no resolution. A bunch of idiots. True, if it were us taking action, it would have ended long ago. Unlike now, both sides are practically becoming brothers. Even if we were to intervene, it would be at the last moment to strike at the stronghold of loyalty and righteousness, maximizing our benefits. In this day and age, who would foolishly charge in Hedon? As long as you can win, that's what matters." After Lin Feng finished instructing Fei Quan and the others, he turned to Jimmy and asked, "By the way, Jimmy, how's the situation at Asia Vision? Any issues with the factories or shops?" "The situation at Asia Vision is similar to before. We can't obtain any shares anymore. Most of the remaining shares are in Xiao Jin and Lin Zin's hands, and Lin Xin has already detected our presence. The factories and shops are continuously expanding. I just inspected some locations today and found they are decent. No worries, Lin Xin's awareness was expected. They're not blind. If they hadn't noticed over time, they wouldn't have reached their current position. Pay more attention to the Chiu family's situation. See if any powerful figures have been taken hostage or if there are temporary issues with their funding. Or consider trying to reach out to Xiao Jin to test his willingness to sell Asia Vision shares. As for the factories and shops, you can decide. Since I've entrusted it to you, I certainly trust you." "Understood, big brother." Temple Street. Visiting room. Qian Wendy and his girlfriend were speaking through the phone in the visiting room. "Wendy, Lu Yaozu should be done for now. I know that Aruban's son told me before he went out. By the way, now that Lu Yaozu is out, what about Aji? I'm not quite sure. Aji was previously under Lu Yaozu's control, and I can't find out where he is now." Qian Wendy thought for a moment and said, "You could try looking for Meng Na. She might know where he is. She should be working for the person trying to rescue Ruben's son, so she shouldn't be a threat to you. Just assess the situation when you meet her." After considering it, Ruben's son decided he wanted to go out. Before leaving, he told Qian Wendy everything he knew and speculated. "Is there any way to help you get out of there?" Qian Wendy replied somewhat dejectedly, "My case was entirely handled by Lu Yaozu. Unless Lu Yaozu comes forward to recant, or someone like the one rescuing Ruben's son intervenes, there's no way out. Don't worry, Wendy, I will find a way to help you out. There will definitely be a solution." After Chun Haonan and Luo Tianhong had been in a stalemate for more than half a month, Chun Haonan was the first to encounter financial issues. Shanji, with a worried frown, said to Chun Haonan, "Brother, Nan, if this keeps up, we won't be able to hold on, or we're running out of money." "How is that possible? There are hardly any serious injuries requiring hospitalization now." "It's like this, the subordinates below saw that the other side had protective gear, so they quickly updated theirs. We can't let them pay for it themselves, can we? Come on, that shouldn't cost that much. How much could that stuff be worth? It's different, we updated ours, and they did too. Now we've gone through several rounds of updates. There's also the cost of bailing people out. More and more subordinates are being taken away by the police. The medical expenses are also higher than what we spent during the first 2 days. And various miscellaneous expenses, the money is flowing out like water. Brother, and the situation seems a bit off. It seems like our subordinates are playing us. Should we investigate?" Shanji, feeling angered, finally realized they were being treated like fools. "Forget it, Shanji, now is not the time to make a big fuss, and we can't blame them. After all, it has been prolonged." At this moment, Chun Haonan received a distress call from his subordinate at their stronghold. "Brother, Haonan, bad news. Our place in Tongluan has been stormed by beaten-up rivals." "Rivals? What rivals? Did anyone cause trouble recently?" "They're the ones who are trying to gain followers. They claim you sold them counterfeit goods, and unless they get an explanation, our place won't have peace." "Damn, what a bunch of lunatics. I'm not selling powder." When Chun Haonan learned that his core territory had been hit, he was seized by panic. They had only just finished the skirmish and were tallying losses when they discovered their funds were running short. Bad news arrived from the rear. If his men had not insisted it was the drug dealers, he would have suspected Zhang Xinyi of stabbing him in the back. Stalemated and seeing no sign of victory, they had nearly exhausted their money. Then more trouble. Rival dealers burst in, accusing him of selling fake powder. This was intolerable. If the fighting continued, they might be reduced to just him and Shanji. He must hurry to seek out Zhang Xinyi tomorrow and try to negotiate a truce. While Chun Haonan pondered how to parley with Zhang Xinyi were holding their own meeting. No wonder the island teemed with schemers and devils. Zhang Xinyi had troubles of their own. In their territory, the core leadership convened, though Luo Tianhong was absent, remaining at the front to confront Hongxing. Lian Haolong, seated at the head, spoke first. "Fa, recount the situation once more so everyone is clear." "Yes, brother. Someone exploited our clash with Hongxing to peddle goods freely in our turf. They first struck while Tianhong was away, even diverting manpower to sell in his domain. Some small-time buyers at first assumed they were ours and began purchasing from them. By the time we noticed and moved to investigate, they had used Tianhong's territory as a springboard to hit our other areas and had undercut our prices. Later, the buyers realized they were outsiders, but because their prices were slightly lower, people pretended not to know and kept purchasing. They would strike one place and vanish, relying on marginally lower prices. Not only had they stolen many small customers, some larger clients were beginning to waver as well. If this continued, it would not be long before we lost more clients. The operator was careful, clearly insulated, so the clues pointed at different people. From the scant traces, the short fellow who recently surfaced from the NI family looked most suspect. The NI family now had 4 lieutenants. To stand out, he would need a conspicuous feat. He had motive and opportunity, but there was no hard evidence to prove he did it. The inquiry was still underway. When Alpha finished, Lian Haolong looked around and asked, "Now that everyone is clear, what are your thoughts?" A hung chewing gum and brazen scoffed, "What else is there to say? Since the short man is the prime suspect, go seize him and beat the confession out of him. If you want talk, keep at it until he does." Lian Haolong regarded A Hung with a weary expression. There was sense in his words, but the NI family was not to be trifled with. Even if they found Han Chen arresting NI family members without proof, would invite open conflict. Well, every family had its fool, who as long as he behaved, that would do. He then turned to Su Su, whose mind was always sharp. Zonxinius Rise owed much to Su Su's counsel. Being the likeliest suspect does not make him guilty, but we should find solid evidence that it was him. I've heard of that Han Chen, NI Cohen favors him. Acting rashly could spark a clash with the NI family. Do not forget we are still engaged with Hongxing. We lack the strength to fight on 2 fronts. If we show fatigue, we will be picked apart. Our immediate priority is to negotiate a ceasefire with Hongxing. The front has stalemated, and there is no need to continue. Only then can we concentrate on uncovering the mastermind. Even if it proves to be the NI family, by then we will have sufficient strength to deal with them. No one objected to Su Su, and Lian Haolong agreed with her. He decided, if there are no objections, we will proceed according to Su Su's plan. Chun Haonan fretted over his Kowloon turf, while Zonxinyi worried about clients being poached. Both sides readily agreed to cease hostilities and return to their own districts. The negotiations, which had dragged on for more than half a month, finally concluded. Chun Haonan emerged from the conflict, having bled his coffers dry, even exhausting the funds Jiang Tianxing had lent him. As for Dabi, it was needless to say, he had also fallen on hard times. What surprised Chun Haonan was that Kowloon had seemed fine when he left. In the blink of an eye, it had become a wreck. He had suffered catastrophic losses. Zonxinyi had taken heavy hits, as well funds burned, and many of their small customers snatched away. Clients were wavering and in danger of being poached. But this was not Luo Tianhong's concern. He was only the muscle, and he had enjoyed himself. The prince belonged to Hongxing, and a day or two of unpaid support was a favor. Beyond that, he expected to be compensated. He relished the duel with a formidable martial fanatic and pocketed some money. Pleasure enough. Shanji's 2 co-managers saw one depart to sell salted duck eggs, and the other wind up in hospital. He returned to monopolizing half a street and seemed to profit. The police hauled people in daily, collecting bail the next day. By the end, the bail sums had grown appreciably. Some foot soldiers from both sides simply stopped fleeing. They would be out the next day anyway, so why bother? They came away not only with new gear, but with small appearance fees. Even the street vendors made a tidy profit. Looking closely, it seemed that the only one to truly bleed was Chun Haonan. Shanji, I'll leave this to you. Kowloon has trouble, and I must return to handle it. Although Zonxinyi had agreed to revert to the previous arrangements and mind their own business, Chun had to go back. Still reinforce your defenses these next 2 days, especially tonight, so you don't fall into Zonxinyi's snare. Shanji assured Chun Haonan, "Rest easy, brother Nan. I will be careful and keep watch here." Chun Haonan remained uneasy and warned, "Keep a low profile for now, and do not provoke the surrounding groups. We are out of money and cannot afford more trouble. If anything happens, inform me immediately. Brother Nan, go home with peace of mind. I will handle things, trust me." When Chun Haonan returned to the Kowloon bar, he immediately noticed there were far fewer patrons than usual. Although the bar had been tidied up, a careful eye still detected the marks of ransacking. The bar's lieutenants hurried up to complain, "Brother Haonan, you're finally back. Last night, many of the venues we monitored were raided by rival dealers, and our losses were heavy. Those dealers came for you specifically. Several proprietors have protested that they only wish to do business and do not want to be entangled in our disputes. They ask that such incidents not recur. Tell the owners it will not happen again, and that we will compensate their losses, deduct it from the fees they owe us. Also find out why those drug dealers came to smash the places, and why they slandered me as a seller of fake powder. Find who is pulling the strings behind the scenes." "Understood, Brother Haonan. They'll get on it right away." At the same time, inside Liang Kun's turf in Wanjiao, in a private room of a Chongsam club on the sofa, Liang Kun and Shaqiang were indulging themselves. After Liang Kun took care of things in a few swift motions, he sent the others away, leaving only Shaqiang behind. "Don't, Brother Kun, I'm not finished yet. Finish your nonsense. Talk business first. When it's done, you'll get your fun." Shaqiang wanted to continue, but Liang Kun cut him off with a voice of command. Shaqiang could only watch helplessly as the girl left. Liang Kun rested his elbows on the back of the sofa, straightened, adjusted his trousers, and only then spoke. "Shaqiang, are you sure there will be no slip-ups that let Chun Haonan find out?" Seeing his big brother grow serious, Xiaoqiang replied, with equal gravity, absolutely not. Every time we met that broker Brother He, it was the one in the black gloves. We never met Brother He in person. After some suggestion, Brother He believed that the black-gloved man was connected to Chen Haonan. Even if the deal was arranged by our people, it was disguised and only carried out at night in a remote place. Now even that black-gloved man has been sent away. Even if Chen Haonan finds Brother He, the trail ends there. It absolutely won't lead back to us. Liang Kuan said excitedly, that's perfect. Who would have thought this stuff would be so profitable? No overhead and the margins are fucking outrageous. More than the real thing. Brother Kuan, that bunch of reckless kids, already know what's going on and Brother He has fallen into their hands. Should we keep going? Liang Kuan narrowed his eyes and said, of course we keep going. What's the difference from picking up money on the street? We can also ruin Chen Haonan's reputation. Why stop now? But we must change locations. Next time use a fresh face and fabricate an identity, then have him bribe one of Chen Haonan's low-level men. Finally hire another intermediary and repeat this process in a different place. Liang Kuan knew he could not hoard everything. The lieutenants must get their share. He was not stingy and added, Xiaoqiang, you did well this time. When we get back, I'll reward you personally with 3 million and each participating underling will get 200,000. But make sure they keep their mouths shut. If not, don't blame me for being ruthless as a boss. At the promise of 3 million, Xiaoqiang's face brightened. Don't worry, Brother Kuan. I'll tell each of them. They know what's at stake. Besides, those men have been with us a long time, there won't be a problem. I don't mistreat those who serve me, but I won't spare those who betray me. I'm just making that clear up front. Xiaoqiang hurriedly pledged his loyalty. If anything like that happens, Brother Kuan, you don't need to order it. I'll personally deal with them and send them to report below. Good. Liang Kuan nodded with satisfaction. Liang Kuan had lost shipments several times because of Debi, and the supply from the Jin Sanjiao was unreliable. He had begun to feel that this trade was becoming far too risky. With stock dwindling and supply uncertain, Liang Kuan worried for a long time. One time, after taking Viagra to enhance his mood, a bodily reaction gave him a sudden idea. That physical response felt similar to what people exhibited after snorting powder. Liang Kuan could not help but contemplate, could powdered flour be mixed with Viagra and sold as the real thing? After a little research, he thought it had potential. The visible effects after using the powder were excitement and arousal, so adding some Viagra might mimic the true response. Regular users would detect fakes, so they should be sold to fresh, thrill-seeking kids who had never tried it before. Those newcomers would be unable to tell they were being sold a fake. It would serve as a lesson for undisciplined youths, prevent more people from using the drug, and let Liang Kuan feel he had done some good. Of course, he could not attach his own name or be linked to it. He would need a fresh face to act as the black-gloved intermediary, using the identity of someone he supposedly opposed and another well-connected broker. 2 layers of protection should make it impossible to trace back to him. Immediately, he recruited Xiaoqiang, refined the plan, and told him to select trusted veteran underlings to execute it. After some effort, Xiaoqiang found Brother He, a broker with wide connections and unconventional channels. Brother He was a peculiar man, not only resourceful, but socially far-reaching. If one looked closely, he popped up in many fringe trades and illicit circuits. Introducing high-interest loans, arranging human smuggling, connecting buyers for shipments, forging documents. Whatever made money, he could get involved. He had one rule: he only introduced people and charged his intermediary fee. He never got deeply involved. He prided himself on reliability. Once paid, he would deliver, no running off with the money. He kept his mouth shut, and anyone who had worked with him would choose him again when they needed someone discreet. After Liang Kuan had prepared the groundwork, he hesitated over whose name to use as the front. It wasn't that he lacked enemies. There were too many of them, and he was spoiled for choice. At that moment, Chen Haonan and the Zhong-Sini Triad erupted into a turf war. They even borrowed men from Debi and pulled many hands from their own territory, leaving Debi's Tongluan turf thinly defended. It was a godsend, perfect for an operation that leveraged an antagonism with Chen Haonan. They hurriedly had the black-gloved man contact Brother He, saying he was introduced by someone else and wanted help finding ringleaders among thrill-seeking young men who had just started experimenting, people with truly extreme goods. The black-gloved man hinted that his boss was the leader of a large society on Gangdao, and that this was their first time doing this, so they only wanted to trade in Tongluan or nearby. Brother He understood immediately this was a major first-time job that would raise his own profile if handled well. Still, Brother He had doubts. He knew the big society forbid distribution of powder. Why had they suddenly started moving product? For safety, he planned to find out quietly first. Before he could act, another group claiming to represent Brother Haonan approached him, saying this was a first attempt and praising his reputation and secrecy. But this second group wanted a different kind of target: secretive users who snuck off to use drugs, loners who seldom socialized. The openness of the first approach removed Brother He's suspicion, for besides being called Brother He, he was also known as Brother Dao. On the road, one amassed many nicknames. The first group sought Brother He, the second wanted Brother Dao. Both were the same man, just different faces. Presumably the big brother wanted to split the work into 2 teams to compete on performance, which is why he sought varied targets. Cautious, Brother Hay liked that style. And the big brother surely had guts. One clandestine test aimed to capture both new and old users at once, who today would turn down money. Confident he had anticipated everything, Brother Hay sprang into action. He knew many contacts. The task as Brother Dao he solved quickly. The assignment as Brother Hay was trickier, but he had acquaintances in some schools and used student lists and records to find suitable targets. In less than 2 days, he had obtained the 2 sets of profiles the clients needed. Another one selling fake powder under the banner of Brother Hao Nam in Causeway Bay is Dongxing Crow. It is said that Crow was quite pleased with himself for several days after thinking he had come up with a brilliant idea. He had been waiting for the Smiling Tiger to come and help refine the plan, but no matter how long he waited, the Smiling Tiger's figure just did not appear. Moreover, ever since leaving the elder brother's house, the Smiling Tiger seemed to have vanished like smoke. Every time he called, it was just to say he had something to deal with, and couldn't make it. If it weren't for the fact that the calls could still get through, Crow would have thought that the Smiling Tiger had been taken out by someone. As time passed, Crow also faced the same dilemma as Liang Kuan. The goods were running low. Originally, the supply was already tight. Otherwise, when Shakun's son Chatsai came to Hong Kong for inspection last time, he wouldn't have rushed to invite him to curry favor. He was just hoping to build a good relationship with Chakai to secure a larger share. Unexpectedly, the incident at Freedom Bar made Chakai flee home overnight. Coupled with the fact that he couldn't find the judge's gay guy, he couldn't provide Chakai with an explanation, and the already limited share was further cut off. If it weren't for the fact that it wasn't his intention, plus the possibility that Chakai also concealed something upon returning, and with the face of the camel involved, otherwise Shakun would have likely sent a hitman over to engage in a gunfight with Crow. Seeing that the goods were running low, it troubled Crow to the point where he had taken the Crow car out much less. Since he couldn't wait for the Smiling Tiger, he decided to take matters into his own hands. He would directly go to Causeway Bay to distribute goods under the flag of Situ Hao Nam, then find an opportunity to take out Situ Hao Nam and frame it on Chun Hao Nam according to his own plan, ultimately achieving fame and fortune. In order to quickly distribute the goods and attract Chun Hao Nam's attention, he even found a middleman, Dao Gu, who was the black guy Liang Kuan found. However, it just so happened that he encountered a conflict between Chun Hao Nam and Zhong Xin, which was not part of Crow's plan, causing Crow to feel a bit anxious. Fortunately, this also left Hong Xing's defenses in Causeway Bay vulnerable, making it easier for him to distribute goods. With the slogan "Fellow Taoists are one family," giving back to old fellow Taoists through the intermediary Dao Gu, fellow Taoists got to know other fellow Taoists, and miraculously within just a few days his goods were nearly sold out. Seeing that the goods were almost sold out, Chun Hao Nam was still fighting in Simsha Sui. Is he really that useless? It made Crow want to directly shake people and occupy Chun Hao Nam's territory. He originally planned to mix in some flour and distribute for a few more days. If Chun Hao Nam still didn't react, he would just buy off a few of Situ Hao Nam's younger brothers and smash Chun Hao Nam's place. Unexpectedly, the goods mixed with flour due to the good word of mouth from the previous days unexpectedly sold out explosively through the word of fellow Taoists. Although some fellow Taoists noticed something was off, everyone said it was good. If you were the only one to say it was bad, weren't you still family? Are you still close? At this point, Crow had crazily mixed goods into the flour, yet it continued to sell explosively. At this time, Crow had completely thrown aside thoughts of Hao Nam and was just focused on selling flour. Finally, a well-resourced fellow Taoist couldn't stand it anymore. Damn it, I already have a strong addiction, and now you make me inhale flour for several days. What kind of family is this? I still bought the flour at drug prices, nearly kicking my addiction. Seeing the signs were off, Crow took his younger brothers and quickly left. Having unexpectedly made a windfall, whether or not Chun Hao Nam returned no longer mattered. Fellow Taoists, unable to catch the family, pushed a few leaders to find the intermediary Dao Gu for an explanation, but unexpectedly, they encountered the energetic young man who had bought Liang Kun's flour mixed with Viagra at Dao Guest's doorstep. The energetic young man was also acquainted with similar people, plus Liang Kun's slogan of newcomers, bring new atmosphere, one brings one with discounts. He even claimed it was the latest oral product which had to be held in the mouth and swallowed with some saliva. It hadn't been released on the market yet. Such a unique new product could truly reflect their identity, so Liang Kun's flour, mixed with Viagra, was spread widely. In the end, he was also furious. Here I am, a robust young man, just at the peak of my strength, and you start making me take Viagra. Who do you look down on? It's still the drug price for a tiny bit of Viagra. However, like the fellow Taoists, they couldn't find anyone to sell goods to them, and a few who considered themselves big brothers also came to the intermediary He Gu for an explanation. After encountering each other, both groups thought the other was from He Gu Dao Gu and assumed they had to defeat the other to see He Gu Dao Gu, so they immediately started fighting. He Gu, startled by the commotion outside, came out and saw He such urgency. They are fighting to buy goods. He directly ran towards the two groups, shouting as he ran, don't fight, there's enough for everyone. At this moment, both groups realized that they had been deceived, but since everyone was bruised and battered, no one had suffered a loss, so it was considered even. Through the interrogation of He Gu Dao Gu, they learned that the goods were being sold by Chun Hao Nam. In retaliation against Chun Hao Nam, this led to the situation where the fellow Taoists with bruises charged into the place. In the Hongxing main hall, Baji looked at Chun Hao Nam sitting by the wall and said, "Hao Nam, what the hell are you doing? You could battle with Zhong Xin for over half a month, but how come even the fellow Taoists are knocking on your door now? Brother Ji, you don't know. The people from Zhong Xin are also not weak. This young master can attest to that. Indeed, that Luo Tianhong has quite a strong ability." After the young master spoke, he seemed to reminisce about the sparring session with Luo Tianhong. "As for those fellow Taoists, it's because someone took advantage of my absence and used my name to distribute goods." Chun Hao Nam's face turned ashen. "Why would others use your name? Are you famous?" "Oh, I almost forgot you really are famous. But that doesn't prove anything, does it? Who knows if you're short on money? After all, you've been playing with Zhong Xin and Sim Sha Sui for so long. Defei, don't talk nonsense here. If you have evidence proving that I did it, then bring it out." Baji, being an elder in Hongxing and a decision-maker, had to give Chun Hao Nam a bit of face when he spoke. Defei was different, he was just a red stick. Seeing Defei mocking him, Chun Hao Nam shot back directly. "The fellow Taoists have come knocking, isn't that evidence?" "That's not. Forget it, you, I can't explain it to you." "Defei, you? Damn it, if you flick your nose at me again, do you believe I'll beat you to deaths?" Defei couldn't stand to see Chun Hao Nam being wronged. Just as he spoke up for him, he saw Defei flicking his nose again, which made him furious. That was close, he almost got hit by his nose flick again. Defei snorted, thinking, "Lucky for you this time." "Chun Hao Nam, now that the fellow Taoists have come, the matter has already been made public. Since you say you didn't do it, you should at least bring out something to prove it." Seeing that Defei and Defei had ruined the atmosphere, he wanted to steer the conversation back to continue watching the show. The usually transparent Lin Feng finally spoke up. "It's true. This has never happened before, even when people slandered me for trafficking narcotics. You're the first cultivator to visit me in person. If no explanation is given, Brother Da will be placed in an extremely awkward position." As was customary, whenever topics concerning Brother Da or Chun Hao Nan arose during meetings, Liang Quan would invariably interject. Though Liang Quan himself had played a part in this affair, he deliberately adopted his usual tone, sharp and provocative, as he challenged Chun Hao Nan, careful not to appear unusually suspicious. Bang! Brother Da slammed the table. "Liang Quan, you still dare speak so boldly? Was that slander? Everyone knows full well what you've done." Likewise, once Liang Quan spoke, Brother Da would inevitably follow. "Damn it, Xiaobi, are you shouting at me now? Pay me back." At the words, "pay me back," Brother Da instantly calmed. "You? I'm merely stating facts." Chun Hao Nan then turned his gaze toward Liang Quan. "I already know who orchestrated this behind the scenes. The culprit is." Seeing Chun Hao Nan fix his eyes on Liang Quan, everyone assumed Liang Quan was the mastermind. After all, he had long been at odds with Brother Da and Chun Hao Nan, and his involvement in narcotics trafficking made such suspicion entirely plausible. Even Liang Quan felt a flicker of unease under Chun Hao Nan's stare. "That damn fool Shiqiang swore this would never be traced back to me. Why does it now seem directed squarely at me? Should I sacrifice a mid-ranking underling later, claiming he acted unilaterally?" Just as Liang Quan scrambled mentally to deflect blame, Chun Hao Nan continued, "The perpetrator is C2 Hao Nan of the East Star Triad." "Damn it, can't you just say it all at once? This dramatic pause is bound to cause misunderstandings." Liang Quan exhaled in quiet relief, but also felt bewildered. Hadn't Black Glove himself implied the broker had named Chun Hao Nan as the hidden boss behind the operation? So why was C2 Hao Nan suddenly implicated? Just because his name shared the character Hao Nan. You expect us to take your word for it? This came directly from the broker C2 Hao Nan hired. He heard it with his own ears. There is no room for error. As Liang Quan opened his mouth to protest further, Jiang Tiansheng, watching serenely from above, intervened at precisely the right moment. "Enough. Since East Star is behind this, we must demand accountability from them. Though East Star is formidable, the Hongxing Triad is no easy target. Over the next 2 days, I'll arrange a meeting with their leadership to ascertain whether they'll acknowledge responsibility. Besides Hao Nan and the others off phone, you'll accompany me as well." Clearly, Chun Hao Nan had briefed Jiang Tiansheng in advance, who otherwise Jiang would not have waited so patiently before speaking. Noting that Jiang specifically named him to attend, Lin Feng cast a thoughtful glance between Jiang Tiansheng and Liang Quan. He then gave Jiang Tiansheng a thumbs up and said, "Brother Sheng, you truly possess unmatched discernment. Rest assured, with me present, even if bloodshed erupts on the spot, I'll ensure they leave in disgrace." Jiang Tiansheng's expression stiffened, suddenly uncertain whether bringing Lin Feng had been wise. Yet his resolve hardened again upon glancing at Liang Quan. Lin Feng's inclusion served two purposes: first, to bolster their presence; second, to sow doubt in Liang Quan's mind, making him suspect Lin Feng had already pledged allegiance to Jiang Tiansheng. This would deter Liang Quan from rash action for a crucial window, granting Jiang Tiansheng time to lay a deeper trap against him. "Naturally, your abilities are widely acknowledged. That's precisely why I hold you in highest regard. Well then, if everything's settled, let's adjourn." Sure enough, barely a few steps outside, Liang Quan sidled up beside Lin Feng. Slapping an arm around Lin Feng's shoulders, he asked, "Ah Feng, what game is Jiang Tiansheng playing? This has nothing to do with you. Why drag you along?" Lin Feng shrugged off Liang Quan's hand. "Damn it, brother Quan. Did you scratch yourself again? Get away from me. Your stench is unbearable. You wouldn't understand. It's manly musk. The girls at the clubs go wild for it." Liang Quan wore a look of wounded condescension, then sniffed his own armpit. Yes, exactly the scent. Watching his rapturous expression, Lin Feng only wanted to flee. Then go enjoy it with Shiqiang. He might appreciate it too. Don't run. You haven't explained yet. Lin Feng replied casually, perhaps he's afraid of dying, if things turn violent on sight. Damn it. He's scared of death, yet didn't bring Tai Zi. And even if violence erupts, wouldn't it happen after negotiations? Lin Feng realized Liang Quan was probing for intelligence, and dropped the pretense. Brother Quan, are you genuinely naive, or merely feigning it? You coming to ask me is itself Jiang Tiansheng's intent in inviting me along? Liang Quan's face shifted, first comprehension, then indignation. How can Jiang Tiansheng possibly deserve the title of Dragon Head with such feeble intellect? Doesn't he know we're sworn brothers? Rest easy, brother Quan. You've always stood by me, so I'll stand by you fully and without reservation. Good. Once I ascend as Dragon Head, I'll personally fetch your future wife. Time passed swiftly to the day of Jiang Tiansheng's scheduled meeting with East Star at the famed Yuguqi restaurant. Representing the Hung Hing were Jiang Tiansheng, Lin Feng, Chun Yao brother Da, and Chen Haonan. This was Lin Feng's second visit to the legendary Yuguqi, but it appeared unremarkable, indistinguishable from any ordinary restaurant. Its reputation, however, stemmed almost entirely from its clientele. Triad members comprised the overwhelming majority, a fame like Mazda's born purely of association. To Lin Feng's surprise, East Star's delegation consisted only of Luo Tua, C2 Haonan, Ben Shu, and Wu Ya, Xiao Mian, who was notably absent. C2 Haonan belonged to Ben Shu's faction, thus Ben Shu's presence was expected, given the accusation against C2 Haonan. Normally, whenever Luo Tua traveled, Wu Ya and Xiao Mian, who accompanied him inseparably, just as Chun Yao shadowed Jiang Tiansheng. Yet today Luo Tua arrived with Wu Ya alone. Had Luo Tua begun grooming Wu Ya as his successor? In truth, Wu Ya's desire to frame Chun Haonan had waned considerably, even though he still harbored deep disdain for him. Ever since his massive profits from narcotics trafficking, Wu Ya's thoughts revolved solely around replicating that windfall. So much so that he'd even forgotten Xiao Mian, who. His attendance was simple. He believed he'd engineered the entire incident, and wished to observe its unfolding consequences. Back in our youth, when we first entered this world, we were hot-blooded, quick to shout threats, eager to draw blades. That caused countless unnecessary misunderstandings. Looking back now, I've come to accept it. Why bother? There's no profound grudge, no irreconcilable hatred. Let's simply sit, share tea, converse openly. Wouldn't resolution flow naturally from honest dialogue? There's no need for mortal combat. The martial world isn't only about bloodshed, it's also about human bonds and worldly wisdom. Damn it, here we go again. Though Jiang Tiansheng had braced himself hearing Lin Feng launch in a theatrical rhetoric, the moment they sat down left him genuinely speechless. Aside from Jiang Tiansheng, everyone else stared at Lin Feng in utter bewilderment. What in the world is happening? Luo Tua had intended to reminisce about his early struggles, only to be preempted. Damn it. You're absolutely right. The Jianghu is not merely about killing and fighting. Back in my day. Oh, never mind. Let's cut to the chase. Luo Tua had intended to reminisce a bit, but after racking his brain, he realized that Lin Feng, the wretched scoundrel, had already exhausted every cliched opening line he himself ever used. Mr. Jiang, you summoned us today regarding the recent uproar over those so-called cultivator visitors, claiming that members of your East Star sect orchestrated the incident behind the scenes. I assume you possess concrete evidence. Might we be permitted to know its nature? After composing himself, Jiang Tiansheng adopted a solemn tone. We learned from an intermediary known as Dao Ge that the individual who approached him claimed his superior was the great hall master of a major triad in Hong Kong, and referred to that superior as Brother Haonan. I presume the only person satisfying both conditions is C2 Haonan of your East Star sect, the famed Kowloon. Clearly, Jiang Tiansheng's phrasing had been carefully polished. That line of reasoning won't hold. To accuse East Star based solely on an intermediary's testimony strikes me as recklessly flippant. Who can say whether someone isn't impersonating another's identity, or worse, crying thief, after being caught red-handed? As C2 Haonan's senior elder Uncle Ben naturally rose to his defense. Not only did he challenge the credibility of Hung Hing's evidence, he even insinuated the entire affair might be a self-staged performance by Hung Hing itself. Lin Feng spread his hands wide and said, Uncle Ben, though you belong to the older generation, discretion in speech remains paramount. In Hong Kong's triad circles, everyone knows Hung Hing abstains entirely from that trait. Your remarks place me in an exceedingly awkward position. Damn it, abstains. Everyone knows Liang Quan floods the streets with it, and isn't he one of yours? Uncle Ben, recognizing Lin Feng's familiar preemptive dominance, wondered, was this another table-flipping maneuver like IRS infamous outbursts? Uncertain of Lin Feng's intent, he chose silence, leaning back into his chair and lighting a cigarette before speaking slowly. Haonan, if this matter concerns you, what is your perspective? C2 Haonan, clad in a black suit and orange-rimmed glasses, opened his mouth, only to be interrupted before uttering a word by Lin Feng. Chen Haonan, did you not hear Uncle Ben? Speak up. With Brother Sheng and Brother Luo present, and Uncle Ben himself prepared to stand by you, what are you waiting for? God, this sounds utterly off, like I've just been demoted a generation. Jiang Tiansheng took a deep breath and said, Ah Feng, be serious. Uncle Ben meant C2 Haonan. Lin Feng feigned sudden enlightenment, offering a contrite glance towards C2 Haonan, who now clenched his teeth in silent fury. My apologies, I mistook Uncle Ben's reference. I assumed he meant our own Haonan. Granted, you share the name Haonan, but surely you're aware your reputation pales beside ours. Ignoring Lin Feng entirely, C2 Haonan turned to Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan, do you truly believe me guilty solely on the word of an intermediary? Suppose I produce an intermediary claiming you stole 5 million from me. Must I then demand repayment on that basis alone? C2 Haonan, what exactly do you imply? That I'm falsely accusing you? According to the intermediary's description, who else but you, a pink-clad East Star underling, fits the profile? C2 Haonan twisted his neck with a sharp crack, his expression hardening into cold menace. If you can produce tangible evidence or apprehend one of my subordinates, I'll accept misfortune as my due. Otherwise, don't expect me to bear baseless slander. C2 Haonan is no easy mark. Chen Haonan, call your men now. Seize a few of C2 Haonan's underlings and deliver them here. This matter ends there. Having spoken, Lin Feng dismissed the dazed Chen Haonan and fixed his gaze upon C2 Haonan, whose temples throbbed with suppressed rage, before saying calmly, young men inevitably stray, but if they halt at the precipice, redemption remains possible. Your resolve earns my genuine respect. Seeing C2 Haonan on the verge of eruption, Jiang Tiansheng sighed and said, Ah Feng, you were never involved in this affair. I shouldn't have asked you to attend. What nonsense is this, Brother Sheng? Having pledged my word to you, I'll surely shield you when blood flows. I'd never abandon you mid-standoff. What a bloodbath? Jiang Tiansheng, what do you mean? The matter remains unresolved, yet you intend to eliminate us. Do you seek all-out war between East Star and Hung Hing? Luo Tua and Uncle Ben recoiled in alarm at Lin Feng's words, abandoning formal address altogether and shouting Jiang Tiansheng's name outright. They even issued veiled threats, bracing for the imagined rush of axe-wielding enforcers bursting through the door. Dead Crow, still sleepwalking. Your elder brother's about to get cleaved in two. Fuming at Wu Ya's unbroken trance, Luo Tua slapped him twice across the face. All set. All set. No need to rush. Startled awake from his flower distribution fantasy, Wu Ya blurted the first phrase that came to mind. Only upon seeing his elder brother's frantic expression did he snap back to reality and grumble, Brother, what's gotten into you? I'm making money, for heaven's sake. Making money. They're about to start a bloodbath with us. Wu Ya instinctively stepped forward to shield Luo Tua, roaring, let anyone dare lay a hand on him. Uncle Ben too instinctively edged closer to the vigilant C2 Haonan, seeking refuge in his presence. All this unfolded in the blink of an eye. By the time Jiang Tiansheng regained his bearings, he found Luo Tua and Uncle Ben frantically scrambling toward the exit, then freezing in terror at the threshold, ducking behind Wu Ya and C2 Haonan for protection. Jiang Tiansheng hurriedly clarified, a misunderstanding. Entirely a misunderstanding. Ah Feng was jesting, merely banter. It took considerable persuasion to calm Luo Tua and Uncle Ben. After such a fright, East Star had lost all will to continue negotiations. They declared, should Hung Hing produce verifiable substantive evidence, East Star would acknowledge responsibility, otherwise talks were void, and armed conflict inevitable. Thus ended what began as a solemn negotiation, derailed by Lin Feng's offhand mention of a bloodbath. As C2 Haonan departed, he removed his glasses and placed them neatly into the breast pocket of his suit, then deliberately approached Chen Haonan and delivered his parting threat. Chen Haonan, you've got guts to slander me so brazenly. If you wish to play, then let's play to the very end. From this moment forth, I am watching you. In Hong Kong's Triad world, there shall be only one Haonan. And that Haonan is me, C2 Haonan. At the doorway, he paused to reposition his glasses, then turned once more toward Lin Feng, and my reputation eclipses his, by far. After East Star's departure, the remaining Hung Hing members exchanged stunned glances. Had the situation shifted that wildly? Had this entire negotiation amounted to nothing more than empty talk? Damn, were they guilty? Why flee so hastily? Chen Haonan, follow my lead tonight. Gather your men and strike C2 Haonan down. He dared claim his name carries greater weight than yours. All eyes turned toward the speaker. Of course it's you. Lin Feng, meeting their collective gaze, asked innocently, "Why are you all staring at me?" Silence. After the unhappy negotiation between Hongxing and Dongxing, 2 days had passed. On this day, an unexpected guest arrived at Lin Feng's office in the Jejia building. "Lin Feng, are you trying to make a move on Xiao Min? Are you planning to have her join your gang?" Lin Feng looked at Luo Huiling, feeling somewhat confused by her words. Not long ago, he received a call from the front desk saying that a Miss Luo was looking for him. After thinking for a moment, he guessed it was Luo Huiling and thought she must have encountered some trouble and needed his help. He was still contemplating how to handle Luo Huiling when she came straight to the point and bewildered him with just 2 sentences. If he remembered correctly, he hadn't seen her since they last met to express their gratitude. Why was she suddenly bringing up Feng Min? "I don't understand what you're talking about. It's been ages since we last met. Are you misunderstanding something? Could it be that everything Xiao Min did at school was entirely her own choice? Could it be that Lin Feng's previous rescue of her had touched her heart?" Luo Huiling observed Lin Feng's sincere demeanor. She knew him well enough to understand that he was direct in such matters and would not stoop to lying. The situation is like this. Guo Xiaozhen, true to her action-oriented nature, not only aggressively expanded her crew at school, but also took the opportunity to skip class and confront Luo Huiling when she caught her during a break. She criticized Luo Huiling for not knowing how to cater to Lin Feng, which led to the growing influence of the women around Lin Feng, ultimately putting Feng Min in a perilous position. Then she shared her plans with Luo Huiling, advising her to focus on her role as Lin Feng's mistress, while she would take care of the rest, infuriating Luo Huiling to the point of being left speechless. Originally, she thought Guo Xiaozhen invited her out to discuss Feng Min, even speculating whether something had happened to her. Unexpectedly, she was only half right. The matter indeed concerned Feng Min, but the one in trouble was her. Unbeknownst to her, she had already become Lin Feng's mistress. This was absolutely absurd. Luo Huiling initially wanted to lecture Guo Xiaozhen, but she quickly realized that she was no match for the evolved Guo Xiaozhen. She found herself at a loss for words, and soon Guo Xiaozhen believed she had persuaded Luo Huiling and left contentedly. Luo Huiling was unable to digest such explosive news in a short time and decided to wait for Feng Min to return before asking what was going on. After dinner, Luo Huiling pulled Feng Min to a corner of the living room and asked her if what Guo Xiaozhen said was true. At that moment, Feng Min had already been largely brainwashed by Guo Xiaozhen and thought Luo Huiling was asking about her, and Lin Feng not speaking a word and running back to her room with a flushed face. Although Feng Min said nothing, her youthful shyness spoke volumes. Luo Huiling even made a special trip to Southeast Middle School. After investigating, she found that just as Guo Xiaozhen had said, Feng Min had indeed taken over Southeast Middle School. As for why the school hadn't intervened. Firstly, problematic students do not attract much attention from teachers, while top students are not easily interfered with by teachers. Otherwise, situations like being bullied into paying protection fees wouldn't occur. Secondly, Southeast Middle School was not a top-tier institution, and its management was not that strict. Moreover, they hadn't done anything outrageous. In fact, their actions had improved the school's environment, so what was there to stop? Luo Huiling tried to talk to Feng Min several times, but Feng Min always evaded the conversation. Eventually, as soon as Luo Huiling brought it up, she would run back to her room. After much contemplation, Luo Huiling felt that the problem might lie with Lin Feng, which is why she sought him out. This is how things are. Luo Huiling selectively shared what she believed she could tell Lin Feng, not revealing everything. At least she omitted the fact that she was his mistress. After realizing that Lin Feng was not involved, she didn't mention Guo Ziazen's outrageous theories, only discussing the gang formation at school. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "What talent! I never expected that in such a small Southeast Middle School there would be individuals capable of embodying the fates of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick all in one." "Are you praising them for this approach?" Luo Huiling asked, perplexed. "Shouldn't it be praised? Don't say they are just students and should focus on their studies. Such statements might hold some weight in a stable environment. Given the current situation in Hong Kong, those without background have no voice, making stability impossible. Their actions not only protect themselves, but also safeguard others in need of protection. Isn't that worthy of praise?" "But," Lin Feng interrupted, waving his hand, "what more is there to say? They have neither bullied their classmates nor engaged in chaotic behavior to gain followers. What more do you expect from them? You said that only those without backgrounds would act this way. If Xiao Min has support behind her, it would be different. As long as you can help me ensure Xiao Min can study peacefully, I will agree to what you proposed." In response, Lin Feng merely smiled. "What did I ever propose? I've said so many things, how could I possibly remember each one? You have to specify." "It's exactly what I want you to do," Luo Huiling said after taking a deep breath. Luo Huiling knew Lin Feng had never given up on his thoughts about her. Coupled with Guo Ziazen's twisted logic and Feng Min's influence as the big sister, it left Luo Huiling feeling confused. She didn't want Feng Min to go down the wrong path and decided to strike a deal with Lin Feng. "All right, it's a deal, then I'll make sure to please you," Lin Feng said, pulling Luo Huiling upstairs. "Wait, I didn't mean now. You have to settle Xiao Min's matter first. It's all the same, oh I keep my word. After all, they say that tight jeans are always divine, perfectly showcasing her curves. In a rarely visited area of the Jejia, building a segment of Wu Song fights the tiger was playing. As the saying goes, 3 bowls are not enough to pass, yet Wu Song insisted on crossing after drinking 18 bowls. At the start of the segment, after warming up, Wu Song thought he encountered another majestic white tiger and hurriedly raised his club in defense. Only after blocking the tiger's front paw with his club did he realize that this tiger was not the same as the previously bald one. The tiger before him only had a bald spot around its mouth, while just above its mouth, close to an inch away, was a tuft of fur resembling that of a crested auk. Although this tiger looked cute, Wu Song knew it was a creature that devoured humans without spitting out bones. He stepped forward to subdue the tiger, thinking that its weak point should be its abdomen, and pressed his club against its vital spot beneath its belly. Then, disregarding the tiger's struggles, he swung his club with all his might, causing the white-faced, black-foreheaded tiger to cry out in distress. He didn't know how long it had been, but the tiger was already somewhat exhausted and was taken down by Wu Song in one move. Thus the film abruptly ended. After Lin Feng donned his robe and stepped outside, he discovered that Ruan Mei was waiting for him with a bowl of soup placed on the table beside her. You came up here just for me. Lin Feng approached, wanting to embrace Ruan Mei, but she sidestepped him. What do you want? After I learned that Sister Ling was coming, I knew something would happen. Now you finally got your way, huh? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Is that so? It's a mutual affair, inevitable sooner or later. Where's Sister Ling? She must be asleep. I went ahead. Lin Feng rubbed his neck and continued, a tiger tried to bite me, but when it couldn't, it just took a nip. No harm done. Are you feeling quite pleased with yourself? Ruan Mei shot a sidelong glance at Lin Feng. This remark sounded somewhat familiar. Hey, with my temper today, I aim to surpass Wu Song, battling 2 tigers in a row. She fled, he pursued, and she couldn't escape. Stop messing around, I have things to do later. You should hurry and wash up, you smell of sweat. Ruan Mei noticed that Lin Feng seemed serious about taking a bath, so she hurriedly urged him to wash. No rush, let me finish the soup first. I don't want to waste your kind intentions. Seeing Lin Feng about to grab the bowl, Ruan Mei quickly stopped him, saying, That's not for you. It's for Sister Ling, if she needs it more. Why didn't you make an extra bowl? I did a physically demanding task too. I need to replenish my strength. Ruan Mei's face flushed at his words, and she urged, What are you rambling about? Hurry and wash up, I'll check on Sister Ling. After Ruan Mei took the bowl inside, Lin Feng leisurely made his way to the bathroom. Upon entering the room, Ruan Mei was somewhat surprised by the situation inside. Aside from the damp hair clinging to Luo Huiling's forehead from sweat, everything else seemed normal. Ruan Mei approached the bed with a light step, placing the soup bowl on the small table beside it, and gently patted the blanket, whispering softly, Sister Ling, are you okay? I made you some soup, please get up and drink it. Upon seeing that Luo Huiling was ignoring her, Ruan Mei remembered that she and Gang Sheng had been playing around, and had forgotten that Luo Huiling was inexperienced in such matters. Thinking that Luo Huiling might be too shy to face her, she gently added, Sister Ling, I have things to attend to, so I'll step out first. Remember to drink the soup later. Before Ruan Mei could turn and leave, Luo Huiling struggled to open her eyes. Mei, wait a moment. I think I can't feel anything. Ruan Mei was startled by her words and quickly checked on her the sight before her, causing her heart to race. Ruan Mei could only offer reassurance, saying, Sister Ling, it's okay. You'll be fine soon. Come, let me help you sit up and drink some soup. You just need to sleep it off. Luo Huiling struggled, saying, No, I need to go back, otherwise Xiao Fong and the others will worry. I'll call Xiao Fong and the others to let them know you're fine. It's pointless for you to go back like this. Ruan Mei quickly pressed down on Luo Huiling. That won't do, staying here is worse. It's fine, I'll keep an eye on you. I'll take charge here, so don't worry. That night, several people were playing poker together. Ruan Mei and Luo Huiling exchanged glances, and Luo Huiling's eyes seemed to say, Is this what you call being in charge? Ruan Mei was too embarrassed to meet her gaze, feeling very awkward. At Dongnan Middle School. Sister, are you saying that Sister Ling went to find Big Brother and hasn't returned for 2 days? Yes, if it weren't for Xiao Mei calling to say that Sister Ling was okay, we would have reported her missing by now. Fong Min said, a hint of worry in her eyes, thinking that perhaps Luo Huiling had clashed with Lin Feng over her issues. Zhan, didn't you say you had persuaded Sister Ling? What's going on now? Guo Xiaozhen said excitedly, exactly. Otherwise, how would Sister Ling go looking for Big Brother? And she hasn't returned for 2 days. It seems Sister Ling is quite diligent. Fong Min looked puzzled and asked, What do you mean diligent? Did you assign Sister Ling a task? Her primary responsibility as a mistress, of course. Guo Xiaozhen's words left Fong Min stunned. Are you saying you arranged for Sister Ling to be Brother Feng's mistress? Did Sister Ling agree? I didn't arrange it. Sister Ling was already Big Brother's mistress from the start. Huh, sister, you didn't know? Fong Min shook her head, saying, Impossible. Sister Ling has always held a grudge against Brother Feng. She could never be his mistress. Guo Xiaozhen scratched her head. But that's just how it is. It's been 2 days now. Sister, you just don't understand the nature of a mistress role. Thankfully, I figured it all out long ago. Fong Min felt overwhelmed after listening to Guoziazen's convoluted reasoning, wondering how Sister Ling could possibly be Brother Feng's mistress. My mind is a bit jumbled right now. Just let me think for a moment. At Dapa Haichuo, boss, our stock is running low and Big D is already pushing us. If we can't deliver soon, he might team up with someone else. Tell Big D not to worry, the goods will arrive in a couple of days. Got it, boss. Deng Guanzai agreed verbally, but inside, he was feeling frustrated. Damn it, not only did they not tell me the route, but they also didn't inform me of the correct time for delivery. If that's the case, I'll pull a dark eat dark tonight. Let him regret it. Deng Guanzai will definitely rise to the top. In the dead of night, in an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of Taipei, near Shatin, Deng Guan stood before piles of cash and contraband. Having just eliminated both parties to the deal, his face alight with unbridled triumph. Damn it, you lied to me saying the goods wouldn't arrive for another 2 days. If I hadn't overheard one of your underlings, drunk and babbling at a bar, I'd have been fooled completely. You couldn't even deceive me. Now you'll regret it, but there'll be nowhere left to weep. Humph. You thought arranging a faceless middleman would outweep me. Clever, but not clever enough. Drag the bodies outside and bury them somewhere, anywhere. Once cleaned up, we leave immediately. Back at base, I'll split the money among you. So long as I eat, you'll eat too. After issuing orders, Dongguan snatched a wad of bills from the crate and inhaled deeply the intoxicating scent of money. Truly mesmerizing. Any brother who seizes another's property by stealth, or secretly aids outsiders in robbing fellow brothers, shall be struck down by the 5 thunder deities. He who pursues profit at the cost of his brothers' lives, whose heart is stained with such treachery, shall die beneath 10,000 blades. Oh, not this again. This doesn't concern you. Dongguan, furious to see Datu reciting the Triads' 36 oaths, yet again slapped him hard across the face. Data hastily apologized. Sorry, brother Dongguan. I'm sorry. It's reflex. I can't help it. Placing a firm hand on Data's shoulder, Dongguan said, Datu, think back, how many times have we bled together? What did it earn us? Distrust. But now the gates to fortune stand wide open, and all we must do is walk through. We'll seize countless chances to carve our own empire, to achieve greatness together. I'd never do anything to put you in a bind, brother Dongguan. You yourself said I'm part of this. Good. I've already killed the boss's most trusted men. What's one more brother lost? Nothing. Not when my path to wealth lies ahead. Anyone who dares block that path will die. After Dongguan's crew vanished into the dawn, 3 figures clad in blood-stained clothes slipped furtively into the warehouse. The leader surveyed the scene, then cursed. Tony, those who just left were clearly running a double cross. Damn it. I never imagined Hong Kong's underworld had sunk this low. They're running a no-investment racket, no code, no honor. They didn't even leave a single coin on the corpses, and they scrubbed the place spotless. I'd hoped we might scavenge something useful. Tony fell silent. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Brother, I know what we must do. Let's withdraw. Leave here now. We've only just escaped the refugee camp. This place is unsafe. Our mother's hiding nearby. We'll find shelter for her first, then gather and discuss my plan. Fine. You've always had a sharp mind. I'll follow your lead. By the time Dongguan returned home and wrapped up loose ends, daybreak had painted the sky pale gold. Suddenly, he received an urgent summons from Taipa Black, ordering him to appear immediately. His heart lurched. Had someone betrayed him? Was the operation exposed? And was Taipa Black coming for him? Then he paused, reconsidering. Every man who joined him last night was utterly loyal. If betrayal had been brewing, he'd be lying dead in that warehouse, not standing here. Dongguan, where the hell have you been slumming? Were it not for your quick wit and unwavering loyalty, I'd have handed this task to someone else long ago. Taipa Black launched into a blistering tirade the moment Dongguan arrived. Yet Dongguan studied his boss's expression carefully and noted nothing amiss in the surroundings. His breath eased. So it was merely paranoia, no leak, no exposure. Taipa Black wasn't omniscient. Boss, what did you need me for? Didn't I say yesterday the shipment would arrive in 2 days? The seller moved it up. The exchange happens tonight in Saikong. With you by my side. Saikong? Boss, you mean our deals in Saikong? Of course. Saikong is ringed by sea on 3 sides. Its coastline stretches endlessly. Nearly all smuggling and illegal crossings happen there. And its sparse population coupled with rugged terrain makes it far safer than anywhere else. Do you imagine we'd conduct business at Taipo's front gate? Relieved by Taipa Black's confirmation, Dongguan felt disoriented. So the timing wasn't a lie, and the location was truly Saikong. Then, whose cargo had he seized last night? Did one of Taipa Black's men moonlight as a rival dealer? No matter. If it wasn't the boss's, then he remained Dongguan, the loyal, steadfast underling. No betrayal, no stain. Don't worry, boss. I'll follow your every command. What Dongguan didn't know was that halfway across the city, Ashan of the Vietnamese gang was raging, furious beyond reason. Find them, at the drop point. Alive or dead, I want answers. I'll see who dares cross me. A new day dawned. Black and black affairs outside need not concern us now. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, swaddled by 6 fluffy buns, slept soundly, until Ruan Mei, having noticed the situation, promptly ushered him out. Ruan Mei then reasoned that staying any longer would make it truly uncertain whether Luo Huiling could return home anytime soon. Though Lin Feng had already dispatched someone to resign her job as a minibus driver, her prolonged absence would inevitably worry Xiao Feng and the others, and raise suspicion. After brief reflection, she decided discretion was the better part of valor. Having packed quickly, Ruan Mei and Gang Sheng prepared to escort Luo Huiling back to Hong Kong, a tacit signal between them and Lin Feng. Though beatings sometimes awaited them there, it remained preferable to remaining here. Lin Feng, don't forget what you promised me, Luo Huiling reminded him before departing. Don't worry, I won't forget. Once I've seen you safely home, I'll set about fulfilling it immediately. Southeast Middle School. After delivering Ruan Mei and the others, Lin Feng headed straight to Southeast Middle School. He intended to investigate why Feng Min had undergone such a dramatic transformation, how she had risen to dominate the school, a stark contrast to the timid, bullied girl he remembered. He also wished to meet the famed Wulong and Fengshu in person. When Agan drove up to Southeast Middle School, it coincided perfectly with lunchtime. Students streamed out of classrooms in clusters carrying lunchboxes and seeking spots to eat. Schools in Hong Kong observe no midday break, not even at primary or secondary levels. Lunch lasts precisely 1 hour, after which afternoon classes resume, typically concluding at 4 p.m. Amid the crowd, Lin Feng spotted a refined, handsome, middle-aged man wearing glasses. Students passing by greeted him respectfully. The chief commander has arrived. Lin Feng strode forward and saluted with a fist-to-palm gesture. The earth shakes high upon the ridge, a single stream and mountains grace the land for millennia. Seeing the chief commander stand frozen, bewildered, Lin Feng realized this man was not that chief commander who arrives and departs. My apologies. I was reminded of an old acquaintance. Hello, Teacher Wen. Instinctively returning the greeting, Teacher Wen only then snapped back to awareness. May I ask, who are you? Teacher Wen had no recollection of Lin Feng. Coupled with his earlier odd behavior, he half wondered whether Lin Feng had escaped from somewhere, and debated discreetly summoning help lest he suddenly fly into a violent rage, endangering students. Lin Feng extended his hand. I'm the man nominally married to Feng Min's stepmother. Today I've come to see Feng Min, and happened upon you, Teacher Wen. I thought I'd ask directions. Teacher Wen grew even more flustered. Was their relationship this convoluted? Well, after shaking hands, he paused, utterly at a loss for words. Just then 3 girls approached together, Feng Min among them. The other 2 also stirred faint recognition. One was Zhu Wanfang, the girl threatened by Xiao Sa in the film to undress. The other was Xiaojin, George's former girlfriend, now hailed as Southeast Middle School's Wulong and Fengshu. As they walked, students greeted them just as they had greeted Teacher Wen. Spotting Lin Feng, Feng Min broke into a light run. Brother Feng, what are you doing here? Lin Feng gently ruffled Feng Min's hair. Came to check on you, to see if you've run into trouble. So, you're her brother Feng. Hello, I'm Gui Xiaojin. Hello, I'm Zhu Wanfang. Upon hearing Feng Min address Lin Feng as brother, Feng Gui Xiaojin and Zhu Wanfang brightened, ready to call him brother-in-law, but a sharp glance from Feng Min made them hastily revise their address. Pleasure meeting you both. By the way, Feng Min, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's go grab a bite first. Everything else can wait until after lunch. Teacher Wen, would you care to join us? Eager to understand how Feng Min and her friends had achieved such influence, Lin Feng invited Gui Xiaojin and Zhu Wanfang, and out of courtesy extended the same offer to Teacher Wen. Teacher Wen's mind raced. The stepmother's man, that means stepfather. Yet Feng Min calls him brother Feng. Is kinship determined by mood? Seeing Teacher Wen still reeling, Lin Feng offered a polite nod and led Feng Min and the others away. Zhu Wanfang had initially hesitated, but yielded to Gui Xiaojin's insistent tug. Brother Feng, how is Sister Ling doing? Is she well? She's thriving, staying closely with your sister Mei, living quite comfortably. Nearby students watched Feng Min and her friends depart with a man, and seeing no whistle from Gui Xiaojin immediately buzzed with gossip. Student A, could that be her man? Student B, likely, he's said to be a senior brother of the Hung Hing Society. He's probably here to receive their progress report. Student A, does that make us Hung Hing members too? Not exactly. Sister Jin says we're outer relatives. But honestly, I've no idea what that means. It sounds oddly off. It is odd. Does it mean relatives from outside? A restaurant near Southeast Middle School. Inside the private dining room, after a hearty meal, Lin Feng and his companion sat sated. Brother Feng, do you think we should do this? Feng Min spoke with quiet trepidation. She had fully trusted Gui Xiaojin, until rumors surfaced that Luo Huiling was Lin Feng's mistress, throwing her into confusion. She longed to confront Luo Huiling directly, yet days had passed without her return. Now face-to-face with Lin Feng, and recalling Gui Xiaojin's earlier claim that he'd been watching over her quietly, she decided to seek his counsel outright. Gui Xiaojin and Zhu Wanfang, having been warned silently by Feng Min en route not to speak carelessly, had remained quietly unobtrusive, until now. Hearing Feng Min's question, they turned expectantly to Lin Feng, eager for his perspective. Yet Lin Feng's understanding filtered through Luo Huiling's partial account. led him to assume Fong Min referred to their clique building. Without hesitation, he replied, "Why not do it? You're absolutely right. Frankly, I'm astonished by how profoundly you've changed." But Sister Ling. Before Fong Min could finish, Lin Feng interrupted, "Don't listen to her. What does she truly understand? Take her words lightly. Never take them seriously enough to disband everything. That said, the knowledge your school imparts is worth your full attention and diligent study. Think critically. Such habits will serve you well once you enter society." "Is that so?" Fong Min sensed something amiss, yet couldn't quite name it. "That's precisely how it is. Trust me. Study diligently. If all goes well, aim for a top university. And should circumstances demand otherwise, you're always welcome at my company. Staff consistently praise its benefits and working conditions. Xiaojun Wanfeng, you're both welcome to join too. At least then I'll have honored Luo Huiling's efforts these past days, and kept my word." Suddenly recalling something, Lin Feng added, "By the way, I hear this idea originated with Xiaojun." "Yes, it was me. Big brother, I could tell right away what was going on. I have read so many books my elder sister still won't believe me." Guo Xiaojun, having listened to Lin Feng, felt her fanciful suspicions confirmed. When Lin Feng turned to her, she grew so excited, she almost blurted the wrong name and boasted of her prodigious reading. Lin Feng involuntarily thought of Fei Chuan and wondered if this was yet another reader of salacious trash. "What sort of books have you been reading?" "History books, but not the ones the school gives out. These I scavenged from street stalls. They were said to be authentic histories. There is so much written in them, and some of it is rather similar to this matter." "So they were history books." Lin Feng relaxed. "Not bad knowing to hunt for genuine history at a stall. Seems you were clever. Those textbooks the school hands out are distorted poison, utterly untrustworthy. Sooner or later, they'll be discarded. If you want to read the real thing." What Lin Feng did not know was that the so-called history books Guo Xiaojun had picked up were in truth lurid romances and palace intrigue novels, some of them outright erotic masterpieces. Whether authentic or not was anyone's guess, but they were certainly wild. Watching the lively, familiar Guo Xiaojun, Lin Feng found his gaze drifting to the quietly seated Zhu Wanfeng at his side. Unlike the somewhat flighty Guo Xiaojun, Zhu Wanfeng was simply a dutiful student intent on learning and improving each day. She said little, merely ate in silence and listened. She wore her school uniform, her hair cut to shoulder length with a touch of baby fat that lent her an air of immaturity, yet she was unmistakably a budding beauty. In the story, it was precisely because she was pretty that delinquent boys often harassed her. When Xiaosa's henchmen tried to approach her outside school, a fight broke out with those delinquents harassing her. A delinquent died by accident, plunging her life into a series of subsequent upheavals and beginning her tragic fate. Now Xiaosa and his men had been bundled off for training, and Dongnan Middle School had been taken under their sway, so the later events should not recur. Though she was still young, they resolved to keep an eye on her, and perhaps one day bring her back to the top floor of Jejidasha. Seeing Lin Feng appraise her, Zhu Wanfeng shrank her neck like an ostrich frightened. After a while of conversation, Lin Feng escorted them back to Dongnan Middle School. Before departing, he told them that if trouble arose, they should come to him, and he would act to resolve it. He also praised their current conduct and urged them to keep it up while reminding them not to neglect their studies when they had the time. After Lin Feng left, Guo Xiaojun, ecstatic, looped her arm around Feng Min's right arm. "Sister, how was that? I wasn't wrong, was I?" Brother-in-law admitted it with his own mouth. "I was right." "Is that so?" Fungus seemed to have said nothing, and yet said everything. Guo Xiaojun, brimming with energy, declared it's time to expand into other schools. "Don't worry, sister. I will make sure you reach the top." She then began laying out her schemes to Feng Min in meticulous detail. Zhu Wanfeng was left pondering the way Lin Feng had looked at her. Adolescence is a sensitive season. Though she did not detect any lewd intent in his gaze, her intuition whispered that something felt off. She did not dare voice her unease to Feng Min or Guo Xiaojun. After all, Feng Min was Lin Feng's principal woman, and so she kept the thought bottled within her. Meanwhile, a henchman, having entered Shan Ge's house, hurried to the living room. Shan Ge sat with his eyes closed, 2 lieutenants waiting at his side. When the henchman reached him, Shan Ge opened his eyes at the right moment. "How is it? What happened at the meeting place?" "Boss, we found bloodstains in the warehouse at the deal site. There must have been a shootout. Later we found the seller's body and the bodies of our men nearby. They were all shot dead. Strangely, the bodies appeared to have been buried and then dug up. 3 of them had been stripped of their clothes." Shan Ge's expression changed. "Are you saying it was gay men?" The henchman was taken aback. "Boss, I didn't say that. I don't know if it was. I didn't exactly inspect their bodies." It turned out that the trio who had exhumed the corpses were Tuoni and his 2 brothers. Failing to find valuables, they stripped 3 of the bodies and changed into their clothes. Tuoni, clever as he was, took their refugee uniforms. Shan Ge fell silent, wondering why his instinct had leapt to suspecting gay men. Damn it. It's Hongxing, Chun, Haonan, and Kuan who made things public and set his mind racing. Shan Ge raised his right hand slightly. A henchman to his right quickly offered a cigarette and lit it. After a few draws, Shan Ge continued, "Were there any traces at the scene? Can anything be gleaned? Aside from the oddity of the bodies being buried and then exhumed, nothing else has turned up so far." "Investigate." Quietly check anyone who had contact with the dead brothers before the operation and anyone who knew about the deal. See whether there is a mole. Previously, the trades had been steady and problem-free, which had made Sean Goose somewhat lax and his information control loose. Either someone let the secret slip to an outsider or there is a mole. If it is the former, tightening information security will suffice. If the latter, then it is serious. Compared with a mole, the lost shipment is not the real disaster. If the mole is not rooted out, more shipments, second, third, will soon go missing. Elsewhere, after finding a place to settle, the trio who had exhumed the corpses, Tuoni and his brothers, began to discuss their next moves. Asa, after hearing Tuoni's analysis, said, "Tuoni, your plan could work, but the problem is we have no sources of information, no guns or ammunition, and not even any money. We're in utter darkness. Even if you secure those things, you've seen what happened before. There was heavy gunfire. With only the three of us, if they have numbers, we will be the ones who die. Trying to rob the robbers now is basically impossible." Ahu said, "Yes, Big Brother is right. Boss, don't rush. We don't have to move immediately, we can take it step by step. First, join a small crew, learn the situation, then swallow them up, slowly recruiting people and building our name. Preferably recruit those who, like us, escaped from the refugee camps. Since we are all Vietnamese, that shared bond will make them more dependable. Once our reputation is made, collaborators will come to us. Then the when and how of our actions will be decided by us." Ahu, "Yes, second brother is right. All right, Tuoni, your mind truly is sharp. Won't I soon be the boss?" "Ah, what a thing to yearn for," Ahu exclaimed. "Boss, you have always been the boss, haven't you?" Silence followed. Lin Feng left Southeast Middle School on his way back to Jejia Building. He noticed a man by the street, his face full of flesh, wearing sunglasses and smoking, striding in a swaggering manner, accompanied by a few henchmen as they entered a billiard hall. "Hey, capturing Xiaosha has indeed benefited you. I almost forgot about you. Wait, I'll arrange something for you soon to prevent you from becoming the second Xiaosha to harm good students." Adhering to the principle of not bothering two masters for one task, Lin Feng directly called Feiji. "Hello, is this Feiji?" "Yes, didn't I ask you to catch Xiaosha last time? There's a possibility of a guy named Happy popping up. You should bring some people over to check the situation and send him to keep Xiaosha company tonight." "It's up to you, but make sure to clarify the situation. If they just started mixing in or haven't done much wrong, don't touch them." Lin Feng hung up the phone and left. Such matters were best handled by the subordinates. There was no need for him to get personally involved. When Lin Feng returned to the office, Fei Chuan was already waiting for him. Lin Feng curiously asked Fei Chuan, "Why aren't you out mingling to gather intel, but came here instead? Is there something you need?" "Big brother, why did you let Feiji handle the task again? It was him last time. This time it should be my turn." It turned out that after receiving Lin Feng's call, Feiji specifically notified Fei Chuan before taking care of the matter. Upon hearing Fei Quan's gritted voice, he hung up satisfied. "Well, that was just a small matter. Since Feiji has been there once and has experience, I left it to him. So, big brother, is there anything else that needs to be done? I also want to contribute. Not for now, but I will definitely call you when something comes up. By the way, do you have any intel at the moment?" "None at the moment. The most circulating rumors are still related to Fin, specifically about the matters between Zhongxin Yi and the Ni family, as well as Chun Haonan selling fake fun, which I've already discussed with you, big brother." In the area around Southeast Middle School, although there are many big brothers, two particularly outstanding ones are Xiaosha and Happy, both rising rapidly in the local scene. Since both are in similar trades, recruiting students at schools, with the males selling fun and the females directly selling, they are in direct competition, inevitably leading to conflicts. Compared to Xiaosha, Happy is in a weaker position, consistently suppressed by Xiaosha, living a rather miserable life. Recently, it was heard that Xiaosha offended a certain big brother's woman and suddenly vanished, with his henchmen either captured or scattered. Facing this sudden opportunity, Happy expanded his influence, inheriting Xiaosha's legacy and becoming even more formidable. Although his power grew, he didn't lose his mind and cause trouble at Southeast Middle School. On the contrary, he specifically instructed his henchmen to be polite when encountering people from Southeast Middle School, to avoid conflicts whenever possible. He had heard that Xiaosha's demise was due to Southeast Middle School, and he only wanted to inherit Xiaosha's legacy, not his fate. He even fantasized about building good relations with the people from Southeast Middle School, hoping to connect with the big brother, dreaming of a bright future. However, what he didn't know was that he was about to meet the same fate as Xiaosha, facing not a bright future, but the enthusiastic guidance of teachers at a training base, along with an even more miserable life. Among the unfortunate, there's also Chun Haonan. Recently, Chun Haonan's life has not been going well. First, he spent half a month battling Zhongxin Yi, depleting his resources, and then encountered trouble from Dao friends. Based on the intel from the intermediary in the hands of the Dao friends, it was speculated that the mastermind might be Situ Haonan from Dongxing, and after much persuasion, he managed to calm those Dao friends. Then he went to Dongxing to demand an explanation, but left in a strange manner, with the issue unresolved and inadvertently provoking Situ Haonan's hostility. After returning to the bar, Chun Haonan was at a loss, imitating Situ Haonan's words to explain to those Dao friends, which infuriated them. However, they indeed couldn't catch anyone, just like Chun Haonan couldn't deal with Situ Haonan, and in the end they could only leave grumbling. Thinking that this matter had finally come to an end unexpectedly, a small group of people stubbornly believed that it was Chun Haonan who did it, insisting that he was crying thief, while catching a thief, trying to frame Sidu Haonan from Dongxing. They were even considering continuing to disrupt Chun Haonan's venue, forcing him to compensate for losses. Chun Haonan did not comply with their wishes. Not to mention that he didn't actually do it, but once he opened this door, those who had left, and those who hadn't come, would surely swarm in to demand compensation. Plus, now that he was at peace with Zhongxin, he had enough manpower to guard the venue, while the Dao friends, despite appearing impressive, had no real fighting power. Those who came to cause trouble would be beaten each time. The troublemakers had also changed several times, and ultimately, when they could no longer bear the beating, they all fled, leaving only one person still standing. Unable to defeat Chun Haonan and his group, they resorted to various ways to annoy him. Outside an old established restaurant, a man rode a motorcycle speeding towards it. After stopping at the entrance, the man did not get off the bike, but shouted inside, "Tell Chun Haonan that my Dao friends are going to fight him to the end. Damn it, he has no professional ethics, no integrity, selling flour as drugs, completely disreputable." After finishing, he threw in 2 bags, and then continued to the next place to repeat the process. As the bags hit the ground, their contents splattered out, instantly filling the air with a foul stench. "Ah, it stinks. What is this? It's shit. It splattered on me. Damn it, refund." The customers inside the restaurant began to curse and dodge, and the scene immediately turned chaotic. Chun Haonan, stationed at the bar, received several calls, all reporting that someone was throwing shit into the venue. Furious, Chun Haonan stood up and kicked over a chair. "Damn it, I've said it's not me, yet they keep bothering me." He then fiercely ordered his henchmen, "Get him out, just hang him up for me. Damn it, they think I'm a sick cat." Ding ding ding. Suddenly the phone rang. It was a call from the restaurant owner. Suppressing his anger, he answered the call, only to be met with a questioning voice. "Chun Haonan, what exactly are you doing? Why do disasters keep happening whenever you're watching the venue? Causing such a scene will ruin our reputation, and my other stores will be affected too." "Boss Wang, don't worry, I will resolve this matter as soon as possible. You said the same last time. If you can't solve it, let your big brother handle it." "Boss Wang, do hello." Seeing the call getting disconnected, Chun Haonan couldn't help but shout, "Damn." Daoist friend Ming was in truth a most peculiar man. At first, upon receiving the goods, he secretly rejoiced at their apparent authenticity, far superior to other batches adulterated with lime or plaster, and resolved to become a regular customer. Later, upon hearing the vendor's slogan, "All Daoist friends are one family," he instantly felt a profound sense of belonging, as though he had finally found his kin, his home, his true sect. Feverishly energized, he threw himself into matchmaking. When contacting fellow cultivators, he thumped his chest in solemn pledge, declaring the goods family grade, of impeccable quality, unmatched in excellence, and warned that missing this opportunity would haunt one for life. He reached out to everyone he could, dragging every acquaintance, every dubious companion, every fox-like friend, into purchasing the flour. The explosive success of Crow's flour owed no small part to this unpaid, zealous family member spreading word far and wide. Yet paper cannot forever conceal fire. Soon after Crow resold pure flour under false pretenses, the truth erupted into full daylight. Those who had bought the goods on Ming's enthusiastic recommendation either suffered unbearable physical distress upon consuming it, or were brutally beaten when attempting to resell it. One by one, they descended upon him, not only reciting his ancestral lineage with biting sarcasm, but surrounding him to deliver a thorough, humiliating beating. His once affectionate title brother Ming was replaced with fraud and lackey. Betrayed by the very family he had trusted, Ming endured a humiliation so profound it seared his soul. When the first assault on Chun Haonan's premises began, Ming stood among its vanguard. As days passed and most abandoned their vendetta, realizing no tangible recompense would follow, Ming alone remained unshaken. Like a turtle gripping its scale, he tirelessly sought out others who had likewise been duped and wronged. He declared fiercely that such moral decay had no place in this world, that Chun Haonan, having abandoned all credibility, must be made to pay a price, otherwise his arrogance would only deepen and spread unchecked. Only by shattering his operation, he insisted, could Chun Haonan truly feel the sting of consequence. Within just 2 days, however, the ranks of Ming's allies shifted repeatedly. 5 full rotations occurred, yet Ming alone fought through every single confrontation. Chun Haonan's men struck without restraint. Early on, even minor bruising sent participants fleeing, but by the final clashes, broken limbs became commonplace, terrifying away all but the most hardened. After all, enduring withdrawal for a few days was bearable, risking one's life over it was not. Yet Ming proved indomitable, like an indestructible cockroach. He charged ahead, each time absorbing more blows than anyone else. Not only did he endure punishment with astonishing resilience, but his recovery surpassed all others. No shattered bone, no severed limb. Just a brief half-day's rest, and he rose again whole and ready. Now standing utterly alone, even his legendary stamina would soon falter, but to retreat in disgrace. Unthinkable. Instead, he resolved to deliver one last spiteful jab before vanishing for good. He commandeered a motorcycle, filled it with excrement, and hurled it indiscriminately into Chun Haonan's establishments, pausing only to hurl venomous threats, ensuring Chun Haonan spent days seething in fury and anxiety. Thus Chun Haonan fumed for 2 full days, until finally confirming that Taoist friend Ming had indeed fled. During that time, Debi visited him personally, reporting that negotiations with the affected proprietors had concluded successfully, and this incident would be forgiven. Still, Debi cautioned Chun Haonan to exercise greater prudence henceforth. Should another breach occur, the venues would no longer be entrusted to him, a warning Chun Haonan could only accept with profuse assurances. In response, Chun Haonan decided that once the Tian heir was discharged from hospital, he would transfer management of the defiled venues to him, ensuring that even if Ming returned, no further damage would be inflicted. This arrangement resolved the Tian heir's predicament while preserving Chun Haonan's integrity, truly a dual victory. Jie Tower. Because Ruan Mei and Gang Sheng accompanied Luo Huiling during her recuperation and forbade Lin Feng from returning home, he endured several days of monotonous, colorless routine. That day, Jimmy approached Lin Feng to discuss staffing matters at their property management company. "Senior brother, do you recall those workers we recruited from the north? After they remitted, their earnings homeward spread like wildfire. Now they're all asking whether we're still hiring, and many wish to bring relatives and friends to join us." "Of course we are," Lin Feng replied without hesitation. "It's wise to build a reserve workforce, ready to deploy whenever needed." Pausing briefly, he added, "But we mustn't accept just anyone. Require character references from those who inquire. Integrity is non-negotiable. We can tolerate thugs roughing up residents or intimidating shop patrons during daylight hours, but let's not have them forming nocturnal gangs to rob gold shops. That would be absurd." Though the era of great warlords had not yet dawned, ruthless men abounded. Jimmy nodded, then glanced up. "By the way, senior brother, Lin Xian sent someone to see me." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Lin Xian? What does he want with you?" "He offered me 2 options: join him directly, or remain here as his covert informant." "Damn it, the treacherous bastard approaches you, not me. Does he think I'm beneath his notice?" Lin Feng scowled. "What exactly did he offer you?" "Well, if I go to him, I'd be appointed manager. If I stay here, compensation depends on the intelligence delivered." "Just that." So Lin Xian's ambition is as narrow as his vision. Indeed, beyond our involvement with ATV, there seems little else worth his coin. What intelligence could possibly warrant payment? First, discreetly ascertain what information he seeks, then extract several commissions before subtly hinting at our ATV equity stake. See whether he'll open his purse. At that very moment, in Lin Xian's office at Lin Group Tower, Lin Xian listened intently to his subordinate's report. "Chairman, our investigation is complete. Every venture under Lin Feng, property management, logistics, even manufacturing, is effectively run by Li Jian, known as Jimmy. From recruitment to daily operations, he holds absolute authority. Though Lin Feng bears the title of owner, he remains at heart a mere Triad affiliate, lacking real competence. His rise owes entirely to fortune finding Jimmy to manage everything for him." A contemptuous smile curled Lin Xian's lips. "Exactly as I suspected, a stunted dwarf. I'd almost entertained the notion of recruiting him myself, believing he'd climbed this high through sheer grit. How mistaken I was. Jimmy is his lifeline. Win Jimmy over, turn him to my service, and Lin Feng's shallow talents will crumble inevitably and swiftly." Rising, Lin Xian strode to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out upon the glittering metropolis. What tricks can a limbless dwarf possibly conjure? Utterly insignificant. Jimmy, however, possesses genuine acumen. Elevating a dwarf to such heights proves he is no ordinary talent. Continue courting him, raise your offers. Surely he cannot resist. Can loyalty to a dwarf ever rival the prospects of serving me? The subordinate bowed and withdrew. Only now, through meticulous inquiry, did Lin Xian grasp the staggering profitability hidden within Lin Feng's seemingly mundane enterprises. Property management, logistics, counterfeit goods. Profits so immense they stirred even his covetous interest. Thus he extended his olive branch to Jimmy. In his eyes, all dwarfs were illiterate, witless men, so these flourishing ventures must be Jimmy's creation. Secure Jimmy's allegiance, gain his cooperation, and those enterprises would swiftly change hands. Then, with his expertise, Lin Xian knew he could easily double their already formidable profits. So far, our store layout has proceeded smoothly. Aside from establishing outlets in relatively underdeveloped, yet densely populated areas, we also operate 1 or 2 stores each in other bustling districts. These include the Central and Western District, Wan Chai District, and Eastern District of Hong Island region, as well as the Yao Tsim Mong District of Kowloon region. Moreover, following your instructions, all our stores in bustling districts, except the one in Yao Ma Ti, are deliberately situated as close as possible to police stations. Coupled with our scrupulously lawful and disciplined operations, we have encountered virtually no harassment, and overall stability has been achieved. Our delivery service is currently thriving. Last month alone, the delivery revenue from a single district in Hong Island region nearly equaled the total revenue across the entire New Territories region. However, regarding property management services, we are currently limited to ordinary residential communities, but we remain largely excluded from upscale neighborhoods, especially when compared to our presence in the New Territories region. After finalizing the expansion plan for the property management company, Jimmy naturally shifted the conversation toward delivery and property management matters. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. That's perfectly normal. Though the New Territories region boasts a sizable population, average incomes there remain comparatively low. Residents strongly value self-reliance and hands-on labor, so naturally delivery demand cannot rival that of bustling urban districts. As for property management, while upscale neighborhoods cluster in bustling districts, most already maintain long-standing partnerships with incumbent firms, or even operate their own in-house property management units. Naturally, our competitive edge there remains far weaker than in the New Territories. Still, we've only just entered these markets. There's no need to rush. Securing a firm foothold in ordinary communities is sufficient for now. After all, our objective was never merely to serve as gatekeepers or caretakers. Jimmy nodded, then furrowed his brow. If we wish to open additional stores across those districts, now we'll inevitably encroach upon territories already claimed by other Triad societies. Societies entrenched in those areas possess formidable strength. Should we refuse to pay protection fees, clashes may become unavoidable. Damn it, Lin Feng swore. Why on earth should I pay protection money for my own legitimate stores? I joined a Triad society precisely because my family's martial arts academy was extorted. My patience snapped. That's how I got started. If I'm expected to pay such fees now, what was the point of joining at all? And circumstances have changed dramatically. Surely you don't think our staff are mere ornaments who draw salaries without purpose. Treat them like any other business, show no mercy to troublemakers, beat them soundly on the spot, and send the worst offenders to our training base for re-education. Also, since we dutifully pay taxes, we can gather intelligence on offenders and file formal reports with the police. Let them conduct raids while we follow up with asset seizures. Brother, I have no objections, Jimmy said after a moment's hesitation, then added cautiously. But aren't you holding another identity? Reporting to the police might violate Underworld codes. Word would spread quickly, and soon people would accuse you of colluding with the authorities. Lin Feng scoffed. Nonsense. I run a fully legal tax-compliant enterprise. Paying taxes entitles me to legal protection. If I don't report crimes, what exactly was the point of paying taxes in the first place? What on earth would the police be doing with all that spare time? As soon as he spoke, Lin Feng suddenly paused. His eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh in realization. Oh, that's right. Jimmy, before launching new stores, let's proactively recruit family members of officers stationed at local police stations. Those physically fit and mobile can handle food and parcel deliveries. As for elders less able to move about, assign them to sit guard at store entrances. I'd almost welcome troublemakers showing up then. Once trouble arises, they'll be harassing the families of serving officers. Those officers themselves will likely grow more anxious and proactive than we ever could. Perhaps the police will intervene before we even lift a finger. Jimmy's eyes instantly brightened. Exactly. Brother, you've struck gold. Assign traffic officers' families to delivery roles. That'll resolve traffic-related complications outright. Station anti-gang unit officers' relatives at storefronts to deter Triad interference. With our own personnel standing ready as backup, success becomes virtually assured. Then it's settled. Wait, I'll make a call right now. Lin Feng immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Huang Bingyao. Hello, old Huang. It's Lin Feng. I'd like to ask, do you have trusted confidants or former subordinates currently serving in police stations across the Hong Island and Kowloon regions? Huang Bingyao, yes, quite a few. Why the sudden inquiry? You haven't gotten yourself into trouble, have you? Don't tell me you're calling to ask me to pull strings for someone. I uphold strict principles, you know. Lin Feng, pull strings for criminals. Not a chance. Haven't I expanded my business into those regions? We're facing an acute shortage of qualified staff. We have countless openings. Given the immense contributions Hong Island's officers make toward maintaining social stability, I thought it only fitting to offer employment opportunities to their unemployed family members, alleviating their personal concerns as a gesture of appreciation. Besides, why let benefits flow elsewhere? Start by assigning your own network, unemployed family members, even retirees, to join us. Compensation and benefits will be industry-leading, truly unmatched. Huang Bingyao, you want retirees too. So those rumors circulating lately about Hung Hing venturing into narcotics trafficking are actually true. Are you planning to use them for drug smuggling? That path leads nowhere but ruin. Don't go down that road, you reckless fool. Lin Feng, damn it. Don't you know my character? I'm a staunch anti-drug advocate. I've never broken the law, not once. Huang Bingyao, fair point. I'd have reprimanded you long ago otherwise. I'll inquire among my colleagues. Many indeed have family members seeking stable employment. Once I compile the list, I'll forward it to you. Rest assured, every individual is thoroughly vetted and absolutely reliable. They won't cause you a moment's trouble. Lin Feng, understood. Just send me the list when ready. Though if numbers swell significantly, we'll need phased recruitment. Prioritize your inner circle first. Huang Bingyao, understood. I'll manage that carefully. Damn, so bold, demanding even retirees. I half expected you to possess supernatural powers. Lin Feng. Well, wouldn't want to intimidate anyone prematurely. When I unleash my full force, even I tremble. Alright, let's wrap this up. Next time I'll treat you to roast chicken. This strategy not only resolved unnecessary operational hurdles, but also extended a significant favor to old Huang. A perfect win-win. Jimmy, during site reconnaissance, if a location falls within another society's territory, secure it immediately if feasible. For Hung Hing-controlled zones, simply assess suitability and report back to me. We ought to preserve some face. During the next meeting, I'll attempt to persuade them to fund acquisitions themselves while we manage operations and share profits via equity distribution. Understood, brother. I'll begin preparations immediately. Shankuzu is the foremost underworld syndicate in Ribbon, the nation's largest designated violent organization, and one of the most historically entrenched and expansive crime fraternities across Donya and the wider world. Founded in 1915 with its headquarters in Shunhu, it is chiefly active in the western and southern regions of Ribbon. Its influence spans the four islands, standing in a tripartite balance of power with Zijihui and Daechuanhui. Beyond Ribbon's shores, Shankuzu maintains operations across Europe, North America, Southeast Asia, and other regions. Its principal activities include drug trafficking, gambling, and extortion, while it also penetrates legitimate sectors such as logistics, entertainment, and real estate, using those lawful enterprises to veil illicit undertakings. On Guangdao, independent societies proliferate of foreign forces find it difficult to insert themselves into that landscape. The pie is finite, and each newcomer means someone else must take a smaller slice. Even people from Wanwan find it hard to break, and let alone those from Ribbon. Although Shankuzu failed to establish an official branch on Guangdao, it opened a Day Fondian in Jianshazui. Under the pretense of hotel operations, it cultivated ties with many influential figures among Guangdao's mid and large societies through smuggling and drug dealings. They sought to infiltrate Guangdao's networks gradually, but over 2 years ago, they began suffering repeated attacks by unknown brigands, inflicting severe personnel and financial losses. They even once retreated to Ribbon. The manager of the Day Fondian they hired was a local from Guangdao. Only after repeatedly confirming the brigands had gone did they, under the new agent Jitian, begin to return and slowly reforge connections with those they had previously collaborated with. Most of the real power brokers within Guangdao's mid and large societies had to one degree or another cross paths with Day Fondian. Hongxing alone remained the exception. One reason was that Hongxing prohibited meth trafficking. The previous agent had busied himself cultivating ties with groups that did traffic meth, intending to approach Hongxing later. Another reason was that just as he began to establish contacts with other societies, they were attacked by brigands. After the previous agent and most of his escorts were killed, they were forced to withdraw to Ribbon, and contact with Hongxing was abandoned. The remit of the current agent Jitian was not only to restore old connections, but also to secure an opening with Hongxing. Jitian had tried repeatedly to reach Jiang Tianxing, but Jiang continually avoided him, leaving messages unread, an attitude that greatly vexed Jitian. Recently, Jitian was prepared to approach other individuals within Hongxing willing to cooperate. His candidate was Wang Jiao Liangquan, powerful, involved in meth trafficking and harboring grievances against Jiang Tianxing. He intended to partner with Liangquan and at the same time use him to remove Jiang Tianxing. If this leader would not cooperate, they would simply find another who would. As Jitian prepared to act, he heard rumors that Hongxing had indeed begun trafficking meth. He hesitated briefly, then resolved to contact Jiang Tianxing once more and give him a final chance. When he received Jiang Tianxing's consenting reply, Jitian was overjoyed. The response confirmed the veracity of the report that Hongxing had begun dealing meth, and he believed the mission would be consummated. Inside a private room of a certain star-rated hotel in Zhongwan, Jiang Tianxing neither dared to go to Jitian's regular Day Fondian, nor was willing to invite him into his villa. Wary that the meeting might be witnessed and draw trouble, he chose a neutral venue. Jiang Tianxing brought only Chun Yao and left even Dabi behind, deeming it unwise to let too many people know, and finding Dabi far too unreliable. Mr. Jiang, your renown precedes you. To have raised Hongxing to its present scale is truly admirable. The underworld of Guangdao speaks of you with universal praise. It is a pity we have never met before. To meet at last is a long-cherished wish. Jitian had only one attendant with him, dressed in a crisp suit and wearing a measured smile. That Jitian had become the agent of Shankuzu's Day Fondian testified to his certain capabilities. He was not only skilled at discerning hearts, but habitually researched a counterpart's background and predilections before an encounter, allowing him to speak and act in ways that ingratiated and thus achieved his ends. Such flattery pleased Jiang Tianxing. The sternness in his features softened, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. You flatter me. These are merely the hollow honors of the underworld. After the pleasantries, Jiang shifted to the matter at hand. I more or less understand why Mr. Jitian has come to see me. But I will say again, Hongxing has always forbidden meth trafficking. That is a red line that cannot be crossed. I cannot speak for others, but personally I will not violate it. The smile on Ji Tian's face stiffened instantly, his brow furrowed. So Mr. Jiang consents to meet only to toy with me. And what of the recent rumors? How can one trust rumors? If there are rumors that our Wangjiao factotum Liangquan traffics meth, why don't you go and see him? The reason I accepted this meeting is to make myself plain. Perhaps there are others in Hongxing who wish to traffic, but that person will certainly not be me, Jiang Tianxing. Ji Tian felt this was a waste of his time and composed himself to leave. If that is so, then I shall take my leave. I hope Mr. Jiang will not come to regret this. With that, he swept his sleeve and departed. After Ji Tian left, Chun Yao asked Mr. Jiang, do you think Ji Tian will really go to see Liangquan? Jiang Tianxing rubbed his face. I cannot be certain he will, but the probability is high. Let's hope it goes smoothly. Jiang had long been seeking an opportunity to deal with Liangquan, but Liangquan's recent restraint had left him without an opening. When Shankuzu's people began contacting him, and knowing well what Shankuzu represented, Jiang had a sudden notion perhaps he could use their intervention to remove Liangquan. He had purposely ignored Ji Tian before, hoping to make Ji Tian give up and approach Liangquan himself. If Liangquan cooperated with Shankuzu, Jiang could use that to strike at Liangquan. Alternatively, he might find a way to eliminate members of Shankuzu and frame Liangquan, provoking Shankuzu to seek vengeance, and thus deal with Liangquan for him. He had not expected Shankuzu to be so single-minded. They kept pestering him relentlessly, leaving him exasperated. He wanted to tell them to go find Liangquan. Especially lately, Liangquan's movements had become erratic, driving Jiang to paranoia and to suspect that Liangquan was preparing a major move against him. Unable to remain calm, Jiang agreed to meet Ji Tian and continually hinted that Ji Tian should hurry and find Liangquan. He paid no heed to how conspicuous his hints might appear. He only wanted Liangquan settled, or at the very least to learn what Liangquan was up to. What Jiang could not imagine was that Liangquan was currently too busy to attend to him. He was scurrying about trying to peddle tiny quantities of Viagra, while Ji Tian was contemplating whether to assist Liangquan in eliminating Jiang, elevating Liangquan in the process. Recently, the circle of friends in Tsimsha Sui has not been tranquil. Originally, a group of external forces had secretly intervened, distributing goods in the territory of Zhongxin, and Tsimsha Sui forcing Zhongxin to engage in a bidding war with the hidden forces while checking on people. The individual dealers were also happy to see this. After all, it was they who benefited, and they didn't care how fiercely you fought. They would buy from whoever offered the lowest price. After enjoying such good days for a while, another group suddenly emerged, initially thought to be there to participate in the bidding. Before they could spread the word, rumors of counterfeit goods began to circulate, claiming everything from pure flour to Viagra. Those with inside information speculated it was the friends from Causeway Bay causing trouble, and some even went to keep an eye on Chen Haonan. They discovered he was just guarding a bar, hardly stepping out. Thinking there might be remote manipulation at play, they rushed back to Tsimsha Sui, wanting to catch a few people to confront Chen Haonan. Those who had not received the latest news assumed they had purchased inferior products and went to buy from other places to compare, trying to see if the market had changed. As the situation escalated, it gradually drew in the surrounding areas of Zhongxin's territory. Genuine and counterfeit goods were flying everywhere, and eventually even the authorities had to get involved, conducting searches and arrests. In Tsimsha Sui, under the deepening moonlight, in the shadows of a remote building illuminated by the moonlight, a man with long hair dressed in a black leather jacket and pants could be vaguely seen, his face obscured by a mask depicting a fat tiger. Occasionally, he would raise his hand to tuck his hair behind his ear, and after shifting his stance, he casually dug his thumb into his ear. Finally, he pulled out a lighter, repeatedly flicking the wheel, the soft clicks echoing clearly in the silent night. Beside him stood a younger brother wearing a mask of a character with glasses, his clothing a bit puffy and overweight, standing straight. Not far away, another person wearing a doryman mask was handing out money to 3 young men with dyed hair. Xiao Huang, today you have 16 orders with a 20 commission per order. Count it yourself, settle it face to face, and if you come back later claiming there's a problem, I won't be responsible. Doryman counted the cash and slapped it into Xiao Huang's hands. Just as Xiao Huang received the money, he heard Doryman scolding the nearby Xiao Zi in frustration. Xiao Zi, you only got 7 orders today. Are you slacking off again? At your age, if you don't work hard to earn money, how will you have enough to pursue the people you like at the club? Will you just watch as someone else takes them away? Can you sleep soundly at night? Hey, Xiao Lu is impressive, 24 orders today's order king. The cash Doryman handed over was noticeably thicker. Brother Kuan said as long as you exceed 20 orders and become the order king, you get a 30 commission as recognition for being the order king. Xiao Lu happily addressed the long-haired fat tiger. Thank you, Brother Haonan. Thank you, Brother Haonan. I'll definitely bring more people to buy tomorrow, or I'll still be the order king. Xiao Huang was not pleased. Hey, are you reserving tomorrow's order king for yourself? If it weren't for Xiao Mei coming to hang out with me today, would I have less than you? I know quite a few wealthy brothers who knows who will be tomorrow's order king. Seeing the two about to argue, Doryman quickly intervened and lowered his voice. Stop arguing. Arguing will only expose the order king. Tomorrow we'll see who brings in more right. And what's this, Brother Haonan? It's Brother Liang Kuan, the boss of Mongkok. Xiao Huang mumbled to himself, Brother Liang Kuan. With leather clothes and long hair digging in his ear and playing with a lighter, who else could it be but Chun Haonan? The guy beside him, wearing a mask with glasses, is obviously Chun Haonan's chubby brother. Who are you trying to fool? Unexpectedly, Chun Haonan, who always talks about brotherhood, is actually an untrustworthy scoundrel who slanders Brother Liang Kuan. Fortunately, he pays cash no tricks. Xiao Lu also caught on quickly and smiled. I understand. I totally understand. My mouth is this, I will definitely not say anything wrong. Alright, count the money well and leave. Tomorrow when gathering people, go to point 2. By the way, it's best not to meet with anyone you've previously dealt with, as you now have money. It may not be safe, afraid they might get greedy. Doraemon warned them after notifying them of the change of location. Don't get beaten up. Don't worry, I'm as clever as a monkey. Doraemon sighed, inwardly hoping you can also withstand a beating like a monkey. After the 3 spirited youths left, Fat Tiger couldn't hold back, took off the mask, and ripped off the wig, revealing Liang Kun's true identity. Damn. Shaqiang, do you think that idiot Chun Haonan has a problem with his brain? Wearing tight leather pants every day makes it uncomfortable for me to scratch myself. And digging in his ear with his thumb, what's up? Does he have big ear holes and a lot of earwax? Playing with a lighter like some lunatic? Shaqiang replied after taking off the Daxiong mask. Brother Kuan, it's about making money, not about being cold. Liang Kuan perked up upon hearing this excitedly, saying, you're right. For the sake of money, I won't hold a grudge against Chun Haonan. He then urged, hurry, let's go to the next spot to distribute money. Damn it, who would have thought that mixing flour with a bit of Viagra could be sold by the gram? With my smarts, it's hard not to make a lot of money. After the Hongxing meeting concluded, Jiang Tianxing believed that Liang Kuan's movements were erratic and didn't seem to be plotting anything major, but rather selling small amounts of Viagra everywhere. He even thought that using black gloves and intermediaries was a bit too complicated. It was more straightforward to do it himself. Moreover, this type of business suited quick resolutions and shouldn't be dragged out for too long. He simply cosplayed as Chun Haonan, letting Shaqiang stuff a cosplay bag. He also found some spirited youths who looked full of wisdom to take the place of intermediaries, giving them commissions based on the number of orders, and even created a reward for the order king. Usually transactions were handled by the younger brothers, and only at night during money distribution would Liang Kuan cosplay as Chun Haonan, appearing nearby in a flamboyant manner, deliberately using his original name to mislead others into thinking Chun Haonan was slandering Liang Kuan. There were over 10 trading points, all chosen in some remote residential buildings, with transactions divided into time slots, limiting the number of people to a controllable range to avoid any mishaps. Liang Kuan also specifically found an experienced veteran to oversee. The transaction tables were cleverly set up. If the buyers were spirited youths of the Dao friend level, they would be allowed to brush their teeth with the genuine goods before being switched out. Greenhorns would receive flour mixed with Viagra, as they wouldn't be able to taste the difference. Occasionally, some genuine goods would be let out to confuse and mislead. This way, the method of 9 fakes to 1 real could avoid being exposed too early, and the locations of transactions would quickly be abandoned afterwards. In addition, the lookout system was also well arranged. Someone was specifically watching for the youths running orders. If they were targeted by the authorities or beaten up, they would immediately report. There were also those loitering near the trading points who would report if they noticed something amiss. Upon receiving the signal, Liang Kuan would lead people to escape and change locations, running faster than a rabbit. Meanwhile, outside a Tang building in Sim Sha Sui, 8 individuals dressed in night-walking attire and wearing mahjong headgear quietly entered the building. The intruders slipped into the Tang building and ascended the stairs in silence, arriving at room 404 on the 4th floor. The leader, wearing a 1 bamboo mask, raised his hand and signaled. 3 shadowy figures instantly crouched low and breached the door with the precision of a tactical assault team. A cacophony of clattering furniture and muffled grunts erupted inside, brief, violent, and over within seconds. Outside, 1 bamboo watched the room's light flicker on, then gestured to the remaining 4 members, who swiftly flooded in. Inside, several unconscious men lay sprawled across the floor. Seeing this, 6 bamboo drew a short baton from the small of his back and stepped forward. What the hell, housefly? They're already out cold, barked 5 bamboo. Old habits die hard. I just can't resist giving them a jolt to check if they're faking it. By the way, Brother Hua, boss says my name is now Lu Zi. Don't get it wrong next time, muttered 6 bamboo sheepish. As if the instructor could ever slip up. And weren't you just as quick to misname me? Interjected 1 bamboo, their leader. Enough chit-chat. Watch how 3 bamboo and 4 bamboo operate. See that? That's professionalism. As soon as they entered, 3 bamboo and 4 bamboo moved straight to concealed spots, the hollows behind baseboards, gaps beneath cabinets, corners forgotten by careless eyes, and began searching methodically. Within minutes, they uncovered several tote bags, a briefcase filled with white powder, and multiple handguns. The tote bags brimmed with cash, stacks of crisp high-denomination bills mingled with loose, smaller notes, swelling the fabric taut. Inside the briefcase lay pouch after pouch of luminous snow-white powder, unrefined, its purity unmistakable. 6 bamboo cradled a wad of bills in both hands. Never imagined they'd rake in so much. Brilliant, boss. How did you even locate such a deeply buried nest? Of course I did. Had them tailed for days. Finding their lair was inevitable. It's not that simple, added 5 Bamboo. Otherwise they wouldn't have operated freely in Simsha Sui for so long. Neither Chung Sun E nor the cops ever got close. Only you pulled it off. No more dawdling, urged 1 Bamboo. Grab the cash and weapons. Replace the powder with flour, then return the case exactly as found. Move fast, we've got another stop. At his command, the team emptied the briefcase, substituted its contents with pre-packed flour, and resealed it. They poured the cash from the totes into backpacks they'd brought. Finally, 1 Bamboo withdrew a slip of paper from his pocket and tossed it onto the floor. Scrawled across it in bold characters, "Ill-gotten wealth, rightfully claimed." With that, the 8 vanished from the room as silently as they'd arrived, retreating down the same stairwell. Their sentries spotting them tightened formation, and the entire unit dissolved into the moonlit night, soundless and seamless. Only room 404 remained, ravaged, silent, littered with unconscious bodies, and that single drifting note. Later, the same masked mahjong squad struck 2 more locations, but this time they left half the cash behind. Each site bore an identical note: urgent need of the Jianghu, split upon meeting. A minivan rolled from Tsim Sha Sui toward Yaomati, its interior filled with the unmasked figures. Lin Feng and his 4 pillars stood among them alongside members of his elite assault squad. Fortunately, the van had been specially modified, and since Lin Feng had dispatched 2 teams separately for reconnaissance, space remained ample. They'd seized nearly 40 million from Han Shun and 5 million each from Liang Quan and Crow, totaling close to 50 million. After finalizing the count, Lin Feng announced mission accomplished. Per protocol, each of you receives 1.7 million upon return. Grateful murmurs followed. Then Fei Ji hesitated. Brother, why didn't we take them all? Especially that dwarf from the Ni family. He should have been caught whole when he returned. We're short on materials right now. Exactly, chimed in Housefly. Liang Quan's half makes sense. He's Hung Hing. But why Crows? He's Dong Xing. No ties to us at all. Lin Feng tapped both men lightly on the head. Fei Ji, can't you cultivate a normal hobby? Stop obsessing over live burial rituals. If I catch you secretly digging graves on our own turf, I'll bury you myself. Besides, leaving them alive ensures easier access next time. First encounters are awkward, second ones, smooth. Familiarity beats anonymity every time. And Housefly, you must think long-term. Taking half from Liang Quan wasn't about his Triad affiliation. It was because, like Crow, he doesn't traffic narcotics. They deserve their sweat money, or they'll walk away. As for seizing their cash, I quietly stirred the waters after learning of their operations. Otherwise, they'd have been exposed long ago. That half. My consultancy fee. While Chung Sun E and Han Shun waged their covert war, their struggle drew the attention not only of Liang Quan and Crow, but also of Lin Feng. Lin Feng tasked A1 with intelligence gathering. Upon confirming both Liang Quan and Crow had entered the fray, he ordered further obfuscation, drawing in local gangs, and even the police, to widen the operational space and extend the timeline for his rivals. He wanted to see whether, after tasting success, they would evolve into unwitting vanguards of the drug trade. Awen also discovered Han Shun had not delivered the money to Ni Kuan as promised. Instead, he'd hidden it under heavy guard, consolidating funds every few days and frequently rotating storage sites. That detail piqued Lin Feng's interest. If Han Shun had gone to such lengths, why not claim the prize himself at the final hour? Sensing Han Shun's imminent withdrawal, Lin Feng launched a decisive strike, codenamed the Mahjong Bandit Operation. Having come this far, he saw no reason to favor one target over another. Since he'd invested effort in Liang Quan and Crow too, he'd collect his due. His consultancy fee. Thanks to Awen's intelligence, Lin Feng swiftly pinpointed the hideouts and movements of Han Shun, Liang Quan, and Crow. Why had Han Shun hoarded all the money instead of transferring it in installments to Ni Kuan? First, to deliver a shock. Several million at once carries far greater impact than fragmented sums. The sheer visual weight of tens of millions dwarfs mere millions. Second, the guards and couriers were hand-picked personnel requested directly from Ni Kuan, ensuring Ni Kuan remained informed while simultaneously witnessing Han Shun's diligence and loyalty. Han Shun had battled Chung Sun E relentlessly to amass this fortune, intending it as a grand surprise for Ni Kuan. Now it had all fallen intact into Lin Feng's hands. Upon receiving the report from their awakened underlings, Han Shun, Liang Quan, and Crow hastily abandoned whatever they were doing and rushed back to their hideout, shouting in unison. Who did this? Who did this? Room 404, a nondescript Tang building. There's a ghost living in our house. You know that, right? A ghost. Han Shun suddenly roared like a man possessed, startling both Sham Kung and Dilu, as well as several guards bearing faint bruises. Dilu forced a stiff smile. Brother Chen, who's the ghost? Han Shun glared fiercely. The one who delivered the money. Otherwise, how could anyone possibly know this place? We just moved in recently. Without a ghost whispering it'd find us. Brother Chen, you're joking, right? Only Sham Kung and I know this location. How could there be a ghost? We've followed you all the way from the Imperial Grand Restaurant, always treating you as our elder brother. Following me and calling me elder brother. What does that prove? Don't you know Li Shimin seized the throne by killing his own elder brother? Seeing their silence, Han Shin bellowed again. So if it's not you, then is it them? Shh. Speak up. Was it you? He swung his finger toward the nearby guards. They panicked instantly as Han Shin leveled his gun at them. The lead guard stammered. No, Brother Chun. We couldn't possibly be the ones. We've always answered to Uncle Quan. We're family. Han Shin stepped forward and pressed the barrel against the speaker's groin, demanding. Then why did none of you die? Not even a drop of blood spilled. Fine, you didn't resist. But do you expect me to believe they're Buddhist monks who refuse to kill? The lead guard, second brother, urinated on the spot. Brother Chin, we're innocent. We have no idea what happened. We followed your orders, pretending to be ordinary residents hiding our weapons. When they stormed in under cover of darkness, we simply couldn't react in time. Han Shin suddenly laughed. If it's not any of you, then is it me? True enough, I also know this place. Dilu cautiously lowered Han Chin's gun-wielding hand. Brother Chin, please, don't joke. We all know you're the last person who'd do such a thing. Calm down first. At least the goods are still here. We can cut them with plaster dust. We still have a chance. Han Shin closed his eyes, reflecting. Dilu and Sham Kung had indeed followed him since the very beginning, through every twist and turn, and had remained constantly at his side, showing no signs of anomaly. They'd even survived being ambushed and beaten senseless in Tun Mun. Why would they sabotage their own ascent now, just as fortune finally smiled upon them? They lacked both the audacity and the intellect for such treachery. As for the guards, they were Uncle Quan's men. There was no motive to betray him, otherwise they wouldn't have alerted Han Shin at all. They'd have fled long before. Moreover, they knew precisely what kind of man Uncle Quan was. A top-tier gambling kingpin in Hong Kong, infamous for ruining families, shattering marriages, and leaving countless households in ruins. Eliminating everyone leaves no suspect. Could I be the mole myself? Damn, it gave Han Shin a splitting headache. Enough. The goods remain, at least for now. He'd observe them closely and eliminate anyone showing the slightest irregularity. Opening his eyes, Han Shin smiled warmly. No need to be tense. Just a little joke earlier. I trust you all. Perhaps someone simply stumbled upon us. Bad luck, that's all. Dilu's right, as long as the goods remain, opportunity remains. The guards exchanged uneasy glances, but Han Shin had already turned away to inspect the narcotics, missing their telltale expressions entirely. Han Shin scrutinized the drugs carefully, puzzled. Why hadn't they been taken? Was something wrong with them? He turned to Dilu. Dilu, test it. See if anything's off. He dared not test it himself. What if it were poisoned? Better to let Dilu tread carefully first. Safer that way. Dilu gingerly opened a packet, dabbed a trace on his fingertip, and rubbed it across his teeth. Wincing and grimacing, he blurted, Brother Chun, the taste is all wrong. And it's sticky. How could it be right? If it were, they'd have vanished long ago. After this incident, the guards had seriously considered fleeing, but hesitated. They too suspected something amiss, so after one cautious taste they realized with shock, it's fucking flour. Well then, no point running. Staying alive was now far more likely. Seeing Dilu still alive, and not yet succumbing to poison, Han Shin disregarded the possibility of slow-acting toxins. He hurriedly dipped his own finger, smeared it on his teeth, and frowned deeply as he brushed. Fuck, it's flour. Sham Kung panicked. Then what do we do, Brother Chun? No goods, no money. We'll be dumped into the sea by Uncle Quan. Han Shin paused, calmly reviewing recent events in Tsim Sha Sui, then fixed his gaze on the lead guard. Did you report this to Uncle Quan? No, we contacted you immediately, waiting for your decision. Good. There's still room to salvage this. Haven't a group of counterfeiters recently arrived in Tsim Sha Sui? With the flour left behind, I'm nearly certain they're behind this. Truth be told, Han Shin had no real evidence, but someone had to take the fall. Having ruled out his own circle, he dismissed Chung Shin Yi as well, since they were currently scouring Tsim Sha Sui for him, not leaving armed guards behind. That left only the counterfeiters. Han Shin's voice turned venomous. If they flout the rules, don't blame me for breaking them utterly. We'll track them down and eliminate them on sight. Block my path to wealth. Then you die. Meanwhile, contact our regular clients. We'll begin selling flour ourselves. Seeing Han Shin regain composure, Sham Kung steadied himself. Brother Chun, should we relocate? Didn't we plan to withdraw earlier? Han Shin replied with steely resolve, no relocation. First we recover our losses, then we eradicate the flour sellers. Otherwise we lose face, and can't answer to Uncle Quan. A dim, aging residential building. Inside a cramped room. Several underlings stood silently around a table, heads bowed, breath held tight, waiting in dread for Leung Quan's judgment. Leung Quan, dressed head-to-toe in leather, glared at his half-empty money pouch, fury boiling over. Unfortunately, his fire extinguisher wasn't within reach. He exhaled sharply, cursing, which damn bastard did this? My money. Strange, Brother Quan. Why didn't they take all the money? Leung Quan slammed a brutal slap on a Sham Kung's skull. They didn't take it all, and you're already complaining it. Sham Kung clutched his head. Brother Quan, I'm misunderstood. That's not what I meant. What if it was someone we know? They didn't kill anyone, and they didn't take everything. It's deeply suspicious. Liang Quan shook his head, dismayed by Sham Kung's lack of insight. Sham Kung, your nickname isn't unearned. That's exactly why they acted this way, to sow doubt and confusion among us. If it were someone we knew, these fools would already be peddling salted duck eggs in the underworld. The closer the bond, the deadlier the betrayal. Sha Chong thought it sounded reasonable and stopped worrying whether it was someone they knew. He hurriedly asked Brother Cohen, what should we do next? Withdraw? Withdraw? Hell no. If we slink back like that, how will I ever keep my place out here? From now on, everyone working in the shadows carries a weapon. If anyone comes snooping, lure them to a secluded corner and finish them. Brother Cohen, if we start shooting, won't that? We can't worry about that. This isn't some public gunfight. Make it clean and run fast. And if you don't take a gun, you might be the one who gets shot. Sha Chong seemed to recall something and was about to speak, but seeing Liang Kuan still seething, he shut his mouth. Liang Kuan saw this and snapped, Sha Chong, anything else? If you've got something to say it. Stop looking constipated, spit it out. Sha Chong was a little startled and hurried to explain, Brother Kuan, wasn't there that guy who wanted to see you? Should we still go meet him first? He said he was in Jian Sha Zue. At the mention of that, Liang Kuan flared up again. Forget it. I was going to slip over and rile that bastard, but I'm not in the mood now. He even said I should sit as Hongxing Long to Uid, sooner let him take the Tianhuang position. Why doesn't he go eat shit? Liang Kuan turned and left. Come on, find a good spot first, then keep selling Viagra. A half-abandoned warehouse. Lately, Wu Ye, in order to sell his flour, had remodeled his look to mimic Situ Haonan. By day, he directed his men, by night, whenever he showed his face, he wore a suit and tie and orange-framed black glasses. He had fussed over his face a bit, but his hair remained the same. He said it had symbolic significance and could not be changed. And because he sometimes had to revert to his original form to avoid suspicion, he wore a short wig to cover his flowing coffee-colored long hair. Without the wild hair, he looked rather genteel with the air of a successful man. After a few turns, Wu Ye began to genuinely feel like he was Situ Haonan. Those who had glimpsed him at night assumed he was Ben Lei Hu Lei Yaoyang. Wu Ye had been doing brisk business selling flour when a subordinate suddenly phoned to say half their den had been raided. Damn, a raid is a raid, how can it be half-raided? Wu Ye couldn't wait for the full report and hurried back in a panic. He found several bruised underlings, one still bleeding from the leg, half the money gone, and a note left on the floor. Wu Ye exploded in fury, ripped off his wig, yanked at his tie, and roared, fuck you all. I dress up as a gentleman every day to sell flour, running myself to the bone, and this is all I get. I let you sit comfortable guarding the warehouse, and you lose half the money. Speak. Did you bastards steal my cash together? Have I not treated you well enough that you'd still rob me? Since Bao Chong and the others ran off last time, Wu Ye had noticed his reputation among the men might not be so good. After that, he had treated his underlings far better, though punishments still came now, and then he no longer skimped on pay. Especially those who sold flour with him. After a while, they received dividends, and their lot rose as if from the dirt into the heavens. That was why when the men woke and found the money missing, they didn't immediately run off with it, but instead reported to Wu Ye. Boss, we absolutely didn't steal your money. We don't have the nerve. Yes, boss, you've been so good to us, we wouldn't do something like that. If we were going to wed, have fled already. That group suddenly burst in and attacked us. We fought like mad, but we were no match, they knocked us out. Right, that's what happened, they agreed, chattering away as they explained themselves. One had to admit Wu Ye's men were different from Han Chen's and Liang Kan's. Every one of them was sharp-witted. They woke to find money missing, yet were otherwise unharmed. They didn't think of running like Han Chen's crew, nor were they indifferent like Liang Kan's men. Since they'd be beaten anyway, they figured they might as well do something themselves and leave a good impression on the boss, so they egged one another on. They beat each other until bruised, one man got vicious and slashed his own leg, not even fully stopping the bleeding, letting it flow. Thinking themselves already so wretched, they expected the boss to forgive them. At least he wouldn't dock their bonuses. Sure enough, when Wu Ye calmed down, he felt that at least they hadn't fled. That was a good sign, and since making money mattered most, they could remain to observe in secret. After several deep breaths, Wu Ye said slowly, considering you're still somewhat loyal, I'll let this pass for now. But from now on, where the man is, the money is with him. Where the man is not, the money still belongs to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for having no mercy. After their chest-thumping promises, Wu Ye continued. Everyone knows I'm the most righteous boss. You fought to the death and did not run afterward, so you haven't shamed me. Hey race, what well do? Each injured brother gets 50,000, the one who was cut gets 100,000, an extra reward for your conduct. Wu Ye, seizing the moment, decided to buy more loyalty. If I've lost money and can still pay you a reward, how could those who serve me faithfully receive any less? The men inwardly sighed. The boss had really changed. Instead of dragging the culprits out, he even gave out money. He was a good boss indeed. The guard, while praising him, secretly regretted, damn. If I'd known, I'd have made a token cut too and gotten paid. I miscalculated. No matter what doubts they harbored, their lips still formed thanks, boss, and you're so loyal, boss, to flatter him. Enough. The urgent thing is to sell flour amid the chaos. But change our banner. Whoever sells the most, we sell under their name. One of the men asked, boss, the situation is a bit chaotic now. Aren't we supposed to prepare to relocate? Relocate my ass. Keep selling in Jiansha Zue. Don't fear the chaos, go where it's chaotic and sell in the midst of it. Also always carry your tools just in case, and keep an eye out for anyone acting suspiciously near us. If you encounter someone, feel them out, and see if you can find their lair if you can't find a way to take them out. Now that they've come knocking, forget any codes of honor. Boss, we will follow your orders, the men responded in unison. We thought for a moment, and added from now on lace the flour with a bit of croton seed powder so the buyers nod off for a few days. That will buy us time, and incidentally help them kick their habit. Jesus, how vicious. Those customers are in for a world of trouble. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. As Han Shun Liang Kuan and Wu Yi threw themselves into their work, the situation in Sim Sha Sui became increasingly chaotic. Various nefarious figures began to emerge and forces from other districts surged in, quickly engulfing the entire Sim Sha Sui area with a trend of spreading to the surrounding regions. The conflict was no longer limited to the struggle between genuine and counterfeit vendors. Amid the chaos, some groups sought to take advantage of the situation, with certain organizations either participating actively or being dragged in, leading to utter confusion. Especially on the territory of Zhongshan, the chaos was most pronounced. Starting from the bidding wars among the vendors, it progressed to a point where the authenticity could not be discerned, leaving only Zhongshan selling genuine products. What's infuriating is that they couldn't even sell as well as the counterfeit goods. After receiving the news, Lin Feng also found it hard to believe. Wasn't it said that those three would be preparing to leave? How could they not only stay but become even more rampant? With various heroes entering the fray, Lin Feng immediately planned to reassemble the robbery squad to prepare for a forceful intervention to aid the poor. Dingling. Just as Lin Feng was about to summon the four great kings, his phone rang. Upon checking, it was Huang Ponzi. Once connected, the voice was as vigorous as ever, but there was a hint of urgency. Lin Feng, do you have anything to do with the situation in Sim Sha Sui? Or are you involved in it? Lin Feng replied, Sim Sha Sui. I don't know what's going on there. Huang Bingyao retorted, Sim Sha Sui is in complete disarray. It's like working the night shift once night falls. There are gunfights between drug dealers and clashes among gangs. Although they intend to control it and avoid civilian casualties, many citizens have already begun to complain to the police. Moreover, there are already signs of losing control. Fights are occurring even during the day, and I plan to sweep through Sim Sha Sui thoroughly. I want to know if you are involved in the gang conflicts in Sim Sha Sui. I'm afraid I might accidentally take you out. Lin Feng exclaimed. I'm in Yao Ma Ti right now, and I have nothing to do with the gang affairs. Huang Bingyao replied. That's good, let's leave it at that for now. I'm about to lose my temper. Wait, I can bring people to help you. You know, when gangs investigate other gangs, they are always thorough. It's much less stressful than your sweeping operation. When I catch someone, I'll inform you to take them away, preferably locking them all up in Stanley. That's good, you have a conscience. It's worth my while to ask if you were involved to keep you out of it. Let's act quickly. I'll send out the drug enforcement team and the organized crime squad in Sim Sha Sui to cover you. Right away. Watch me how I help you earn merit and get promoted this time. Just as Lin Feng hung up the phone, the four great kings arrived together. It seemed they had also received news about the chaos in Sim Sha Sui. Fei Quan and Wu Ying were the quickest to catch on. Big brother, the entire Sim Sha Sui is about to descend into chaos. Should we go take a look? Fei Quan asked excitedly. It wasn't about nearing chaos, it was already chaotic. Yes, big brother, let us charge, and once more, a last time was not enough. Wu Ying followed closely. Not only were Fei Quan and Wu Ying excited, but even the usually calm Hua showed signs of eagerness. I was just about to notify you to reassemble the robbery squad, Lin Feng said without hesitation and directly issued orders. This time, besides you, each of you will also select 20 agile subordinates to stand by at the shops in Sim Sha Sui. First, this can strengthen the defenses at the shops to prevent any unforeseen situations. Secondly, if we find ourselves short-handed when we act, they can quickly be called into action. Don't worry, big brother, we'll arrange that right away. I'll ensure they're the toughest subordinates. Toughness doesn't mean anything. They need to be smart too. Remember, this is not about showing off. The drug dealers and gangs are mixed together over there, and things are very chaotic behind the scenes. When the time comes, I will arrange weapons for those subordinates. After you have organized your men, bring the gear and assemble. We will set off first. Understood. 4. In the office area of the drug enforcement team, the leader Lu Qichong clapped his hands, signaling everyone to align their attention to him. Upon receiving the order from Sir, all team members will begin investigations into the gang activities in Sim Sha Sui starting tomorrow. Particularly the groups that have been aggressively dealing in the area recently are of utmost priority. During this period, I hope the members of my team can clearly recognize their identities and refrain from engaging in favoritism or unlawful acts. While speaking, Lu Qichong kept his gaze fixed on a young officer who by his appearance looked like he would be making barbecue pork buns, drawing the attention of other team members. Remember, a police officer is a police officer and a drug dealer is a drug dealer. Even if you are old acquaintances, there can be no leniency. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Before leaving, Lu Qichong cast a sideways glance at the young officer, who was filled with reluctance. The young officer named Huang Ziqing graduated from the police academy. Once while following a senior officer on a mission, they encountered a gang fight. The senior officer urged him to draw his gun and shoot, but he hesitated, and in that moment a gang member thrust a pipe into the senior's abdomen. In desperation, Huang Ziqing pulled out his gun, firing all 6 bullets into that gang member. However, to his surprise, the gang member did not die. He merely went to prison while his senior died from that iron pipe. This reminded him of the reason he enrolled in the police academy. Due to hesitation, he had failed to come to the aid of someone he liked, resulting in her falling into someone else's embrace. Thus, he couldn't help but resent himself more and hated gang members even more. During the exchange meeting between Zhongxin Yi and Chun Haonan, he was notably active in capturing people. It was also during the bidding activity between Zhongxin Yi and Han Chun that he unexpectedly caught one of Zhongxin Yi's subordinates who was distributing powder. Although this did not implicate Zhongxin, it did not cause any significant impact. However, he earned merit and entered the drug enforcement team. Coincidentally, the leader Lu Qichang was a senior and good brother he knew from the police academy. Initially, with Lu Qichang's help, he quickly integrated into the drug enforcement team, feeling grateful to his good brother Lu Qichang. But under coincidental circumstances, after Lu Qichang learned of his relationship with Han Chun, his attitude changed. It turned out that Huang Ziqing and Han Chun were childhood friends and had both liked a girl named Mary at the same time. However, during high school, Mary was once harassed. Huang Ziqing hesitated and failed to step in to help. It was Han Chun who chased away the thugs, capturing Mary's heart. Nonetheless, Huang Ziqing did not give up and maintained contact with Mary, appearing somewhat like a love-struck puppy. Moreover, it was after this incident that he applied to the police academy. Adding to this, Han Chun had only recently risen in prominence and was gaining significant trust from an icon. Hearing rumors that Han Chun was secretly battling with Zhongxin, while Huang Ziqing had just made his rise by capturing someone from Zhongxin. Lu Qichang had also watched the movie Infernal Affairs, produced by Baijia Entertainment, and the deeds of the major drug lord not only resembled Han Chun's, but also involved sending undercover agents to the police. Thus, the truth is, Huang Ziqing is an undercover agent. When Lu Qichang began suspecting that Huang Ziqing was a police mole sent by Han Chun, he confronted him directly, eager to hear his explanation. At first, Huang Ziqing stammered incoherently. I pressed to the brink. He blurted out that he wanted to sleep with Mary. That only confirmed Lu Qichang's suspicion. Huang was nothing but a sycophantic lapdog. His entire career as a cop existed solely to serve the man who held his goddess's heart. No matter how desperately Huang tried to justify himself, Lu Qichang refused to listen, declaring he would only trust him again once Han Chun was lured out and arrested. Huang Ziqing, of course, lacked such capability, and thus swiftly became the target of Lu Qichang's workplace bullying. Lu found fault with him at every turn, even omitting him from routine meetings. He systematically excluded Huang from all operations. Even when orders mandated full team deployment, Lu could not resist delivering a barbed, mocking remark. Night fell. Huang Ziqing, humiliated earlier that day by Lu Qichang in the anti-Triad unit, and unsettled by his colleagues' uneasy glances, felt deeply agitated. After clocking out, he wandered home, then impulsively ducked into a nearby bar to drown his sorrows in alcohol. When he finally staggered out, his gait was unsteady. Clearly, he had drunk heavily. As he swayed down the street, cursing under his breath, "Fuck you, Lu Qichang. Why won't you believe me? I even trusted you as my brother. I clawed my way here on my own. I'm no damn mole. Fuck you. Calling me a lapdog." Muttering curses, Huang turned a corner and collided head-on with 2 gaunt-looking men. One sported bleached white hair. The white-haired man, visibly unhinged, didn't hesitate, raising his hand and slapping Huang across the face without warning. "Shit, good dogs don't block the road. Get the hell out of my way." Though Huang spotted the blow coming, alcohol had dulled his senses. His reflexes lagged. He failed to dodge in time and crashed to the ground. Bracing himself on both hands, he shook his head, his mind clearing just slightly. As he glanced up at the 2 passing figures, flashy clothes, one with an absurd, bleached hairstyle, he instantly recognized them as Triad thugs. Fury flared within him. Enduring Lu Qichang's abuse at the station was one thing, but being bullied by street hooligans outside and called a dog, unacceptable, especially from Triad scum. Huang scrambled to his feet and blocked their path. "Who the hell did you call a dog?" The white-haired man, irritated by this drunken obstacle, snapped. "Whoever blocks me. That's who." Before Huang could reply, the other frail-looking man shoved at him. "Get lost. We're already furious. Don't push us to beat you." Huang seized the man's wrist mid-shove. "Beat me? You dare? Don't you know who I am? I'm. Who the hell cares who you are? You're just a roadblock dog in my eyes." The white-haired man struck again. This time, Huang's grip on the other man kept him upright. Struck twice, Huang laughed a bitter, seething laugh. "You're finished. I'm your mother's cunt. Enough already." Enraged, the frail man wrenched his arm free and clapped a hand onto Huang's shoulder, then drove a brutal knee strike straight into his groin. Huang, caught off guard, didn't evade. A second later, he collapsed, clutching his crotch and shrieking in agony. Without pause, the white-haired man kicked him hard in the head. "Flatten him. Kill this drunken mutt." The pair launched into a relentless barrage of kicks. When Huang shielded his head, they targeted his lower body. When he curled to protect himself below, they hammered his skull. In the end, he curled into a tight ball, left hand shielding his groin, right hand guarding his head, screaming, "All the while you've got guts. Who are you?" By the time the assault ended, Huang was barely conscious. Just before blacking out, he saw the white-haired man lean down, his voice faint, distorted, echoing in his ear. "You heard. I'm from Sim Sha Sui, and I Koen. Sim Sha Sui, and I Koen's men." Before he could process further, darkness swallowed him whole. Long after the attackers vanished, a passerby discovered Huang lying unconscious on the pavement and summoned help. But his injuries were severe, and delayed treatment proved catastrophic. One testicle necrosed, leaving him forever marked as a solitary testicle warrior. The two assailants were Dao Yuming and Duan Kuan. Dao Yuming's misfortunes ran deep. After fleeing Causeway Bay covered in filth, he drifted through the city until landing in Sim Sha Sui. Hearing rumors of a bidding event there, he'd hoped to reward himself for having dared to confront his fellow peddler Dao Yonan over counterfeit goods. He'd even consulted Duan Kuan, who claimed to be a long-time buyer of the so-called bidding powder. But when Dao Yuming tested the product, it turned out to be pure flour. Confronting Duan Kuan, the latter insisted it was impossible. He'd been a loyal customer for years, always buying from that same source. Duan Kuan swore he'd been getting high regularly. When Dao Yuming laid the flour before him, Duan still refused to believe it, dragging him back to purchase another batch for verification. This time it wasn't pure flour, but it triggered violent diarrhea for days. Once recovered, they resolved to hunt down the dealer who'd sold them laxative-laced powder. Instead, they stumbled upon a drunken man at a street corner, obstinate, belligerent, refusing to disperse. With fury boiling over, they beat him senseless, then resumed their search for the poison peddler. Meanwhile, as Huang Zhiqing lay battered and broken, Lin Feng and his mahjong squad reoccupied a half-abandoned warehouse in Sim Sha Sui, the former hideout of the Crow. Lin Feng sat at a table tapping rhythmically with 2 fingers, tap 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 tap, while Fei Quan, Hua Wuing, and over a dozen subordinates stood nearby, their faces still concealed beneath mahjong masks. Fei Quan led interrogations of several captured gang leaders. Lin Feng, having entered Sim Sha Sui with intelligence gathered from A1 and 2 prior reconnaissance teams, acted decisively. That very night, he launched raids against the most brazen foreign syndicate heads, yet as newcomers with scant time to gather intel, they knew only the target's movements, not their lairs. Unwilling to wait, Lin Feng opted to seize a few low-level figures to placate Huang Bingyao, then immediately tortured them for information. After a tense interval, Fei Quan returned, holding a scrap of paper bearing the locations of the drug lords' hideouts. "Brother, we've extracted their dens. They're at. Good. Let's go, see what's there first, then decide our next move." While Lin Feng was still leading his gang on various raids, stirring chaos among the factions, little did he know that Meng Na was preparing a surprise for him in Sim Sha Sui. In a spacious seaside office of a building in Sim Sha Sui, Meng Na was dressed in a purple qipao that accentuated her exquisite curves. Her hair was styled in an elegant bun adorned with a pearl hairpin, showcasing her charm with every gesture. Her gaze fell upon Lily, who was wearing a black dress. With delicate features and a strikingly voluptuous figure, especially her curves in the front and back, she was even more alluring than Meng Na. Meng Na nodded in approval, recognizing her potential. Meng Na lifted her glass of red wine, took a small sip, and said, "It seems you have adapted quite quickly. Now you are a world apart from who you were before. So have you made a decision?" During a visit to Qian Wendy, he suggested that Lily ask Meng Na about Aji's whereabouts. He also mentioned that Meng Na might not make things difficult for her and advised her to seize the opportunity. Indeed, as Qian Wendy anticipated, Meng Na did not create any obstacles for Lily. Not only did she reveal Aji's location, but she also arranged for his release with the condition that Lily would become her assistant. However, when Lily mentioned helping Qian Wendy get out of prison, Meng Na expressed her inability to assist. Nevertheless, she indicated that she could introduce her to someone who might help, leaving the choice entirely up to Lily. Thus, Lily remained by Meng Na's side to assist her. With different experiences, there were undoubtedly drastic changes. Hearing this, Lily hesitated a bit, but it seemed she was no longer resistant and still wanted to try harder. "Is there any other way? I'm willing to try anything I can do." "What? You can't do what I said." Meng Na raised an eyebrow and replied, "As long as you position yourself well, it will be fine. What you want I can help you fight for. All you need to do is accompany Mr. Lin. Trust me, you won't suffer any losses. Besides, do you have any other bargaining chips besides yourself?" Lily fell silent, realizing she had tried everything but couldn't help Qian Wendy. Meng Na was her only connection, guided by Qian Wendy. Initially, she thought Qian Wendy would only serve 3 years and time would pass quickly. But one day, Meng Na suddenly told her that there were no women in the prison and Qian Wendy would likely be living in dire straits. She understood the implication behind Meng Na's words, and upon inquiring, she discovered there were indeed connections inside the prison, prompting her to consider helping Qian Wendy. Moreover, during this time, her experiences had not only changed her demeanor, but also her mindset. She just hadn't made up her mind yet. But what about Wendy and me? Qian Wendy was still in prison. How could she do such a thing now? That's your own business. It has nothing to do with me. Meng Na's tone remained unchanged. She continued, during this time you should have tried all possible methods, but to no avail, right? At this moment Meng Na put down her wine glass and spoke again in a tone of someone who had been through it. You are still young. You should take advantage of your capital and think more for yourself. You haven't spent much time with Qian Wendy. Your feelings won't be too deep and are easily let go. Your current difficulties stem from the fact that he is still in prison while you are doing such things which weighs on your conscience. But you must understand, in today's society in Hong Kong, your thoughts hold no significance. Moreover, there are many beautiful women in Hong Kong. Your opportunities won't wait for you, so you must learn to seize them. And Qian Wendy isn't someone worth clinging to. Perhaps he doesn't want to delay you either. Lily thought for a moment before replying to Meng Na. I will give you an answer in a couple of days. All right, you can go back to work now. Meng Na felt that things were likely to proceed as planned, wanting to send Lily away to think about what kind of surprise to prepare. He seems to prefer excitement. At that moment, Lily suddenly interrupted Meng Na's thoughts and asked, I don't quite understand it. Everything you have now is more glamorous than most men. Why go to such lengths to please a man? Meng Na came to her senses and replied with a light laugh, because I know where everything I have now comes from and who gave it to me. In fact, whether it's men or women, most are fundamentally the same. They will instinctively cling to those who are stronger. This is how they can live longer and more splendidly. It's like you needing me now, clinging to my side. Lily pondered over this. I understand now. As Lily was about to leave, Meng Na spoke again. By the way, if you agree from now on, wear purple dresses. Mr. Lin said that purple has more charm. Lily had never mentioned this matter to Lin Feng. When Lily first approached, Meng Na immediately noticed her beauty. Meng Na had also inquired about Lin Feng and knew that he had other women around him with a dedicated room in Jiajia building. While others were vying for attention in groups, why should she fight alone? Just as Lily came offering herself with both excellent figure and looks, she was precisely the type Lin Feng favored. Bringing her into the fold would not only share the burden, but also please Lin Feng. What's not to like? Meng Na had her own motives. Ever since she completely dealt with Lu Yaozu, Lin Feng hadn't taken her back to Jiajia building. Most of the time they were still in the villa, leading Meng Na to think Lin Feng had some hidden traits. Meng Na intended to transform the villa into another Jiajia building. To elevate her status in Lin Feng's heart, Lily was just the beginning. There was still a need to scout for more candidates. For now, let's not delve into the surprises Meng Na was preparing for Lin Feng. The situation returned to the chaotic battle in Tsim Sha Sui. In the Loyal and Righteous gathering, several black sofas surrounded a tea table where the core members of the group sat. Lian Haolong leaned forward, his arms resting on his knees, fingers interlocked with a furrowed brow, deep in thought, while the others remained silent. After a while, AFA broke the silence first. Brother, the current situation is very unfavorable for us. Although the entire Tsim Sha Sui has descended into chaos since it started from our territory, the impact and pressure we face are the greatest. Especially with the presence of those selling counterfeit goods. When outside forces intervene, the first target will inevitably be us, particularly those selling loose items. Only when they can't compete with those selling counterfeit goods will they turn to other places, but they will still return occasionally to clash with those selling counterfeit goods. Currently, no seller in Tsim Sha Sui can compete with those selling counterfeit goods. Including us, especially on our own territory, we are even less comparable. With the police now watching us closely, many of our venues are practically shut down. Have you identified who is involved? Lian Haolong's voice was low, threaded with suppressed fury. Too many to count. AFA rubbed his brow and continued. There are Lianquan from Hongxing and Chun Haonan, though Lianquan is questionable. Rumor says Chun Haonan posed as him. There are also Dongxing's Situ Haonan and Lei Yaoyang, and word has it the Smiling Tiger intends to stick his nose in. Liansheng's ecstasy dealers have appeared along with the Haoma Gang Hihidu Hongxing Hongtai. Nearly every recognizable organization and seller on the street has more or less arrived. But those who used to be permanently stationed on our turf are gone, except for the occasional Hitandran. They spend their time waging guerrilla skirmishes across Jianshazui. Even so, we are close to being overwhelmed. Damn it. They treat our place like an open market, coming and going as they please. Lian Haolong slammed the coffee table. After a deep breath, he asked, what about those selling counterfeit goods? Do we know who they are? It likely began with Chun Haonan, then Situ Haonan, and Lei Yaoyang. After that it becomes unclear, AFA said, then added further. Previously, Chun Haonan fought us and drained his funds. He secretly sold fakes in Kowloon, and after being exposed, individual buyers even came and smashed his place. The earlier fellow visitors incident in Kowloon stemmed from his selling counterfeit goods, and that was part of the reason he later made peace with us. But he was not alone then, or it seems Dongxing's Situ Haonan also meddled. Lian Haolong nodded. He had heard of it. Hongxing and Dongxing discussed the matter once, but reached no resolution. AFA continued. After he made peace with us, he quickly pacified most of the fellows. Seeing us still clashing with others, he took advantage of the chaos and shifted the counterfeit trade to Jianshazui. Soon Situ Haonan and Lei Yaoyang followed. Situ bore a grudge against Chun Haonan, claiming there should be only one Haonan on the island, and whenever Chun acted, he would interfere. Lei Yaoyang perhaps sought to profit from the turmoil, or perhaps he had been summoned by Situ to join in on Chun. Then others entered the fray, and before long the situation spun out of control into what it is today. Lien Haolong listened, and his face twisted into a hard expression. Chun Haonan again. It was because of him at the start that we were exposed and Han Chun was drawn in. And it is still because of him that we are on the verge of collapse. Damn it. Track his movements and take him out. At that moment Su Su warned, along Chun Haonan himself may not even be on our turf anymore, he might not even be in Jianshazui. Our immediate priority is to steady the situation. We must first drive all outsiders from our territory. If we find him in the meantime, we can take him out opportunistically, if not it would be wiser to settle the score after we've stabilized things. Ahung interrupted, wait. Now is the time to make an example. Kill Chin Haonan and Han Chen first. I told you before to flush Han Chen out directly, not to chase him slowly. But you did not listen to me, you did not. If you had, the situation would not be like this now. Now listen to me, kill Chun Haonan and Han Chen first. I will lead the syndicate and drive the others out, so we can start anew. Who could have foreseen the situation would shift so quickly? Su Su sighed in helplessness. We had barely reconciled when Chun Haonan arrived, and then every force seemed to go mad and surge toward us. We were unable to respond. Kill Chun Haonan. Seeing tempers rising, Lien Haolong hastily intervened. Stop arguing, you uttering this now is useless. It helps. Kill Chun Haonan first. Kill Chun Haonan. Ahung grew frantic. Lien Haolong looked at him without words. Let me finish, this cannot be rushed. You still do not listen to me. Then wait and regret it. Ahung thwarted, slumped onto the sofa in disappointment. Lien Haolong paid Ahung no mind and continued. We must strike now and make a declaration, otherwise every gang entering Jianshazui will make our turf their first target. AFA agreed, Big Brother is right. If we do not ignite, we may be swallowed by others. The counterstrike must be swift while we still have strength. Sitting to Lien Haolong's left, Lien Haodong asked, how do we fight? Can we take on so many? Across from him, Luo Tianhong tilted his head and said, many venues have been overrun and turned into loose distribution spots. We simply do not have enough men. Lien Haolong made a decision, attack the most brazen first. Ahung brightened, Chun Haonan and Han Chun are the boldest, hit them first. Lien Haolong consented. Fine, well go after Chun Haonan and Han Chun first. Ahung, since you proposed it, you will see them taken care of. Is that understood? Rest assured, Big Brother, I will complete it. I'll lead men to scour every inch and crush them. Watch how I finish them off. Having spoken, Ahung hurried away. Lien Haolong exhaled in relief after he left, then his gaze turned steely. We will not only strike them, we will go sell loose goods on their turf. If they can peddle fakes, why can't we? We will also use the chaos to ruin their reputations so that all stand on equal footing. Meanwhile, as Zhong Sini prepared to repay them in kind, Han Chen asked Di Lu beside him, are you certain they are in that half-abandoned warehouse? Di Lu answered truthfully, Brother Chen, there is no mistake. After you arranged things, I personally led men to scout them. We discovered them by chance and have followed them for days. During that time, they killed 2 of our brothers. Those men only moved in yesterday, the batch selling counterfeit goods. There is no doubt about it. Han Chen snarled, good. Finally found them. Since they dared to set us up, wipe them all out. No delay. Act tonight before they move again. First, position Uncle Kun's men near that warehouse, then call all our brothers back. Once everyone is assembled, unleash the attack and eliminate them completely. Rest assured, Brother Chun, even the platoon leader has weapons this time. They're finished. After selling flour for several days and fearing another raid, Han Chen sent the money back to Ni Kuan and explained the situation. Ni Kuan briefly suspected that Han Chun might have pocketed the money privately, but he dismissed the thought. After all, he had vetted Han Chun and found him credible. He had not misjudged him. Enraged, he immediately endorsed Han Chen's plan and furnished him with a substantial complement of men and arms long and short. Meanwhile, the man in the leather jacket remained oblivious to the danger approaching. In a room of an old residential building, a crow dressed as a successful person sat at the table, happily counting money. Ever since being robbed, once the crow counted the money every time he returned to the hideout, enjoying even the small denominations. Not to mention that today was the day for distributing bonuses to the little brothers, making him even more enthusiastic about counting. This bizarre behavior startled the little brothers who had just received their bonuses, fearing that their boss might revert to his unpredictable temper from before. Fortunately, after the crow finished counting the money, he calmed down and raised his head, eyes closed, lost in thought. After imagining his future life, he opened his eyes and looked at the little brothers who were laughing and counting money, feeling disdainful inside. They've never seen the world. The crow slapped the table, waiting for the little brothers to stop counting and look at him. Clearing his throat, he asked, so am I not a good boss to you? Of course, boss, you're so generous. We are lucky to be with you. Boss, in the next life, I want to follow you to split the profits again. It's so exhilarating. The crow listened to the little brother's flattery, feeling quite satisfied. Recently, everyone has been doing well and working hard, but this is still far from enough. We have a lot of room for improvement, and there are many drug dealers outside competing with us for business. So when we encounter them, we should take them out whenever possible. By eliminating one drug dealer, we can sell dozens, hundreds, or even thousands more. Then you will earn even more money. We must act quickly. If we don't, we'll be eliminated. If we get eliminated, we'll starve. Suddenly, a ringing phone interrupted the crow's speech. Just as he was getting into it, he cursed, "Damn it, whose phone is ringing? Hurry and turn it off." "Boss, it seems to be yours," a little brother cautiously reminded him. "Oh, it's mine. Then it's fine." The crow took out his phone and saw that it was that bastard, the smiling tiger. "Hello, Away, I'm busy with something important right now. Just wait for me, I'll come back to see you once I'm done." "All right, that's it. I have to go, bye." After casually dealing with the smiling tiger, he hung up the phone. Next week, the smiling tiger, who had his call dropped by the crow, had secretly arrived at Simsha Sui. He was currently staring at his phone in confusion, wondering why he got hung up on again. "Damn it, let me say something." After leaving the camel's house, he suspected that the crow might be problematic and had been avoiding him, especially since the crow frequently called him to urge him to meet, which made him even more anxious. He kept finding excuses to avoid meeting the crow, fearing that the back door might be opened. However, when the crow suddenly stopped contacting him, he felt an emptiness inside. In the end, he took the initiative to contact the crow. But this time it was the crow who avoided him, always saying he was busy and would talk after he was done. Every time he called the crow, he was quickly dismissed with just a few sentences. Even when he mentioned he could provide the crow with drugs, the crow showed no reaction. Eventually, he had no choice but to go to the crow's territory, only to find that the crow was not there. After some time, chaos erupted in Simsha Sui, with all kinds of shady figures showing up. Knowing the crow's temperament, he inquired about the situation and felt that the crow was definitely involved. He even suspected that the crow was the mastermind behind the fake drugs, so he secretly went to Simsha Sui, first heading to the territory of Zhongxin. Not only did he fail to find the crow, but he also ran into Zhongxin's people. The people from Zhongxin thought he was there to make trouble and were about to take action against him. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been taken out. After narrowly escaping, he called the crow again to inform him that he had arrived in Simsha Sui. But the crow did not give him a chance to speak, quickly hanging up after a few words. The scene returned to the crow. The crow had recently become fond of giving speeches to his little brothers to inspire their enthusiasm for selling flour. Just as the crow was passionately delivering his speech, a long-haired man rushed in. Upon seeing the newcomer, the crow furrowed his brows and propped himself up on the table, leaping up. Without waiting for the long-haired man to speak, he reprimanded, "Facier, what are you doing? It's not even time for the shift change. Why did you come back? Even though today is bonus day, can't you wait this little bit of time? Or do you think I will cheat you out of your share? Do you know how much less flour would be sold during the time you ran back without permission? How many bonuses would the brothers lose?" The tea restaurant diagonally opposite Mingxin Hospital. It was the lunch break during the midday rush and business was decent. In a private room on the second floor by the window, Lin Feng brought his unmasked gang of bandits to eat. Fei Quan took a bite of his meal and mumbled, "Big brother, who are we catching tonight?" Now those people are all armed with long weapons, much fiercer than before. Ahua also put down his chopsticks and said, "Yeah, during the operation last night, a brother accidentally got scratched. I think it's better not to operate in groups from now on, or we should transfer some manpower over, otherwise it's easy to suffer losses. After tonight, it's probably going to end, so there's no need to transfer people." Lin Feng finished speaking and pointed to the Mingxin Hospital across the street. "Tonight, everyone acts as one, united in action. And tonight's target is that. Big brother, are people really using the hospital to traffic drugs?" Wu Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Feng put down his chopsticks, picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, and said, "It's not drug trafficking, it's arms dealing." Recently, various factions in Simsha Sui have upgraded their firepower, as there are arms dealers wildly selling weapons, among which the most active is Johnny Wang. And Mingxin Hospital is Johnny Wang's base. Whenever there's a major deal, he sends his two trusted subordinates to transact while he stays at the hospital. I've learned that he's going to make a deal with Zhong Xin tonight, so he will definitely show up, and will also pull a lot of manpower for the transaction. We can take this opportunity to raid his lair and conveniently have him hand over the hospital to me. Lin Feng paused and added, "By the way, I have someone coming here to meet. After you finish eating, you guys head back to check the equipment. We'll move out tonight." The group exchanged glances and nodded, hastening their meal. After they left, the waiter cleaned up the leftovers. Lin Feng ordered more dishes. Not long after the dishes arrived, someone gently knocked on the door of the private room. Soon after, Huang Bingyao, wearing a baseball cap, sneaked in. Upon entering, he complained off phone, "What are you up to? In this sensitive time, you had to make me come here to meet you personally. If someone sees us, am I still going to be a cop?" Lin Feng poured Huang Bingyao a cup of tea and invited him to eat before saying, "It's definitely a big deal. It's not convenient to talk over the phone, or I wouldn't have troubled you to come personally. Is this for real? What could be such a big deal?" Huang Bingyao sat down, still skeptical. Just as he picked up his chopsticks, he suddenly reacted. Excitedly, he threw down his chopsticks and looked at Lin Feng, asking, "Is it done?" Lin Feng took out a note from his pocket and handed it to Huang Bingyao. "I told you the gang investigates the gang one by one. Here, this is what you wanted. Tonight, let's see how you show your prowess." Huang Bingyao took the note and looked at it carefully, which was filled with many words: the location of the Ni family's drug stash, the location of Lin Leif's hideout, the location of Hong Xing's dwarf De Sang's hideout, the location of Prince Hong Tai, the locations of Lian Sheng's Taipa drug dens and Dong Guan's shaking pill dens, the illegal sites of Xing. As long as they were involved in the chaos of Tsim Sha Sui, whether local or outside, everything is clearly recorded. Just to be clear, some of the people above only sent trusted subordinates over and didn't come in person, so they likely can't be captured. However, if you manage to take care of these, it should be enough for you to report back and achieve results. Huang Bingyao smiled broadly and said, "That's enough. If we take out those above, Tsim Sha Sui should be stable again. I don't care about any achievements." "Not care? Open your eyes. That would be more convincing." Huang Bingyao looked over the note again and asked in confusion, "Why are there no Hongxing and Dongxing or that Ni family's Hanshen? Not even Zhong Xinese. You know they are the ones causing the most trouble in Tsim Sha Sui right now." Lin Feng explained, "Although they are making a ruckus, the first three are currently dealing in flour. Where would there be a hideout for you to raid? Do you want to raid flour to distribute benefits to the police? And Zhong Xin has been competing with the real stuff, but they also have no goods now." "Oh, the rumors are really true. Have they really gone this wild now?" Huang Bingyao was a bit dazed after hearing this. Can drug traffickers really switch to selling flour? After Lin Feng waited for Huang Bingyao to digest the information, he continued, "By the way, there's one more thing related to your meeting. Zhong Xin is going to deal arms with the arms dealer tonight. You should know Johnny Wong, right?" "How could I not know? That guy is extremely arrogant. Many of the firearms and ammunition on Hong Kong Island come from him. We have been watching him for a long time, but we just couldn't find his hideout." Huang Bingyao replied impatiently, then his eyes lit up. "Is Zhong Xine's trading partner him tonight? Do you know Johnny Wong's hideout?" Lin Feng gestured for Huang Bingyao to look at Mingxin Hospital. "Right, do you see that hospital? His hideout is inside and the arms are hidden in the morgue." Huang Bingyao cursed, "Damn. He's not just selling firearms, using a hospital to hide arms. If something goes wrong, everyone in the hospital is done for. No way, I have to go back and call the Flying Tiger team to take him down first." Lin Feng hurriedly stopped Huang Bingyao, who was about to leave, saying, "Old Huang, don't worry, I'll handle this. That bastard is causing trouble in my hospital. I'll definitely take him down tonight." Huang Bingyao paused for a moment. "Your hospital? That hospital is yours." Lin Feng replied confidently, "Not yet, but after I deal with Johnny Wong tonight, it'll be mine." "Then what about the arms?" Huang Bingyao frowned. "Old Huang, you're foolish. If I take it down, doesn't that mean you take it down too? Tonight, if you take Zhong Xine and Johnny Wong's people at the transaction site in one sweep, it'll be a major arms case. After a few days, I can randomly transfer the arms from the hospital to an abandoned warehouse, and then you can crack another major arms case. Setting Tsim Sha Sui's chaos to rights and cracking down on 2 major arms cases in succession, who in the Hong Kong police can compare to your prestige then? However, the specific location of the arms deal hasn't been confirmed yet. You should send people to keep an eye on Zhong Xine's core figures and watch the hospital side as well. You should be able to trace the deal's location." Huang Bingyao slapped his thigh excitedly, saying, "Right, this deal is worth it. I'll head back to arrange this right away, and we need to call in the Flying Tiger team too. They have fierce firepower and are not afraid of death. They won't steal my thunder. Aren't you going to eat a bit before leaving?" "Forget it, I can't eat anything right now. Let's get someone to pack it up." Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and grabbed Huang Bingyao. "Is there someone named Lei Meijin at the Tsim Sha Sui police station? She might have some connection with Zhong Xin. You handle it yourself. Damn, a corrupt cop. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it. Tonight I'll be at the Tsim Sha Sui police station overseeing everything." After Huang Bingyao left, he immediately rushed to the Tsim Sha Sui police station to personally oversee the situation, as such opportunities to take the spotlight were rare. After a round of military deployment, he gathered the heads of the major crime unit, narcotics unit, and organized crime unit, as well as elite personnel dispatched from other districts in West Kowloon to discuss and arrange plans. The chaos in Tsim Sha Sui has persisted for some time now, yet you all boast about your achievements as if the world revolves around you. When something happens, you all are at a loss like headless flies, and in the end it falls to me to clean up the mess. Huang Bingyao first unleashed a torrent of criticism on the personnel at Tsim Sha Sui police station, leaving them embarrassed and speechless, especially in front of their brothers from other districts, which made them feel utterly ashamed. After venting his frustration, Huang took a sip of water to clear his throat and said, "Currently, I have received accurate intelligence from informants and have grasped the smuggling and drug distribution points in Tsim Sha Sui, as well as the illegal locations of various organizations. I am gathering you all urgently to conduct a major sweep of Tsim Sha Sui tonight and restore a clear sky for the citizens there. Those present have always considered themselves elite police officers. I won't dwell on past events, but I will judge you all by your performance tonight. Your promotion or your fate in the water tank depends on you. Did everyone hear that clearly? Yes, sir. Very well, next I will make the following arrangements. To prevent leaks, Huang Bingyao had all their communication devices confiscated, planning to set off secretly when the time was right. He detailed the locations and personnel assignments for the sweep of various spots in Tsimsha Sui, provided by Lin Feng. Due to Ma Jun's excessive boldness, he was assigned to handle capturing arms dealers, and the Flying Tiger unit was specially notified to assist. As for Lei Meijin, who Lin Feng suggested might be a corrupt officer with Huang Binjiao's experience, he had plenty of ways to deal with her. Even the person responsible for calling the reporters from the TV station was arranged. Everything was set, waiting for night to fall. At 8:00 p.m. on the second floor of the tea restaurant diagonally across from Mingxin Hospital, Lin Feng and his team watched as vehicles left the hospital and disappeared into the night. Lin Feng turned back to briefly explain the situation to the assault team. The security team of Mingxin Hospital is all under the command of Zun and I Wang. He has even transformed the underground warehouse connected to the hospital and the morgue into an armed stronghold. Moreover, the personnel at the morgue's registration desk are also disguised agents of Zun and I Wang, and there should be armed security guards as well. The entrance to the arms depot is in the J area of the corpse storage, and the switch is located at sign J1. There are also Zun and I Wang's people monitoring the surveillance room. Given Zun and I Wang's professional nature and his emphasis on security, they likely have firearms for defensive purposes. I will have a Gan and his team secure the surveillance room, first to prevent them from discovering any anomalies and alerting anyone. Once the surveillance room is secured, a Hua will lead people disguised as medical personnel and corpses to infiltrate the morgue and neutralize the guards using tranquilizer guns. Fei Quan Wu Ying Yual will bring your teams disguised as visitors to approach the security personnel on each floor, and upon receiving the signal likewise neutralize them with tranquilizer guns. Lin Feng paused for a moment before continuing. If there are any accidents with the tranquilizer guns, use real weapons. Do not joke with your own lives, as safety comes first. Considering the issue with the tranquilizer guns needles, Lin Feng specifically reminded them to avoid any mishaps that could lead to retaliation. After all, Zun and I Wang and his men were ruthless. In the movie's plot, after being discovered by the police, they even took hospital personnel hostage, wildly shooting at patients and medical staff with machine guns. Does anyone have any questions? After seeing that everyone shook their heads in response, Lin Feng continued, since there are no issues, prepare to blend into the hospital gradually and wait for my command to act. Yes, big brother, X4. About half an hour later, it was the optimal time for Lin Feng to take action. In front of the hospital's main entrance, Lin Feng led the assault team members, who appeared one after another. This time they all shed their distinctive tactical gear and dressed normally, pretending to be visitors or patients as they entered the hospital. Inside the hospital lobby, people came and went. Nurses pushed treatment carts through the crowd, and family members of patients waited to register. The assault team scattered in pairs according to Lin Feng's arrangements, preparing to complete their upcoming tasks. After Agan's team changed into the white coats they procured, they stealthily approached the surveillance room and swiftly dealt with the security guard chatting at the entrance. They then stormed into the surveillance room, neutralized the personnel inside, and informed Lin Feng, who was still in the lobby. Upon learning of the smooth progress, Lin Feng rushed to the surveillance room and informed Hua and the others to commence their actions. Subsequently, the security guards on each floor were dealt with one by one, all silently subdued. Next, Hua led the disguised medical personnel and corpses into the morgue without incident. They found the J1 sign, and upon lifting it, discovered a switch indeed existed. There was no one in the arms depot. Perhaps they had been transferred, or maybe there was never anyone assigned to guard it. Thus, apart from Zun and I Wang, Mingxin Hospital had basically been taken over. Hua and his team used treatment carts to transport the unconscious security guards, gradually gathering in the surveillance room. After assigning some of his men to keep watch, Lin Feng said to them, "Let's go to Zun and I Wang's lounge and meet that scoundrel." The group headed toward the top floor of the hospital, where Zun and I Wang's exclusive area was located. Meanwhile, as Lin Feng prepared to strike, the police also began their operation. Based on reports from the surveillance of Zhang Xinyi and Mingxin Hospital, Ma Jun, who had been waiting for a long time, set out with the skilled officers from the police station and the Flying Tiger unit. They were preparing to capture Zhang Xinyi and Zun and I Wang, who were conducting arms deals. Achieving merit and promotion was set for tonight. The personnel assigned to clean up the nests and locations also secretly set out after Ma Jun had been on his way for some time. The lower-ranking officers were not yet qualified to know what was about to happen. Only the heads of various departments would inform them of the situation just before action. Achieving merit and promotion were set for tonight. On the other side, Han Chan also gathered personnel, quietly making their way towards a semi-abandoned warehouse under the cover of darkness. Tonight, he would reclaim his honor. Unbeknownst to him, a tail was following him, while Wuya was also on the way with people to join the fray. After tonight, the only person selling flour in Hong Kong Island would be me, Wuya. Coincidentally, the underground parking lot chosen by Zhang Xinyi and Zun and I Wang for their arms deal was merely a few hundred meters away from that semi-abandoned warehouse. Zhang Xinyi had previously conducted transactions with others in that underground parking lot. It was hidden and had multiple passages. Familiarity with the place ensured safety. While Han Xin handed out firearms to his men, Dilu sidled up and murmured that the other group had already returned to that warehouse, and that their numbers seemed a bit smaller than theirs. He added that their firepower was uncertain and that they appeared to be preparing to relocate. Han Xin said with a cold edge in his voice that how formidable could counterfeit peddlers' firepower really be. He guessed they probably lacked even long guns and vowed that tonight he would send every one of them to the gates of hell. Then he asked whether the lookouts watching them could be taken care of quietly. Dila's face soured as he said it might not be possible. They had 3 lookouts and it would be difficult to eliminate them stealthily. Since they could not be dealt with in secret, Han Xin no longer hesitated and spoke plainly. He decided not to bother with stealth. They would finish off the lookouts hidden and then storm the place, striking them completely unprepared. This time the enemy was exposed while they remained hidden. No advantage in any case lay with them. Move out. Let's take them, he ordered. Wu Ya, shotgun in hand, led his men in a forced march along the markers. Wu Ya urged them to hit the others with everything they had, promising that if they recovered the money stolen from them, he would award an extra share of the spoils to each man. He warned that those who contributed more would receive more and threatened that anyone who chickened out would be dealt with first. Fearful his men might not fight hard enough, he dangled the bonus and issued his warning. Boss, rest assured. Just watch how the brothers perform, one man said. Yeah, we won't let you down. We're ruthless, another chimed in, eager to prove themselves. Just as Wu Ya prepared to speak further, Fei Shi cut in abruptly, drawing everyone's attention with a question. Boss, isn't this the abandoned warehouse we used to hang out in? It's where our money was stolen. Wu Ya looked around in anger and disbelief. Gods, it's true. He swore, furious that not only had they taken his money, but they dared to use the crime scene as their den, an intolerable affront. They had even plied their trade under the very lights of the place. It felt like a naked humiliation. They may well be mocking us behind our backs. Fei Shi fumed. They've got nerve. They don't even regard us as worth noticing. We have to wipe them out. The others shouted in agreement to kill them. Speed up. Don't let them get away. Tonight I'm going to open a bloodbath. Wu Ya declared, and then charged toward the abandoned warehouse with his men close behind. At the warehouse, Liang Kuan had no inkling that danger was closing in. He was still preening and boasting to Sha Chong and the others. He scratched at his crotch while showing off the leather trousers bulging where he scratched his wig's long hair, swept to the left as he posed. Those idiots outside, with the heads they've got, it's a miracle they haven't died of hunger, he sneered. Money now comes from wit and cunning. Those who can't adapt will be weeded out. On this island I alone am the hero, Liang Kuan declared. Sha Chong fawned. Indeed, with Brother Kun's intelligence, he's not only the best on the island, but one of the finest in the world. Liang Kuan waved his hand modestly. Loki, this is only the tip of the iceberg of my genius. I am destined for great things. When that day comes, you will all be considered elders. I will not only be Liang Kuan of the island, I will be Liang Kuan of the world. Sha Chong vowed. Well, follow Brother Kuan and make this empire huge and powerful. He turned to the others. Brothers, don't you agree? Of course. Well, follow Brother Kuan. We're already splitting cash like mad. Soon we'll be taking off. Finding Brother Kuan was our lucky break. Silence fell. Then a phone on the table began to ring with a trill. Quick-handed, Sha Chong snatched it up, glanced, and handed it to Liang Kuan. Brother Kuan, it seems to be that Japanese contact wanting to work with you again. Liang Kuan, still scratching with his right hand, answered with his left. Hello? How many times have I told you? Aren't you tired of pestering me? He snapped. Cut the nonsense. Either send me a fat fee, a few million to grease the deal, or take out Jiang Tianxing first. Otherwise we have nothing to discuss, he barked. After hanging up, Liang Kuan mocked the idea of smuggling and drug running. What century do you think this is? Smuggling and peddling drugs. Are you out of your mind? I'm making money hand over fist now, with almost no costs. Even if I'm caught, the cops can't touch me. Why bother with smuggling or drugs? That Japanese buyer is backward-minded anyway. Soon he'll even sell Wei Gu off to Japan. Liang Kuan said, rubbing his hands and flicking his fingernail. Sha Chong, are the men all back yet? If they're all here, well, leave. 2 days is enough. It's time to move. Understood, Sha Chong replied. As Liang Kuan prepared to pull out with his crew, sudden gunfire cracked outside. The shots sent Liang Kuan and his men scrambling for their weapons in alarm. Damn, something's wrong. The lookout's in trouble. Could it be the same group that robbed our money? Do they think I'm easy prey? Let's meet them and see what's happening. If they're few, well, take revenge and finish them. If not, well, retreat, Liang Kuan ordered. Sha Chong, take the money and guard it. As they neared the door, a bloodied man stumbled and crawled inside, clutching his wounds. Brother Kuan, Huasher, and Lai Tu have been shredded. We're surrounded. Liang Kuan helped the wounded man up and demanded who had attacked them and how many assailants there were. The man gasped a few times before answering that it was the same group who had come to probe them before, the ones they'd killed one of earlier, and that those must be the people who stole their money. As for numbers, it's hard to see in the dark, but it looks like they have long guns. Brother Kuan, what do we do now? What else? Hit them first. They came to our door. Do we run without fighting? The men reacted immediately, some fired from the sides, and outside the gate others rushed out to find cover and return fire. Liang Kuan kept leaping from one side of the gate to the other, firing blindly into the night. For a moment the scene froze in tense stalemate. The sound of gunfire between Han Shun and Liang Kuan confused the approaching Weya. Weren't the counterfeiters supposed to have returned to their den? Why had a firefight erupted all of a sudden? Could it be an internal feud? Keep quiet. We'll creep up and take a look, Weya ordered, and he crouched low as he and his men crept toward the gunfire. Drawing near by faint moonlight and the warehouse lamps, they could make out the scene, two groups trading shots around the warehouse gate. Should they wait for the two sides to finish each other off and then strike? Before Weya could decide, Fei Shi leaned close and whispered, "Boss, it's Chun Haonan, that bastard Chun Haonan who's been selling fakes inside and out. He's in that gunfight." Weya jolted, his senses snapping to attention. From their distance and the darkness, it was hard to see clearly, but the figure bouncing back and forth was unmistakable, in silhouette leather jacket and trousers, a shock of long hair. There could be no doubt, it was Chun Haonan. Damn it. I'd nearly forgotten about that good for nothing Chan Honam. Who'd have thought he'd show up in Tsim Shui too? Originally Crow had gone to Causeway Bay to offload goods, specifically to deal with Chan Honam. But by a twist of fate he stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity and abandoned Chan Honam entirely. Now unexpectedly Chan Honam had slipped into the area and appeared to have seized Crow's former warehouse. So who had robbed him earlier? Could it have been Chan Honam? Fat Corpse whispered in alarm, "Boss, bad news. Those fake drug peddlers must have sensed something amiss. Someone's heading this way." Crow's train of thought was shattered once more. He gave up reasoning altogether and barked softly to his men, "Then hit them. Kill every last one of these bastards." "Who do we hit?" "Who?" Fat Corpse pressed. "Those counterfeiters stole our money and our trade. And Chan Honam has history with you, boss. So who's the target?" Crow snatched up his shotgun, lunged upright, and in 3 swift strides closed the distance, blasting the approaching figure point blank. "Hit them all. Hit them all. Shoot to kill." With that, Crow's men emerged from behind Han Chen's group and opened fire. Caught utterly off guard, many of Han Chen's men fell wounded. Their tactical advantage evaporated instantly, and now they were caught in a pincer. Han Chen froze. What the hell? Another gang? Did I walk into a trap? So this is how you fight me, after all this time. You've even resorted to strategy. But don't think I'm soft. Everyone, fan out left and right. Encircle those bastards behind us. At his command, Han Chen's men scattered sideways without delay. Inside the warehouse, Liang Quan watched the chaos unfold, utterly bewildered. Crow's men had initially taken position on the outer perimeter, unlike the warehouse where lights illuminated everything, rendering the situation impossible to read. Was this an internal mutiny? Liang Quan roared, "Brothers, there's infighting across the way. Charge with me. Wipe them all out." No sooner had Liang Quan spoken than his men surged forward, those hidden beside the warehouse gates and beyond the outer cover joining the assault en masse. Yet Liang Quan himself, though first to rush forward, ended up stranded inside the warehouse, bouncing up and down at the entrance, peering out. Meanwhile, Crow's men advanced so rapidly, they overran Han Chen's original positions. From his rear vantage point, Crow spotted the figure leaping about inside the warehouse, the so-called Chan Honam, and bellowed, "Focus fire on that long-haired man in leather pants. Take him down first." But the deafening staccato of gunfire drowned out his orders, so Fat Corpse sprinted forward to direct the assault. After a fierce exchange, Liang Quan's men retreated. One underling cried out, "Boss, we can't break through. The ones in the center are too strong." "Then crush the center first. Damn it." As Liang Quan ignored both flanks and concentrated all fire on Crow, and as Han Chen's flanking units likewise poured fire onto Crow's men, the tide turned. Now Crow's men found themselves encircled, casualties mounting rapidly. They were forced to fall back, leaving the central ground empty. 3 factions now faced off across the open space, exchanging blind, chaotic volleys. Fortunately, most had spent their days swinging cleavers, not mastering firearms, so accuracy remained abysmal. Aside from those still moving despite wounds, only 7 or 8 lay fallen per side, few likely dead outright. Han Chen's men deployed across both flanks denied him the luxury of sheltering behind others like Liang Quan or Crow. He stood exposed on the front line. In the melee, as Han Chen twisted aside to evade fire, a searing, gut-wrenching pain erupted beneath him. His hand flew to the wound, blood soaked his palm. Had he just lost half of himself? The world collapsed. Already diminished, now halved, utterly ruined. "Damn it, I'm done. Silly Strong. Dilu. Tonight they all die. I want them dead. They stole half my love." The moment Han Chen's voice cracked, another voice boomed from afar, amplified, metallic, commanding. "This is Chief Inspector Wang Kaifat of Yao Tsimong District. Surrender your weapons within 3 minutes, or face immediate consequences." The announcement echoed twice more. The barrage of gunfire ceased instantly. Someone shouted, "Cops! Run! Run!" All 3 factions scattered wildly. "Boss, quick, the cops are here. Run, you bastard. Move, now." "Let's go, boss. We know who they are." We'll settle scores later. Lucky bastards, let's go. Brother Chun, run. The police are here. They stole half my love. Chaos erupted. Men fled in every direction. Even among the fallen, one or two staggered upright and vanished into the night. Hearing the gunfire cease, Wang Kaifat assumed surrender. But when he approached, only corpses remained, no survivors. Well, recovering a dozen bodies would suffice for a report. And remarkably, not a single officer had fallen. A stellar outcome, should he order his men to fire a few random shots for effect. Yet desecrating the dead somehow felt wrong. Bang, 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 bang. Wang Kaifat had originally been assigned to work alongside Ma Jun. At the arms deal site between Chung Sun Yi and Johnny Wang, Ma Jun's cordon wasn't yet fully sealed when distant gunfire shattered his operational rhythm. To prevent further complications, Ma Jun initiated the raid prematurely, leading the SDU straight in. He refused to end up guarding reservoirs. After all, per senior inspector's intelligence, they were trading military-grade arms, irretrievable, unburnable. Arrests with evidence intact were guaranteed. A small detachment led by Wang Kaifat was dispatched toward the gunfire. Though the incomplete cordon allowed several fugitives to escape, neither faction's core figures evaded capture, either arrested or killed on the spot. Recognizing police presence, both sides seized the weapons intended for trade and engaged officers immediately. Fortuitously, all officers wore ballistic vests, and the SDU bore the brunt of frontal assaults. Casualties remained light. The mission was complete. That night, Tsim Sha Sui blazed with activity. Officers from Tsim Sha Sui police station mobilized en masse, and reinforcements arrived from other districts under West Kowloon regional headquarters. A sweeping operation unfolded across Tsim Sha Sui, targeting both outside syndicates flooding in to traffic narcotics or state claims and local triads alike. All recent troublemakers were precisely identified and neutralized. Dozens of illegal dens were raided and shuttered, countless suspects hauled away in convoy after convoy. Interrogations triggered cascading raids and arrests. Not until past 1:00 m. did the police stand down. Local triads, those still law-abiding, trembled in fear. Frantically, they reached out through connections, asking whether police intended to purge Tsim Sha Sui's entire underworld. Only after learning the crackdown targeted recently aggressive gangs did they breathe again. Thank heavens, I'm a model citizen. Huang Bingyao occasionally appeared personally at major incidents, especially at the Chung Sun Yi arms deal site, arriving shortly after hostilities ceased. He joined officers there for photographs with journalists. The police action in Tsim Sha Sui tonight can be said to have been successfully completed. The reason for saying basically is that the drug enforcement team encountered an unexpected situation while heading to raid the drug storage of the NI family. The storage was surprisingly empty. From the traces, it seemed that it had been moved not long ago, not a single hair left behind. Lu Qichong did not suspect that there was a problem with Big Sir's intelligence. Instead, he wondered if Huang Ziqing had secretly tipped off the NI family. However, it was also somewhat illogical, as he had only explained the situation just before the operation began, leaving no time for anything to be done. Unable to determine whether Huang Ziqing was behind the incident, Lu Qichong cast a gloomy glance at him and then withdrew to help at another location. If he couldn't earn any credits, he would at least accumulate some labor. Lu Qichang's performance was noted by Huang Ziqing, who remained expressionless and silent. Ever since Huang Ziqing had been crippled by Daoist Ming and Duan Kuan, he had become even more taciturn and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. However, he had become more diligent in his work, leaving Lu Qichong unable to find fault with him, as the police were still active. The people on the side of Zhang Xinyi were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Even though it was nearing dawn, they urgently convened a meeting. In the conference room, the core figures of Zhang Xinyi gathered again. However, this time, Ah Wu and Ah Fa were absent. They were in charge of the arms transaction and had unexpectedly not returned. Lian Haodong took a puff of his cigarette and said to Lian Haolong, "Brother, the police in Tsim Sha Sui are sweeping the places of the gangs like crazy, and many gangs have suffered heavy losses. What does that have to do with us? Our place was already specially taken care of by the police before, and tonight's sweep won't have much impact on us." Lian Haolong's expression grew serious. "What I'm worried about is the transaction we have with Johnny Wang. If the police raid the scene and there's a shootout with them, I don't know if Ah Wu and Ah Fa are dead or alive. If they are captured by the police and say something they shouldn't, then we're finished." Su Su suddenly spoke up. "Along, don't you think the police's actions tonight are a bit strange? Tsim Sha Sui has been chaotic for a while, yet the police haven't been able to handle it. Why are they suddenly so formidable tonight? Every action is precisely executed as if they were already prepared. Even tonight's arms transaction seemed to be known by the police in advance." Lian Haolong understood Su Su's implication and frowned. "Are you saying there are people in the Tsim Sha Sui gangs colluding with the police? Is there a mole among us? I can't be sure if there's a mole among us, but there must be some gangs colluding with the police. Otherwise, with just the police alone, they couldn't have achieved this. They would have already started sweeping long ago, not waiting until tonight. We'll have to see who benefits the most or suffers no losses to uncover some clues." Just keep an eye on this. We should first check if there are any moles on our side tipping off the police. Also find out as soon as possible about Ah Wu and Ah Fa's status. This is the top priority. Lien Haodong extinguished his cigarette and said, brother, leave the investigation to me. I'll find someone to ask. Lien Haodong also felt something was off. Why hadn't the police given any hint about such a large operation tonight? Had they been discovered? It seemed he had to find a time to check the situation and give it a shot. All right, then it's up to you. It needs to be done quickly. After receiving the report from his newly promoted subordinate Mike, the short-statured Hong Xing's face shifted between dark and light. How could two hideouts be raided? Was it someone in the gang acting under his name, or was there an outsider fishing in troubled waters? After receiving the news, Prince Hongtai cursed that useless Wei Jixiong. Why is he still around when the hideout is gone? Have him come see me immediately. The Dongguan kid who had just escaped was also in a state of panic. He had intended to take advantage of the chaos in Sim Sha Sui to secretly dispose of the goods he had accidentally picked up. Unexpectedly, he was found by the police. If it weren't for the many obstacles near his hideout, he wouldn't have made it over the barriers. He estimated he would have already been caught by the police and now needed to think about how to explain things to Pahe. He would just say that to be safe he had divided the hideout into two, but still ended up being discovered by the police. He'd just say that. Tony, don't you think they are foolish? We casually kidnapped someone and had him tell the guards that it was for safety to move the goods, and the guards just naively helped move the goods onto the truck. Haha, they are so dumb, they didn't even think to call and ask. Brother, this is also because of the chaos in Sim Sha Sui. It was just a coincidence, and there's a lot of luck involved. In the Xiong family, the new head Xiong Ho received a call from Axe Jun. Jun, you need to stabilize the situation now, or don't act rashly. Wait until the wind passes before we talk. Besides, the other gangs and groups that were raided were not feeling any better. Many who had sent people to Sim Sha Sui to stir up trouble were unable to sleep after receiving reports from their subordinates. The next morning, on the top floor of Mingxin Hospital, which previously belonged to Johnny Wong, now belonged to Lin Feng. After a friendly conversation with Johnny Wong, last night Johnny generously stated his willingness to transfer everything to Lin Feng free of charge. Then Johnny was sent to the training base combined with Chun Tiany's operations. It was believed that in a few days Mingxin Hospital would change its surname. Now on the top floor of the hospital, Lin Feng was the only one left. The others had already gone out to join the excitement and gather information. Ding Ling Ling. Hello Lao Huang, how's it going? Last night was quite impressive, wasn't it? Of course we're like brothers. If you need anything I will definitely help you. Armory. Fine, I'll notify you in a few days. There will be some criminals who are unconscious but will still resist fiercely. You can personally lead the team, charging in first, single-handedly killing the leader and several criminals, successfully cracking a major arms case and maintaining the peace of Hong Kong Island. By the way, you can bring the reporters along then. After discussing the show-off action plan with Huang Bingyao, Lin Feng chatted for a while about some yellow waste material. Just after hanging up the phone, Fei Quan hurried back. Brother, it seems like a powerful figure emerged from the police last night. They led a team and killed nearly 20 people in the abandoned warehouse that the crows used to occupy, and the police didn't even suffer any injuries. Lin Feng thought to himself, there was no abandoned warehouse on the list. It seems there are capable people in the police as well. Lin Feng wanted to know who that fierce person was and hurriedly asked. So impressive. Who was the police officer leading the team? Since Jing Kuan and his gang frequently changed hideouts, Lin Feng eventually got lazy and didn't bother arranging people to follow them. After all, the people around them were familiar and they were selling fake goods, it wouldn't be difficult to find them, so in the end, he didn't manage them. The chaos in the warehouse was also caused by their people's accidental discovery, so Lin Feng did not know about last night's incident with Jing Kuan. I think it was called Huang Qifa, Inspector Huang Qifa from Yao Tsimong. Huang Qifa. Are you sure it's Huang Qifa? That's the name, Big Brother. Is there a problem? Seeing Big Brother's pronounced reaction, Fei Quan scratched his head. Could that officer possibly have some alluring kin? Lin Feng was puzzled why Huang Qifa. Brother Huangqi did not seem that formidable. As Lin Feng and Fei Quan each indulged in their own wild imaginings, Fei Ji returned. Big Brother, guess who I just saw at the hospital? With Fei Ji's interruption, Lin Feng abandoned his flights of fancy. He would ask Lao Huang later when he had the chance. Fei Ji was usually taciturn and seldom given to gossip. Seeing him act so mysteriously, Lin Feng's curiosity was piqued. Who? Tanwan Lanyue. Huh. Who still goes by Tanwan Lanyue? What a ridiculous name. No, Big Brother. When I was coming back, I saw that short fellow Han Chun walking out through the hospital lobby. He walked like a crab, two men supporting him muttering fragments like it's ruined and love as they went. I went to ask the doctor and, hey Big Brother, guess what? Fei Ji could not help but dangle the mystery at the end of his sentence. I want guess. Fei Ji grew anxious. After all the showmanship, Big Brother would not even play along. He turned to Fei Quan. Fei Quan, you guess. Guess what? If Big Brother won't guess, then neither will I. Fei Ji fumed inwardly, but he had no way to bully Lin Feng and the others. Deflated, he finally told them plainly what he had learned from the doctor. Fei Quan blurted out, bloody hell. That's unbelievable. Lin Feng was startled as well. Hasn't Han Chen recently been squabbling with Liang Kuan and Wu Ye over selling fakes? How did he suddenly end up like this? Who could hate him so deeply? Tell us, was it Liang Kuan and his crew? Lin Feng, intrigued, urged Fei Ji to continue. Fei Ji looked bewildered. Oh, that's all. That's all I know. Damn, that's it. You put on all that mystery for nothing. Fei Quan's clearer than you. Big brother, let's go and find out what's really going on. With that, Fei Quan excitedly dragged Fei Ji off, apparently intent on investigating Han Chen's affairs. Elsewhere, Han Chen stumbled out of Mingxin Hospital supported by Sha Chong and Di Lu. His face was hollowed by desolation, nowhere near the swagger he once wore. He had planned to come to the hospital immediately after escaping, hoping to salvage something for future use. He did not expect the doctor, while clearing the wound, to excise even more. Now another portion was gone. Had he known it would come to this, he would have preferred staying in Tunmen to be humiliated there. To avoid losing face, Han Chen insisted on leaving the hospital despite the doctor's objections. Sha Chong watched Han Chen's wilting spirit and felt uneasy. He offered what comfort he could. Brother Chen, don't fall apart. It's not as if you're reduced to squatting to relieve yourself. It won't stop you from doing business. You can still open the door, better than being entirely incapacitated. Sha Chong's flippant words only reminded Han Chen of Mary. A wave of sorrow swept over him, and the world turned black with despair. Di Lu, seeing Han Chen remain silent, hatched an idea. Brother Chen, are you worried about your sister-in-law at home? Relax, she is not that sort of person. Besides, Brother Chen, you could learn from that Japanese fellow. What's his name, Jiateng? He is talented with his hands. It's better than being a queer, right? Look at Chun Haonan. Isn't he still dashing? Amid the banter from his two bodyguards, Han Chen had sunk into thoughts of giving up altogether. But when he heard the words queer and Chun Haonan, he halted abruptly. Sha Chong saw him stop and asked, concerned. Brother Chen, what's wrong? Is it the urge to urinate again? The doctor said it's a normal reaction, it will pass in a few days. Han Chen had endured Sha Chong's chatter for too long. At last, unable to bear it, he raised his hand and struck Sha Chong across the face. Fuck you. You've buzzed like a fly the whole way, he snapped. Tell me, was Chun Haonan the leader in the warehouse last night? Sha Chong was accustomed to being hit, otherwise he wouldn't have survived Tunmen. Given Han Chen's current weakness, the blow was little more than a caress and caused no harm. It was a bit far and the night was chaotic. I couldn't see clearly, Di Lu recalled. I couldn't make him out either, but he seemed to wear leather jacket and pants with long hair. Han Chen's face darkened. That must be him. I heard he sold fake goods in Kowloon and stirred up quite a scandal. We will not rest until this is avenged. Let's go back and make a plan. Sha Chong and Di Lu were delighted to see Han Chen rally. We follow whatever Brother Chun decides, they chorused. Meanwhile, Liang Kuan, having escaped the melee, received word that their Tsim Sha Sui spots had been heavily raided by the police. They judged it unwise to continue selling in Jian Shazui for the time being and contemplated shifting their operations elsewhere. Before departing, they resolved to settle the aftermath of last night's brawl. In front of the group, he asked Sha Chong, have you arranged the death benefit for the brother who was killed last night? Everything's been prepared as Brother Kuan instructed. The injured men's medical expenses have already been distributed. Liang Kuan nodded in satisfaction. Good. As long as I have a mouthful to eat, none who follow me will go hungry. I will lead you to fortune, and if disaster befalls any of you, I will see to your affairs after you're gone. That is the promise I, Liang Kuan, give you. The men cried out, Brother Kuan is righteous. Next we go sell Viagra elsewhere and hunt down those bastards who came to our door last night. This grudge must be settled. Brother Kuan, the ringleader last night, was a short man. Those who would clash with us are likely the powder runners. Fine, we will search along those lines. Let us first leave Jian Shazui and lay low. Boss, what shall we do now? What else? First, disperse the death benefit. We will find an opportunity to settle accounts with Chun Haonan. By the way, the one who survived this time. Does he have no family? He does, boss. This one has relatives. All right then. Lay low for a while, then go after Chun Haonan. The powder business must go on. They agreed to wait for the heat to die down, then pursue Chun Haonan while keeping their trade running. Evening fell. Lin Feng had expected other groups to try to seize territory after the police sweep, but after nearly a day, nothing happened. Instead, Meng Na called him. A surprise. What kind of surprise could you possibly have? Fine, I'm coming over. Let's see what tricks you've got up your sleeve. As Lin Feng prepared to return, Meng Na phoned to say she had prepared a 2-day surprise and wanted him to visit the villa. Having been running around Jian Shazui for days, Lin Feng welcomed an excuse to relax and agreed to Meng Na's invitation. After Lin Feng arrived at the villa where Meng Na was, the sky had completely darkened. Upon entering the villa, he found it empty with no sign of Meng Na. However, the lighting in the villa was different from usual. The soft orange glow created a subtle atmosphere. What tricks is Meng Na up to? Doesn't she know I'm an upright gentleman? Just as Lin Feng was puzzled, he noticed a sign. It had an arrow drawn on it with the words, please go to the second floor indicated. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. What kind of game is this woman playing? Following the guidance, Lin Feng arrived outside a closed door on the second floor, which had the words gym affixed on it. After Lin Feng opened the door and slowly pushed it open, the room was filled with the same orange light, enticing to the heart. Upon entering the room, Lin Feng saw a padded platform fixed in the center with 4 steel pipes standing upright at the front and back, each supporting an adjustable height pull-up bar. Each pull-up bar had a fixed pair of gloves, and the outer side of the front bar had a back-extended padded barrier. The front pull-up bar was slightly lower, seemingly for shoulder exercises, while the back one was higher, meant for pull-ups. Lin Feng was slightly taken aback when suddenly 2 soft voices echoed in the room. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the gym to experience the new fitness equipment. Your equipment has been waiting for you for quite some time." Lin Feng looked in the direction of the voices and saw 2 women standing not far from the pull-up bar wearing veils. Their hair was gathered behind into a bun, exposing their long, fair necks, especially with a black bow tied around their necks, which accentuated the snow-white skin. The same purple qipao wrapped around their figures with a low-cut design, revealing a patch of fair skin. The purple satin hugged their waist, showcasing their exquisite curves, and one could vaguely see the fullness underneath. Black fishnet stockings covered their voluptuous long legs. The 2 stood side by side, each wearing the same purple qipao, yet exuding 2 different styles. One was voluptuous and charming, while the other was slender and graceful. Although both wore veils, Lin Feng could still distinguish that the more slender figure was Meng Na. After all, they were old acquaintances. The voluptuous woman looked somewhat familiar, and Lin Feng speculated that she might be a character from a film. Not far away, Meng Na observed Lin Feng's reaction, nodded in satisfaction, and then smiled as she walked towards him. "So what do you think? Is this a surprise?" Lin Feng playfully pointed at Meng Na a few times and laughed. "You always manage to come up with something new. Come, let me introduce you to someone." After saying this, Meng Na clung to Lin Feng's arm and walked towards the other woman. Meng Na introduced Lin Feng to the voluptuous woman. "This is my assistant Lily, and she is the main surprise for these past couple of days. Lily, this is Mr. Lin, whom I mentioned. Your performance tonight will be under scrutiny." In the movie, she seemed to be involved with Qian Wendy and the others in a scheme against Liu Yaozu, who had since been offline for a long time. How did she end up with Meng Na? Forget it, he thought. He was just here to work out. The equipment looked great, so he wouldn't concern himself with how she got involved. When Lily learned that Meng Na was associated with someone from the underworld, she had expected a burly, muscular man, thinking she would be in for a rough time. But upon seeing Lin Feng in person, she felt relieved. He wasn't a brute, and he was handsome. That was acceptable. After Meng Na explained the fitness process, she handed a bottle to Lily. "You should do this yourself to avoid suffering later on." Lily's face flickered with an unnatural color, but she took the bottle and followed Meng Na's instructions. The next moment, she was stunned, instinctively glancing at her own arms. It was a completely instinctive action. "How is it? Never seen anything like this, have you?" Meng Na looked at Lily's dazed expression and couldn't help but say proudly. Lily nervously smeared the substance, unable to imagine what the next scene would entail. Once she finished applying it, she walked to the front pull-up bar to perform shoulder exercises. Meng Na stood by to guide and explain. She glanced at Lin Feng and urged, "Aren't you coming over? This is just the beginning, hurry up." Lin Feng walked to the diagonal lower side of the back pull-up bar, stretched his body a bit, and began his warm-up exercises. Meng Na said to Lin Feng, "Let's see how many pull-ups you can do this time." In the pre-dawn hours, the gym's pull-up bar had been converted into a swing. Lin Feng and Lily sat side by side on it, clad in workout attire. The workout attire had been specially prepared by Meng Na. The next morning arrived in the blink of an eye. While nothing unusual occurred for Lin Feng, a sudden turn of events unfolded for Jiang Tianxing. After rejecting Kajita of the Yamaguchigumi, Jiang Tianxing had kept close watch on Kajita's movements. He hoped Kajita would seek out Liang Kuan for collaboration, giving Jiang Tianxing the chance to advance his own schemes. At the very least, he wished to flush Liang Kuan out of hiding, thereby uncovering the machinations behind his every move. Yet day after day passed with no sign of activity from Kajita. He remained holed up inside the Yamato Hotel, driving Jiang Tianxing to near desperation. With no leads on Liang Kuan's current activities, Jiang Tianxing even contemplated fabricating an excuse for a meeting, just to draw him out. Just as Jiang Tianxing was nearing the edge of patience, Wang Hui, a prominent Hong Kong real estate tycoon, unexpectedly sent word to him. The messenger introduced himself as Wang Hui's personal steward. His purpose? To enlist Jiang Tianxing's assistance with a minor matter, and to arrange a face-to-face meeting for further discussion. Jiang Tianxing was overjoyed. At last, here was the elite connection he had long coveted. Once trust was established through this first collaboration, deeper ties would surely follow. Wang Hui pioneered the practice of offering mortgage installment plans to homebuyers, a groundbreaking innovation in Hong Kong's property industry. Rumors even linked him to the emergence of so-called coffin apartments, tiny partition units carved from standard flats, each barely 10 square meters in size. Wang Hui was by all accounts a morally bankrupt property developer. As one of Hong Kong's wealthiest magnates, he should have possessed boundless resources. Yet he routinely withheld wages from his laborers, especially construction crews. He particularly favored hiring undocumented workers smuggled in from the north, dismissing them once their work neared completion. Or worse, He would pay them, then immediately report them to the authorities, securing both wage recovery and unpaid labor through forced deportation. When workers staged protests demanding payment, he preferred spending far greater sums on police or triad intervention rather than settling their rightful dues. His stinginess extended even to himself. He employed no chauffeur, driving everywhere personally. He had once been kidnapped, paying a ransom of $30 million to secure his release. Though he briefly hired several bodyguards afterward, he dismissed them once the danger subsided. This time he sought Jiang Tianxing's help to resolve a labor dispute involving unpaid construction workers. Inside his villa, Jiang Tianxing tried on outfit after outfit, determined to make a strong, favorable impression on Wang Hui's steward. Fong Ting watched intrigued. Simon, is something joyful happening? You seem unusually elated. Someone has invited me to discuss a matter, one that could profoundly shape our company's future, Jiang Tianxing replied, beaming. By the way, I won't be taking you this time. There'll be opportunities later. He reasoned that today's meeting was unsuitable for Fong Ting, but once he succeeded, countless such opportunities would await. I understand. I'll wait for you at home. Drive safely. Fong Ting responded obediently. Once satisfied with his attire, Jiang Tianxing departed in two vehicles, racing toward the appointed meeting place. At a traffic light turned red, Jiang Tianxing's car came to a halt. Immediately beside it, another vehicle stopped, and two men leaned halfway out of its front passenger and rear windows. They cupped their palms flat above their brows, shielding their eyes from the sun while straining their necks forward, studying Jiang Tianxing intently through the rear window. Having confirmed their target, they drew handguns and opened fire without hesitation. Sensing something deeply amiss at their strange behavior, Jiang Tianxing instantly twisted his body into a tight crouch, yanking a junior gang member beside him forward as a human shield, then shouted urgently at the driver. Drive, now go. But it was already too late. The moment Jiang Tianxing's words left his lips, the driver's head exploded. Moments later, the gang member shielding him was riddled with bullets, each shot aimed precisely at chest and head. This was no robbery. It was assassination. Though Jiang Tianxing had pulled a living shield, chaos reigned, and a bullet struck the left side of his skull. His fate hung in the balance. The two gunmen who shot Jiang Tianxing rapidly emptied their magazines, then fled through a red light as the vehicles trailing Jiang Tianxing screeched to a halt. When Jiang Tianxing's men rushed forward to check on him, they found Jiang and his two companions already collapsed in pools of blood inside the car. Mr. Jiang is still breathing. I'll rush him to the hospital immediately. You all contact Brother Yao and Big Sister right away. Fortunately, one of Jiang Tianxing's underlings remembered to verify whether Jiang had died on the spot. After confirming Jiang was not yet dead, he swiftly issued orders, dragged the lifeless driver from the vehicle, and sped off with Jiang Tianxing toward the hospital for emergency treatment. After escaping, the gunman's driver pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Mission accomplished. Target struck in the head point blank. A satisfied voice replied from the other end, Yoshi. Excellent work. This is the fate that awaits those who reject the Yamaguchi-gumi's goodwill. For now, lie low somewhere safe. I'll arrange your swift departure from Hong Kong as soon as possible. Hi. It was noon. Inside the gym of Mona's villa, a telephone rang. Ding-ling-ling. Lin Feng was too occupied to answer. It rang again and again before he finally picked up on the third call. Hello? Who is this? What's the matter? Chen Yao replied. Feng, it's Chen Yao. Mr. Jiang has been shot. He's undergoing emergency surgery at hospital. What a... Brother Sheng was shot, and he's still in surgery. Lin Feng sounded utterly stunned by the news. Right. I'm leaving immediately. After hanging up, Lin Feng completed a few more half squats, paused for a long moment, then rose, nodded briefly to those present, wiped the sweat from his brow, and strode out of the gym toward the shower. Only two breaths remained behind, one steady, the other ragged and intermittent. Upon receiving Chen Yao's call, Lin Feng briefly suspected Liang Quan might be behind the attack. Yet recalling Liang Quan's recent activities, he dismissed the notion as unlikely. After all, their rivalry with Jiang Tianxing had not yet escalated to a fight to the death. Curiosity and the allure of witnessing unfolding drama prompted Lin Feng to abandon his workout and head straight to the hospital where Jiang Tianxing was being treated. As he arrived at the hospital entrance named by Chen Yao, he happened upon Liang Quan arriving in turn. Seeing Liang Quan's haggard yet exhilarated expression, Lin Feng stepped forward and whispered, Brother Quan, was it you who ordered the hit on Jiang Tianxing? A daylight shooting. Your nerve is truly extraordinary. Though Lin Feng considered Liang Quan an improbable suspect, he probed cautiously anyway. What if after all Liang Quan had impulsively orchestrated it in a moment of madness? Liang Quan's face flickered, torn between speaking and holding back. That reaction startled Lin Feng. Could it actually be true? He lowered his voice further. Damn, what the hell has happened lately? Why have you suddenly decided to settle things with Jiang Tianxing once and for all? Liang Quan, assuming his rapport with Lin Feng was solid, and knowing he'd need his support going forward, spoke up. Actually, I had nothing to do with it. A Japanese upstart, the Yamaguchi-gumi, sent the hit squad. Though admittedly, I bear some indirect responsibility. It wasn't me. It was a Japanese upstart who approached me seeking partnership. He acted on his own, but yes, I'm somewhat implicated. He then outlined how Kohita of the Yamaguchi-gumi had sought his cooperation, and how casually he'd set forth certain conditions. Liang Quan had never imagined Kohita would actually carry out the assassination. When Kohita called to boast of his success, Liang Quan was left speechless. He hadn't foreseen such an outcome, but with Jiang Tianxing eliminated, could he finally ascend as Dragon Head? Though he was already amassing vast wealth, selling Viagra, becoming leader of the Hung Hing remained his lifelong obsession. Upon hearing Chun Yao's alert, he'd rushed over instantly to confirm whether Jiang Tianxing was truly dead and prepare his own ascension. A Japanese hit. So, you're planning to partner with them? Lin Feng recalled the Yamaguchi-gumi well. They'd once clashed violently, and he'd personally ordered fierce reprisals against them. He never expected them to resurge so boldly. His gaze at Liang Quan sharpened, edged with quiet menace. If Liang Quan truly aligned with the Yamaguchi-gumi, Lin Feng would have no choice but to intervene decisively. Unaware of Lin Feng's shifting expression, Liang Quan continued blithely, "Do you take me for a fool? I was merely stringing that Japanese fool along. Never dreamed he'd take me seriously. Besides, I'm running legitimate businesses now, raking in profits faster than ever. Who has time for anything else?" Liang Quan nearly slipped, then hastily corrected himself, clearly unwilling to let anyone, including Lin Feng, into the lucrative enterprise he'd uncovered. Liang Quan assumed Lin Feng remained ignorant of his affairs. Had he known Lin Feng not only knew about his Viagra trade, but had even shared in its proceeds, he might have reacted quite differently. Lin Feng decided to observe quietly before asking, "So, what are your plans now, Brother Quan?" At that, Liang Quan lit up. "Once I confirm Jiang Tianxing is truly dead, I'll step up as Dragon Head. But I'll need your support when the time comes off phone. You have my word, I'll stand with you. Let's go. Let's go inside and see whether Jiang Tianxing has drawn his last breath." After Lin Feng took the call, he performed horse stance squats and leisurely rinsed himself with cold water. Liang Kuan, meanwhile, was likely dashing about hawking his wares. By the time Lin Feng and Liang Kuan arrived outside the emergency room, the senior lieutenants from other Hung Hing branches and several influential underbosses with powerful patrons had already gathered, forming a restless crowd awaiting news. The red light above the emergency room door remained lit, signaling that Jiang Tianxing was still undergoing life-saving surgery. The expressions of those present varied widely. Those loyal to Jiang Tianxing and Feng Ting wore deep concern on their faces, standing closest to the operating room doors. Their interests were inextricably tied to Jiang Tianxing's survival. Should he fall, they would suffer the gravest consequences. In contrast, Jiang's opponents stood relaxed near the walls, bantering loudly with Bak Qi, the ever-pragmatic double agent, their laughter unrestrained, not a trace of tension in sight. Han Bin hovered beside Shi San Mei, showering her with flattery, a spectacle that drew disapproving headshakes from Kong Long and Shi Yan. What good is groveling? Why not simply act? If it succeeds, victory. If it fails, no loss. The rest watched indifferently, as if detached from the crisis. Most had come only to confirm Jiang Tianxing's fate, so they could chart their next moves accordingly. When Lin Feng and Liang Kuan finally arrived, late and together, some faces flickered with subtle suspicion, offering only terse nods in greeting. Only Bak Qi, ever affable, greeted them warmly. Most suspected Liang Kuan had orchestrated the shooting. His ambition for the Dragon Head position was no secret, and no one had greater motive. As murmurs rippled through the crowd, and Lin Feng stepped forward to inquire about the situation, Bi burst into motion, storming toward Liang Kuan, cursing fiercely. "Liang Kuan, you treacherous bastard. Did you order the hit on Mr. Jiang?" Bi lunged forward to seize Liang Kuan's collar, but Liang Kuan blocked him with a firm palm pressed squarely against his face. "Shall Bi, you may eat recklessly, but never speak recklessly. Accusations like this demand proof. Beware, words without evidence invite calamity." Bi's arms fell short. His reach too brief, his fingers flailing helplessly in midair. After a frozen moment, he twisted violently, attempting to wrench Liang Kuan's hand away. But Liang Kuan withdrew first, shaking his hand vigorously, then scrubbing it furiously against the wall, snarling, "Shall Bi, are you utterly revolting? Pimples aside, you're slick with grease. And now you've licked my palm. Tui, what the hell is smeared on your hand, Liang Kuan? It reeks." The two erupted into mutual vitriol, exchanging blistering insults targeting each other's families and ancestral lineages. Lin Feng, momentarily forgetting his original intent, watched with amused fascination. No one intervened. The onlookers stood silent, savoring the spectacle like spectators at a theater. Even Chun Yao stood apart, brow deeply furrowed in quiet contemplation, his thoughts inscrutable. Distant hospital staff paused mid-step, turning curiously toward the commotion. A courageous hospital attendant finally stepped forward. "Quiet down, please. This is an emergency room. Loud noise disrupts the surgery inside. Surely none of you wish to bear responsibility if the operation fails because of your disturbance." Hearing this, Bi glanced warily at Liang Kuan, who seemed poised to escalate, and reluctantly fell silent. With one last venomous glare, he retreated to his former place among the waiting crowd. Once the quarrel subsided, Lin Feng approached Bak Qi and clapped him lightly on the shoulder. "Brother Ji, what's the real situation?" "I'm not entirely sure," Bak Qi replied, shaking his head. "But when I arrived, the police were taking statements. They said Mr. Jiang took a bullet to the head, nearly 2 hours into surgery. Given how long it's taken, it doesn't look promising." De Fei leaned and lowering his voice, "Brother Feng, do you know anything more?" Though whispered, the question carried. Ears perked up, silence falling instantly as all eyes turned expectantly to Lin Feng. Lin Feng spread his hands wide, feigning utter bewilderment. "How would I know? I rushed here the moment Brother Yao called." The murmur resumed, until Lin Feng spoke again. "Still, I do have a theory." Silence crashed back, every gaze locked onto Lin Feng. Even Liang Kuan tensed inwardly. Could he expose what we discussed? De Fei urged eagerly, "Brother Feng, spill it. My lips are sealed. I'll tell no one." Bak Qi chimed in, "Same here, same here. I suspect Brother Shang was deliberately targeted." Bak Qi instinctively nodded. "Makes sense. I heard every shot struck a vital area, clearly intentional." A collective sigh swept the crowd. Who doesn't know that? Even his underlings were riddled with bullets. Could that possibly be accidental? Liang Kuan exhaled in quiet relief. Lin Feng remains loyal. Lin Feng, however, blinked in genuine confusion. He'd only meant to tease, never expecting Bak Qi to leap in with such earnest affirmation. "Forget it. Bak Qi's just simple-minded. He agrees with everything no matter what." Bak Qi, sensing the awkwardness but not its cause, stammered, "Wait, did I say something wrong?" No. Everything you said is absolutely correct." A pause. While Jiang Tiansheng remained in surgery, word rippled across Hong Kong's Triad Underworld. A daylight assassination at a busy intersection, targeting the dragon head of a major syndicate, was impossible to conceal. All waited anxiously for the outcome. Hung Hing, aside from Liang Kuan, avoided narcotics trade and controlled vast territories. Countless rival societies watched closely. Now another player had emerged, Dao Yunan, peddler of counterfeit goods. Without a dragon head, Hung Hing's branch lieutenants would struggle to unite. Even now, cohesion was tenuous at best. Without centralized command, fragmentation became inevitable, and rivals could exploit divisions, poaching members along with their territories. Upon learning the news, Deng Fei of the United Bamboo Society immediately instructed Chui Gai, if Jiang Tiansheng falls, extend an olive branch to any Hung Hing lieutenant holding territory in Simsha Sui. Try to recruit them, if not, find a weak target. We've already chosen De Fei, whom will offer a branch leadership post. As for the softer target, Chun Hao Nan. If we judge strictly by merit, I am unquestionably qualified to sit in the Dragonhead seat. Over these past years, I have done so much for the association. I believe everyone here knows that. Moreover, whenever the brothers of the association came to me for help, was there ever a single task I did not handle flawlessly? Liang Kuan, brimming with self-importance, launched his bid for the top post outside the emergency ward. Although the emergency room doors remained shut, the red light had gone out. Jiang Tiansheng could not be revived and had been dead for some time. After the doctors emerged and relayed the news, the men simply convened an impromptu assembly outside the emergency room to discuss the predicament Hongxing might face next. As for Jiang Tianxing, who had been taken to the mortuary, only Fang Ting had accompanied him to handle the formalities. Everyone else stayed behind, even Chen Yao and De Bi, who remained for the meeting. At the outset of the emergency meeting, Liang Kuan spoke, first cataloging his merits and sacrifices in an attempt to seize the position. Watching Liang Kun's smugness, De B's anger simmered, until after much restraint, he could restrain no longer. "It was you, Liang Kuan, you bastard. You killed Mr. Jiang." Before the final syllable fell, De Bi snatched up a metal trash can and hurled it at Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan was still spinning to face the others, delivering his impassioned pitch for advancement. Unguarded for a moment, the back of his head took the full blow. Clutching the back of his head, pain contorting his face, Liang Kuan pointed at De Bi and spat. "Shibi, have you gone mad? You keep slandering me again and again without a shred of evidence. Now you dare to raise your hands. Do you think I truly won't move against you?" With Jiang Tianxing dead, De Bi threw caution to the wind and tore his relationship with Liang Kuan to pieces. "What evidence do you still need? Mr. Jiang has only just gone and you are already eager to take his seat. If not you, then who? Do you still want to try and touch me? Try moving me and see. Don't assume that killing Mr. Jiang guarantees your wish. I tell you, even if you sit in the Dragonhead seat, De Bi will be the first to refuse to accept you. Brothers, pay attention. Liang Kuan would dare even kill Mr. Jiang. What is there he would not do?" Seeing hesitation appear in the crowd, Liang Kuan barked in exasperation. "Bullshit. If you have proof, produce it, or otherwise stop speaking empty words. I might even say you sent men to do the killing." A voice in the crowd murmured agreement. Brother Liang Kuan does have a point. Without evidence, we cannot accuse someone casually. No evidence. Who here does not know the feud between him and Mr. Jiang? De Bi persisted. Liang Kuan retorted, "Ridiculous. Who does not know how much I respected Brother Shang? Would I harm him? I think you are the one who secretly harmed Brother Shang, trying to frame me so you can avoid repaying what you owe." The accusation hung in the air. As Liang Kuan and Dabi continued their bitter dispute, Chun Yao rose and spoke in a sober tone. Now is not the time for internal strife. Mr. Jiang's body is barely cold. We must first determine the truth. Once we find the person who killed Mr. Jiang and avenge him, then we will discuss the subsequent affairs. Lin Feng thought for a moment and understood Chun Yao's motive. He wanted to delay. Chun must have his own plan, likely to summon Jiang Tianyong back from Thailand. It seemed Chun Yao kept contact with Jiang Tianyong and enjoyed a decent relationship, otherwise he would not entertain such a scheme. Though Lin Feng did not care who became the Dragon Head, he disliked Chun Yao's maneuvering. What must the Dragon Head of Hongxing inevitably be a Jiang? Do you intend to quietly install a hereditary succession behind our backs? When Jiang Jun tried that trick, it split Hongxing apart. How could Chun Yao accomplish this so easily now? No, this cannot stand. Oh, I must get involved and give Chun Yao some resistance. Lin Feng suddenly spoke, his tone laced with mischief. Investigate the truth. Brother Yao, the waters on this island run too deep for the truth to be so easily unearthed. In my view, Hongxing cannot remain leaderless. We must first choose a new dragon head to stabilize the association. Right now, other groups outside are probably rubbing their hands waiting to see how they can carve up Hongxing. If no one remains to oversee matters, it's quite possible that before nightfall some among us will be swallowed by other associations. Then it will be too late for regret. Since everyone is assembled here, why not hold a vote now to elect the new dragon head? Lin Feng's words jolted the others awake. This was precisely the purpose of the emergency meeting. Only Liang Kun's speech and a BS outburst had briefly derailed it. When their own interests and safety were at stake, the men quickly came around. They did not want to return and find themselves inexplicably picked off by other groups. They had to stabilize the current situation first, at least to buy time to arrange an exit strategy. Jiang Tiansheng's death had been sudden. No one was given a moment to prepare before he was gone. For a time, the area outside the emergency room descended into chaos. Some pushed for Chun Yao, others backed Liang Kuan, and even Baji had his supporters. Some seized the opportunity to court alliances and lob accusations at one another. Liang Kuan threw a grateful glance at Lin Feng, mistaking his intervention for a favor, and hurriedly began lobbying the others. Seeing Liang Kuan already canvassing votes and the situation on the verge of settling, Chun Yao grew anxious. Chun Yao did have a plan, but he had not expected Lin Feng, previously a mere spectator, to step forward and stir the pot. He was caught off guard. Forcing himself to calm down, Chun Yao realized that the reason the others had agreed with Lin Feng's suggestion was simple. They feared being the next one taken out. If he could first steady them, there would still be room to maneuver. He offered another proposal: holding an election immediately after Mr. Jiang's death would invite outside ridicule. It would be better to convene another assembly after Jiang Tiansheng's funeral. Then, when emotions had settled, everyone could vote on who should be the dragon head. Moreover, after the meeting, they could issue a united declaration. If any other association dared cause trouble during Mr. Jiang's funeral, all of them would strike back together. Whichever group provoked them would be met with relentless force. That proposal finally calmed the restless crowd. They found it sensible. It both averted potential immediate calamities and gave those eyeing the leadership time to campaign. They would have ample time to watch the situation and decide whether to stay or leave. Lin Feng offered no further objection. He had merely wanted to needle Chun Yao, and in any case, might not allow Chen's plan to succeed. Once Chun Yao's suggestion was accepted, the meeting broke up and people dispersed. The major associations on the island, having just learned of Jiang Tiansheng's death and not yet having time to react, then received Hongxing's collective statement. Those who had intended to seize the opportunity abruptly shelved their schemes. Though they dared not openly strike, they prepared to make covert contact. After all, what if someone inside Hongxing wanted to jump ship? It cost nothing to try and see if anyone could be poached. After the meeting ended, it was already close to evening. As soon as he exited the hospital, Liang Kuan pulled Lin Feng aside, expressing his gratitude by promising to arrange some entertainment that would surely surprise him. Lin Feng was momentarily confused, wondering how he had helped Liang Kuan. Did he not know himself? Moreover, he had just come out of a surprise event at noon. Now another surprise. Lin Feng intended to decline, but he couldn't resist Liang Kun's enthusiastic invitation and thus agreed to go. He had no other motive. He mainly wanted to see what Liang Kuan was up to. On the road from Central to Mongkok, two cars were driving side by side in the same lane. Hey Alphone, what are you doing? Don't you think this is quite troublesome? We might as well ride in the same car. Sitting in the back seat, Lin Feng listened to Liang Kun's voice on the phone while looking out the window, where he could see Liang Kuan in the other car lowering his window and waving at him. Indeed, they were each in their own cars communicating via phone. After the incident with DB licking Liang Kun's hand, Lin Feng figured it was better not to let Liang Kuan ride in his car, who knew what he might smear around in there. As for getting into Liang Kun's car, that was a definite no. Kuan Gu, you don't understand. This is safer. At least we won't get wiped out. Have you forgotten how Jiang Tianxing died? Isn't your car bulletproof? Liang Kuan asked in confusion. Lin Feng explained, it can be bulletproof, but what if a madman decides to use TNT or something? Kowloon, you should really raise the window. Be careful, someone on a motorcycle might come up and throw a grenade in your car. You wouldn't want to follow Jiang Tianxing down that path, would you? Kowloon took the advice and raised his window, saying, there's no way such reckless criminals exist. But you do have a point. I'm about to become the boss, so it's better to be cautious during this time. Kowloon, don't get too ahead of yourself. You still have at least 2 things to pay attention to. Kowloon's tone was slightly bewildered. What 2 things? The first thing is about that little Japanese guy. You need to resolve it quickly and check if he has any recordings of your conversations to avoid any mishaps. Lin Feng thought it best to guide Kowloon to deal with the little Japanese guy lest he be tricked into selling real goods again. That's easy. You'll find a chance to secretly meet him and solve it. The second thing is that Shen Yao probably plans to invite Jiang Tianyang back from Thailand to take over the boss position. You need to prepare for that and gather support quickly. Kowloon recalled Shen Yao's behavior today and exclaimed, damn, I didn't expect Shen Yao to actually be a double-crosser. Not necessarily. What if he's just on good terms with Jiang Tianyang and is helping him to make some money? Lin Feng replied, it's also possible that he was originally Jiang Tianyang's man or loyal to the Jiang family. No matter how cunning he is, he still ended up in a pitiful state, right? Lin Feng said, I know you're not interested in the gang affairs and I understand what your interests are. Once I become the boss, I'll arrange something for you as soon as I get the chance. Now it was Lin Feng's turn to be confused. What interest could I possibly have? Don't be shy, you're a man after all, it's understandable. Night had just fallen. Hong Kong Island does not have a legally designated red light district, but the long-standing establishments of the entertainment industry are mainly concentrated in Mong Kok's Portland Street, Shanghai Street, and Newtown Street, as well as in areas like Fuqua Street in Sham Shui, Pai Kok Sui, and Lockhart Road in Wan Chai. Portland Street is the territory of Sister 13. Kowloon and Sister 13 have a rather strained relationship, so he naturally wouldn't go there. This time he took Lin Feng to a nightclub on Shanghai Street. New Blue Sky Nightclub. Kowloon skillfully led Lin Feng to a specific private room. Inside the room, under the flickering neon lights, the alluring atmosphere was dizzying. However, Lin Feng, sitting on the sofa, felt somewhat uncomfortable because besides him, the only other person in the room was Kowloon, who seemed a bit awkward, making him feel strange. Seeing Lin Feng fidgeting, Kowloon showed an expression of just as I thought and reassured him, don't worry, she should be here any moment. I spent a long time and a lot of money to arrange this. She'll definitely be more exciting than that dead guy Jiang Tianxing's girl. Originally, I planned to wait until I was in power before bringing you here. But since you showed such loyalty today, I can't let you down. Let's just consider it an early celebration. Kowloon suddenly remembered the aerial acrobat he had mentioned earlier and quickly added, but you need to take it easy as she still has some connections. Even though we aren't afraid, there's no need to stir up trouble. Kowloon, go look at you, I'm not that kind of person. Lin Feng felt that Kowloon was slandering him and felt the need to explain himself. Hey Kowloon, why did you suddenly come here tonight? At that moment, the private room door was pushed open. A woman dressed in a black spaghetti strap gown with light brown wavy hair and pearl earrings walked in with a voluptuous figure. Lin Feng took one look and thought, wow, isn't she the kind of person who could cause a car accident just by showing her face? She was indeed more stunning than Fong Ting, and it seemed hard to find anyone on Hong Kong Island who could compete with her. At this moment, Lin Feng thought that Kowloon was not wrong at all. Hey, Kowloon really has a good eye. De Bo Xia, you finally arrived. This is my good brother I mentioned, you can just call him Feng Go. What do you think? Handsome enough, right? You owe him now, so make sure my good brother has a great time. Alright, I'll leave this to you. I need to go enjoy myself now. After saying that, Kowloon patted Lin Feng and left. Lin Feng, feeling the surprise, decided to be generous and did not shy away. With only Lin Feng and De Bo Xia left in the private room, De Bo Xia directly swayed her hips and approached Lin Feng, sitting sideways on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and speaking seductively. So you are Feng Go. Do you have any programs of your own? I can cooperate. Lin Feng replied. In that case, I shall comply with your wishes. Inside a hot bath pool at a local bathhouse, Wu Ye and Xiao Mian, who stretched their arms along the pool's edge, reclining with warm towels draped over their faces. After evacuating Tsim Sha Sui, Wu Ye returned to his turf to meet Xiao Mian, who, when questioned about his recent activities, Wu Ye feigned ignorance and deflected every inquiry. Clearly, like Liang Quan, he preferred sole dominion. Why share the spoils when monopolizing them brought far greater satisfaction? The less Xiao Mian who uncovered, the more obsessively he probed. So much so that even his initial suspicions about Wu Ye faded into oblivion. He clung to Wu Ye's side, relentlessly refusing to leave despite repeated attempts to shoo him away. Upon learning that Jiang Tianxing's fate remained uncertain, Xiao Mian, who immediately urged Wu Ye to launch an assault against Hung Hing. Wu Ye reasoned that he had already intended to undermine Chun Hao Nan, his business rival, and once hostilities erupted, other triads across Hong Kong would inevitably swarm in. Even if Hung Hing somehow survived the onslaught, any post hoc reprisal would implicate not only them, but numerous others. Thus, Wu Ye could plausibly justify his actions to his own boss, and so he agreed. With alliances secured and forces mobilized, they were just preparing to move. only to receive news of Jiang Tiansheng's death followed immediately by Hung Hing's unified public declaration. They had no choice but to stand down. To confront Hung Hing Heiden would be suicidal. Two men alone stood no chance against its overwhelming might, nor could they reasonably explain such recklessness to their boss. Frustrated and restless, the two retreated to a bathhouse to soak steam and indulge in some light diversion. Wuya, what do you make of Hung Hing's collective statement today? Are we still moving tonight? When Wuya remained silent, Xiao Mian, who wondered, had he suffocated beneath the towel? Leaning closer, he reached out to tickle Wuya's armpit. Yet before his finger made contact, Wuya suddenly jerked upright, snatched the towel from his face, and bellowed. Woo! Exhilarating. Xiao Mian, who recoiled in startled disbelief. Not only he but 3 men in the adjacent pool turned their gaze toward Wuya. One among them, with slightly longer hair, bore a faint resemblance to Wuya. Wuya, did you hear what I just said? Not a chance. Tonight Hung Hing is on high alert. Anyone who sticks his neck out first will be the first to fall. We've got time aplenty, no need to rush. Come, let's hit the sauna first, then go for a drive. With that, Wuya rose, wrapped a towel around his waist, and strode off, Xiao Mian who scrambling to follow. Wuya's physique caught the eye of one man in the neighboring pool. After a moment's contemplation, he could no longer resist rising to approach. Hey Ayu, where are you off to? We're supposed to meet Brother Nine soon. A crew-cut man called out, alarmed. Oh, come on. I've got urgent business. You wouldn't want me handling it right here in the pool, would you? Well, if none of you mind, I certainly won't. Ugh, disgusting. Just go already. We'll wait for you at the door. All right. I'll be quick. The sauna room was a dual-zone space, inner steam chamber and outer lounge, bathed in dim ambient light. Within the inner chamber, humid steam rose steadily, enveloping walls and floors lined with dark non-slip tiles gleaming under the moisture. The outer lounge held several wicker recliners draped with faded, well-worn towels, beside which sat a small round table bearing light snacks. Wuya and Xiao Mian, who sat side by side on wooden benches inside the steam chamber, clad only in towels knotted at their waists, their skin flushed crimson, sweat cascading down their bodies. Overwhelmed by the stifling heat, Xiao Mian, who soon gave in. I can't take it anymore, Wuya. I'm heading out to the lounge for a rest. Call me when you're ready. He excused himself and staggered into the lounge, collapsing onto a recliner, wiping his brow with a towel before closing his eyes. When Wuya emerged, he called out twice, receiving no reply. Too little training, too much laziness. What am I to do with you? Looks like you've forfeited your ride altogether. Muttering under his breath, Wuya slipped quietly away to fetch the car. Moments later, the door creaked open again. A head peered and scanned the room, then slipped inside. Ah, you're here after all. Took me ages to track you down. Tiptoeing toward the inner chamber, he found it empty. Strange. Where's that impressively built fellow? Oh well, I'm already here. Xiao Mian, who drifted in and out of consciousness, vaguely registering faint sounds. Slowly opening his eyes, he glimpsed something directly above him. Thinking it a hallucination, he blinked. Instantly, his vision vanished, smothered by whatever had fallen upon his face. Ugh! Spitting, spit. Instinctively gasping for air, he swallowed involuntarily, then recoiled, spitting violently. His eyes remained blinded. Frantically flailing, he groped for a towel, searching blindly, finding nothing, until finally sitting up and wiping his face and tongue with his own bath towel. Just as he rose, 2 sharp blows struck his back. He hastily wiped his eyes, then turned, determined to identify the culprit. But the dim lighting obscured details, and the intruder had already yanked open the wooden door, vanishing behind a familiar silhouette. Bang! The door slammed shut with force. Xiao Mian, who leapt up ready to chase and exact vengeance, only to realize with sudden dread that Wuya was nowhere to be found, neither in the steam chamber nor the lounge. Recalling that fleeting, eerily familiar figure, the truth crashed over him. Wuya had been playing a calculated game of pursuit and retreat all along. Damn it! Wuya had been feigning ignorance the entire time, lulling him into complacency. Now half his scheme had succeeded. Rage surged, both at Wuya's deception and his own negligence. He roared, Wuya! Creak! The door swung open again. Wuya poked his head in. Oh, Away, you're awake. Were you calling for me? You'd like another round, perhaps? No, thank you. Seeing Wuya enter and close the door, and hearing those words about refills, Xiao Mian, whose fury dissolved, instantly replaced by sheer panic. Wuya, I just remembered. I have urgent matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. And with that, he fled in disarray. What a strange fellow. No telling what's going on in that head of his. Exhausted from driving, Wuya collapsed onto another recliner. What's that scent? A deeper inhale, and instantly Wuya recognized it. Then he recalled hearing Xiao Mian who call his name upon returning. That damn Xiao Mian who, fantasizing about me. Hell, no wonder he couldn't face me. Bolted the moment he saw me. Wuya spent, though he was bolted upright. This demanded immediate return to his turf. At the entrance of the bathhouse, Au emerged with a smug expression, prompting those who had nearly lost patience while waiting to complain, why so long? If you don't come out soon, I thought you might spend the night in there. Away, sorry I got a little lost inside. All right, hurry back, or ninth brother will be furious. After the three of them left, two more men burst from the bathhouse in a state of panic, shoved along by their underlings as if pursued by a violent flood. Among those in Hongxing who returned to their posts after the dispersal meeting, having reinforced their personal defenses and their turf, many began to receive olive-branch overtures from other syndicates. Even Lin Feng, who was still bent over scrubbing his face with cleanser, received invitations, though he was mid-wash and had no inclination to entertain them. He casually told them to first obtain Jiang Tiansheng's consent, which enraged them enough to hang up immediately. Later at a bar on Luo Kudao, Kowloon, who had been invited, sneered as he stepped into the bar. Look at this. Hardly any customers, and they play this sort of music. Christ, pretending to be refined, they'll be shut down soon. A man in a suit, tasting red wine at the bar with an air of restrained elegance, set down his glass and rose when he heard Kowloon's voice. In the only bar on Luo Kudao that lets patrons listen to Mozart. That's the difference between art and the rabble, he said. I am Lei Yaoyang of Dongxing. Lei Yaoyang smiled and meant to shake Kowloon's hand. Kowloon tilted his head, snorted with contempt, slapped the offered hand away, and replied coldly. I've heard your name. Ben Lei, who of the Dongxing Five Tigers. Rumor has it you deal in knockoffs, even I caught wind of it. Quite the notorious reputation. The cultured composure of Lei Yaoyang momentarily stiffened before he recovered. Those are merely rumors, someone's trying to smear me. I brought you here this evening to discuss an important matter. Sit down. Kowloon leaned against the bar and waved him off. Sit down for what? Kowloon cut him off. Cut the nonsense. If you've got business, speak plainly. My girl is waiting for me to go have some fun. Lei Yaoyang glanced about the bar before speaking. This entire building is under Hongxing's protection except this bar. Its owner is my friend. I will also say plainly that from now on Dongxing, indeed I Yaoyang, will be its patron. Kowloon, puzzled, asked, what does that have to do with me? Are you proposing to hand it over to me to look after? Lei looked at the blustering Kowloon, drew a deep breath, and bluntly explained why he had summoned him. Within Hongxing, only your Tunmen territory has been consolidated under your sole control, and you recently pushed into Jianshazui. I admire your skill. If your talents were allied with my strategic, with the whole Gangdao could fall under our sway, we would reap great profits. Kowloon frowned. You want to defect to my side? Even if you have taken to hawking fakes, your reputation is not spotless. They'll have to think about it. Lei corrected him. You may have misunderstood. Now that Jiang Tiansheng is dead and Hongxing teeters on the brink of internal chaos, you ought to consider your own future. Kowloon finally saw through it. Damn, so you're trying to poach me. You could have said so sooner instead of beating around the bush. But you've come to the wrong man. I'm content as a big brother here and have no intention of becoming someone else's underling. Crazy, what a waste of my time. Kowloon cursed as he stalked off. Big brother, shall we? An underling beside Lei made a throat-slitting gesture. Lei raised a hand to stop him. Don't act rashly. His refusal doesn't mean others will refuse. Have you arranged to meet Fei Laoli? The place has been set. Very well, go see Fei Laoli first. Also dispatch more men to find out which bastard is framing me. I want him dead. In another private room, a braggart from Liansheng personally sought out to Fei, offering him a heavy reward. If you are willing to switch sides, Liansheng, and we will promise you the hallmaster's seat. You will belong to me, aligned with Liansheng as the dominant branch. The benefits will be plentiful. Dominant branch indeed. Who on Gangdao doesn't know that the real authority behind you and Liansheng is Deng Fei? Whether you can be relied on is another question entirely. Similar scenes played out across Gangdao. Those among Hongxing with clear heads feigned ignorance, neither explicitly refusing nor hastily agreeing. They remained watchful, intending to sell their loyalty for the best price, secretly waiting for competing offers from other syndicates so they could compare terms. They wanted to see who would become the next incumbent leader, whether that person could steady the decks, and whether their own interests would be compromised. If everything stayed the same, they would carry on as Hongxing men. If their interests were hurt, then so be it. A fine bird chooses its tree. Under cover of night, those furtive meetings ended quickly. Both sides tacitly refrained from probing, leaving only a casual, "We'll be in touch." Across Hongxing's territories, the guard remained tight, yet most people were busy calculating their own gains. The scene returns to the Xin Lantian nightclub. In a particular private room, aside from the standard fixtures, everything else had been transformed. The upper section of the pole on the small stage had been bent at a right angle, and a bungee cord hung from it. After a while, Lin Feng sank back onto the sofa. Watching De Boixiao walk with trembling steps, he observed with a touch of admiration, "You are the first to still show such stamina after it's over." De Boixiao, her face drawn with exhaustion, slowly sat beside Lin Feng. "I'm sorry I couldn't give you complete satisfaction, Brother Feng." Lin Feng tipped up De Boixiao's chin and said, "I won't pry into whatever arrangements you've made before, but for your endurance, if trouble ever comes, you may seek me out. I will help resolve it. The price is that you perform to this standard again, and the choice is yours to make." 2 days later, time had flown by. During these 2 days, on the surface, no society had clashed with Hongxing, but underneath, plans had already surged like waves. The preparations for Jiang Tiansheng's funeral were complete, and the major societies on the island had been notified. The morning hall was set up at the Hongxing headquarters, but as for the idea of holding it at his villa, that would require the consent of those people on the mountain. Outside, the morning hall police personnel were lurking in the distance ready to intervene in case of unexpected situations. Hongxing was one of the major societies on the island, and with the death of the leader Jiang Tianxing, most of the attendees would be leaders from various societies or elder figures. It can be said that today, all the big shots from the major societies on the island would make their appearance here, and among them many had unresolved grudges. If an accidental conflict were to break out, it would involve high-ranking figures, easily triggering chaos in the society on the island. Inside the morning hall, white banners hung low, sorrowful music played, and the air was filled with the scent of incense and the smell of burning joss paper. Fong Ting had not left Jiang Tianxing with a son or daughter, and her brother Jiang Tianyang was also absent, probably not wanting to wear mourning clothes for Jiang Tianxing. There were also rumors that Jiang Tianxing had a son with his stepmother, but Jiang Tianyang had taken him to Thailand. It was uncertain whether it was true, as he had not been seen. Thus, only Jiang Tianxing's confidants, such as Dabi, could act as his relatives, so Fong Ting would not be the only one mourning. Dressed in mourning clothes, Fong Ting knelt before Jiang Tianxing's black and white photo, weeping and throwing paper money into the fire pit. In a corner not far away, Lin Feng watched Fong Ting clad in mourning attire, contemplating whether to wait until Jiang Tianxing's funeral was over to help her leave the island. Fong Ting was originally a star. While Jiang Tianxing was alive, she still had a backing, and few dared to threaten her out of respect for him. But now that Jiang Tianxing was dead, she bore the title of the former leader's woman, likely attracting the attention of some third-rate film companies and low-level gangsters. After all, being the woman of a leader had its allure. It was akin to experiencing the thrill of being in power, and it would make for a good story in films. Lin Feng thought that since he had once shared a moment with Fong Ting, he could help her if needed. Helping her leave this place was merely a gesture. As for keeping her by his side, that was unnecessary. One experience was enough. There were plenty of beautiful women on the island, and if he felt inclined, he wouldn't mind sampling another. If it came to keeping her, that would be out of the question. It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but he just felt it was unnecessary. Just as Lin Feng was pondering whether to find an opportunity to ask Fong Ting about her intentions to leave the island, Liang Kuan quietly approached Lin Feng, patting him on the shoulder. With a lewd grin, he said, "Hey, Feng, why are you staring at Fong Ting? You're not planning to put on a widow show in front of Jiang Tianxing's spirit, are you? There are many people around, you should be more discreet. After the funeral, I can arrange something for you." Kuan Gu, stop joking. I was thinking about matters related to your rise to power. To avoid Fong Ting suddenly appearing in front of him tonight, Lin Feng had to bring up a topic that would attract Liang Kuan's attention. My rise to power. Tell me more. Upon hearing it was related to becoming a leader, Liang Kuan naturally dropped the matter of Fong Ting. Kuan Gu looked. Jiang Tianyang did not appear at Jiang Tianxing's funeral today. If he comes out in a few days to challenge you for leadership, you can use today's incident to accuse him. Anyone who bears a grudge to the point of not showing up at their own brother's funeral, how can they treat the brothers below them well? You need to raise others' sense of crisis to prevent Jiang Tianyang and Chun Yao from exploiting any openings. You don't want to miss out on being the leader, do you? Liang Kuan nodded, saying that sounds good. Anything else? Also, Jiang Tianyang has been away from the island for a long time. He isn't even the spokesperson for Hongxing anymore. What right does he have to come back and contest for leadership? Just because he has the surname Jiang. Exactly. Whether he is still part of Hongxing is uncertain. It's possible that Jiang Tianxing even removed him from the record. What right does an outsider have to meddle in Hongxing's affairs? Hongxing is not a family society. Also, you need to keep an eye on Chun Yao's movements and see if he has been in contact with anyone, especially those who are indecisive. They are crucial. You can rest assured I've been keeping an eye on that. I've also been taking action. Lin Feng lowered his voice and whispered, by the way, have you dealt with that little brat from the Yamaguchi-gumi? Don't mess it up. Not yet. I was planning to persuade him to help me take out Dabi and the others, but he absolutely refused. Damn it, arranged to meet him in the next 2 days and take him out, so there are no further troubles. Just as Lin Feng and Liang Kuan were whispering to each other, the voice of the funeral host suddenly rang out. Dongxing Society, Mr. Luo arrives with friends. As the voice fell, Luo Ta entered with Crow and Smiling Tiger. Damn, is that still Crow? Has he changed his style? Liang Kuan exclaimed. Lin Feng, hearing Liang Kuan's words, finally lifted his gaze. He noticed that Crow and the others following Luo Ta looked a bit strange, keeping their distance as if they were on guard against each other. Crow had even changed from his usual loose clothes to formal attire with every button fastened. Did he dress up specifically for today? He had never been so particular before. Moreover, Smiling Tiger was also wearing several layers of clothing, looking quite bulky and bundled up, not caring about the heat. With a bow, 1 bow, 2 bows, 3 bows, the family returns the courtesy. Luo Tua took the incense, bowed 3 times, inserted the incense into the burner, and addressed Fong Ting and the others. My condolences. Remembering the days when Mr. Jiang came to drink at my place feels like yesterday. I never expected him to leave us at such a young age. Truly, life is unpredictable. Thank you, Mr. Luo for coming to see Jiang Tiansheng off for the last time. We appreciate your kind intentions. Beside them, Baki stepped forward to speak. There was no choice, he was now considered an old timer in Hongxing, and the task of hosting fell to him. After Luo Tuo finished with the pleasantries and moved aside, the big shots from other societies gradually arrived. Those from Xing, Haoma Bang Liansheng, and even some societies that had split from Hongxing in the past were present. Each brought their core subordinates, first bowing before the black and white photo offering incense, and then exchanging pleasantries with Fong Ting and the others. On the surface, they were all polite, expressing condolences and sentiments of sorrow. But secretly their gazes crossed, exchanging glances, all assessing the situation of the Hongxing crowd. Fortunately, Jiang Tiansheng's funeral concluded successfully, without any unforeseen conflicts. Evening. On the top floor of the Jiajia building. Ruan Mei, Feng, didn't the funeral you attended end quite early? Why are you back so late? Oh, there was a little delay due to some unexpected matters. If it weren't for your usual vigor, I would almost suspect you went out. Gang Sheng expressed his approval of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's thoughts drifted back to the funeral of Jiang Tiansheng. At that time, after the big shots from various organizations finished paying their respects, they gathered in small groups at the side tables, chatting and boasting, while Fong Ting quietly made her way towards the back of the morning hall. Lin Feng wanted to find an opportunity to inquire about Fong Ting's intentions, but he could not find the right moment. He certainly couldn't follow her, as that might lead to rumors tarnishing his reputation on the spot. After the funeral concluded, he waited outside for a long time, but did not see Fong Ting come out. Liang Kuan, trying to help, grew impatient and urged Lin Feng to just go to the back hall and take action. Lin Feng sensed something was off. First, he sent Liang Kuan away to deal with the issue at hand, and then quietly slipped inside to look for her. He discovered that Fong Ting had already vanished. After some investigation, he learned that she had left for the airport before Jiang Tiansheng's funeral had even concluded. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, no wonder Fong Ting could rise from being an adult star to being by Jiang Tiansheng's side, managing to keep him captivated. She was not without brains. She probably sensed something and fled, giving herself some time to escape. By the time others realized, she would be nowhere to be found. Since she had already run away on her own, Lin Feng decided not to worry about it anymore. Feng, what do you think about having a child? This time it was Ruan Mei's hands that began to fidget, pulling Lin Feng's thoughts back. Lin Feng teased, what? Are you trying to take a break on purpose? Ruan Mei directly slapped Lin Feng, saying, be serious. I'm being very serious right now. My grandmother keeps talking about wanting to see her great-grandchild, and I can't keep making excuses. Should we consider it? Hey, you better watch out, your grandmother's great-grandchild is living there. Be careful not to scare him away. Ruan Mei perked up, so you agree. Lin Feng withdrew his hands and rested them behind his head. If you want one, you'll have to take care of it yourself. You? At this moment, Gang Sheng suggested, how about I take care of it, and when the time comes I'll hand it over to Mei Jia. Gang Sheng knew that in Lin Feng's heart Ruan Mei was the most important person. Ruan Mei had been with Lin Feng the longest, though no one could replace her position in his heart. She also came from the north, where her views still emphasized tradition, believing that the firstborn should come from the legitimate wife, so she didn't express her own desire. Moreover, Ruan Mei had a gentle personality and treated her well. Lin Feng also wasn't short of women outside. If one day he brought back a woman with 2 lives, who knows what trouble it might cause in the future. It would be better to assist Ruan Mei now and settle future matters later. At first, Gang Sheng and Lin Feng didn't have any feelings for each other. One sought pleasure, the other stability, which is how they ended up together. Through constant discussions of famous quotes and guided by Ruan Mei, their feelings gradually deepened. No, Gang Sheng, you don't understand. Especially at times like this, one must rely on oneself. Xiao Mei, if your grandmother knew her great-grandchild was living in a small room, she might be very sad. You wouldn't want to see your grandmother sad, would you? After Lin Feng came out and gulped down a bottle of water, the television started broadcasting the evening news. Good evening, citizens and viewers. I am your host, Bai Chi Li. Now we have a major piece of news to report. Around 210 tonight, the West Kowloon police successfully cracked a large arms trafficking case. Under the leadership of Chief Inspector Huang Bing, Yao he not only personally commanded on the front lines, but was also the first to charge into the warehouse where the arms were hidden, shooting dead over 20 people, including the leader, without sustaining any injuries himself. According to eyewitnesses, Chief Inspector Huang even leapt into the air and performed a stunning one-handed magazine change, demonstrating high levels of professionalism and tactical skill. The police indicated that the arms dealer who was shot dead was the notorious gun trafficker Johnny Wong, who had brazenly sold firearms on Hong Kong Island and was one of the main culprits behind the recent chaos in Tsim Sha Tsui. The previous chaos in Tsim Sha Tsui was also a result of Chief Inspector Huang personally overseeing the Tsim Sha Tsui police station, clearing all troublemakers overnight. From the photo shown below, you can see just how insane the arms dealer was. If these weapons had been allowed to flow out, one can only imagine the dire state the citizens of Hong Kong Island would be living in, or it could have become a second Middle East. Next, we will show an interview with Chief Inspector Huang. In the footage, a beautiful female reporter stood next to Huang Bingyao, who stood tall and proud with his nostrils flared. The success of this operation is not solely my achievement, I merely played a leading role. The participating officers also contributed significantly, particularly Ma Jun and Huang Chi Fa, as well as tips from concerned citizens. Huang Bingyao went on to introduce his subordinates one by one, including a certain unnamed member of the community, who he also expressed gratitude towards. This made Ma Jun and the others behind him grin widely. Although they were a bit puzzled about this operation, being puzzled was correct, otherwise they would be the big sir. Anyway, since it was a free gain, only a fool would refuse it. Huang Bingyao rambled on for quite a while, concluding with maintaining social stability on Hong Kong Island and ensuring the safety of citizens is our top priority. We have zero tolerance for any form of criminal activity and unlawful individuals. Huang Bingyao raised his right fist high, shouting, I am sworn to oppose evil. The people behind him echoed in unison. Sworn to oppose evil. In the Raymond's house, Raymond stared at the chubby man on the television, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Could he have drunk too much fake alcohol? After careful identification, he confirmed that it was indeed Huang Bingyao, but upon seeing Huang Bingyao final declaration, he felt utterly disgusted. Damn, is that still Huang the fatty? Could it be a last burst of light? Is he still able to leap into the air? It would be impressive if he could even jump up. And who doesn't know that we share a deep-seated hatred for evil? The reason Raymond stayed up late watching television was due to a notification from Huang Bingyao. He said he wanted to do something big and asked Raymond to watch a few more times and share his thoughts when they met next, pointing out any shortcomings. Raymond didn't even know his own thoughts. In any case, he was wide awake now. He immediately picked up the phone to call Huang Bingyao, but the line was busy. Not having cursed Huang Bingyao made it even harder for Raymond to sleep. Damn, Huang the fatty must have notified more than just me. Keep dialing until it gets through. Otherwise, forget about sleeping tonight. As Raymond suspected, Huang Bingyao had notified all his old buddies. After seeing Huang Bingyao face on TV, they all wanted to call and check on his safety, but none of the calls went through. Not only were Raymond and the others unable to sleep, but some gangs and groups who received the news were also restless, as Huang Bingyao had been a bit too unusual lately. Especially those who suspected members of their organizations were colluding with the police felt a sense of crisis, increasing their investigation efforts, while also keeping a lower profile. In particular, those involved in the arms trade chose to temporarily suspend operations. After all, even Johnny Wong had fallen, and they were afraid too. Of course, there were also those who felt this was a great opportunity and planned to expand vigorously. Meanwhile, the two masterminds behind this situation were on the phone. Old Huang, how's it going? You've made quite a stir again, haven't you? Lin Feng, after squeezing Johnny Wong, didn't want to leave him to waste resources, so he knocked him and his subordinates out and packed them up, throwing them in a hidden warehouse along with the weapons from the armory. To make the scene even more shocking, he added a few mortars which terrified Huang Bingyao, who was being raided at the time. Feng, tell me honestly, those mortars really came from Johnny Wong, right? Huang Bingyao suspected that Lin Feng had secretly smuggled in goods. Lin Feng replied without hesitation, how could there be any doubt? Would they belong to me? How could I get such things? On the other end of the line, Huang Bingyao could be heard slapping his forehead. That's true. I was a bit shocked too. Damn, Johnny Wong really has guts. Even mortars are included. Does he want to attack the British military base? What on earth? You don't know, after Brother E got wind of this, he immediately called me full of regret for not being able to witness it in person. You should have informed me about the specifics of the weapons. That way not only could Brother E have been brought over, but I could have coordinated with a few old buddies or brought some of my people to share in the credit. You have no idea how shocking that scene was. That reporter girl was stunned. I'm telling you. After Huang Bingyao finished his long-winded explanation, Lin Feng finally interjected. Isn't that simple? There are plenty of ghosts and monsters in Hong Kong. Once I catch wind of something, I'll let you know so you can reenact it again. Huang Bingyao exclaimed with excitement. Hey, that sounds good. It's all thanks to you. Next time if you decide to mess with some rich guy's girlfriend, and he's a notorious villain, I'll help you tie off the loose ends. If your business encounters any disturbances from gangs, I can send people to help clear them out. I tell you, my connections are vast. Damn, am I just a guy in Huang the fatty's eyes who specializes in messing with rich guys' girlfriends? Old Huang, you are slandering me. Without mentioning Lin Feng and Huang Bingyou's exchange of banter, we shift to a small private room in a Japanese restaurant. The space in the room was small, covered with dark tatami mats with a low wooden tea table against the wall. The table's surface was polished to a smooth and warm finish, and at the sides against the wall there were two neatly folded quilts. It was obvious that this was not a proper place. Who prepares quilts for cushions in a respectable place? Liang Kuan was sitting cross-legged on the cushion in a relaxed manner, while his counterpart Kajiwara was kneeling formally across from him. After being sent away by Lin Feng, Liang Kuan immediately contacted Kajiwara, saying he wanted to meet in a discreet place to discuss cooperation. And it had to be done secretly, without letting others know, as his current situation was a bit sensitive and he couldn't afford any mistakes. Kajiwara was overjoyed to hear this, indicating that he understood and immediately agreed. Mr. Lee, you've made a wise decision. Collaborating with our Yamaguchi-gumi will bring you benefits you cannot even imagine right now. Pleased. In a cheerful mood, Kajiwara brewed a cup of tea for Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan, still unconvinced, asked, "Really, can't you help me take out a few more people?" Kajiwara smiled and replied, "Mr. Lee, there's an old saying in China, reciprocity is key. We have already resolved Jiang Tianxing to show our sincerity. Now we need to see your return gift. Only then can we deepen our cooperation further. Don't you agree, Mr. Lee?" Seeing his wishes dashed, Liang Kuan had to confirm the situation. "You didn't tell anyone else about coming here, right?" Kajiwara still wore a smiling face and said, "Mr. Lee, please rest assured no one else here knows about our meeting today." Liang Kuan shook his head. "Damn, the last person who smiled like that was Jiang Tianxing, and he's now in deep trouble. It seems you also have a path to your demise." Seeing Liang Kuan shake his head, Kajiwara thought he hadn't made up his mind and was about to say a few more words. Then he saw Liang Kuan get up and come to his side, asking him to move over a bit. Though Kajiwara was puzzled, he complied. Liang Kuan picked up the neatly folded quilt beside him, shook it out, and then bent down to take off his shoes. This frightened Kajiwara to the core, thinking Liang Kuan was a gay man who intended to violate him. He only wanted to help the organization complete its mission. He never considered sacrificing himself. "Quickly speaking, Mr. Lee, please calm down, or everything can be discussed." "Yamit." Before Liang Kuan could drag Kajiwara onto the quilt and cover his mouth, Kajiwara shouted out in his mother tongue, "You bastard! Are you treating me like a gay man? Just wait and see if I do anything or not." Liang Kuan held Kajiwara's shoulder, covering his mouth with one hand, while pressing a button on the shoe, causing a blade to spring out from the toe. He thrust it towards Kajiwara's neck, turning it a few times as he said, "Take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal. It'll be over soon. Now take it slow. No need to rush, no need to rush. Follow my lead. Breathe in. Exhale." Once Kajiwara was confirmed to be incapacitated, Liang Kuan wrapped him in the quilt and called Shag Chong. Shag Chong created a commotion outside, sneaking into the private room with Liang Kuan to help carry Kajiwara away amidst the chaos. Inside the Yamato Hotel, shortly after Kajita secretly departed, a man dressed as a waiter wheeled a small food cart toward Kajita's room, ostensibly delivering a meal, and entered without suspicion. After a meticulous search of the room, he discovered a hidden switch concealed behind a book in the bookshelf. Pressing it caused the bookcase to slide silently sideways, revealing a concealed compartment. Inside the narrow space sat only a briefcase and a compact safe. The waiter swiftly stowed both beneath the lower shelf of the cart, covered them with a cloth, restored the bookcase to its original position, and left the room. Within moments, the waiter vanished from the Yamato Hotel, as though he had never existed. A new day dawned. Though Jiang Tianxing's funeral was grand in scale, it stirred little public resonance, merely earning a brief mention in the corner of a newspaper. Dominating the front page instead was Huang Bingyao's major bust of an arms trafficking ring, especially amplified by stark photographs of seized weapons, which further intensified public attention. To Hong Kong citizens, the death of a triad leader held negligible impact on daily life. Even if an entire organization collapsed, another would inevitably rise to fill the void, leaving life unchanged. The arms case, however, was different, particularly amid mounting speculation that Hong Kong might become the second Middle East, igniting fervent public debate. Inside the Hung Hing General Headquarters, representatives from all branches and senior members reconvened, resuming the unfinished business of the previous emergency assembly, electing a new Hung Hing Dragon head. This time, many brought elite enforcers from their respective headquarters to stand guard outside, prepared for any contingency. Inside the conference hall, order had been restored, its atmosphere once again resembling that of a formal gathering. One notable difference, however, was the absence of Jiang Tianxing, the figure who had always made a dramatic final entrance at every prior meeting, leaving the central seat conspicuously vacant. Jiang Tianxing's absence also went unexplained, sparking Lin Feng's quiet skepticism. Had he misread the situation yet again? Yet observing Chun Yao's unruffled composure, Lin Feng sensed matters were far from simple. Perhaps further upheaval loomed. For now, he resolved to remain a silent observer. Liang Quan likewise harbored doubts, but Jiang Tianxing's non-appearance suited his ambitions perfectly. Seizing the moment, he launched into his speech. Brother Sheng's funeral has concluded. The Hung Hing cannot remain leaderless for even a single day. As agreed upon during our last emergency assembly today, we must elect a new dragon head to guide our brotherhood forward. For decades, I've devoted myself tirelessly to this organization. My merits and sacrifices are undeniable. If I ascend to leadership, I will elevate the Hung Hing to unprecedented heights, stronger, bolder, greater than ever before, and ensure every one of you earns far more wealth. Liang Quan continued enumerating achievements and painting lavish promises, drawing clenched teeth from Dabi beside him. Bang! Dabi slammed the table again and roared, "Liang Quan, do you truly believe you deserve to lead the Hung Hing?" Setting aside whether you had any involvement in Brother Zhang's assassination, your violation of the Hung Hing's strict ban on narcotics alone disqualifies you utterly from this election. Liang Quan replied coolly, little b, this is a critical juncture for the Hung Hing. Now is no time for childish tantrums. We must place the greater good above personal grudges. You cannot let prejudice cloud your judgment, or lend credence to baseless rumors slandering me. Are I the only one accused of drug trafficking? Why fixate solely on me? Even your own son Chun Haonan faces similar allegations, and has earned the mocking moniker Daoist Nan. Why have you said nothing of that? Damn it. Liang Quan, do you know what you're saying? To slander a sworn brother is to invite the full wrath of our clan's discipline. Enraged by being patronized like a child, and provoked by the reference to Chun Haonan, Dabi sprang to his feet, lunging toward Liang Quan. Chun Haonan and his companions surged forward in response, but were halted by Sha Chong and his men. As Sha Chong and Chun Haonan locked eyes amid the shoving, a flicker of shared memory passed between them, before both quickly looked away, awkwardly unsettled. So rumors are truth when they concern me, yet falsehoods when they implicate Chun Haonan. Amid the escalating clash between Liang Quan and Dabi, a voice cut through the commotion at the doorway. What a lively scene. It's been quite some time since I last returned to the Hung Hing. I'm delighted to see your vitality remains undimmed. With those words, Jiang Tianyang strode in, impeccably groomed in a slicked-back hairstyle, tailored suit, silk tie, and holding a cigar, commanding every gaze in the room. Even the embroiled factions fell instantly silent. No one noticed Long Dinosaur's conflicted expression upon seeing Jiang Tianyang enter. And so many fresh faces. I see the Hung Hing truly is flourishing more than ever. My elder brother can now face our father in peace below. He has honored father's legacy without shame. Unfazed by the weight of attention, Jiang Tianyang moved effortlessly among familiar faces, offering warm greetings. Crown Prince, have you kept up your boxing training? Any progress lately? Kagor still chasing foreign beauties? Shall I arrange something for you? Chen Yao, spotting Jiang Tianyang's arrival, immediately rose to greet him and introduced him to the assembly. Most of you are no strangers to Mr. Jiang Tianyang. He is Brother Zhang's younger brother. Since the Hung Hing was founded by the Jiang family, I personally invited Mr. Jiang Tianyang to rejoin us today. As Chen Yao gestured toward the central seat, Lin Feng, who had been watching idly, suddenly perked up. Of course, he'd known his instincts hadn't deceived him. Feng Ting had been an anomaly. After all, Jiang Tianyang had fled years ago to Thailand, humiliated and driven out by Jiang Tianqing himself. To claim he bore no resentment would be sheer fiction. Just as Chen Yao pulled out the chair before the central seat, Lin Feng interjected, Brother Yao, surely that seat belongs exclusively to the dragon head. Is it truly appropriate? Liang Quan, momentarily stunned, snapped back to awareness at Lin Feng's words. Exactly. Chen Yao, what game are you playing? Jiang Tianqing's funeral passed without Jiang Tianyang's presence, and now you stage this spectacle. What would Brother Xing think were he to witness it from beyond? Moreover, what official position does Jiang Tianyang hold within the Hung Hing now? This is not the Xing, a family-run syndicate where succession passes automatically from brother to brother. That seat is not for just anyone. It symbolizes authority entrusted by consensus. If you treat the Hung Hing as your personal domain, what purpose remains for this election? Having already heard Lin Feng's suspicions and now witnessing Jiang Tianyang's arrival firsthand, Liang Quan was certain this was no reunion. It was a direct challenge for the Dragon Head title. Courtesy abandoned, he unleashed a blistering counterattack, naming Chen Yao outright. Chen Yao gritted his teeth in frustration as Lin Feng intervened once more. I'll phone you. Jiang Tianyang, however, remained unfazed. Seeing opposition arise, he gracefully withdrew from the seat, and lightly patting Chen Yao's arm, turned first to Liang Quan. Well said. Rules exist only when observed by all, without exception. To bend them invites chaos. He then stepped past the vacated chair, retrieved a spare one from the side, and placed it beside the conference table, settling in with calm authority. Turning to Lin Feng, he smiled. So, you're Lin Feng. I've heard much about you. Truly, youth commands respect. Too kind. Merely doing my duty.